Hey, you like 95.7 The Game, right?
Yep.
Then you'll love our brand new merch store.
I think I got my swagger back.
We've got custom t-shirts, long sleeves, and hoodies with your favorite quotes from the show.
Can we just put the rat on the table?
Check it out at 957thegameshop.com. That's 957thegameshop.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
No one knows where this market will go. Right now, it feels like a wild ride. But one thing's for certain, there's a way through it. And the experience and guidance of a Merrill advisor can help you get there. Because where there's a bull, there's a way. Find an advisor in San Francisco at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-610-9256. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-610-9256. That's 800-610-9256. Again, 800-610-9256.
In Castro Valley, we're looking for mostly sunny skies today. Highs near 65.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Cut up six-pack rings and reduce your use of plastic to help keep it out of our waterways and oceans. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
It's time to Wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Got to Thompson, back to Curry, chased by Herro. Curry with a dribble, crossover, takes the jumper, 3-ball Curry! Ridiculous! Curry comes up, screens for Wiggins. He gets downhill, toss over to Curry, design play, corner 3, up no good. Rebound, Draymond out to Thompson, good catch, back to Steph, fakes and fires, hit another 3! Steph Curry!
Now I'm on another mission, wishing upon a star.
I dare somebody to come in here today, or nationally, and try to explain to me why Steph Curry isn't clutch. Because that was the definition of clutch last night. 10 points in the fourth quarter, 33 in all. His fourth 30-point game of the season, and he's on a heater right now, 33. 9 assists, 7 rebounds, and the Warriors get a much-needed win. They tighten up the defense. Great shot making last night by Steph, Andrew Wiggins, Klay Thompson got going late in the fourth quarter. Wiseman and Poole off the bench contributing. And Draymond Green offensively has been very, very aggressive. I like where his game is at right now. The Warriors get a good win over a game Miami Heat team before they go out on the road for 5 games. And oh, baby, good morning to everybody out there on a Payday Friday / Frisco Friday. I see you on YouTube. I see you on Twitch. I see you on the Xfinity mobile text line. What up, Shasky? What's going on?
What a game. I want to start here, just to get this off my chest.
Uh-oh.
I can't watch Kyle Lowry.
Oh, nobody can.
That guy consistently falls on the floor and runs into people like a battering ram.
I mean, he's been doing it for years.
And has been rewarded for a decade by horrific officiating.
Yeah, he's been, you know what, Kyle Lowry was a non-factor yesterday.
No, I know, but he got Wiggins his fourth foul that made him sit on the bench, and I'm so over him. Like, it drives me nuts. And all I kept thinking was, we lost to this guy. We freaking lost to this guy.
They didn't lose to him. They lost to Kawhi Leonard.
know.
They lost to Kawhi Leonard.
I know.
They lost to Fred VanVleet, Pascal Siakam.
I know.
Serge Ibaka, Marc Gasol. Lowry was part of the ride.
It's like when I see Jacoby Jones running in a kick return back, I always just have these horrible nightmares. And when I see Lowry flopping all over the floor like a beached whale, I know instantly he drives me nuts. That aside, my God, Warriors were fun last night.
Warriors were fun.
A lot of fun. I thought the defensive effort in general was significantly better.
No doubt.
You got to close out quarters.
Yep.
We can break all that down.
Yep.
In terms of just energy level shifting, rotating, closing out, staying in front of people, I thought it was such a great step forward for this team in terms of the defensive effort that they were applying yesterday.
Look, they gave up 30 points in the first quarter. In that first stint, it was 21-18 midway through the first quarter. The starters giving Miami all kind of open threes, and the Heat were rolling. And then you talk about in the quarters. The end of the second quarter drove everybody crazy. Warriors up 63-50. It's Poole, Wiggins, Curry, Klay, and Draymond. They're up 63-50. Next thing you know, the Heat storm back on a 9-0 run to close the half. They come out and hit the first 3 of the third quarter. And you're thinking, well, that was on the starters. That was on the Fast Five lineup. Just simple stuff. Careless turnovers.
Which lead to easy buckets.
Not getting back on defense.
And then Wiggins trying to block a shot that he has no business getting his hand in there at the end of the second quarter.
And the blow-bys in a half-court offense. The blow-bys where guys are collapsing the defense and kicking out the wide-open threes. And Jimmy Butler had a roll at 20 of his 27 in the first half yesterday. Jimmy Bucket's a fun player to watch. I will watch him because he plays hard.
He does.
He brings it. Bam Adebayo.
He brings the best out of Wiggins, too.
No doubt. They went at it yesterday, but Andrew Wiggins with his first double-double of the season, 18-10, and key rebounds, too.
I think he had 18 when he checked out with the fourth foul.
He didn't score in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Yet you felt his impact in the fourth quarter.
Agreed.
He didn't even score. And you felt them around the basketball. You felt them locking in defensively. You felt them being active there, crashing the glass. So that was a good win for this team. And we'll talk about the bench. We'll talk about Kuminga. We'll talk about Klay.
Well, speaking of Klay, you're talking about Steph Curry. Steph Curry's gotten off to a phenomenal start. 30-plus points in 4 of the 5 games. Is that what it is?
Dude, so 40-plus points in 4 of the 5 games. Efficiency,
Yeah.
7 of 14 from the 3-point line. He's already nailed 27 threes.
But 0 free throws.
0 free throws.
How many
yesterday.
guys score 30 points with 0 free throws?
Who knows? I mean, it's
But it seems very
unbelievable.
rare in this day and age.
It's very rare. And he was finishing at the basket.
Yes.
We heard the clips coming in. Tim Roy on the call for 95.7 the game, putting Tyler Herro in the spin cycle on the
that
3-point
was
line.
unbelievable.
And then the
banging his chest.
Yeah, and the relocation 3 from the top of the key, then the mid-range jumper. Steph Curry looks like he's 25 years old, folks.
Yeah, he looks great.
He's on the mission. And I know we made fun of Guru yesterday talking about Steph Curry MVP. Whitley after the game texted me, Steph Curry's gunning for that MVP. I don't know if he's gunning for that. He just knows it's his time to set the tone for the season.
Yeah.
It's his time to show the rest of the team, like, look, I'm in tip-top shape. I only took 12 days off after the NBA Finals. I am ready to roll this year and win ring number 5. And so to see him in this flow and the rhythm that he's playing at, it never gets old.
Well, the other thing that I think the box score is never going to be able to quantify, there was about 5 or 6 different opportunities where he could have got his own shot.
Yep.
And he said, you know what, I want to get Klay going.
Yep.
And the selflessness for him to just find the extra pass. Jordan Poole did the same thing. Jordan Poole passed up a couple of shots and made the extra pass to Klay Thompson to try to get him going. Klay's going to get going. He's going to have his opportunities. He's just gunning right now. And good looks, though.
Yeah, great
I don't want to say gunning as if they're like bad looks.
Chucking shots. No, he had good looks within the flow of the offense.
But that's what I want him to do is pull that trigger, basically, is what I'm getting at. But I just seen Steph Curry come down and have a wide open 3 and say, you know what? I'm going to hesitate, throw it to the side, and get Klay Thompson his open 3 because he's trying to get his rhythm. He's just the best teammate ever. Like, he really is.
Yes. No, he no doubt is. And like, it feels like when he had 33 yesterday, at the end of the day, you're like, because like going into that fourth quarter, he had 23. And it was kind of I'm not going to say a quiet 23, but he's the definition of just letting the game come to him. I know when to take over. I know when to scale back. I know when to get my teammates involved. And then when it's time to take over, when it's 103-100, I'm going to take over the game and score 10 points down the stretch and make sure we go on the road to Charlotte, North Carolina with a dub. And this was a big-time dub for them, man. Early in the season, like, Miami's no joke. They were in the Eastern Conference Finals. They were in a Game 7.
Yeah, they're a team. I agree with you. I follow them pretty closely just because I like that team. They want to get rid of Lowry. They want to get rid of Duncan Robinson. They're working on some things. The fact that they played the 19-year-old, because I don't know if you listened to Sedano yesterday with Damon and Ratto, they were very hesitant to play him on the road because he's so young. He's the second. I couldn't believe that stat that Bob threw out. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I did, of course.
Second youngest player in Heat history, only to Jarrell Wright. I couldn't believe that number. And you saw, obviously, Wiseman ate him up. Jordan Poole ate him up around the rim. Steph Curry ate him up around the rim. But, I just look at the Miami Heat. They are a very good team. I think that they're a team they're destined to make a move. That's what I feel like.
No doubt, because they're right there in the Eastern Conference. They played Milwaukee tough. They beat the Sixers last year. They're not afraid of Boston. Max Strus is a hell of a player. Max Strus
like
can
him.
shoot. I like him a lot.
Yeah.
Gabe Vincent off the bench as well. Gabe Vincent gets to the cup. He makes things happen. So Heat culture, the Miami Heat are a tough team.
But
Caleb Martin.
Bam Adebayo, let's start there. Because
he's
Bam
a load.
Adebayo is, if Draymond Green is this forward step in the evolutionary positionless basketball era, Bam Adebayo is the next step forward. He's even a little bigger, a little more athletic. I don't think he's got the passing IQ of Draymond Green, but in terms of his defense, he had the left hand out on a block shot for Draymond where Draymond was going to the rim. It was just perfect defense. And I just watched the way this guy moves his feet, as he's drop stepping toward the rim. He is a phenomenal player,
No,
B.
he is. He is. The mid-range jumper's there. They need another guy, but Bam Adebayo as that small,
if he's your third
6'9",
scorer,
if he's your third scorer, you're winning champ. You may be winning championships.
Push shot that he's got,
the push shot, and he's around the rim. You look at his activity, 10 to 13 from the floor to 8 rebounds, and at times in the fourth quarter, he was carrying Miami because Jimmy Buckets only had 1 point in that fourth quarter. Warriors did a hell of a job on him and closing out his airspace, not giving him any room. And Draymond and Looney, they dared Adebayo beat us from the outside. We'll live with that mid-range jumper.
The one thing that I definitely noticed that was very evident last night, and you could say this is the era of basketball that we're in right now, and it's absolutely factual. I can tell so few guys have played the game throwing an entry pass into the post. No, I'm serious. This is a lost art. Like the throw. Am I wrong?
No, you're not.
Okay.
I know where you're going.
James Wiseman was doing a brilliant job last night of getting deep into the paint and sealing off. And on 4 different occasions, and Draymond threw one of them, they threw horrific entry passes into the block. And it's a lost art. You don't practice it like you used to. Back in the day, we had a big man. You'd work on literally the defender is out on the perimeter guarding you. There's a guy either fronting or playing behind your big man, and all you'd work on is the different entry passes, bounce passes, throwing it up, seal-offs, all the different kinds of passes. It's a lost art. Think of how many guys have now, over the last 10 years, come up in AAU basketball or whatever. They don't even think about the entry pass.
They don't.
The Warriors have got to work on the entry pass. Wiseman could have had another 5 dunks.
No, I know. And you know what's funny?
And I'm not knocking. It's just I don't think these guys practice it.
I talk to Festus a lot.
What do you say?
And Festus is big. He goes, they just haven't had a big like this.
Exactly.
Mully, the same thing. It's like, we haven't had a big like this at Go to State in years, maybe since Chris Webber. This ain't JaVale McGee.
No.
This ain't Zaza Pachulia, and I love Zaza. This isn't Andrew Bogut.
He was feasting on a smaller player, and it was great to see.
This guy has this talent to be a special offensive player in this league. You look at what he did last night, in just over 13 minutes, the 10 points and the 6 rebounds, and he's getting better defensively. He's not there yet.
No.
He's not there yet. We talked to him on the postgame show last night, and he mentioned it. He goes, I got to learn the keys. I got to learn to communicate. I'm trying to watch it. But damn it, this is my 44th game. Think about that. This is his 44th career NBA game, and I've seen things on the internet that I just can't believe. I don't even forget the internet. No. Forget everybody.
I'm just telling you what I saw. This is what I loved from last night. The scoring is there. The around the rim, he's going to finish.
Feels so comfortable offensively.
What I loved, on 3 different occasions, he created second point opportunities by batting the ball or boxing out Bam Adebayo. Bam's a tough matchup.
It's a tough matchup.
He's a brilliantly skilled player. And then Jimmy Butler also and him were grinding underneath. Right. He's getting baptized by fire. He's faced now Sabonis. He's faced
AD. He's faced Jokic. He's Bam Adebayo. And DeAndre Ayton.
And in small spurts, he's had opportunities. And you see, early on, he gets in there, and a guy will do a subtle thing to him. And then 2 or 3 possessions later, he adjusts.
And you know, I'm so impressed with the young man because he's so happy to just be playing. Like, people don't understand, this guy was out for a year after playing 69 minutes of college basketball. And, of course, he comes in as a rookie. You're starting with Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Yes.
You're going, and on the opposite end, it's Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving. And it's like, okay, welcome to the NBA. And then on Christmas Day, there's Giannis Antetokounmpo. And he's going back, and people forget he was going at it with Giannis Antetokounmpo. He held his own in that first half of that game on Christmas Day back in 2020.
But you look at the kid then, he was just a deer running up and down. You know what I mean?
Now he's starting to understand it. Things are starting to slow down.
Here's a great example, okay? He's running down. It's a fast break opportunity. And you know how the Warriors are. Right. Everybody fills the perimeter, right? You go to the corner, you go to the high arc. Anyway, he goes right down the middle, and he goes, oh, damn, I got Tyler Herro on me.
Yeah.
Let me put my right arm into him. Let me put my hand up and tell them I want the ball. And look, JaMychal Green, I thought he had a really good floor game yesterday. He throws one off the backboard to him. But forget the pass, because we'll work on the pass. The fact that the kid identified, if I just sprint down the middle, I'll get the matchup, I'll throw my hand up. That wasn't in the bag a year ago.
No, it wasn't in the bag.
And I know this is a super simple thing.
No, it's not a simple thing. It takes time to understand that.
This element. Now, think about this.
They haven't had it since Chris Webber.
You've got these great shooters who are going to fill these spots out on the perimeter in a fast break, okay? And where are everyone going to go? They're going to go to those closeout guys. Now you're going to open the lane up for him. The court is about spacing. And when you have a big man that commands attention, this will open things up for the shooters. He doesn't have to be a 25-point-a-game guy. Be a 12-point-a-game guy, and you'll open up how many 3 balls for Steph, Klay, and Poole?
He's playing 17 minutes a game, averaging 11 and 6. Off the bench, 11 and 6.
His screen setting has gotten so much better.
The physicality on the screen setting, and again, I love talking to these guys in person because I see them before the game.
Because I'm really enjoying it.
I'm a big time James Wiseman fan. You know that.
I know
I'm a big time James Wiseman fan. Before the game, I'll see him. He'll dap me up. We'll talk a little bit. He's like, man, just trying to get better, man. Work, and he never talks about scoring. That's what's so impressive. The first thing he goes, I got to work on my defense and my screen setting. My defense and my screen setting. And the average fan, I'm not going to say all fans, but some fans, they're sitting there thinking, oh man, this guy don't get it. Trade him. You need something. You need this. You need that. This guy's he's not ready to go. This guy is telling me before games, I need to work on my screen setting and my defense. And the fact is, he's like, I'm watching film with Jordan Poole every day. We're watching film every day. So he's trying to get better. He's learning on. So by February, let's talk in February to see where this young man is at.
Well, you're seeing the leaps and bounds in the first week of the season. Like, I mean, I'm encouraged. I'm really encouraged.
Very encouraged.
I mean, his arrow's pointing up. He's got a long way to go. He's 21. The thing that I noticed, did you watch the Dub Talk, Monty Poole and Kevon Looney sit down?
Yep, of course.
Okay. It was brilliant. First off, Monty did a great job. I'm listening to Kevon Looney, and he was talking about how much he learned from Bogut and how much he learned from Zaza Pachulia. And I'm watching Kevon Looney now as a player, and he's not the size of Bogut. He's not the nastiness of Bogut, but that high pick and roll where he'll hand the ball off and just get in front of another defender, and the whole pick and pop sequence. You guys know the ballet I'm talking about. When it's him and Steph at the top of the key, and Draymond's the best at it, right? Like Draymond's the best version of it. But I think we've forgotten having a 7-footer like Bogut. That guy clears space. And then every now and then he's going to go downhill and get nasty. I'm watching as that wisdom was passed from Kevon Looney, from Bogut to Kevon Looney.
That's from Looney to Wiseman.
And you can see it. You can already see he's working on the two-man game. It's going to take time. What's Looney in his 6th season?
He was drafted in 2015.
Okay. Wait till Wiseman's in his 4th or 5th season when it comes to that two-man game. And it's not going to be all game, but like in certain spots when they need a bucket, you're going to have a big come out, and now you're going to have Curry and him in a pick and roll, pulling him in a pick and roll. And then I love Looney. He can't get vertical like this kid.
No, he can't. He can't. The vertical spacing that Wiseman provides.
I'm sorry, I'm so geeked up.
No. You should be. I'm fired up over Wiseman. Some of the reasons why I'm fired up over Wiseman, because I see him dogged all the time on social media.
Well,
I see him dogged by diehards.
Yeah.
All right, dogged. Like he can't play. Like he's a scrub. No, you know who a scrub is? Anthony Bennett out of UNLV.
Yes.
That's a bust.
Yes.
Michael Olowokandi.
Yes.
That's a scrub and that's a bust.
Yeah.
This
Patrick
guy,
O'Brien.
like again, I'll go show everybody the numbers, the data. You want to give me plus minus? I'll give you raw data. His numbers, his first 39 games were comparable with KG, Kevin Garnett, Rasheed Wallace, Dwight Howard. Now, I'm not calling him that. I'm not calling him that at all. Hell, Jermaine O'Neal couldn't even get his ass off the bench in Portland for 4 years.
Exactly.
All right? It took him 4 years to even touch the court.
I know.
James Wiseman's going to be fine, and he's learning. And the things that he's saying to me, Shasky, I need to watch more film. I need to screen better. I need to play defense. And the instincts are getting there. Running the floor is getting there. The two-man game's getting there. Well, he's getting reps.
No, but wouldn't you agree, like, in terms of his demonstrative nature on the court, what do we all want? Want him to be angry almost. I feel like he's starting to, like, tap into that a little. The other guy that we haven't, because I got to get it, Moses Moody fits. The guy just fits. He's like that pair of pants that you put on. Everyone's got their Levi's cut, right? Mine's 5'11". I like the 5'11". You put it on, and it just fits a certain way. For me, some people are the 5'14", the 5'02s, the 5'01s. Everyone's got their cut, whatever their cut is when it comes to pants. Moses Moody is like that perfect pair of pants that just fits. He can shoot from beyond the arc. He can facilitate for others. I don't know if you saw that one pass that he made to Kevon.
No, I didn't see the game.
Oh, my God. I'm talking about the fans out there. I love what he brings. And then defensively, he's in everybody's back pocket.
Well, that's where I was going with him.
I love
his
him.
role, and Wiseman mentioned it as well. The roles are simplified for these youngsters. We don't need you to score 25. I got Steph. I got Klay. I got Jordan Poole. I have Andrew Wiggins. So I need your role to be simplified. It's the first thing Wiseman said. I know my role is going to be simplified. I know what I need to do to help this team win a championship. My time will come. Same thing with Moses Moody. He defended Kyle Lowry. He snuffed him. Night before, or 2 nights ago against Devin Booker, Chris Paul.
Yeah, he
does not look overwhelmed.
No.
He's in the right spot. Yeah,
Did you get worried too?
No, I didn't get. I never get worried unless they leave the court.
Is it a shoulder? Is it a hand? Is it a finger? Because he does fall a lot.
I don't. Guys fall. Guys get hurt. I wait on it.
Yeah,
you get worried right away.
I know. I always get worried. You're right. I know.
It's a sickness.
Even Mully brought it up last night.
Yeah, I know. But 2 threes last night for Moody. The defense stabilizing the game, and he knows how to play with Steph.
Yes.
Dre.
Yes.
Klay. Wiggins. He knows where to be spacing wise, and he was the last guy out before Jordan Poole came in. in that first half yesterday with 3:56 left, and all hell broke loose when they were up 13, and of course the Heat comes back with that 9-0 run before the half. But I like where this team is at right now. They're all getting reps. Moody's getting reps, and now we wait on Kuminga. And Steve Kerr has some comments on that. We'll get to on the other side. I do want to get into Klay Thompson because what he said after the game, I want to get your thoughts on that. And again, talk about Steph, 33, 9, and 7. Draymond Green
is playing great.
Is playing out of his mind.
He's playing great. How about that? No, he catches a rebound with one hand and then throws it out to the perimeter. I believe it was to Steph Curry for a three. I mean, then
I love the fake dribble handoff to Jordan Poole.
Oh, that one was
where
sick.
He fake dribble handoffs, and that tells me that Draymond knows I need to be more aggressive. And this is why, despite all the drama that's happened in the last few weeks for Draymond Green, you can't trade this guy.
Well,
I told you this. I don't believe they can win a championship without this guy. Draymond's a championship player.
He's playing championship level.
He's playing championship level basketball right now, and he's getting back in shape. His minutes restriction went up to 30. Draymond Green is playing some good offensive basketball while setting the tone defensively. So I like where this team at. And don't forget, they're the 100 now.
I know.
So everybody's coming in thinking to see NBA Finals against the Golden State Warriors.
No, Dre looks phenomenal. You got to give him credit. And I love the little high-low passes. Curry throws one to him, and he's in midair catching it and then already throwing it to Looney. The other play, and this was bigger than it was a misplay. Curry and Poole were in the corner, and I don't think either of them knew what the other guy was going to do, and Dre just threw it away. And instead of exploding and yelling and screaming at everybody, him and Poole kind of dapped each other like, hey, next time we'll do X, Y, and Z. And it's like, that's what I want to see. That's the maturation process for Draymond Green. You can't just scream and yell at everyone. And then on the very next play, they did a nice little pick and roll. Dude, Draymond is playing really locked in.
You can't trade this guy. I thought it was foolish to even think about that. Let everything subside. They'll work on that stuff. They're keeping it professional right now. Draymond Green is playing like a damn pro. He's playing at a high level. Double figures in 3 of his first 5 games of the season. Warriors win. They improved to 3-2. 10.7 rebounds, 4 assists for Draymond Green. 5 of 10 from the floor. Again, 6 players in double figures. You got a nice 6 from Moody, a nice 6 from JaMychal Green. I like where this team is at. We'll get to Kuminga, though, because a lot of people want to see Kuminga play, and I'm with you. I want to see Kuminga get some minutes as well. We'll discuss that. We'll talk about Klay Thompson as the Warriors improved to 3-2 on the season. Don't forget, Kirk Morrison will get us ready for Niners and Rams at 8 o'clock. We can't wait to talk to 5-2, the pride of Bishop O'Dowd. And, of course, Logan Murdoch, our guy Logan Murdoch, now with the Ringer. He's going to talk some dubs in NBA at 8:30. That's all coming up on the Morning Roast. Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
The rumors are swirling.
Randy Miller, NJ.com on the Aaron Judge free agency and situation.
I know Aaron from covering him his entire career. Aaron grew up loving the Giants. I think he's ready to come home, and he also knows that I think he believes the Giants are going to pay him what he's worth.
Can the Giants land Aaron Judge? Find out right here on 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
My husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad. Grab my hand.
Wait, okay.
No, not up the stairs. We tried that last time. No. You can literally run through him.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity home internet for just $24.99 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and a free streaming box included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit your local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 12/21/22.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
We're all on this planet together, so join Odyssey and find your one thing. Now that it's autumn, check window and door seals for proper insulation and replace your furnace air filter. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing?
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk, I would sleep upright with more pillows, but that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just one pill in the morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
One pill, 24 hours, zero heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason here. When a part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them, by the way. And that way you can get the parts that you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Live life in the fast lane with 95.7 The Game and win tickets to see the Eagles. February 21st, 2023 at the SAP Center. Head to 957thegame.com/contests.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
It was a good vibe yesterday at Chase Center. I love going to Chase Center.
What the hell are you doing? You look like you're in your seat doing the Running Man. That's how my dad dances. I told you, you have fully transformed into an old white man.
Take it to the house. Take it to the house.
I do love Trick Daddy.
Love me some Trick.
T-Devil?
Oh, love me some Trick, man.
So I after we talked about him last week, I went and downloaded a ton of his music.
Oh, yeah, I played it all. Because Tyler Miller was sending me stuff.
I know. Tyler Miller, by the way, funniest account on the internet.
He's hilarious.
I love that man.
Surprised he wasn't at the Gatehouse yesterday. Surprised he wasn't at the game.
Speaking of which is actually great transition. I want you to get the music, all right? I want Akon locked up. They won't let me out. Because he said his homie...
Jonathan Kuminga is locked out.
Akon Kuminga is locked up, and Steve Kerr won't let him out.
Speaking of Kuminga, here's what Kerr had to say about Kuminga.
Jonathan's time will come. He's a very, very young player. He's very talented. He's just got to keep working. Things will go well for him as long as he stays on the path. This is how it goes for young guys on championship teams. There's just no free minutes. But the development comes every day. That's the thing. It's it's not like development only comes with minutes played. It comes with coming to practice and getting the work in every single day. So he's working hard. He's staying ready, and his time will come.
His time will come, but he's got to stay patient, and he will find a role. My thing was, JaMychal Green played well yesterday. He played well, and I think JaMychal Green needed a game like that. 4 offensive rebounds, 5 in all, 6 points. Thought he cut to the basket really well. He was in the right spots.
Good floor game.
Good
That's
floor
the way
game
I
for
would
JaMychal
describe
Green.
it.
Good, very good.
But his defense was good.
His defense is good.
He made a nice
and I
block
know
shot.
it's probably going to be good for the most part.
Yeah.
I don't need to see him right now. I need Kuminga to get reps.
Yeah, but he's locked up.
He is locked up. He's very locked up. All bad.
Oh, see, this is where I miss my old board op, Joe Spadoni. He would have had the locked music right there, ready to go. Locked up, they won't let me.
Shut up. See, you hear it?
There it is.
Look at it. They love him.
I got to hear
shut up.
I got to hear the cage opening and closing.
I didn't know there was going to be he's got locked up, and that was supposed to be the cue. You just said get the music.
Me and Spadoni had been doing hours and hours and hours of night radio.
You haven't been doing hours and hours.
There
Lubman's
it is,
never on the board.
there.
Lubman's never on the board.
That's Kuminga
He's
right now,
producing.
on the bench.
He is
singing.
locked up. He is locked up. But you know what? The young man will play this weekend. He'll play this weekend against Charlotte or Detroit. He'll get some run. And Mully said something yesterday. He said, look, man, the rookies, the youngsters in the game, play to your role. Play your role, know your role, and simplify your game. But in practice, that's when you go out to veterans and show off your game and show it off to the coaches to say, hey, look, I'm ready for more.
But what's his role, I guess, is my question to you.
Well, his role is going to be defender, facilitator, cutting to the basket, screen setting, and being athletic. And not even maybe facilitating.
Okay,
maybe it's just playing defense. And then
to me, it's defense first.
And I talk to everybody out there.
Yeah.
Defense first, no doubt. That's defense for everybody.
But him specifically.
But the two-man game between him and Wiseman, I believe, is underrated. I believe it's really underrated.
But I agree with you, but when I see some of the lineups that are out there, the combinations, it's hard because he's not touching the ball. So when he finally gets it every third or fourth possession, he wants to do something with it. Spin move, attack the hoop. Because you know how it is. You get up and down the court a few times. You feel like you're not a part of the flow of the offense. And this is where I would say to him, he's got to do a better job when he's off ball of moving around and screening for others. I think that's an area that he can improve on.
But I also didn't think the lineup of JaMychal Green, James Wiseman, that front court. I didn't like that front court with Kuminga. There's too many guys there.
I'm right there with you.
You got to take one or the other out. So he's been the odd man out right now. I would not give up on Jonathan Kuminga. There's a world of talent that's in his body.
On him?
No, I don't know who's giving up. Some people, oh man, Kuminga's going to be fine, but he's got to learn, and he will get his time. This is a long, long season. We have 77 games left. Kuminga will get his time to shine. Now he's understanding, okay, let me get my role. Let me play defense. Let me be all right. So it's all good.
I thought Bob Fitzgerald made a really good point last night, and he wasn't referencing Kuminga specifically, but just guys in general. Everyone wants to score. They feel like that's how you get your offensive input, especially when you're young. Hey, I got to have the ball. I got to score. No. You're going to miss 50% of your shots. And Bob Fitzgerald said this last night. I'm actually going to use this with my basketball team this year. He's like, you want the rock? You want to score? Go grab some offensive rebounds.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. He's got to crash glass. He's got to play defense, and he's got to screen set. His time will come. I would not freak out about Jonathan Kuminga. I love that Steve Kerr said that. I also love what Steph Curry said afterwards about Jonathan Kuminga. He said, people forget my rookie year, I got a couple DMPs. I just started playing until our season was over.
What's the famous name?
AC Law. He's smart.
Come on, man.
Playing over Steph Curry in the fourth quarter.
Does it even matter?
Curry brought
today,
up.
Does it even matter?
No, it doesn't. But Curry brought up. He brought up Klay Thompson playing behind Monte Ellis and not getting a chance until Monte was shipped off to Milwaukee. He discussed Draymond Green not playing his first couple seasons until David Lee got hurt.
Yeah,
remember David Lee?
David Lee was our first All-Star in 14 years.
So he will get his time. And Curry's like, look, now we look back at it, and I know it's hard for some of these youngsters to hear that. Their time will come. So I would not freak out about that.
Like Kevon Looney was talking about, he barely played his first 2 years. I listen to Kevon Looney now, and it's like, I totally forgot that he just was non-existent for the first couple of years. You look at him now, and you just assume he's part of the fabric of the team.
No doubt.
And
he didn't play, remember? He was just like, I didn't even think he was an NBA player at times.
No one did. I didn't know if his hip would hold up, So, look, everyone's got their moments. I just look, JK, there is a player to be unlocked. But to me, it starts with, you can't just play basketball when the ball's in your hand. No. And especially on this team, because this is a team that, for the most part, if you want to play well, you got to play defense, you got to move without the ball. And that doesn't just mean moving so you could get the ball yourself, moving to screen for others, right? Like I would like that part to to be really knocked in to Kuminga, because I watch him now. He runs to the corner and he kind of just stands there. Not that he's pouting, but he's just standing there waiting for the ball to come to him. You can have an impact. Move around.
You know, a lot of people point to Stephen A's comments in the offseason about Jonathan Kuminga. What's up? What's going on?
I got one of my old basketball coaches tapping in, making fun of me, saying that, you know, on YouTube, the horizontal stripes make me look good.
You got so excited.
I did. I mean, shout out Vegan Rassim.
All right.
You know, he's, by the way, you want to talk about one of the most demonstrative in-court, in-game people in the history of CYO in San Francisco? Vegan would stomp the floor screaming at people across the board. He's like Mike Malone, intense.
Yeah.
Every possession, every time.
Hey, what's his name? Coach Vegan?
Yeah, Coach Vegan Rassim. He's a legend.
I'll never send my kids to go play for you.
No, really?
Calm it down.
What are you talking about?
Calm it down, Coach Vegan.
He's a great coach.
You're going to break your foot out there.
Calm
it down.
Him and Buck go way back.
Coming down. Check out the Red and Gold pregame show with Larry Kruger and Lorenzo Dill this Sunday at 11 a.m. The pregame show is presented by Harris Ranch Beef, legendary quality, and Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon as the Niners get ready for the LA Rams. We'll discuss that a little bit later. I already saw something on YouTube. Man, did I miss the Niners hate segment? No, you didn't miss it. It's coming. Trust me.
Kurt Warner did that just for everyone. Kurt Warner put out a YouTube on Jimmy G and Kyle Shanahan.
I love when we read our scripts on NBC and we have the Niners script, right? And there's a disconnect between Steve Young has been talking about this forever. There's a disconnect between Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle Shanahan. And Mully's was like, well, you really didn't show a lot of faith in Jimmy Garoppolo. You had a plan on the kiddie field. You know what I'm saying? It was like, it's true. It's true. Well, you really didn't want him back.
Kurt Warner put out a video breaking down the 49ers offense. The very beginning of the video, and I told the guys to pull the audio. This is how he starts it. The 49ers offense is an adventure. And the main character in this adventure is Jimmy Garoppolo.
I don't even want to play it.
It's hilarious.
I don't even want to play it.
It is absolutely hilarious.
Because here we go again by the end of the week. It's all about Jimmy.
No, time out. In this video, he actually, yes, Jimmy does some horrible things, but he's also questioning a lot of the passing concepts.
Of Kyle Shanahan?
Yes, he says they're very inconsistent. But again, I think it's easy for him to critique it. He also admits in the video he doesn't know if the wide receivers are even running the proper routes. Like he questions Ayuk's, some of his routes, some of the depth on Jennings and things like that. It's an interesting video, but it shows that, yes, the quarterback is part of the problem, the play calling is part of the problem, and then the other players on the field are part of the problem. It is a multi-layered debacle right now on offense.
Coach Ed on YouTube, Bonte, let's go Mustangs, bell game for Lincoln. Oh, you know what, Coach Ed? You guys are going to get smoked. The Eagles are going to win. They're taking back the bell. Coach Mourinho, Coach Ed, all you guys up there in Lincoln, I love you. But you know I'm a Washington Eagle. It's time to take back the bell. They're going to ring the bell, and we're going to do shameless shout-outs at 7:45. Shameless shout-outs.
Ring the bell.
7:45. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah?
Bell game.
Yeah?
Bell game's legendary.
You guys used to battle a lot in baseball championships for the city. It would be Lowell, Lincoln, or Washington for a long, long time. So this is a football game, and it's
football game.
They go for the bell, huh?
The bell game, yep. The bell game. Nice. We got the little bell. Ding, ding, ding. It has all the scores from all the years and stuff like that. I went undefeated in the bell game.
Oh, you did?
Undefeated.
Well, 1-0?
2-0.
Oh, nice.
2-0. We beat them 6-0 my junior year in what was a horrific football game. Horrific.
Good weather, or can we make up like an excuse?
No, my senior year.
Kezar?
No, this one was at Lincoln.
Oh, at
the next
Lincoln.
one was at Wash, and we beat them up at Wash. I think it was 33-6 maybe.
Ooh.
Yeah, we beat them up.
Wow, you had a good team.
We beat them up. Yeah, we were undefeated, 12-0, finished 6th in the Bay Area.
Oh, that's that team that you've talked about. Yeah,
Johan Thomas, 4 picks in the Turkey Day. We were smacking everybody.
Except everybody else.
Congratulations.
No, we scrimmaged Sacred Heart, and the Sacred Heart coaches was like, you guys are too good. We're going to cut this short. Go ask anybody in the WCL. They did not want to see us in 1999. We just smoked everybody. All right, by the way, 957thegameshop.com. 957thegameshop.com. Go there and get some gear. Wait. I got to talk to Danny Freisinger.
What?
We got to get some hoodies. How do we not have Morning Roast hoodies?
I'm not the merch czar.
It's hoodie season in the Bay. And by the way, since we're here, El Sleepy Floyd hooked everybody up here on the Morning Roast.
Yeah, he did. Mine's somewhere around here. I don't know where it is.
The North Face.
I mean, you look like Bill
with
Walsh.
the Niner patches.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet.
The Niner patches.
I need one of those coats.
Oh, we got a break? All right, let's break.
The holidays are sneaking up fast.
Ho, ho, bleepin' ho.
So check out our brand new merch store.
Oy, oy, oy!
I look real good today.
Denzel was me, son.
I look real good today.
Damn it!
Check it out at 957thegameshop.com. That's 957thegameshop.com.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Splish Splash. Coach, are you taking a bath?
Did you hear a little water in the background?
Yeah! He's a 9-time NBA champion.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
It's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. And more than anything, local businesses need access. Access to a knowledgeable banker and access to a full suite of business services. Can't come to the bank? We'll come to you. Our devotion to our clients ensures your business never misses a beat. That's why Fremont Bank remains the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC.
Chest up, engage your core, dig
At Misty's gym, boot camp gets pretty close to the real thing. She wants to spot a personal trainer with a military background.
I can cover this week's boot camp, but we need someone stat. Isn't your cousin a Marine?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Mobil 1 can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $37.99. Get everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
We're all on this planet together, so join Odyssey and find your one thing. After Halloween, your used jack-o'-lantern and other gourds are great additions to any compost pile. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing?
Poole spins, nice move, off the glass, oh my goodness. Beautiful move, he put Martin into the spin cycle that time.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Tim Roy on the call. What up, JP? Jordan Poole, 11 points, 7 assists, 4-7 from the floor, 21 minutes and 21 seconds. And look, JP got frustrated, picked up a technical foul in the fourth quarter. JP in the first half on the bench kind of was frustrated. But you know what? He's averaging over 6 assists a game. 6 assists per game. He's facilitating. I think he's starting to get better. He's getting in his groove. He's playing tough. Got to get better defensively. There's no doubt. Defense with all these young fellas. But I like where JP's game is at going on the road. He's in a nice offensive flow, but just facilitating and setting up other teammates. When you're not scoring, if you're not impacting the game with your shot making, how can you help out the team in other ways? Well, he's dropping dimes, and he had 7 last night.
We're going to do our shameless shout-outs today, right?
7:45.
Because I've got a lot of them. Can we do a recall? A total recall?
What's a total recall?
Well, back to 1999, because I'm getting a lot of text messages from the Sacred Heart class of 99.
Go ask them about the scrimmage against Washington.
Just relax.
Don't start.
From my boy Delicella. Class of 99 was maybe the worst athletic talent in the class of Sacred Heart history.
I don't give a damn. We beat the hell out of them.
Della, who's not a tall man, said, I started as a 5'6" white boy at wide receiver, Bonte. Come on.
Well, don't brag about the WCAL then.
They weren't in the WCAL at that time.
Yeah, they were independent, but they played all WCAL teams. They played all WCAL teams, did they not?
Yeah, and they lost a lot of talent.
So I don't care. Go ask the class of 93, 94 St. Ignatius Wildcats. They asked for Washington to take them off the schedule because the Washington Eagles, with my guy Ryan Miller, Barnell, playing running back with the veer option, kicked their ass over and over and over, and that's how I had to tap out of that matchup. They had to tap out. You know, like Florida tapped out against Miami. The Gators are like, yeah, we're done playing to you. We don't need these L's. We don't need to get embarrassed.
The U is having such a bad year.
Oh, they're terrible.
They hired the assistant coach of the year, which I didn't even know was an award, and they've done nothing.
So Sacred Heart, SI, they know what time it is.
I love how we get into these AAA WCAL arguments.
Well, you know, WCAL thinks their stuff don't stink.
Well, they don't. It don't
AAA had.
It's the number one powerhouse. We're the SEC.
No. Listen,
the SEC of Northern California sports.
And I got love for Sacred Heart Cathedral, so I'm not going to slander. I'm not going to slander them. St. Francis taking a step back after last year. They had one magical ride in the last 10 years. Okay.
Now you're just
Bellarmine.
You're just emptying the clip.
Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. All right.
All right. Back to the Warriors. So
some dudes play. Hey, by the way, the WCAL. They play Big Ten basketball. First to 40 wins. It's all these grinders and half-court sets. Why don't you go up and down like the Bay County League with Stuart Hall, the University, all these guys.
I don't know if you've watched Reardon play, but that's how they play.
Do they? They must have stepped it up.
Well, everyone runs zone against them because they're so big. Shout out Joey Curtin. I seen you at the O Club lately.
Could Jonathan Kuminga get run in the WCAL?
Hey, Jonathan Kuminga's little brother goes to Reardon.
Yeah, no. Oh, no.
Jonathan Kuminga's little brother goes to Reardon. So we're going full circle here. And yes, Jonathan Kuminga could definitely get run in the WCAL. We going to see him this weekend?
Yeah, so back to back.
So we got Saturday, Sunday.
Charlotte, Saturday, Sunday, your boy.
So are we going to get tons of LaMelo content?
LaMelo's not playing.
Why not?
LaMelo hasn't been playing. He's got a sprained ankle.
I didn't even know. I read that article before the season started about him being a team killer.
Yeah, no, he's not playing. He's not playing at all.
Oh.
You know, so.
How serious is the injury?
He hasn't played yet.
Wow.
Hasn't played yet.
Everybody told me that LaMelo was the greatest thing since sliced bread.
So.
Oh, the Warriors should have taken LaMelo.
Put some respect on Valley Christian. It don't stink. You know what? I just know when Sacred Heart came to Washington and we scrimmaged them on the front field, we kicked your ass. I don't care how much talent you had.
Wait, where'd you practice? You went to that little tiny field?
No, we had the back field and we had the front field.
Oh, so they came to you.
They came to us.
Got you.
Because they didn't have a field.
Yeah. Well, no, they had that little tiny square.
Yeah. They were broke. They were really broke at the time.
Yes.
They came up to Washington. And actually really played them in the regular season game, too, and Kezar beat them 9-0. Beat them 9-0 that year. And we were terrible that year. So, slow down, Delacella. Slow down, fighting Irish. Ain't my fault y'all didn't have no talent. Maybe you should have lifted a couple more weights, Delacella.
I believe their 98 team went undefeated, but I could be neither here nor there.
Yeah, they played against the WCAL. Even though they want to claim independence, they still played all WCL teams.
It's like Notre Dame.
Yeah.
You know? BYU's independent.
But I got love for Sacred Heart now. Antoine Evans.
Yeah, now you have love for
them. It's all love. Lariah Russell, I love all
you guys. So
we
get Reardon SH on Saturday, so I'm pretty excited for that.
I know I can't go.
I'm not going. I'm going up to the river.
Why?
Because I gotta enjoy these last couple of weekends off with no basketball, because basketball starts up soon. My St. Brendan's Bears, we've got to...
You're not going to go to Reardon Sacred Heart on a Saturday? Hey, Reardon? It's a big game.
Look, your boy has only a couple of weekends to spend with the wifey, all right? I promised her that I would hang out with her.
You know, Shasky, we were talking about this
These
yesterday.
road games, I got to maximize my time.
You're not about that life, man. You don't be in these streets like that, man. It's disappointing. You got bougie on me. Got bougie. You talk about them, but you never show up. By the way, the segment is presented by Golden State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Charlotte and Detroit this weekend for the Warriors, a back-to-back in a 5-game roadie. They play down to South Beach, Miami, Tuesday. It's a 4:30 start.
I'm glad, because that means they'll probably get in, Monday night? Hopefully most of the clubs are dialed down a little?
No, this is what happened. They play Detroit Sunday afternoon.
Oh, so they're flying straight to Miami.
3 p.m. tip-off.
Oh, boy.
After the game, we're going straight to Miami.
Uh-oh, man.
The party Sunday night. They'll have a Monday down there. And then Tuesday, you could probably count that as an L.
And the clubs are never dialed down in Miami. Monday night, you got people going to all the clubs on Monday night.
What club did you go when you were in Miami? Now I got to know. Loveman. I can only imagine. Bottle service, it's me. It's Loveman.
Okay, I remember there was Liv I went to.
Did you go to King of Diamonds?
I did not get into King of Diamonds.
Why?
Didn't do that one. I wasn't a big club guy.
Because he's a queen of spades.
Sure, let's go with that answer. Did Clevelander a few times. Big fan of the Clevelander.
Clevelander is pretty sweet.
And the one in Marlins Park, too.
Oh, yeah, I did both.
That was
that
pretty
got
cool.
Closed.
Yeah.
Did he close it down?
Yeah, it also had the most bobbleheads in the world.
Well, I was down there.
Bobblehead thing they had there was really cool.
It was really cool. I love the Clevelander. Both on South Beach. What was it, Collins? I want to say, what's the block
right
down
on
there?
Collins. Yeah, right there on the water.
Yep, right there on the water. Then you had the Clevelander in the Marlins ballpark. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, with people dancing.
Yeah.
During the game.
Yeah. It's like the baseball traditionalist in me hated it, but at the same time I'm in there and like, this is super awesome.
What makes a baseball traditionalist? Do you keep your own score, or
you're the guy who's sitting in his seat with doing the scorecard, probably listening to on the old transit or radio.
Straw hat.
Yeah, you're probably all bitter about the analytics. You see the shift and you start, ranting about how baseball's dying. I feel like that's a traditionalist.
You open this up, so now I'm going to ask you. I don't know if you guys heard the guy who was on with Willard and Dibs yesterday. He's basically a New York Yankee beat writer. Is that correct?
That was Randy Miller.
Yeah. He essentially said, Judge is coming to the Giants. And Judge unfollowed the Yankees on social media?
And he follows Logan Webb and Evan Longoria on Instagram, too.
Tell me you did not search that yourself.
I searched up the Logan Webb. I was shown the Evan Longoria part. He also follows Barry Bonds.
See, this is the kind of beat reporting.
And Trey Lance.
He follows Trey Lance.
He does follow Trey Lance.
Aaron Judge does?
Aaron Judge
follow Jimmy G?
I'm actually going to double check that right now.
No, seriously. Are you just pulling my leg?
Oh, I wouldn't lie about this.
Wow.
Okay, so Aaron Judge follows Logan Webb, Evan Longoria, who I don't want back, but if he can lure us, Aaron Judge, I'm here for it.
A couple more. Draymond Green.
Oh.
George Kittle.
George Kittle?
Kevin Durant. And the 49ers.
Wow, not Draymond Green, though.
No, he does follow Draymond Green.
Wow, he follows both of them. Draymond and Durant.
By the way.
What about Jordan Poole?
By the way. Shout out Coach Ryan Miller. Miller, could you text me the score when you guys beat SI? Just text me. They could have combined Sacred Heart, SI, Reardon your senior year. You guys still would have won by 40. Damn. Just had to get that in. Since you want to read text, I'm going to read text too. Anyway, Aaron Judge follows all these Bay Area guys.
I mean, this is why we're the hottest show in the world. Awesome. Reading texts from the 90s.
He doesn't follow Stephen Curry, though.
Oh, well, that's disappointing. That means he's not coming. How many Lakers does he follow?
Let me check.
How many Dodgers?
Well, is this what we're doing?
So you know what? Let me say this
this is
about
the modern
I
athlete.
want to move on from baseball, but I want to say this with the World Series starting today.
Yeah.
Astros, Phillies. I'm really rooting for Dusty
Me
Baker.
too. Let's
I
go
want Dusty to
Astros.
win.
I need
want
more
Dusty to win
cheaters
so
winning.
bad.
Well,
They're not cheating. They're not cheating. Yordan Alvarez is not cheating.
No, I didn't say he was.
Altuve is not cheating.
Well, he is
And by
a
the way,
cheater.
the biggest thing from that World
And
Series, everybody
Bregman,
wants to
too.
say the Astros are cheating.
Well, everyone did it.
Game 7, where was that game at?
It was in Dodger Stadium.
How many games did the Astros win in Dodger Stadium during that series?
2, I believe.
Exactly. Protect home field. Dodgers had home field advantage. You lost. Stop crying. Because everybody was cheating.
But that doesn't make it okay. They did cheat.
Everybody cheats.
I know. Look, but my point is that if you're not going to allow Barry Bonds into the Hall of Fame, I know it's the baseball writers, and you're going to be super outraged about him taking steroids, but yet the team that won it all was caught with a wire on the field, and they're banging trash cans. Like, come on.
Come on, man.
All right, so what are you going to say about the World Series starting tonight?
I'm rooting for Dusty Baker. But, I was going back to Judge since you wanted to bring up Aaron Judge. All this talk about Randy Miller saying how he's going to be a Giant and this and that, and they're going to overpay and they're going to outbid everybody. At this point, it better get done.
Well, Jeff Passan said on his podcast, and I listened to it, his exact words, the Giants will spend money like a fire-breathing dragon. Okay. And I'm saying, okay.
That's
okay.
cool.
You better not be the dragon that got eaten up in House of Dragons this week. You better be the big dragon.
It for people. People didn't watch it yet.
It's been a
2
week.
No, it hasn't. It's been 5 days. 4 days.
Been a week.
You got to have a 2-week grace period with that.
If anybody didn't see that coming, that's on them.
Exactly. Thank you.
I can't stand. You guys probably live tweet Game of Thrones.
4 minutes. Yes, and
wow.
Thank you.
That's why I muted all the words.
And the second he saw the Baratheon guy and the big dragon was behind the castle, I was like, it's a wrap.
The second they had that moment in the room with the board,
the promenade,
and Rhaenyra gives him a kiss, and he's like, "But you're perfect." She's like, "No, I'm not." It's like, "Oh, he's dead."
100% dead.
He's done. But why is this a surprise that the Giants are going to spend all this money? They offered Bryce Harper a 12-year contract for $300 million. They pursued Giancarlo Stanton and was ready to pay him anything.
Well,
they pursued Shohei Ohtani.
He was already under contract.
They had to trade for him, no doubt. They had to trade for him.
They didn't want to give up Christian Arroyo.
Yeah, exactly.
I know. It's stupid, but that's what happened.
This is not a surprise to me that they're going to spend money. They have plenty of money. But Aaron Judge alone is not going to get anything done. Aaron Judge alone is not going to change anything. Aaron Judge just carried the New York Yankees, who have a lot more talent than the San Francisco Giants. And they couldn't get a damn hit in the ALCS. How many times they struck out? 51 times in 4 games? Mm-hmm. It was embarrassing. So now we're setting up Giants fans to believe that Judge is already here. Well, that you should already start printing out 99 jerseys.
It's not about him, coming here and saving everything. It's about
who's Randy Miller? Is he tapped in with Aaron Judge?
Apparently.
Okay.
Apparently. Look, here's what I'd say. I don't want to set myself up for the disappointment either.
Yeah.
But it'd be a hell of a start. Bonte,
I tell you
think
what,
about this. Your daughter, you would get her a 99 jersey.
So listen, man.
You would?
Listen, man. 2 years ago, the morning roast, I sat here and said, go trade for Aaron Judge.
Did.
And everybody laughed at me, said, no, don't trade for Aaron Judge. And here we are, a year and a half later.
Now he's a free agent.
And people said, oh, Bonte, they need to go get Aaron Judge. I said, no, I was talking about that in 2021 when they won 107 games.
Thank you, Bonte.
No, it's not about that. It's not about that at all. It's not about that. But this is the same thing that happened with Bryce Harper. Same thing that happened. He's going to sign during FanFest. We have it 95%. Everybody around here, Bryce Harper's going to sign with the Giants.
His second cousin's best friend's uncle is from San Francisco.
Look at the tweets. He loves the city. Let's retweet his Twitter page. He loves the city. I'm telling you, Giants fans, and I want Judge as bad as anybody. Let's just relax a little bit. Let's relax until this gets done. Because I don't want you to be disappointed and then start finger pointing. Oh, man, the Giants can't sign anybody. Oh, man, they're frugal.
Darby Swanson, 6-year deal.
Dude, you better cool it. You better
what did I say, Darby?
Dude, you got Larry Krueger saying it's a 90. What did Larry Krueger tweet? 90 to 95% chance that he's going to sign with the Giants?
Yeah, I think those are the numbers.
90 to 95% chance. And if this doesn't get done, oh boy. You're going to come in here yelling, oh my gosh.
But he got booed by Yankee fans, all right?
They boo everybody.
He felt disrespected. This has got, obviously, he's so much better than this player. It's got a lot of Pablo vibes to it. Where when Pablo Sandoval hit free agency, it was like, oh, that ship's already sailed. There's a reason he has to be. It's the Yankees. All right? I'm shocked that he's even testing free agency.
I know. Listen. The booing with Yankee Stadium, Aaron Judge knows better than anybody. He grew up in the Yankee minor league system. Aaron Judge knows. That's what comes with the territory when you wear pinstripes. They booed Reggie Jackson.
The American League record for home runs.
Dude.
He carried them in the second half.
They booed Dave Winfield. They booed Reggie Jackson. They booed everybody at Yankee Stadium. That's what Yankee fans do. They boo when things don't go their way. They're like spoiled children.
You know what Giants fans don't do? We don't boo. Because there's not enough of us in the stadium these days. But we don't boo.
Yeah, that's good. You're listening to 95.7 The Game.
Well, actually, we booed Zito in game 161 of 2010 when he walked the bases loaded in the first inning. Do you remember that?
Yes, that was the moment I was just thinking of.
You were thinking the same thing?
Yeah, because I was one of the people who was booing him.
That's the only moment I can think of in recent memory, and again, it was 11, 12 years ago, where they booed someone right off the mound. And that was the most like he's gonna earn all the $137 million with this start. And we had to wait for Johnny Sanchez to win in game 162. Johnny hit a triple in that game.
Don't worry, shameless shoutouts is coming back. I got more scores from the WCAL AAA battles. You're listening to 95.7 The Game.
We should call this I Love the 90s.
KTMZF and HE1 San Francisco. Always on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget, you can also watch us on YouTube and Twitch every single day. Just log on to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. It is a football Friday. We are talking Dubs. Dubs beat the Miami Heat last night. A very fun game. Steph 33-9-7. We will get to the 49ers. And there will be no more laughing on the show once we start talking 49ers. That's kind of a running joke, right? Oh, talk Niners. Shasky turns red. Bonte gets cranky.
I don't turn red.
Oh, you get, oh boy. I get cranky. I start being called grumpy. Look, man. I just want to win. Operation 4-4. Operation 4-4, baby.
That is one of the most garbage tasks I've ever heard.
It is, but
Operation 4-4. Can you even create a quote unquote operation just to get to 4-4?
Look, man.
It would be more like TaskRabbit. Look, get this done this weekend.
They were 2-2. My crystal ball was looking at the schedule.
Oh.
And then my crystal ball.
Like your Mr. Predictor at the beginning of a Selsky album?
We're going out on a 2-game road trip to Carolina and Atlanta. The crystal ball. Crystal ball.
I don't know what
you're
doing.
Let's just split on the road and go into the bye week and split the last 2 games against the Chiefs or the Reds. Get the 4-4. It all as well. That was my crystal ball. Now, do I have a lot of faith that they can get to 4-4? I don't know. I don't know about this football team because, one, I don't know if Deebo Samuel's playing. He didn't practice yesterday. Jawan Jennings didn't practice yesterday. Eric Armstead is nowhere to be found. Javon Kinlaw's on IR. Kyle Juszczyk is not playing.
What's going on with Armstead? Honestly, is he coming back this year? Kyle Madsen, you cover it every single day with this team for Niners Wire. Explain to me what the actual injury is for Eric Armstead because I'm so confused.
Same. So there was a plantar fascia injury. That's why he missed week 3 against the Broncos.
Okay.
That's a foot.
Yeah, I know. I had one of those injuries earlier this year.
All right.
Yeah, Shasky's
but
had
I'm not Eric Armstead.
Shasky's had these injuries. Oh, my God.
You play high-level softball.
Man.
Yes.
Way to compare your injury to Eric Armstead.
Well, I had to talk to an orthopedic surgeon. What was the guy's name, the foot guy who called in?
Adam.
Yeah, so he had a 20-minute dissertation.
Yeah, you let him talk. You kept asking him questions about your foot.
Feels so much better.
You
Continue.
act like oh, my gosh, Shasky's foot's messed up. He can't do the show.
So he misses week 3 with that, comes back week 4, has another foot injury on his other foot that they never specified what it was. And then there's also an ankle, I guess. So he just has all these feet problems. And so they held him out. They were hopeful they could get him back before without putting him on IR. So it looks like he's going to miss this week, and then they'll try and get him back after the bye.
Well, at least he's run out of feet to injure. That's the good news.
Oh, my God.
I just want to compare Shasky's plantar fasciitis to Eric Armstead. I want Eric Armstead in studio and Shasky and Armstead to go back and forth about their foot injuries.
Shasky a better pass rusher, though.
No.
So how's the foot affecting your ability to feel ground balls?
Oh, it's been fine. It's been fine.
Is it the cleats?
Oh, no, I switched cleats. I went to Bryce Harper's. I got Under Armour.
So the Bryce Harper cleats has helped your foot?
They're pretty dope.
So the Bryce Harper cleats has helped your foot?
Absolutely.
So now your foot feels 100% now?
Yeah, it feels much better. Absolutely. Baseball cleats in general aren't very forgiving. These particular shoes have great cushions in them, and I had the plantar fasciitis basically on the heel, on the inside of the left heel. It was on one side. It does hurt from time to time with certain shoes. Adidas Boosts really help. And I don't know. I'm going to have to get looked at.
I know. I noticed the other day you were struggling a little bit. After one of those softball games.
No, it was because of lifting. I've been lifting too. I've got a big. You got to tear your body down to bring it back up. I don't know if you've noticed this. What? I've been working on it, dude. I don't pretend to be some weightlifter. Your boy could barely get the bar up.
I still want you to sprain your shoulder lifting bench pressing 95 pounds.
Let me tell you, no, 45. I can barely get that bar up.
Oh, you're only getting the bar up?
Well, it depends.
No plates on the side?
I'm trying to work on form because I'm brand new to this, all right? I'm just being real. I'm very insecure. When you go into the gym, straight up, this is the truth. When you go into the gym, I don't really know any of the drills and the machines and all that stuff. And you see dudes are just throwing weights around, and I'm just really overwhelmed.
SF Bay drummer. I heard Shasky took a trip to Balco. He's looking a little swole today.
I do feel better. I feel a lot better. The first 3 weeks, after a week and a half, I was very sore. I got to do core today. I'm a little nervous about core.
JP Picard. Shasky might slip a disc bending down, tying his shoes. I do worry about you tying your shoes. I do. Because you've had every injury in the book, going back to Pony League.
If you play ball, you're going to get hurt. Newsflash.
Oh, gosh. It's time to break loving. Let's get into 49ers, man. Let's get miserable on the morning roast. Let's get angry. Rams Niners. You're not excited. Shasky, I'm disappointed in you.
You know what?
I know why I'm disappointed in you. It's Rams week. And I haven't heard any of your stories from the 1950s breaking down Niners and Rams.
I will tell you why the Niners are going to win this game.
Oh, wow. By the way, Coach Miller, shout out to Coach Miller. SI Wash, early 90s, it was 48-0. Missed an extra point. We had 6 touchdowns over 50 yards. To be fair, they weren't very talented. Talked to an offensive lineman from that team pre-pandemic. He almost cried talking about that game and how embarrassed he was. Score one for the AAA. Let's go. Academic Athletic Association. Niners talk coming up. Plus Seamus Shutout, 7:45. Seamus Shoutouts. You want to get your shoutouts in? Let's go get your shoutouts in. That's what's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
You gotta get angry. You gotta get mean.
The rumors are swirling.
Randy Miller, NJ.com on the Aaron Judge free agency and situation.
I know Aaron from covering him his entire career. Aaron grew up loving the Giants. I think he's ready to come home, and he also knows that I think he believes the Giants are going to pay him what he's worth.
Can the Giants land Aaron Judge? Find out right here on 95.7 The Game.
Kirby! They're your driveway mechanic, and they bring the shop to you. And our friends over at Kirby just won the Motor Top 20 Award for innovation, brakes and tire replacements, oil changes, and so much more. And they just added a Kirby's eco-friendly wash. Barely uses any water and makes your car look brand new. They use all biodegradable products that provide the ultimate shine and protection to both the exterior and the interior of your car, all in the ease of your driveway. The ultimate convenience, easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, service in your driveway. No waiting rooms, no coordinating rides, direct access to the mechanic. Friendly, reliable service, no middlemen, and no upsells. Bonte, with all that free time, I can go to the gym a little more and feel really insecure. Get $50 off your first oil change with the code OIL50. That's OIL50. Or use the code JOEWASH to get a free sealant treatment with the purchase of Kirby's eco-friendly wash. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years? Like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models. Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
My husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad. Grab my hand.
Wait, okay.
No, not up the stairs. We tried that last time. Run around. You can literally run through him.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $24.99 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and a free streaming box included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit your local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 12/21/22.
Listen, could Gregory change your life?
I went from size 44 pants back to the size 38 pants that I had worn when I was in college. Now the 38-inch pants fall off of me. I lost the weight. I felt better. I've lost 63 pounds and 6 inches of pant size. God bless you for having this product and having it at a reasonable price.
Outstanding. Gregory is 70 and lost belly fat and 6 inches off his waist in 5 months. Since 2004, Andro 400 has been helping men like you lose belly fat, gain energy, and improve their lifestyle. We guarantee it. Go to andro400.com for more true testimonials, before and after photos, and special discounts. Only available on andro400.com. andro400.com.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The SF Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the SF Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
It's the bottom of the ninth, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Are you ready? At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason here. When a part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them, by the way. And that way you can get the parts that you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Damn, what's that? This is like some OG 80 stuff.
This is 2 Live Crew 1 and 1.
Uncle Luke.
Oh my God. You imagine Lubman down in Miami walking on the sidelines. Hey, Luke, what's happening? Would you like to come on my podcast? I usually pod from about 6 p.m. to 9 a.m.
I noticed that you follow Dan Marino on Instagram. I also follow Dan Marino on Instagram.
By the way, I heard Luke's trying to be the mayor of Miami.
He is. Well, he's run for different things over the years. Luke is very tapped into
I love this beat.
Dade County.
I haven't heard this in a long time.
By the way, from the 510, with all of Shasky's injuries, I'm surprised Shanahan hasn't signed him.
That's a 4.
I knew you'd laugh on a Friday.
Hey, listen, I've been laughing all morning because Shanahan, I feel bad for him. I watched that presser on Wednesday. I said, man, my guy needs a hug.
Who aged more? 6 years with the Niners, Shanahan, 8 years.
Obama.
Yeah, 8 years for Obama.
Because Obama looks happy as hell right now.
Oh, dude, he's living his best
smiling
life.
ear to ear with Peyton and Eli.
He's getting like $250,000 just to show up and say, hi, everybody.
Hey.
Here's Michelle. Here's Malia.
He's not bad. Hey, that's a good Obama.
You like that?
That's not bad. Shanahan has aged tremendously. Bags under the eyes. The beard is gray. He's 3 years older than us.
I know. You know what he needs? That Mike Trout HGH.
He needs something. Ball goes right down the street. He needs something. He needs sleep.
What are you holding up right there on the YouTube?
El Sleepy Floyd. Our boy El Sleepy Floyd on Twitter.
He's the homie.
Sent us some T-shirts.
Yeah.
Spread love the Bayway.
I like that shirt.
And then
really
he sent
cool.
this North Face.
I
now,
mean,
this
that
is
thing,
just...
You look like Bill Walsh.
Come on.
Well, I mean, the fact that it doesn't fit you is one thing, but you look like Bill Walsh.
You sent this. So Anna's going to get this because it's so large.
It's a khaki North Face that he looks like he put some patches on it.
Yep.
Niner patch on each side. I mean, it looks really cool.
Who shows love? I mean, the roasters show so much love. So thank you for that. We also have merch, 957 The Game, shop.com. 957 The Game, shop.com. Stunner Man with the still winning. What's up, Stunner Man? I mean, they're just showing us so much love, Shasky. The streets love us.
I do love Stunner Man. He hits me up every time he goes to a sporting event. You in the house?
Yeah.
Always.
Well, we're doing post-game live. He goes, hey, Chief, if you need me, I'm here for a quick interview.
Let me tell you why the Niners are going to win this week.
Hold on, before we get there.
What's that?
Before we get there. Did your season tickets go up in price?
Yes. Yes, they did.
So, somebody just reminded me.
You're talking about 49er season
49er season tickets. Town Biz just reminded me. He goes, hey, Mr. Jed York raised the Niner season tickets again for 2023. Something to talk about. And I was like, I forgot all about that. Well, because I had signed in yesterday and said, wait a minute. That's not the right price.
Yeah, are you doing the, and I don't want to get all up in your business, but I do where like it takes out X amount of dollars every month. Like it's almost.
I just pay it a lump sum.
Oh, so you pay it all at once.
I just pay it all at once.
I pay like whatever it is, a couple $100 every month, and then it like rolls over year to year. Because my favorite, we're at week 6. Playoffs. If you want to opt in, you got to do it now. It's like, dude, you're 3 and 4. Can we get to like week 10?
3 or 4
before you try to like ask for my playoff money?
I'm up here screaming Operation 4 and 4, and I got the Niners sending me emails about the playoff games.
I know, but that's how every team does it in every sport.
We ain't hosting no playoff game.
But yes, my prices went up. Here's what I would say in general, whether it's basketball, baseball, or football. This is not an exclusive to the Niners. They have to realize the in-home, meaning on my couch, television sporting experience is damn near perfect. Okay? I love being in the stadium. Most people don't, actually. Most people want to be at home, relax. They don't want to be around a lot of people. I get that. I like feeling the vibe. I live for the anxiety buildup, the excitement buildup before a game. I don't care what it is. But once you purchase a ticket and you go to a game because the prices are as high as they are, I don't care what sport it is, you have got to make the in-game experience better than being on my couch. And what I mean by that It's not going to be like rewinding. No, just show me highlights on your giant jumbotron.
You know, the Giants, San Francisco Giants have the same problem.
They never show highlights.
They never show highlights.
It drives me nuts. I don't care about exit velo.
Yeah.
Show me the bang bang play at first base.
Baseball's so slow, you should be showing highlights.
Over and over
and over again.
Okay.
3 different angles.
100%. The other thing, this is all stadiums. I don't care where you are. You have to have the concessions moving quickly. Okay? I cannot get up out of my seat, I don't care what sport it is, and miss an entire inning and a half and miss almost 3/4 of a quarter. You know, you can't do that. I'm sorry. It is unacceptable in 2022 for someone to go get food. I get it. There's going to be lines. Believe me, I understand. It cannot be so difficult to where I'm missing huge portions of the game
all the time,
paying ridiculous prices. Last thing.
So real quick before you keep moving. For the Monday night game against the Rams.
Yes.
Ann and I are hustling in there.
Yes.
Hustling in there. I got in that stadium 30 minutes early. 30 minutes early. I barely made it to my seat by kickoff.
With food.
Waiting for food.
Yes.
And all I bought was 2 Cokes and some nachos.
Well, and here's the thing. You cannot tout. This is the thing that really drives me crazy. Because I'll hear from people, well, in my section, we can get food easily. Just because the super elites, let's say like the Gotham Club, or you're in the NBNY or whatever that club,
Yahoo Club, or whatever it is.
Okay,
yeah.
Just because there's select few areas where it expedites the food and all that stuff, that's not good enough. The guy in the top row should not, because that's the guy who's got the least amount of money, and that's the guy who really cares the most about his team, for crying out loud. That guy cannot get screwed by waiting for 2 innings to get a hot dog, to get a beer. You can't make me wait for a whole quarter of a football game when there's only 17 of them, and I'm paying a couple $100 to get a hot dog. Like, it's ridiculous. That drives me crazy.
Well, you know what's funny? It's you're seeing all these renderings from Buffalo and Nashville, Tennessee. And the Niners Stadium it's not even 10 years old.
And it's completely outdated.
And it's like the 25th best stadium in the league. It's unbelievable.
It's completely
It's really unbelievable. I don't believe they're ever getting a Super Bowl again here.
No. Why would they want to come here?
I know. SoFi Stadium's right down the street.
Well, and if you're the NFL operations, you know, you're in downtown San Francisco because that's where they want to be. People don't want to, I know all the San Jose people get mad, but the executives want to be in San Francisco. And so they have to take an hour-long ride, and that's with police escort.
Super Bowl 50 was a nightmare.
It was a complete nightmare. But
Media Day was in San Jose.
Last thing about season tickets, or just any ticket when you go to a game. You obviously, ingress, egress is very important. Not missing time to go get concessions is another thing.
Great America Parkway to your parking spot takes about 35 minutes.
It's ridiculous. The last thing, the restrooms, you need to be in and out. And I get it. Oh, it's tough because everyone wants to go to the bathroom at the same time. Have the most amount of bathrooms that you possibly can have in every single section. Even if you have to get rid of certain walkways, kiosks, whatever. You have to have accessible restrooms that are clean and available for all. Nothing is worse than when every man knows this. You go to use the bathroom, and the women's line, because the bathroom is the same size, the women's line is flowing. Girls are coming in, women are coming in and out, and the man's line is not moving at all.
Yeah, no doubt.
Not moving at all. Those are the 3 things you got to have.
This whole deal with the Niners, they built Levi's so they could attract more big games, more concerts, more Super Bowls, more national championships. One, I don't think they're ever getting a college national championship ever again. Because when Dabo Sweetie say, yeah, we're somewhere in the middle of California playing this game against Alabama, they're going to start going to SoFi, which is where the national championship is at this year. Super Bowl was at SoFi last year. How are they going to outbid or show like, hey, look, our location is better to say SoFi, Glendale, Arizona, Miami, New Orleans. Hell, they may go to Minnesota again and play a Super Bowl in the Midwest.
But
like, that's the sad part about this. They built that stadium and they rushed it down in Santa Clara to attract more big games and more big events. And now I'm like, well, there's a lot of events that are at Oracle Park. There's a lot of events that are at Chase Center.
Yeah.
You may get a WrestleMania or SummerSlam here and there, but Super Bowls and national championships, it's hard for me to see them ever getting one ever again.
Yeah, I would bet against that. As we think about SoFi, what made SoFi so incredible, well, there's a variety of things, but the one thing that I think is the easiest, you fly in, and your hotel, all the hotels are right there. Right near the stadium. And then you can take an Uber or walk or drive, and you're, 10 minutes? Okay, so the airport, the hotels, the stadium, boom, all right there. And it's in a neighborhood.
Yeah.
Okay, so it just flows out. Dude, those things are incredible.
So we parked, when we went down to the NFC Championship game, we parked about a 15, 20-minute walk from SoFi Stadium. And as we're walking, it was kind of like going down Jamestown, going to Candlestick Park, right? You're walking, and you see SoFi just start to loom. And then you got the Great Western Forum right there looming.
It's so cool.
And you walk in,
so cool.
and like we were in the parking lot, and then we walk into the stadium. You walk into the stadium, all these walkways, you go left, right, whatever.
Well, it just
you go up the
flows
stairs,
out.
it just flows out, and you got the water fountains, you got the team store, fat team store.
Yeah.
By the way, it was like, whoa, that looks like a shopping
Selling
mall.
Niner merchandise.
yeah, no doubt about that. And then you walk before you even get to the stadium. They got the tubs of ice.
It's incredible.
With beer, water, juice, whatever you want, soda, and you just slide your credit card in. You're in and out, and then finally you walk in, and there's the stadium, and you're looking down at the field. I'm like, and it took Rocco and I literally 5 minutes to go from one side of the stadium to the other.
Well, Bonte,
I can't get 5 minutes to go to go from one end to Levi's to the other. Never would happen.
I'm going to get real dorky and nuanced here. Imagine the stadium as a rectangle, okay? And on the rectangle, only on one side of the rectangle, they have 3 bridges. So everybody, all 70,000 people at Levi's, when you go to leave, you have to get forced and bottlenecked into these 3 bridge walkways to go out of the stadium. At SoFi, that entire rectangle, on all 4 sides, they're allowing people out the door. Okay? So getting in and out of the stadium is infinitely easier than what you have at Levi Stadium. And I don't know how they fixed that because they don't have, on the back end is where the practice fields are and stuff. It was just very poorly designed. And it just,
Terrible.
to me, if there was ever an earthquake or any kind of natural disaster or anything that happened, God forbid, and I'm just saying, no, but I was saying about this with my grandfather. My grandfather's 87. And the reason I had him in a wheelchair this week was because getting out of the stadium all at once, it's so jam-packed. I was worried he's going to get trampled.
No, it's a joke. It's a joke.
I'm being
It's
sincere
a joke.
here.
And I don't want to rip Levi's today.
No, but
like,
these are the things
it's a
I
joke.
worry about.
It was a disaster when you look at these other stadiums. Like, whatever. I don't even. Anybody going down to SoFi this week? 888-957-9570. If you're going down to SoFi Stadium to watch the Rams and the Niners, and you guarantee to win. Yeah. You usually don't do this.
No. I'm not guaranteed. I said this is why they're going to win. I'm not
this is why they're going to win.
This is why they're going to win.
It's kind of a guarantee.
In a weird. I don't know if I have enough guts. Yeah, lock me up.
Lock it in.
Let's
Come on, lock it in.
So here's the deal. I think this is the weekend that everybody falls in love with Christian McCaffrey. To me, this is all about C-Mac this weekend. And I was listening to Steiny and Guru and Willard Dibs. They're talking about touches, and one guy's worried about how many they're going to get.
Listen.
Pipe down. Let the real football expert explain to you. It's all about winning. And once you start establishing the run, everybody's going to touch the ball. Brandon Ayuk will get the rock because they're establishing the run and they're going to be able to do the play action that makes this offense go. C-Mac is going to have 160-plus yards combined in the pass and the run game this weekend. This is the game that the Niners reestablish that run game, and I think Jimmy Garoppolo is going to do just enough in the pass game because of the play action being there that they're going to keep this team on their toes. They know without Deebo Samuel, they're limited in terms of throwing the ball down the field. They know with no Juwan Jennings, they're going to have to put certain personnel out there. I expect Danny Gray and Ray McCloud to get a lot of looks, and I actually think that Jimmy is going to throw the ball deep on some play actions. I also think there's going to be some perfectly designed play actions to check back down to Christian McCaffrey. To me, this is the C-Mac coming out party. And I'm telling you right now, there's going to be a moment when Jalen Ramsey and him are on the sidelines, and he's going to plow right through Jalen Ramsey, and it is going to be a tone setter for this team. Another guy that I'm looking at. I'm telling you this right now. Fred Warner didn't have his best game last weekend.
He's going to bounce back.
I expect Fred Warner to bounce back in a huge way, and Matt Stafford's going to throw a couple up, and I'm telling you right now, Hufanga is coming. He is going to make plays this weekend. I love the Niners to win a tight game, but it's the C-Mac coming out party.
So a couple things there, because you went off, and I love it.
There's not enough balls to get to everybody.
Listen. Stop treating these NFL players with kid gloves. Well, if you give them 25 touches, you may wear them down. There's a freaking bye week next week. There's a bye week. I will give McCaffrey 40 carries this week and tell him, don't come back for 10 days. Go to the hot tub for 10 days and don't come back. And then we'll get back to you, and then we'll worry about spreading the wealth. This is a game This is a game where he needs at least 20 carries.
Exactly.
And he needs at least 8 targets in the pass game.
Thank you.
This is why you traded for him, because you could get him in the flat, one-on-one with linebackers, one-on-one with DBs, and all of a sudden those first down plays, you're getting 7 yards, you're getting 8 yards. And Christian McCaffrey has the ability, which I think a lot of people underrate around these parts, especially at the station, the ability to make a man miss and turn an 8-yard play into a 30-yard play.
And he's tough as nails.
I
think we've underrated how tough he is.
I don't think people watch Stanford football.
Well, that's.
I mean, you know what I'm saying?
But Bonte, I don't think a lot of people watch Stanford football.
You know what?
It's not just like a.
It's not just but I don't care. This is a special player in our backyard. Special player in our backyard.
He's a unique
McCaffrey is unbelievable. So the whole touches thing, especially without Deebo Samuel, Juwan Jennings. Who else is going to touch the ball? Who else do you want to touch the ball?
Ray McLeod needs his 9 looks.
We want to limit his touches because it's week 8.
Needs 3 looks.
No. Christian McCaffrey needs to touch the. It needs to be like Mike Tice said back in Minnesota when he was coaching the Vikings. They had the Randy ratio. They made sure every 4 plays they were trying to get the ball to Randy Moss.
I'm with you.
Every 4 plays. This week with Christian McCaffrey, I want every 3 plays. Well, every 3 plays, figure out a way to get the ball to Christian McCaffrey. I didn't trade 4 picks to say, you know what? We only need him to touch the ball 15 times because we don't want to wear him down. No. This game is too damn important to be thinking about that.
Kyle Madsen wants to get in because I got another thought on Christian McCaffrey. Kyle, what were you going to say?
Can Danny Gray get a look? Can I get a screen?
Here's
to
the deal.
Gray?
Here's the deal, though, Kyle. He's got a not false start, and neither does Jeff Wilson.
That's fine. Give him a jet sweep. Give him a screen. Do something.
I'm with you.
Yeah, I
He's
agree
the fastest
with you.
guy on the field.
So let me ask you both, because Kyle, you're tapped in. Bonte, I know you're totally tapped in on this. If I say this sentence to you, I don't think it's that outlandish. The guy with the most talent on the offense, if I took away Trent Williams, is Christian McCaffrey.
There's no doubt.
I mean, if you just looked at skill set,
right,
prospect-wise, if we were having a league-wide fantasy draft and every team in the league could pick one player to take off the Niners in terms of the skill set,
it's Christian McCaffrey.
By far. Why are we overthinking this?
No.
He is the dude. The offense, he's a feature back. Saquon Barkley, why do you think the New York Giants are as good as they are?
Because they're feeding Saquon Barkley.
Why have the Tennessee Titans been one of the best teams?
Because they're feeding Derrick Henry. I'll take it a step further. Go look at the Las Vegas Raiders.
Exactly.
You see what they're doing with Josh Jacobs?
Thank you. Why are we overthinking this?
Dalvin Cook.
And go watch what Christian McCaffrey did to the Rams in week 6.
160 yards with P.J. Walker throwing him the rock.
And Robbie Anderson quitting on the sideline.
And he was bodying fools.
He was bodying. Taylor Rapp knows what's up.
Yeah, and look, this is the other thing. I look at Christian McCaffrey, and obviously the speed, the jukes, all those things, man. The guy's IQ, football IQ, is so underrated. So underrated. He's been in a pro offense his entire career.
By the way, shameless shout-outs coming up, 7:45. Shameless shout-outs. Start to line them up right now. Shameless shout-outs, 7:45. Shout out your high schools. Shout out to big games this week. I've already gotten multiple messages from Lincoln high school coaches.
Oh, nice.
Hey, I'm an Eagle. Hey, bell game. We're going to go beat the Eagles. You're sending that energy to the wrong dude. I want to hear from you, though. Shameless shout-out, 7:45. Hype it up, man. Volleyball games. Shout out anything you want to shout out. 199, Fear the Great. Danny Gray should only do slants and go routes. Well, I don't care. Can I see him with the ball in his head?
He needs to see the rock this weekend.
He needs to see the rock.
Absolutely. And you need to get your best players out there. And that's why I look at someone like Christian McCaffrey and I say, let's say even if Jeff Wilson Jr. comes into the game, throw McCaffrey in the slot. Like, this is why you got him. If I told you he was playing for Tom Brady right now, what would Tom Brady do with Christian McCaffrey?
Oh, he'd be throwing them 8-10 times again in the flat. Game in the flat.
And handing them the rock. Like, they would be featuring him all game.
Look at what they're doing with Leonard Fournette. Everybody thought, Leonard Fournette is going to break down.
He's washed.
No, he doesn't look washed for Brady.
No, even though they look done.
They look done. I didn't watch us play that game, and I was just kind of following. And in my pick'em league, I wanted to take Baltimore, but I was late to the draw because I was studying. I was like, damn, the game started. Because I heard during the changeover, Guru took Tampa Bay, and I said, all right, I'm going Baltimore. Swear to God.
Quick little aside on this, just real quick. The obsession with quarterback mechanics all across the league is pretty funny to me. There are some guys, I'm not saying all, but there are some guys like Lamar Jackson. Are you serious on the mechanics? The guy is just so ridiculously talented. Like, I get it. Some of the stuff, he doesn't step into his throws, this and the other. Some people paint beyond the lines.
No,
he's one of those guys.
And
you get where I'm going with this?
Yeah, and when you want to talk about quarterback wins, because I think it's a fraudulent stat now because of the way we used it for Jimmy Garoppolo, Lamar Jackson wins a lot of games.
He's just a great player.
I mean, they no receiver other than Hollywood Brown that he's had.
Look, Mahomes similarly, and they're very different players.
Right.
His mechanics aren't perfect. Josh Allen's mechanics aren't perfect. I think we do this thing where we're looking, and Brady's got great mechanics, but he's constantly tweaking his mechanics. He's admitted this as such. Some guys can throw from certain platforms stuff. That's why they are who they are.
Yep.
There's some shots that Steph Curry takes that are off balance where you're like, yeah, only he can do that. Yeah. Lamar's one of those guys. He can paint beyond the lines. I hear people talk about his throwing mechanics. I'm like, dude, you can't make all these special plays and then scream and yell about mechanics. That's just who he is.
888-957-9570. Shameless shoutouts coming up in 8 minutes. Line them up. Shameless shoutouts. 888-957-9570. Shout out Christian McCaffrey if you want to. Like, I don't buy the theory that he needs limited touches. I force feed him the football,
especially with a
this
bye.
week.
With a bye
week coming up.
And no Debo.
And no
Jennings.
No Jawan Jennings. Get him the football. Let's go to the Lions here. Chris in Concord wants to talk McCaffrey. Chris, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I just kind of wanted to question what you're talking about as far as Christian McCaffrey being a tough player. I mean, granted, he's amazing when he's healthy, but since 2020, has the guy played a full season of football?
Yeah, but you know what? Part of that, Chris,
exactly.
Part of that, Chris, was Carolina holding him back, knowing that, you know what? We're not winning anything. We don't really need him to play. Let's put ourselves in a position to go get a high draft pick. I believe that really went down in Carolina, Chris.
I totally understand that. I'm just saying I think the approach that the Niners are taking with maybe a little bit of load management might be good.
Chris, let me ask you this, Chris. Chris. They're 3-4. They're playing the Rams this week. There's a bye week next week for the 49ers. There's no Debo possibly and no Jawan Jennings. Why not give this guy 25 to 30 touches this week?
Let's see what happens. I totally am with it, but let's see what happens.
All right.
Well,
all right. No, because this is a game that you got to win at all cost. And this is a guy who could take a 5-yard out route and take it 80 yards to the house. This is what we're talking about here, folks. We're not just talking about any other running back. This isn't Jeff Wilson Jr.
Well,
this is a guy who can make people miss in the open field and make big things happen. And what is this offense missing? Big time chunk plays.
Yes.
Same thing with Debo Samuel. 5-yard wide receiver screen, boom, going 55 yards to the house like he did against the Rams on Monday Night Football earlier this season.
The other thing that I think that just a lot of people don't understand, there are certain players in the game at the running back position who get better as the game goes on and they touch the ball. They get rhythmic, if you will.
Yep.
Zeke Elliott, for as all the criticisms people want to give him,
gets better as the game goes on.
Always.
Barkley.
Yep. Derrick Henry.
All the great running backs.
So's McCaffrey.
All the great running backs.
These guys want touches. Look, anybody wants
the defense too. When that guy's getting carries and he's wearing their asses out, they don't want to tackle him no more. They start to tap out. They're like, you know what? I'm going to start arm tackling. I'm going to start diving because I don't want to go head up with this dude. He's running too hard. He's running too physical. That's the beauty of having a great running back.
Imagine when you had LaDainian Tomlinson or Marshall Faulk, right? Because that's the talent level. And imagine being like, you got to be careful and keep them on a pitch count.
Dude, I want these guys touching the ball 400 times a year.
Exactly.
I'm running 65 plays in a game. I need McCaffrey to touch the ball 30 to 35 times.
And if you watch McCaffrey, yes, he does do the Debo where he'll step in and try to lay somebody out. But in a game where he knows he's the dude and he's going to be that guy moving forward, you step out of bounds a little here and there.
No doubt.
Pick and choose your spots.
Let's go to Ryan in Sacramento. Shameless shout-outs, 4 minutes. 4 minutes. 888-957-9570. What's up, Ryan?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Hey, I was just thinking about that point you guys were making about feeding McCaffrey, and I think we'd all agree that McCaffrey is, one of the best running backs in the NFL. And it got me thinking George Kittle is one of the best tight ends in the NFL. I think that's kind of indisputable. So if we have one of the best tight ends in the entire NFL and we don't feed one of the best tight ends in the NFL, what makes you think that we're going to feed McCaffrey, who's one of the best running backs in the NFL with Shanahan, shoddy play? That's all I got.
No, because I would say the nuance is that when they didn't have their left tackle, they needed that guy to stay in and block. Whereas at running back, you're still going to have to establish the run. And I also believe that George Kittle's effectiveness is increased when you're running the ball well, because then that opens up the play action.
Yeah, all day long.
No, I agree. I like I said, I just from watching the game, I think with how special Kittle is, to me. Like I said, I know I'm watching other players around the league like Kelsey, but I want to see George Kittle get more catches, and that's
we all
what scares
do.
me about having Shanahan is, hey, we're going to use Shanahan as a decoy. McCaffrey as a decoy and not use him as much as we should. So I'd love to see him play.
That's mind-boggling.
What?
That's a trade for a guy like Christian McCaffrey. 3 picks, a second, third, fourth-round pick in the 2023 NFL draft, and a first-round pick in the 2024 NFL draft. You brought him here because you wanted to use him as a chess piece. You wanted to utilize him in the pass game and run game. And now we're talking about the second week he's here, let's limit his touches. Saquon Barkley, you think the New York Giants are going to limit his touches moving forward?
No,
this guy already has 143 carries for 726 yards, averaging 5 yards a pop.
And then how many passes?
In the pass game?
Yeah, exactly.
25 catches on 30 targets for another 180. You think Brian Daboll is stinking right now against who they play this week? Seattle. Boy, we just had a tough game in Jacksonville. We had to fly cross country to Seattle. Maybe we should ease up on Saquon Barkley. Hell no, they thinking we need to get 26 the ball early and often.
He's your best playmaker. I mean, look, take a step back this weekend. You want to say George Kittle? I'll listen to that, right? The best path to winning is giving the ball to your best players. Who are your best players? Let's just put them in order, right? B, who are your best players? McCaffrey, Kittle, Ayuk. That's who should be touching the ball this weekend. Yeah, you want to spread it around and get it to some of these other guys. If you're targeting Ross Dwelly and Charlie Warner, you're losing.
Right.
Give the ball to your best players.
And I hate this thing. Where we say, well, Barkley has all these carries and he's not going to last the season. You know that. Derrick Henry got hurt for the first time really last season.
And he had 400 carries in 3 consecutive seasons.
I know.
And that doesn't include his pass catches.
He's also built like a bank vault.
No question. Well, you know what, though?
But you know what? A lot of guys hit him in the legs, Derrick Henry.
A tank. No, for sure.
McCaffrey's a tank, dude.
I think we're going to see this weekend with Debo very likely out. I bet we see Christian McCaffrey, the wide receiver, way more than we see Christian McCaffrey, the running back.
Great. I'll take either one.
Like 10 or 12 targets.
I'm down with that, aren't you?
Yes, absolutely.
But I also But you know what, though? Exactly. But you know what? As much as I want the 10 to 12 targets, I want at least 15 carries.
Yes.
I want him lined up in the backfield with the defense saying we got 8 in the box. They'll work the play action pass. This Rams team ain't going to be full with Jeff Wilson Jr. Get Christian McCaffrey in the backfield. Let's run some RPOs. Let's get him outside on the edges. Get him the ball. 25 to 30 touches this week. Anything less is unacceptable.
Well, it's your best path to winning. It's all about winning this week. And then everybody take a deep breath, hit the ice bath, hit the hot tub. We're good to go for 2 weeks.
All right, here we go. 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. We have Kirk Morrison coming up at 8 o'clock to talk Niners or Rams. He'll break it down from the Rams perspective. Also give us some insight on the Golden State Warriors. Kirk Morrison does it all. He covers football, covers college, covers the NBA. He does it all down there in L.A. But let's get the shameless shout-outs, Lubman. All right, there's a lot of shout-outs to get to this morning. Let's start off with our boy Mondo. Shout out to Team Kid. Mondo, can I shout out Chef Raina, the queen from Brisbane? The queen from Brisbane. That's her restaurant. That's her in her restaurant. Chef Raina shot you out there in Brisbane.
All right, I'm going to special shout out the undefeated 3rd grade St. Cecilia's volleyball team, coached by my homie Jason Ramirez, Mike Hurley, and shout out Johnny O'Kane, who I saw at the OC. This team is loaded, and they're going for an undefeated season. 3rd grade volleyball.
Damn.
Let's go Irish.
Damn. What you got, Madsen? Shout out somebody. Lubman, or let's get Lubman.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to shout out El Sleepy Floyd, the man of the people, for sending us some new swag this morning.
Dude,
I don't have the shirt on. Monte, you got the shirt on.
I got the shirt.
Can you hold it up for the stream?
Get the shirt.
Yeah, this guy hit me up about a couple weeks ago. It's like, hey, I got some more stuff for you. Just want to make sure I got the address right. And it was like, all right, I'm excited. Then walked in this morning inside. So El Sleepy Floyd, you're the man.
He changed your life with some new shoes.
He did.
He changed your life, and he's got this new North Face that Anna's going to love here. This is sweet. Look at this thing.
Yeah.
El Sleepy Floyd.
Khaki.
This is sweet. This is really really sweet.
Yeah,
I
really
love
nice.
khaki. I'm a sucker for khaki.
Shout out Ray Scarbozio, who saw you last night at the
Yes.
Gatehouse.
Yeah.
And I guess tonight is senior night for the San Mateo football team.
Wow,
So
yeah,
shout
Big
them
Ray.
out.
Saw Big Ray yesterday. We were chopping it up at the Gatehouse. Shout out to everybody out there at the Gatehouse, showing love to the Morning Roast. Also to NBC Sports Bay Area's Warriors pre- and post-game show. Our boy Ralph down at the creek, Coyote Creek. We love Ralph.
Oh,
Miles
Ralph.
is up in Oregon.
Yeah.
He's loving his Oregon Ducks right now. Shout out to his younger son, Cade, who's working hard on this game to try to make the El Cerrito varsity basketball
Nice.
team. There we go. Let's be a gaucho, baby.
Shout out Reardon versus Sacred Heart tomorrow. A fine battle in the
And
city.
we got the Bell game.
And the Bell game.
Hey,
What is it?
Lincoln, my Eagles are coming. Shout out neighbor Dave. Neighbor Dave keeps me in tune with the
Yeah.
Washington Eagles.
His kid. Hey, well, your boy helped fix that locker room.
You did. You did a great job. Let's go to Josh in San Jose. Josh, what's happening? You're on the roast. Who you shouting out?
I'm shouting out the San Jose Sharks for winning the first game of the tank last night in overtime.
Let's go, Sharkies!
What are they, about 9 games in?
Got shots.
Yeah, 2-7.
2-7.
Oh.
Mike Greer, he
Big
just
dub
got on
over
the
the
job.
Leafs last night, though.
Hey, they played the Czech Republic. They got to travel at least. They got to go see the world. The world knows who the Sharks are now.
Oh, yeah.
They know right now
Bunch
they're
of losers.
Well, you said it, not me. I got love for the Sharks.
They did
I was going to say that, Matson, but you took the words
Yeah,
out of my mouth.
and that was
you
not
know
me.
what?
It
That
was
was
you.
that was wrong, Matson.
And
I
they
was
have
wrong to say that.
sweet throwbacks.
Sweet throwbacks.
I might have to get me one of them
All right,
sweaters.
Let's go. Let's go to Jonathan in the city. We're here. They're there. Jonathan, who you shouting out?
I'm shouting out the CMC. I want that guy overutilized. The last time I felt about a 49er offensive weapon is Terrell Owens. This guy's a chess piece. Use him all over the place, man. Feature him in option. I know he just got here, but let's go!
Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's
Here
go.
we go. Shout out SI Volleyball, CCS Open playing Valley Christian on Saturday. Another WCAL matchup, Ante.
I got love for the WCAL. I covered every single league. I've probably been to more WCAL games than you.
Yeah, maybe.
BCL, Bay County League, AAA. I love all the leagues here in San Francisco. I got love for the city.
Yeah, you're a league guy.
I'm a city guy. I'm a Bay Area guy.
League pass, Bonte.
Bay Area guy. I got love for all the teams. All the teams. I love all the teams' free gear. Vince in San Carlos. Vince, what's happening? You're
What's
on the
up,
roast.
Hey, good morning, fellas. I just want to give a shout-out to my daughter, Bella. She's in the car with me. It's her 12th birthday today. She's a 4-sport athlete. She's playing volleyball, soccer, softball. She starts hoops this Saturday.
Hey, what happened to his phone?
Can't wait for it.
Oh, there we go.
Say that again. We didn't hear
Say
you.
that again, Vince.
Hey, shout-out to my daughter, Bella, who's turning 12 today.
Nice.
Happy birthday,
Happy
Bella.
birthday.
Happy birthday, Bella.
Thank you. Soccer,
Hey, Bella.
volleyball. She loves it all.
Hey, Bella, hopefully you got a better cell phone than your dad, but you're a 4-sport star. We love you, Bella. Happy birthday, Bella. 12th birthday. Thanks for the call, Vince. Thanks for the call. Let's go up to Sacramento. Sacktown, the 916, baby. TC. What's happening?
Yes, sir. Vontae Shasky, man. I want to give a shout out to the Sacramento Kings and Mike Brown, bro. We're going to get it together, man. Mike Brown's a good coach, man. I promise you, by the end of the season, bro, we're going to be in the playoffs. Shout out to the Kings.
Oh.
Shout out to the Kings.
Shout out, no more drought.
Well, they haven't. Let's hope the drought
No more drought. It's broke, man.
Let's hope the
Oh, yeah,
Kings
I think,
win.
bro, thank you.
I'm praying for you guys up there in the 916. The Sacramento
Are
Kings
you
right
really
now.
praying for them?
I am,
you're,
dude.
You're
They're-
going to church,
dude.
you're kneeling,
Well,
and you're actually doing the sign of the cross and praying for them?
No, boy, I haven't been to church in a long time. But, mentally, when I
Not
see
your
those,
own family.
No. Like, for example, last night I see them getting beat by 15 to the Memphis Grizzlies. I'm like, damn, man. That's what the Kings thrive. I feel bad for Casey. I feel bad for D'Lo. I feel bad for Kevin. I feel bad for everybody up in Sacramento.
I'm indifferent.
They're 0-4.
Can I send some positivity to the 916?
Yeah, shout 'em
De'Aaron
out.
Fox is
We're
averaging
waiting for
30
you.
points a game.
We're waiting for a shout-out, Matson.
Can I shout out Reese Hoskins on the Philadelphia
Oh.
Phillies, Sacramento Zone, Sac State legend.
Yeah. Stingers up.
Playing in the World Series tonight.
Oh, I love that. I love that. All right, here we go. Antonio in Oakland. Antonio, what's happening? Who you shouting out?
The 49ers, Christian McCaffrey, we are blessed to have this dual-threat talent, man. He's the Caucasian Marshall Falk. Feed him the ball. Debo's not going to play, It's just like if Curry wasn't playing, it's time for Jordan Poole to take up a lot of shots, Same thing. So
All right.
The lines
Can
are
we
going in and out.
talk into the phones, please, today?
What's up? What's up to C Logics at the Oakland Port, Local 70, Niner Leos. Shout out to them.
Shout
I
out
love
Niner
that.
Leo.
I would that. Ponte would be at confessionals for about 3 hours. No, I wouldn't. I'm a good boy. I do not sin. Shout out to my daughter Kennedy for riding with the morning roast with me every morning. That's Travis and Paulo Alto. Shout out to Kennedy. How do you stay in the car? Listen to us, wackadoodles.
Shout out Dusty Baker.
Yes, go win that ring.
I'm rooting for him to win one.
Go get that ring, Dusty. Go get that ring. Shout out to Benicia High School theater students who had their show Antigone opening tonight. Wow, that's big time. Big time. I used to want to be in drama. I took a couple acting classes, believe it or not. It's good. Telling you, Shasky, your boy could have been on the big screen.
Where art thou, Bonte?
Dude, his boy could have been Hamlet. I was great in.
Oh, yeah?
I was great in Hamlet.
Recite one line.
It was like 15, 20 years ago, man. Not how many blunts.
My dearest Gwendolyn, it is Bonte Hill.
Hey, let me not say that on these arrows. Yeah,
Of House
there you
Dragon.
go. It's just smoking a little weed. John in the city, what's happening? You're on the roast. John.
I wasn't coming for shout out.
Well, what do you got?
What you got?
Just give us what you have.
Yeah, whatever you got. Give us a take.
It's Friday.
Hey, I'll give us a shout out first, and I'll do what I was going to say. Shout out to the Niners offense and using our weapons.
Let's go.
The weapons. I don't want to see on Monday or Tuesday afternoon we're saying, man, I wish I used Christian McCaffrey.
All right, the phone
lines.
what the hell is going on with the phone lines, man? Those are good shameless shout-outs, though. Shout out to JV Akalani's water polo.
Ooh.
Got a much-deserved win yesterday.
Nice.
How about that JV water polo team out there in Akalani's? Good job out there. A lot of high school going on. A lot of high school football, high school volleyball. We love it. We love it. We love it. Bella's dad wants to shout out his daughter. Oh, that was the guy who called us. Vince, he called. He got in. Shout out to my son, Jayden in Fremont. He has a math test today. Let's send him good luck. Hey, good luck, Jayden. Your boy right here was no math whiz. Math test, I'm telling you, the best thing to happen to me in college. Best thing to happen to me in college. We had a professor, I'm not going to name her. Our test that year in Stats 5, I needed that class to transfer into SF State. All the math tests were multiple choice.
Oh.
They were Scantrons.
Uh-huh.
We didn't have to show our work.
Oh.
It was the best thing ever.
Really?
It was the best thing ever in math class.
Got it.
The boy would have had a degree.
Yeah. Did you have like a TI 85?
No, she didn't let us use calculators, but you know. Well, in my head, it's kind of like a human calculator.
You're like Data from Star Trek.
I don't know who Data is. You know, I don't watch.
He's the black guy who had the thing.
Oh, the new generation Star Trek.
Yeah.
See, that was old school.
Yeah.
That was old school Star Trek.
Yeah, he was the Reading Rainbow guy.
Yeah. That's what's our guy's name?
I don't know his name. What's his name?
LeVar Burton.
LeVar Burton. How did I forget that? It's Reading Rainbow. Can you come back with the Reading Rainbow
Not
intro?
the Senator John Burton.
I did shout out somebody. I forget their name. Hey, listen, remember we had the Reading Rainbow? We were playing it, and then you had the DMX?
So sick.
That beat is hard. The beat is still...
It is. Are you ready for Halloween?
Yeah.
Do you do Monday night Halloween, or do you got to like Saturday night? Like it always sucks when it falls on a weekday.
Yeah, it's on a Monday, but we are dressing up. We're going to be the Flintstones this year.
Oh.
I'm Fred.
Nice.
Dabba-dabba-doo.
Whenever my dad runs around the bases, I call him Barney Rubble. Because like little feet. You just see little feet.
I got to ask about your dad's softball. By the way, I heard your dad cheated on us and called the Steiny Guru show and got no love.
Yeah,
on the
apparently
Steiny
he
Guru
called
show.
in and just crickets.
Damn.
I mean, Guru gave love.
Injury report.
It's time for the injury report. It really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Xfinity long text line. Oh my gosh. The Niners practiced yesterday, though 3 key players are not present on the field. Wide receiver Deebo Samuel was once again held out of practice due to his lingering hamstring injury. Jawad Jennings was also not in practice as he deals with his own hamstring injury. And defensive tackle Eric Armstead was not seen on the practice field yesterday as he nurses injuries to his foot and ankle. With 1 practice left today, all 3 are currently listed as questionable for Sunday's game against the LA Rams.
I got to tie up a knot that's, out there. Jordy is who Data is who LeVar Burton was. Jordy is who LeVar Burton.
He's not Data?
No, Data is the white guy. I screwed that up.
Yeah, you always screw things up. when it comes to Star Trek and Star Wars.
My bad.
It's all good. I still love you.
That's my bad.
I still love you. It's reading Rainbow.
Professor X as the main dude.
Yeah. He is good. I like him. The Injury Report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. The one and only 5'2", Kirk Morrison in the house. The preview Rams and Niners here on the Roast.
Hey, you like 95.7 The Game, right?
Yeah.
Then you'll love our brand new merch store.
I think I got my swagger back. Oh.
We've got custom t-shirts, long sleeves, and hoodies with your favorite quotes from the show.
Can we just put the rat on the table?
Check it out at 957thegameshop.com. That's 957thegameshop.com.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. Fremont Bank has the flexibility and motivation to service your business loan needs like other banks can't or won't. With our full suite of business loan products and recognition as a top SBA lender in the Bay Area, Fremont Bank is the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Fremont Bank. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
For 25 years, Buy Right Market in San Francisco has partnered with purveyors of deliciousness to bring you local food that adds a dash of unique to every meal and celebration. Hi friends, this is Jamie, Buy Right's head of product. And this season, whether you're planning an elaborate meal, watching the game, heading to a friend's, or cozying up for a night in, Buy Right will help you savor what matters most. Pre-order your holiday meals at buyrightmarket.com or stop by and discover something unique for yourself. Gather, share, and enjoy with Buy Right.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Hey, this is Kenny Mayne, host of something called Hey Mayne. That's a podcast.
We're working busily on season 2, but let's not forget about season 1. Remember Roy Wood Jr.?
Wow, opening for Ron White. I've arrived. He's such a nice man. Maybe he wants a ride. Maybe he wants me to drop him off at the American Airlines terminal. Roy, I have a private jet. My pilot hangs with me like my homeboy.
If you missed that episode of Hey Maine, check it out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Can I get the sales projections for the Springfield, Bristol, and Fairview stores?
Val's Froyo Palace is dishing out 3 more locations.
Jody, have you lined up interviews?
They need 3 new store managers before they have a meltdown.
And remember, they need at least 5 years experience.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Oh, baby. My boy Duke in the city. What's happening, Duke? We may need a freestyle at the end of the show, wherever you're at. All the longshoremen out there, good morning to the graveyard shift workers. If you're getting off your graveyard shift, what is happening? Good morning to everybody out there, the students, teachers, parents driving their kids to school, all the high schools getting ready to play some football and volleyball this weekend, as well as water polo. Good morning to all the teachers, cops, firefighters, you name it. And, of course, Sam Lutman, Kyle Matson. What's our new guy's name? He's Mr. Santa Cruz. What's my guy's name?
His name's Banana Slug.
John. Big John from Santa Cruz.
His name's Pasatiempo.
You would have called him Banana Slug, Santa Cruz Banana Slug. Is that still their name, Banana Slugs?
It wasn't it?
Yeah, for a long time.
It's the mystery spot.
By the way, some breaking news. Tom Brady announced that he and Giselle have divorced.
That's really unfortunate.
Yeah.
You know,
it's not our business, but, you know.
No, it's not, but when they're so public the way that the two of them are, it's fodder for everyone.
Yeah, no doubt.
Hey, everybody's been there, and they know somebody in their life or has been in a relationship that's come to an end, and it's tough.
It is tough. All right, let's go to our boy 5'2", the pride of Bishop O'Dowd High School, former Oakland Raider. Now, pregame, halftime, postgame show host on the Rams Radio Network. ESPN College Football does a great job. Still jacked up. Still looks like he could play. 8-year veteran in the NFL. 5'2", man. He's going to break down some Warriors. He's going to break down your fashion, Joe Shasky. He's going to break down your fashion because he ain't feeling your Olympic Club polos right now, man. A little, you know, too many colors going on.
This is a women's U.S. Open polo. What's wrong with that?
You all right, brother. You good.
Yeah.
ESPN LA, LA Grid Hour Weekly. And look, man, first of all, we apologize. We didn't cancel on Kirk like 14 times in the last 4 months. So we finally got him on here.
Let's start with some fun. Before we get to the Niners, which don't, they get us
the
angry.
Niners aren't fun. It gets us angry, Kirk.
Let's start with the Warriors. How great is it to be a Warrior fan behind enemy lines in SoCal, talking smack to these garbage Lakers?
I mean, if you want to see how to build a franchise, just watch the Warriors. That's all I'll say. Like, you do it through the draft. You bring in guys who fit your system, your scheme, and to think about where the Warriors once were to where when I used to watch games over in the rafters to now this franchise being worth $7 billion.
Incredible.
it's unbelievable when you see just where the franchise has gone. But last night I had a fun time watching the game last night because it was so much to really break down. You know what I mean? When you think about where this team is at, coming off a championship. But I think it was more impactful listening to the words of Klay Thompson last night, just talking about what Charles Barkley said the other day, how this team is going to be different, but how Klay Thompson is a different player. And to see the passion, to see the hurt in Klay Thompson's face, that's the stuff, Joe, Vontae, that's the stuff that's going to fuel guys like this on this team this season. Like, they have something more to play for, not just a repeat, but they got stuff because they want to shut some people up who said that a lot of guys didn't really contribute, like Draymond or Klay. Like, these dudes trying to shut some of these critics up.
What about James Wiseman, too? Talk about critics. This young man, 10.6 rebounds yesterday, 13 minutes of action, getting better offensively. Sure, there's a lot to work on defensively, but he's a walking bucket as a 21-year-old trying to fit in on the championship team, and people are roasting him, and I'm thinking to myself, Kirk, man, you got Wiseman, Kuminga, Moody. These guys can't even drink right now, and yet they're contributing to a championship team.
Yeah, I thought, for me, every Warriors game comes down to me. I call it 6 and 6, fellas. From the 6 minutes left in the third quarter to the 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter. How do the Warriors handle that period of the basketball game? And last night you had multiple guys who are in that rotation. Watching, you mentioned James Wiseman come in, JaMychal Green, watching Poole and Moody take over a little bit. Think about the games that Ty Jerome had last night that allowed Steve Kerr to keep Steph on the bench into that final 6 minutes. Like, that's the stuff that I get excited about watching this team, because a guy like Wiseman will have his time, he'll have his minutes and continue to roll. And look, I get it. Hey, Kevon Looney closed the game out last night because he needed somebody on Bam Adebayo. But let's be real. That is going to be hopefully James Wiseman down the stretch. He's going to get to that point at some point in his career. But you go with the veteran, and they're teaching the young Wiseman. Yeah. Let him look. He's going to have his opportunity, and that may be his role when this team gets to the playoffs. But for right now, I like the way he played last night, and he is continuing to get. We just want him to be healthy, right? Let's crawl before we walk. Let's make sure he's healthy, and then we start worrying about adding more food on his plate.
Yeah, so let's pivot to the 49ers-Rams this weekend, because last year the Niners were a wounded duck. They go in and they face the Rams, and it kind of like resets and re-galvanizes the team for their run. And obviously week 18, and then in the NFC Championship game, the big game that mattered, you guys end up winning. How are things different this time around? Because it feels like the Niners are a wounded duck again, walking in to, the Rams stadium.
It's kind of similar to how the Rams were, like you mentioned, Joe, because last year, I don't know if you remember that the Monday night game where the Rams came up, and they had recently just acquired Von Miller and also OBJ, Beckham Jr. And everyone was saying, wow, they acquired Odell. Did they really need him? They acquired Von. Did they really need him? And at the time, it was like they looked like luxury players, not necessarily necessity. But then Robert Woods went down for the Rams, and OBJ became a necessity. That's the same thing I'm looking at with the 49ers right now. Christian McCaffrey was a luxury. It's like, wow, we got another weapon. But right now, you have no Kyle Juszczyk. Deebo Samuel has a hamstring injury. This is a different offensive line. Well, how's the rotation at running back? Christian McCaffrey just walked into being an actual necessity, not necessarily a luxury. So to me, they're going to have to feast him. They're going to have to feed him this week. This is a different football team. Yeah. And I've said it like before. Jimmy G, we know what the ceiling is for Jimmy. So how can you surround him with the guys around him to allow him to just play free football and allow those guys to go out and make plays? That's what it really comes down with the 49ers. But to me, not having Kyle Juszczyk, that's a bigger deal than a lot of people are going to understand about the 49ers.
Totally agree.
No doubt about that. Kirk Morrison here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, one of our favorites. You catch him on college football this week. Rams NFL pre-post halftime on the Rams Radio Network, ESPN LA. He does it all. He knows his Warriors, he knows his football, and he knows about this Rams and Niners rivalry here. So where are the Rams at coming off this bye week? Van Jefferson, what's his status? Because that's a guy I know they need to take the top off the defense. I thought Allen Robinson was getting more comfortable with Matt Stafford. We already know about Cooper Kupp. Where's this Ram offense right now coming off that bye week, especially without Cam Akers?
Yeah, they got to figure it out because the first 6 games have been Cooper Kupp or bust. That's what it's been. And it can't be that way. Allen Robinson is coming off his best game with the Rams a couple weeks ago against the Panthers. Bringing in, I think, Van Jefferson back into the fold after his injury possibly can open up some things up because we call him Van Go. Van Jefferson on the go routes. Could that open up and give more opportunities underneath for those for the other receivers? But I think more importantly, the Rams got to run the football. Their offense really is predicated on running the football, which is something the 49ers have done a great job in stopping the run. But, man, no Eric Armstead possibly this week. How do the 49ers fill that void? So you think where the Rams are going in, they want to go in coming off a bye week trying to establish the run, but more importantly, Brian Allen, their center, he missed the first meeting against the 49ers, and we saw that D-line start to tee off on Matthew Stafford. Having their quarterback back on the offensive line, Brian Allen, they feel a lot more confident moving forward now with him being in the fold. That's the big difference, I think, from the first game with the 49ers to this game.
What's your and what's the fan base's perception of Kyle Shanahan?
That's a good question, Joe. Wow. A guy who everyone says is one of the great play callers, a guy who has unbelievable understanding of an offense and can get the most out of a lot of guys, but the guy still doesn't have any hardware, right? You look at some of the coaches around the National Football League, the younger generation of coaches, and yet Sean McVay was able to go grab that hardware, get that Lombardi last year. I think for Kyle Shanahan, that's what's missing right now. Every single year, the 49ers are always in the mix. They always have outstanding offensive output, and they, turn players into, to me, good football players. You're starting to see his coaching tree a little bit. Obviously, Robert Saleh, Mike down in Miami. But to me, it all comes down to can you win in the postseason? They've gotten to the mountaintop. They just didn't win it a couple years ago against Tampa. So they got to against Kansas City. They got to find a way to win a championship. And I think you'll have a different understanding about Kyle Shanahan. But for right now, hey, making all the good moves, making all the right decisions. But at the end of the day, man, you got to win that championship.
And can they win that championship with this quarterback, Kurt? Jimmy Garoppolo. We didn't even think he was going to be on the team this year. We know how it all played out in training camp. He takes a restructured contract. He's throwing on the baby field. He's not practicing with the club. He comes in against Seattle, and then there's players running to Michael Silver saying, "Hey, he gives us a better chance to win." And you see the regression here. Can they get to the mountaintop with number 10 at quarterback?
I'm still laughing at it. He was thrown on the baby field, the side closest to Great America, right?
You're right.
Exactly.
Yeah, he was definitely by the Top Gun, Kirk.
We call it the JV field. That's what we were calling it because it reminded me of like the little tiny JV field off to the side.
They even had the lines painted on the grass. It was just a patch of grass. Go throw it around.
There was a guy my size catching balls.
He was thrown by the Top Gun side. But can they get it done? I mean, obviously, we just know that there's limitations with Jimmy Garoppolo. He is going to put you in position to make plays, but he can also put you in position to not win games. We know that about him. To me, it's really going to have to fall on his defense. D'Amico Ryans, they're going to have to go above and beyond. I thought it was a very humbling situation for the 49ers against the Chiefs. They're going to have to score points. Is this a 49ers team that can get to the playoffs? And think about not just the AFC, because that's where KC and Buffalo are. Right now in the NFC, can they score with the Eagles?
Yeah.
Right? Can they score with the Cowboys? Like, trust me, last year winning in Green Bay was great, but that game was played in the teens. You're not gonna win that game. You're not gonna win it in the NFL playing in the teens. That's just not gonna happen. Can this team get into the mid-20s? Can they get into a game against the 30s? And I thought last week against the Chiefs was kind of putting the 49ers on notice, and more so putting the quarterback on notice that you're gonna have to make plays. You have to get the ball deep down the field. But look, there's an opportunity that's there. Only thing is that you look at this division right now, Seattle looks to be a little bit tougher. D-Hop just got back with the
Cardinals.
Yeah. So before we thought it was like, okay, Rams, Niners. Now you're like, Seattle ain't no joke, ain't no pushover. All of a sudden there's this different confidence in Arizona. And now 49er fans are like, oh, man, what have we got ourselves into?
Yeah. What's up with Stafford right now? Like, where's he at physically? Where's he at in terms of how he's performing right now for this team?
I think Matthew Stafford's fine. I mean, last year he proved a lot of critics, I guess, wrong by his late game comebacks and his late game performances, especially in the Super Bowl, a drive to win the Super Bowl. That throw against Tampa Bay in the divisional round to get them into a conference championship. I think everybody right now is looking at him and saying, hey, what's wrong? And look, he had to play with 3 different centers so far this year. He's had a different offensive line. He has a running back room right now that one guy is disgruntled and wants to be traded, and then you have a couple guys who've been injured behind him. They're putting a wide receiver at fullback. This is a different offense. And I look at the teams last year, and this is what I always tell guys, think about the Final Four of last year. The Final 4 teams in the NFC were who? Green Bay, San Francisco, Tampa, and the Rams. Well, coming into this week, they were all 500 or worse. So to me, all of these teams are what? They're trying to figure out who they are. What's their identity? And I think the Rams are trying to figure out what's their identity because they cannot go from what they were last year. OBJ's not walking back through that door right now. Von Miller is no longer here. They have to figure out what the identity is, and that's why the bye week came at a right time for the Rams. And I think that moving forward, they'll find out who they are really quickly because they got to find out against the 49ers on Sunday. They have to. I always say it's not a must win, but it's definitely a can't lose.
No doubt. And I was gonna
hear that.
And no doubt about that. I was gonna ask you how much does that defense of the Rams miss Von Miller?
I mean, they do. I mean, think about it. When their leading sackers is Bobby Wagner, and he plays in the inside position. Okay, they're trying to create pressure with other players. Jalen Ramsey actually has 2 sacks on the season. So that's just trying to show you they're trying to find somewhere else to get pressure outside of Aaron Donald. Is it going to be Leonard Floyd? There's multiple guys on the outside, opposite Leonard Floyd, and they just haven't had that consistent pressure. That's why I think this is a big week, not just for the Rams, not just for the 49ers, because if there's deals to be made, we know the trade deadline is on Tuesday. Yeah. So I think this is a huge game because of the outcome on both sides. If there's something that you can point to, you can get better at, you got to go make a trade. If you feel like, hey, we are all in for this year, the Rams did it already, the 49ers.
Oh, he just hung up.
I don't know what happened there.
Well, let's go. Should we go to Papa Shasky? We'll wait on Papa Shasky. I think Papa Shasky's on the line. All right, well, let's get 5-2. We'll wrap him up, and then we'll get to Papa Shasky. Then we'll get to Logan Murdoch at 8:30 from the Ringer.
Guest galore.
We got a guest galore here the last hour.
It's like we're another station.
It's like the morning mail-in, baby. Let's get through 2 hours. Let's BS for 2 hours, and then let's just coast. Kirk Morrison's awesome.
He's my
what did
favorite.
He say? Well, give Christian McCaffrey the football. Don't overthink it.
He literally said what we said.
Get him touches.
And he said the same thing regarding last week in terms of it was an indictment on where you're at as an offense with your quarterback that you couldn't score more points against that team.
Yeah, no doubt.
It wasn't about winning. There was more to that.
All right, we got Kirk. Let's go ahead and finish
real
him
quick
up.
before you get on out of here, and I just want to ask you, you've been to so many different stadiums. B and I had an opportunity as part of a lot of Niner fans. We went down to SoFi last year. I was blown away.
I remember, yeah.
I was blown away with the stadium. I think it's one of the best buildings I've ever been in. No doubt. I'm not even trying to overhype it. It was an unbelievable
You were not
building.
lying about him, Kirk.
Yeah.
It was the best stadium I've ever been to.
And now we're seeing all these stadiums being built all around the league. Where do you got Levi Stadium in terms of just all the amenities that a player would be thinking of, all the amenities that a fan would be thinking of, just in general, how does it stack up around the league? Because we were kind of kicking this around earlier today, and I feel so insufficient with Levi's in contrast to SoFi.
Oh, man, I think you hit it on the head. I was really disappointed that the 49ers and Santa Clara, everybody didn't put a roof over that thing, right? I really, because it's just more events that you can have. It gives that stadium more appeal. I mean, they've already had the college football playoff there. And look, I love Levi's. I've been down to Levi's plenty of times. It's a great venue. But now you look at some of the other venues around and these roofs over there, like Nashville and what the Tennessee Titans are going to build.
Yeah.
Obviously, SoFi. Obviously, going to Allegiant Stadium over in Las Vegas.
You see Buffalo Bills rendering? They got a new stadium coming up. Yeah.
But theirs is going to be open air. They need to go ahead and put a roof on that thing. Let's just stop all this nonsense about home field. we're talking about 4 games a year for Buffalo that they got to worry about. So 4 days out of the year, and y'all don't want to put a roof on that stadium. That's something totally different. But no, I mean, obviously, look, SoFi is great. It's a really, I'm telling you, every time I come there, it's something new that I see. But it's always, for me, the walk that I make. So I park at the Hollywood Park Casino, right? And so, because I do the post-game show from there. And so I get a chance to walk through the parking lot. And you just know by the walk in the parking lot who's in town. Because when it's 49ers in town, I mean, that walkthrough is Bay Area. It is E40 playing. It is unique. It is a full-on party, right? So I get excited when this matchup comes because I know 49ers fans don't hop on the 5, get down to one-on-one. They coming down to go be heard. And so I think it's a great stadium for that. Obviously, it's going to be a lot of red. We already know we're going to see that 49ers colors throughout the stadium. But it's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun matchup. And hopefully I wish you guys, if you guys need a ride, let me know. I'll be by LAX if you need me. We'll come pick you up.
We got a doubleheader.
I'm saving my money for the playoffs if we can get in.
We got Hornets and Pistons with the Warriors. So we got a back-to-back this weekend. We wanted to, trust me, we will be back at SoFi at some point in the near future. We had a great time down there at the NFC Championship
game.
I
saw a bunch of these up at Levi's. They were coming up from SoCal. My favorite is the OG SA Ram fans who wear the wicker hats. You know what I'm talking about? They're like in their 50s, and they've seen some things as Rams fans. Those guys are diehards. I feel like we don't give them enough love.
Man, they get a ton of love, man. They've been there before when the Rams were way back in LA.
Exactly.
So those are the OG fans that I love. Those are the ones that come with the Jack Youngblood jersey.
Yes.
Jackie Slater jersey. The Eric Dickerson jerseys, man. So it's going to be fun there. I'm right now currently in Houston for USF at Houston. And I'm kind of having a full circle moment here, fellas. I just want to make sure I give a shout out to Dusty Baker.
Yes. That's what we're rooting for, too.
Yeah, we're rooting for him.
You already know, growing up in the Bay Area, man, Dusty was like an uncle to me because you always felt like he was family with the toothpick in, the wristbands, when he was the manager of the San Francisco Giants. So hopefully he can go out and join Cito Gaston, Dave Roberts III, African-American head coach, manager of the World Series.
That's well said, Kirk.
I know we're up against it, but Bonte was bringing up something. I think it's I'm a diehard baseball fan.
I got it up here. Dusty was very disappointed that there's no African-American baseball player playing in this World Series. It's very, very disappointing. Dusty was he was ashamed when he was talking about it yesterday.
And I know, Kirk, you played high-level football and whatnot. Like, I coached junior Giants in the Bayview Hunters Point area this year. It's so expensive.
I played Oakland Babe Ruth,
I know, but it's so expensive now. It really breaks my heart that we don't get more inner-city kids playing baseball.
It's the first World Series since 1950 where there would not be a single black player on the field, Kirk.
Yeah, it's you know what? I've had this discussion with my friends all the time. It's because, let's be honest, what did we leave this conversation with? The NBA and basketball, the NBA and football.
Yeah.
So it's like if our parents are telling us, hey, look, man, this is what we're watching. We're going to the Niner game. We're going to the Warrior game. I don't know where that bucket list is for parents taking their kids to the baseball game anymore.
That's a good point.
And so, hey, it actually starts with us as parents. How crazy is that? That we got to push our kids to baseball, but let's be honest, baseball is an old-time sport. And what do we see more often now? We're seeing basketball, we're seeing football plastered all over our screens, right? I'm seeing Mahomes and Allstate commercials or another Steph and LeBron commercials. You tell me the last baseball commercial you got excited about.
Yeah, no, it's been a long time.
Whenever Aaron Judge signs with the Giants and NBC Bay Area does a hit with him.
We tip him out.
Hey, that's a good one, right? Hopefully we can bring them back to California.
5-2, man.
Back to Cali.
5-2. A lot of fun
Long
always,
overdue.
man. We love talking to you. We'll do it again sooner rather than later, man. We'll have you on the set for Warriors pre. I told you that. We'll have you on the set for a Warriors pre or post game show. No doubt.
Absolutely. As long as it still costs $15 to cross the bridge right now?
About $8, yeah.
I mean, well, it's round trip, about $8. Okay.
Yeah, you're not bad. It's going to cost you about $100 for gas, though.
Expensive. Bonte's account.
Hey, just pick me up from the bar.
We got you. We got you. I'll have Shasky pick you up. You guys roll over to the gatehouse.
Sounds good.
Let's go.
All right, Kirk. Enjoy the game on Sunday, man. Kirk Morrison, man. Bishop O'Dowd, Oakland Zone, San Diego State, man. A lot of fun with Kirk. He can break down the Warriors, break down college football, break down the pros as well, the NFL. Rams, Niners coming up. Logan Murdoch coming up. Plus, we have a special guest as well before Logan. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop. It really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
My husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad. Grab my hand.
Wait, okay.
No, not up the stairs. We tried that last time. You can literally run through him.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity home internet for just $24.99 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and a free streaming box included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit your local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 12/21/22.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
You could save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, but when we just come out and say it, it feels like it falls a bit flat. So instead, we're going to have someone else say it. Because for some reason, when a random person talks about how great something is in a commercial, it's more believable.
I saved with a Progressive home and auto bundle.
And there you have it. I mean, I'm not sure why she's more believable than me, but either way, you get the point about the saving. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discount not available in all states or situations.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
In Castro Valley, we're looking for mostly sunny skies today. Highs near 65.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Don't buy plastic toys for your pet. Instead, look for natural materials like cotton, rope, wood, or bamboo. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right. This segment is presented by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Check out Boxer and Gerson. Shout out to Hillary out there. And shout out to 957thegameshop.com. That's right. We have merch. Get you a shirt from the morning roast. Willard and Dibs, Steiny Guru, Damon Ratto. 957thegameshop.com. What we're going to try to do, and we're efforting this, I personally am disappointed that we don't have a bunch of free shirts right now to give out to our roasters. That's what I want to do. So I'm thinking about just buying a bunch of shirts and just handing them out to roasters, to all our day ones on YouTube and Twitch. We're going to figure something out there, but I want our day one roasters to not have to pay for a shirt early on. Maybe that's later. I don't know. I know that's bad for business, but I feel like our roasters deserve at least a free T-shirt because they get up with us every morning at 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. That's tough to do, and they're riding for us. And they're representing every single day. So I'm going to try to do something for our roasters there, and we'll figure out a way to give out some free T-shirts during the bye week here on the roast.
I'm 100% in on that, and I hate using the B word because it's more about building a community than business. You know what I mean? That's what we want to do is build a community. When you say the word business, I don't know why. I
don't like it.
I feel
I don't
slimy.
like it. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. All right.
It's got to be profitable from a corporation standpoint.
Yeah, no, I don't care about that. I want our roasters to be happy and rock that T-shirt with pride. So we'll figure something out for our roasters. Just be patient with that. In the meantime, go to 957thegameshop.com and let's get to our man Papa Shasky because you know what, Papa Shasky.
I think he had to step off the phone. Is he still there?
Is he Papa Shasky? You there? Papa Shasky going once, going twice. All right, we'll tell Papa Shasky to call us back.
He's an idiot.
Well, you know what? He cheated on us yesterday. I don't know if I should take his phone call.
Well,
he's calling other shows, from what I heard.
I mean, he's excited about sports.
I know, but he was calling other shows. He's supposed to call us. He's our insider. What is he? Was he an insider for? I don't know. How's the softball game coming along?
Oh, my dad's?
Yeah.
He hurt his thumb the other night. It's like a comebacker. Bad.
So the Shaskys are just injury prone.
Well, I mean, B, I told you, if you go out and you play a lot, that's what ends up happening.
Does Pat Shasky, a.k.a. Deli Boy, does he walk around the airport and just all of a sudden, oh, man.
Well, he's hurt right now.
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, the ego.
Why is the ego hurt?
He grounded into an ugly double play the other night.
To end the game?
No, not to end the game. Might as well have ended the game.
Oh, my gosh.
A lot of yelling going on. Lob pitch softball.
Did he slam his helmet?
No. We don't wear helmets. Although you probably should, because some of the balls that get thrown in when you're running the bases, it's not necessarily at the plate. It's running the bases.
If anybody should be wearing helmets, it should be the Shaskys.
Well, put your helmet on.
You guys need all the protection you need.
Yeah, well, you
need Icy Hot. You need Dr. Neuropod. You need everything.
Our O Club Thursday night team, we ended up taking the other team forfeited. So we got playoffs next week. So I'm excited for that. Citywide playoffs. That'll be interesting. We'll see where we stack up.
Yep. All right. Gutter Trash out there in Honolulu listening at 3 a.m. in the morning. Gutter Trash, DM me on the IG. We're going to get you a T-shirt. DM me your address on the IG. We'll get you a T-shirt. That's love right there. 3 a.m. in Hawaii, and he's listening to the roast on the Odyssey app.
Who's going to break out Jonathan Kuminga from Alcatraz? We need a Birdman.
I don't know. Let's go to David in Menlo Park, though, real quick about Jimmy G. What's to talk about Jimmy G? David, what's happening?
Good. I'm going to school right now, but that's besides the point. I'm a kid, but Jimmy G sucks as a quarterback against Kansas City on Sunday, okay? I don't know why that the defense let him score those 2 points. Like, Jimmy Garoppolo had a chance to throw the ball, but I just don't know why that the defense for the Chiefs just sacked him. Like, the offensive line needs to protect Garoppolo, but it looks like he does not even deserve that money that he makes.
Yeah, David.
Who is your favorite player, David?
My favorite player, to be honest with you, it's McCaffrey.
Yeah, me too.
Yep. Same here, David. Good call.
Good call.
Good call,
Thanks
David. We agree. Jimmy Garoppolo needs to play better. We got Logan. How about Bob Myers cheating on the roast? Yeah. Executive show. Now 1 o'clock on Thursdays.
No comment. I'm going to do the Steve Kerr. No comment.
Hey, but we got Logan Murdoch from The Ringer. That's right. Logan Murdoch rise for the roast. The Real Ones podcast with Raj and Bill. What up, Logan?
Oh, man.
What's
You
up,
got
Logan?
a lot of energy in the morning, bro. I'm trying to just match your energy, dog. I hope I can do it.
It sounds like you're just trying to wake up. Logan, it sounds like you're just trying to wake up.
I only wake up this early to get on the morning roast.
What time do you normally wake up?
Save that drop right there. He only wakes up to get on the morning roast. We need that.
But what time do you normally wake up?
Well, we record the podcast at like 9 a.m., so I'd say about 8:57 on twice a week. Other than that,
hey, Logan, man.
11:30, 11:45. Like Bonte's old schedule. That's what I'm on.
Yeah, I missed that whole schedule.
Pre-morning roast.
Yeah, I missed that whole schedule. Trust me. 12 o'clock show, your boy was waking up at 9:59. Oh, it was great.
Yeah, but it wasn't good for his diet because all the fast food places were open also.
Oh, you better believe it. But although, Jack in the Box does open early and Taco Bell. Anyway, Logan, early impressions of the NBA season. Your thoughts?
Early impressions of the NBA season, my thoughts. I don't know. I think we're at the season right now, or part of the season right now, where everybody's just kind of trying to find their identity. You see, a lot of teams in positions in the standings that you're like, why is that team in the standings? Or why are they an 8 seed right now? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Because everybody's trying to figure themselves out. And, I think that, we'll probably get more clarity on where the season is headed in a couple of weeks. But you've seen some really good basketball, man. I've really been impressed with it. I saw Giannis the other night beat up on the Nets. That was an interesting game to watch. I was up in SAC last night to go see Ja Morant.
Oh, he's special.
And
Can I ask you about Ja Morant?
He's great.
Yeah, can I ask you about that? Like, he is a great player, but it feels like the media, he's the new media darling. Everybody loves him. They're rooting for him to win MVP. That's my personal interpretation. Why is that? Why does everyone love him so much?
Man, did you see him play against who was the team that he played against? I don't know if it was Dallas or
was it Brooklyn?
But it might have been Brooklyn. No, it was against the Knicks. Excuse me.
Oh yeah, the first game of the season.
When the first game of the season, actually, the play wound up being a charge. But I saw Ja when he went up against Jalen Brunson, and Jalen Brunson ended up drawing a charge. But Ja had this move where he double pumped in midair, and that in a way that you hadn't seen since Jordan. And he has that Iverson appeal, but he has the Jordan athleticism. That's why people love him. And he's like the people's champ. He's the dude that wears a iced out grill at media day, but you believe all of his raps. He is that dude right now. That's why you love him, because Ja seems like a man of the people at this point, and he's in a perfect market like Memphis that will celebrate him at all times. And honestly, that can relate to him more than any market in the league. So he's in a perfect fit where he's at, and he also has the game to back it up.
Hey, man, you're right. And that culture in Memphis, I believe the other day they were out there shooting dice on the court, man. You see all the rappers sitting courtside with all the dough in Memphis, man. They have fun out there. And Ja Fit, you're right. Go ahead.
I love Memphis with all my heart. You know this, Bonte. I love Memphis as a city. I love it. I love all the barbecue places. Shout out Central Barbecue. If anybody from Memphis out here in the Bay is listening, y'all know what I'm talking about. Memphis is one of the best markets in the NBA, and just has one of the best coaches in the NBA. I love how much they have married themselves to that team, the city of Memphis. It's a great environment. Y'all need to lock in. Y'all need to. If the Warriors play Memphis, y'all need to bring the show on the road and go to Memphis.
I'm with you.
Can I be honest with you? It's too small time for Bonte.
No. Don't put me in that box. I love
you. Say this. Last time I saw Bonte, he had people bringing him food onto the stage he was at. It was honestly ridiculous.
Where was that at?
And then he had this was at Warriors Media Day. He had someone bring him gots from all the way outside.
No, he did not.
No.
Then let him finish. Cut his mic.
Hey, don't you lie. You know what I'm talking about. I know that I'm not lying because I asked you for some fries.
Yeah, you took half my chicken strips.
Are you surprised by his meteoric rise? I mean, it's more of a meteoric rise than even Jordan Poole's. I mean, this guy was in the G League a couple years ago.
I'm not surprised by it, but I am just kind of like, This is what you are, dog?
I'm a selfish human being.
No. You don't have bodyguards in like 2 years.
You know what's funny?
I'm already ready.
Somebody from NBC was like, hey, do you need a guard to walk you to Chase? And I said, no, dude, it's not that serious.
No, they didn't.
Man. They did. Allison working with head of security was like, hell, we could get somebody to walk you to that.
The guard to keep people away from stealing your free gods.
Now I'm feel more. Back up off me. Watch out. I got this. I'm from the city. Stop playing with me.
Hey, Logan, it was a long day at media day. Long day. And somebody from NBC said, hey, I'm going to get food for everybody. Would you like something? That's all. I was like, you don't have to, but if you want to.
Well, I know they treat their talent real well.
Yeah, you're not lying.
I can attest to that. Shout out to NBC Sports.
Hey, listen, that needs to trickle down over here to 95.7 The Game. Trust me.
I see that. I'm not going to speak on it.
We're begging for free breakfast. Speaking of which, the Warriors, they beat the Heat last night. A fun game. Steph Curry still Steph Curry. 33-9-8. The young fella, speaking of Memphis, James Wiseman, gets a lot of heat on social media, but the young man's coming along. What's your early impressions of James Wiseman?
I mean, I've been always in the James Wiseman. I've been a proponent of what James Wiseman is doing. I've always felt that he was going to figure it out. I think that this is kind of like his second rookie season, and they don't need him to do much. But like in his regular rookie season, he showed spurts, and this season he's showing spurts as well. He needs to stop fouling, but he's playing really well. He's playing. Kind of with a chip on his shoulder. I think he'll be fine. He does need to shore up those. You can kind of get him up in the air when you're an offensive player. You can draw fouls on him, but he has all the tools to be a special player. It just takes time, man. He hasn't played that many games in his career, and fortunately for him, he has a guy like Kevon Looney ahead of him that can show him the ropes, that can be a consummate veteran for him. And I think he'll be fine ultimately. But the goal for Wiseman is to have a consistent game going into the playoffs, because they're going to need his size. You talk about a Memphis with the Steven Adams. You talk about even if you go to the finals and play the Bucks, you need size. So he's coming along, but he still has a ways to go.
When I zoom out a little and I look at how other people perceive the Warriors, it feels like they don't get the benefit of the doubt that we gave the Spurs for 20 straight years. The Spurs every year, it's the Spurs. You can't count them out. And yet every night, now I know it's Barkley, but Barkley's dismissing Draymond. He's dismissing Klay Thompson. And I know there's been injuries, there's been incidents, there's been things that have happened. Why is it that the Warriors don't get the benefit of the doubt the way some of the other dynasties have over the years?
Well, I mean, I will. Let's talk about your Spurs comparison now. And the way that the Spurs never looked for attention, the Warriors are completely the opposite. You have an owner that is, an executive chairman, Joe Lacob, who wants to tell everyone that will listen that they're light years ahead of everyone, right? True. There's going to be backlash for that, and if you go to San Antonio, it's completely different than when you go to Chase Center. It's a completely different vibe, completely different arena, completely different just overall stance as an organization. So, and then to your other point, I think that most dynasties get scrutinized because, this league, this sport, it's all built on tension, and whether that's manufactured or otherwise. But this is a team that is going to go down as one of the best of all time, one of the best runs of all time, and with that comes constant scrutiny. If you want all eyes on your team, there's always going to be something that you hear out there that you're not going to agree with if you're an organization. So the Warriors are just going through that, but they're not new to that. They've been getting these same critiques since they got on the scene in 2014. So they'll be all right.
Yeah, no doubt. Logan Murdoch chilling at the Ringer, the Real Ones podcast with Roger Bell, one of the best podcasts out there talking all basketball. We could talk Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, Draymond Green all day long, but Andrew Wiggins, 18-10 last night, his first double-double of the season, averaged 18-9 in the NBA Finals. He's kind of doing a little bit of everything. Didn't score in the fourth quarter last night, still had an impact on the basketball game. What was your impressions of Andrew Wiggins before he got traded to the Golden State Warriors? Because now it feels like Andrew Wiggins could do no wrong.
I mean, I don't know if it's the 95.7 archives. You can go down to my archives anywhere in the Bay Area, and you can hear that I said when the trade happened that this could be a perfect scenario for the Warriors because Andrew Wiggins does not have to be a number one, a number two, or sometimes even a number three on nights, right? He doesn't have to do that, but he is what me and Roger like to call maybe an overqualified at his position. right? He's overqualified, whatever you want to call him, a 3 or a 4, fourth best player. He's better than a lot of teams' third or fourth best player, and he can do it at his own pace. So this is the perfect situation for Andrew Wiggins, and a big reason why he took less money to stay here, because he can really be in the role that he's in. There was a play against Phoenix that he had that was really nice before the Warriors got blown out, but he takes the ball cross court and just gets and then finishes with a left-hand layup over like 3 dudes. And it's like most guys at his position just don't do that. He's a really, really good basketball player, but the most important thing is he gets to do it at his own pace with this particular team.
Who's the biggest threat to them in the West?
I mean, at the moment, you kind of have to say, I would say Denver at the moment, just because they beat them already, but
I like the Bruce Brown edition over there with Denver. Bruce Brown's playing well with
that's
them.
been great. Bruce Brown was really good in Brooklyn as well. I think if you had to say some X right now, I would say Denver, just because they have the size with Jokic, and they have all they're expected to have all their guys back by postseason. But the Warriors right now they're playing against themselves at this moment. They're really they are the best team, I think, in terms of infrastructure and talent in the Western Conference, but they have to figure a lot of things out. That Phoenix game, it showed a lot. It's not a welcome sign for the Warriors that they can get trash talked out of their position, because that's exactly what happened against Phoenix. And so they have to regain their composure and figure it out. But if you had to ask me right now to answer your question, I would say Denver.
All right, Logan, man, get back to sleep. We always love when you come on the roast. We'll do it sooner rather than later. We got to make this at least happen once a month.
Let me borrow some Gucci shoes, bro. I know you got it. I know you got the line. What's up?
Did you see his powder blue suit that he's got all over the internet?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
He was there at media day with me. He saw it.
This is insane. This is insane, Bonte. Like, legitimately, dude. Like, you are legitimately a star now. It's kind of wild.
Stop.
You know what's the funniest part?
Act like it.
Stop.
The funniest part is that Anna had to go through his closet and throw away all 3 of his flannels that he wore for 10 straight years and his giant Jinko jeans.
Hey, Logan, we go back, man. The Versus podcast. Hey, the Jabos are retired. The Jabos are somewhere at the Salvation Army. Somebody's rocking them on Market Street, I'm sure. But look, we potted for a long time. Logan and I go back, man. Yardbarker, Fox Sports. He's come a long way. Forget me. Logan's a national star. He's a superstar. He's rocking with Bill Simmons and the Ringer.
Logan, do you have people bringing you food in front of other people like you're a royalty?
No, I went to go buy my guts.
Or jack me from my guts. You jacked me from my guts, Logan. Come on, man.
You know what I mean? See, because I'm not. You reason why I asked you, because I didn't have money for no food. Like, that's why I was like, yo, let me slum some fries.
He wants to borrow something.
Hey man, he can borrow
Let
the Gucci's.
him hold a little something.
Logan can borrow the Gucci's because he knows how to wear the Gucci's. You talk about fashion. Logan knows fashion. I know nothing about it. Logan, man, I can't wait to see you at Chase again. Tell your mama said hi, Lisa Daniels, the great Lisa Daniels, a little sister as well, doing big things.
Will do, man. Thank you. Talk to y'all soon.
All right, Logan Murdoch, the Ringer. That's my guy, man. He's doing a great job with Roger Bell on the Real podcast.
Let's strip this back. So you're at media day. You're sitting where?
See why you got to.
Where are you sitting?
So we're standing on the court. We're at the court. We're doing all the little promo shots at the green screen.
Okay, so you're one of the players because you're on the court and everyone else is back from afar.
Remember how we walked on the media day and they were taking the photos and I was one of the people in the scrubs.
And you acted like you owned the place and I just felt like a hanger-oner.
No, I didn't act like I owned the place. We just went in there, we did what we did, we shook some heads and we moved on.
Yeah. Bonte's banging his chest like he's Paolo Banchero, like finger gunning people as he's walking through.
Hey, Steph showed us love, right? How about... By the way, we didn't brag enough about that. Before,
I'm not done setting the scene.
I know. Hold on. Before you set the scene, how sick was it to walk on the court last year at media day?
Pretty incredible.
And then Steph goes, "Hey, hardest working man in the Bay Area, Bonte." And I go, "Hey, Steph, come here real quick. My guy, Shaz, goes to talk golf."
The secret sauce.
He turned around. And his posse's parted like the Red Sea.
It was.
And he went over to chop it up with Shasky Balkoff.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
That was pretty sick, right?
Then I woke up from the pass out. And the next thing I know, Klay was yelling at us.
That felt like the elevation of this morning roast right there.
Absolutely. So you're at this year's media thing, and you're on the court. And then you're like, what? Are you doing the, Get me gots?
No, I'm not saying. Emily, who works at NBC, Emily's running around. You better maybe at the conference headquarters during the NBA Finals in Boston. We're all out there in Boston.
Oh, yeah, she wore the Chuck Taylors all the time.
Yep,
not
all the
just
time.
that. Yes, I know exactly who you're talking about.
I wore them, too, all the time that day. Anyway, Emily's walking around, and she's like, yo, Buki, Fitz, you guys want some food? Oh. I was like last on the total poll. She's like, Bonte, would you like something? Gods, get something. So I was like, all right, fine, I'll get some strips and some fries. And she came back in front of everybody. Logan's like, oh, they're bringing you food now? And then Logan jacked me for like 5 of my 6 chicken strips.
Well, that's ridiculous.
I mean, maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit.
Yeah,
but
Gots is pretty delicious.
Gots, dude, I wanted some Gots yesterday.
Pretty delicious.
Listen, I wanted some Gots yesterday. That line was to the street. The line, it was on 3rd Street, dog. And I was like, gosh. So I went to Phil's, and I got me a little bacon and egg wrap, which is not bad. And I got me a nice little mint mojito to get my day started there.
A mint mojito?
Yeah, Will's coffee.
You have completely gone bougie.
I don't know what to get at Phil's. I love Phil's, but I struggle with
like the
Phil's.
Manhattan is very good.
All right.
I think it's called New Manhattan.
Yeah, I
Shout out Jacob Jaber, who went to school with my brother.
Okay.
And then there's a cherry one that I like. The mojito one's good because it's got tobacco in it.
Yeah.
Even though I'm not a tobacco guy, I want that, that zing.
Jay LaFrey on YouTube. Bonte eating them chicken strips with his pinky sticking out, showing off a big ring. Stop! I'm not doing that, dude. Come on, man. I'm not doing that.
Here's the problem.
We are living the dream, though, as Aunt Will said.
Oh, I admit that every single day. The fact that my key card still works,
right?
I'm
I
shocked.
can't believe it. I can't even find my key card.
You know, the thing that I keep thinking about is, man, my man B really had somebody come bring him food on the court.
Oh, stop! Come on! Stop! You're the most famous 95.7 The Game personality.
No.
El Sleepy Floyd sending you gear.
No, he sent you stuff.
We all got some gear.
Yeah.
El Sleepy Floyd, shout out to him.
Yes,
shout out to all the roasters, man. Again, 957thegameshop.com. We're going to hook everybody up. I'm going to figure out a way, we're going to hook people up, dude. We're going to hook. I feel bad that we're charging people for our T-shirts. I'm not going to speak for any other show, but for us, because it is a community, man. Our roasters are out there riding for us every single day, 6 a.m. in the morning. You got 430 people on a Friday, a payday Friday, a mail-in morning roast on a Friday as we get ready for Rams and Niners.
Jason Ramos, Bonte has someone come in, slice his chicken strips, and then puts it in a fork and serves it to him like he's a baby bird.
Oh, man. That is bad. I do have terrible takes. That's a ha. Very funny.
Are you ready to flex?
No, we got to wait. We got to wait 3 minutes. And it's going to be a short changeover today. It's not going to last till 9:26.
Oh.
You and I both said that.
Yeah, we've got stuff going on.
We got things to do. And I didn't pay the meter outside. So.
Oh, you did that too? Yeah, I know that move.
Yeah. Guru asked where the proceeds go.
No, he did not.
Let me tell you,
don't believe that.
The proceeds ain't coming into our pockets.
Proceeds are for charity. Whenever you mean profits. I know exactly where they're going.
Oh,
the desk of Danny Freisinger.
We ain't getting no money.
The math has to check out.
Still winning. This is a Stunner Man hoodie. Stunner Man hooked us up.
Yeah, it's nice. It's Reardon colors, gold and purple.
I paid. Reardon has nice colors.
Yes,
I'll give
agree.
you that.
Yes,
I'll give
thank
you.
you.
I love that purple.
I agree.
That
Purple is
pops.
an underutilized sports color.
No, that purple pops because Galileo used to have the purple as well. The purple pants with the line on the helmet.
You know what my thought is? I would like to actually see pink be a staple of a team's jerseys at some point.
Is it the Miami soccer team?
It is. It's white and pink.
Yeah.
They also have a couple other different kits as well.
Pink is nice.
I like pink. I really do. I think pink's a good look. That's why I really like those San Diego jerseys, the baseball ones. I know everybody else hates them. I love them.
City Connects. People are ripping them.
I love those.
Beautiful.
I agree.
Beautiful jerseys.
I'm with you.
Very beautiful. I like them. I like them a lot. It's going to be Guru. What's this going on? All right. Last thoughts on Niners Rams, because this is a big game. This is a huge game. The Warriors back-to-back is something, but Operation Forward 4 is real. If they lose this game, the mood on the show Monday,
this whole they can get in as the 7 seed, yeah, they can, but if you do the math and you look around at the NFL right now in terms of the NFC teams, I just think it's going to be really hard. I know the schedule eases up as it moves forward. This team cannot sustain another starting injury. They just can't. They need to get all bodies healthy and back. And this Armstead thing is really worrisome. I feel like he's not like, there's more to this, and I'm really worried that he's not going to come back, and that's going to really, really stink because they can't stop the run without a couple big bodies in the middle. Part of what made them such a great defense at the end of last year was kicking him into the inside.
All right, let's flex. I'm with you. I'm 100% though. Eric Armstead. They need him to play. They need They need Kinlaw back when he gets back. When he gets back after the bye week. It's just gotta get healthy, man. Get healthy. But it's Operation 4-4. Win a game. I don't care how you win it. Win the damn game. Sunday at SoFi Stadium. All right, let's flex. I'll go show everybody the numbers, the data. You want to give me plus minus? I'll give you raw data. His numbers, his first 39 games were comparable with KG, Kevin Garnett, Rasheed Wallace, Dwight Howard. Now, I'm not calling him that. I'm not calling him that at all. Hell, Jermaine O'Neal couldn't even get his ass off the bench in Portland for 4 years.
Exactly.
All right? It took him 4 years to even touch the court.
I know.
James Wiseman's going to be fine, and he's learning. And the things that he's saying to me, Shasky, I need to watch more film. I need to screen better. I need to play defense. And the instincts are getting there. Running the floor is getting there. The two-man game's getting there. He's getting reps.
No, but wouldn't you agree, like, in terms of his demonstrative nature on the court, what do we all want? We want him to be angry almost. I feel like he's starting to, like, tap into that a little.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Shasky, I like when it ping-pongs the flex. You know when ping-pong go back and forth, boom, 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 boom. I like that, like a nice little rally at the U.S. Open.
I do like that.
Yeah, I like that a lot. And I like Dan Dibley, and I like Mark Willard.
I appreciate you both. Yeah, and I love you earlier, Bonte, when you were like egging him on. Flex on him, Joe. Flex on him, Butcher.
I don't even
do.
What was I doing?
You were stretching out on a caller, I think. I came in a little bit late. I was on the phone, and then I heard Bonte was like cheering you on because you were going on and on about how much you know football and how much they don't know football. And Bonte is like, you flex on him. Flex on him.
I was getting my Don King on. That's all.
No, it was really good. You totally hyped him up, and I was just cracking up because I love when you two are like on the same team, pulling the same robe.
You know what it was? I remember what it was now.
Talk to me.
It was Steiny talking about touches on the Niners and how guys are going to get worried. Jeff Wilson Jr., the four-string back, is worried about his touches. Come on.
It's more, to me, it's more of a Brandon Ayuk thing because we know that in the past he has, I don't know if he's grumbled, but there's been a sense of he doesn't get the ball enough. And even last week where he's open and Jimmy G, of course, and good morning, Mark. Of course, he doesn't find him.
I was watching Joe Montana doc last night because it was on NFL Network going back and forth after the Niner-Chief game, which was on replay, by the way, on the NFL Network in between the Warriors.
No thanks.
The greatest player of all time at wide receiver who has more catches than anyone, 1,500 catches, 22,000 yards, every single time coming back to the huddle. I was hoping.
Yeah.
I need more touches,
by the way.
That is literally what every wide receiver in the league says.
Wide receivers, there's a reason we call them diva receivers.
Yeah.
And so, sure, I think wide receivers are often built that way, but there's also a different sort of a vibe with a football team. Football players, you can't, in a locker room like that, you cannot complain to anyone other than your mom if the team wins.
Yes.
So there is no chirping about the ball if your team won. There are people on this football team, half of people who play football, who start on football teams, are big old fat dudes who never get any attention, who never get the ball, who never get any flowers, they never get anything. So if you go into a locker room and complain after a win, you are going to be out of the fraternity real fast.
Agreed.
It's different in the NBA. Basketball is different. We got a 1, we got a 2, we got a 3. Like everybody's got a number next to them. So
and they're all looking up at the Jumbotron the whole game.
Yeah, just go beat the Rams. If you beat the Rams, you're not going to hear a damn thing about who got the ball.
Agreed.
You're not going to hear
Operation 4-4.
I mean,
I love that.
Yeah.
Although you were funny when you said that. It's more of a task rabbit 4-on-4.
Tell me
I was in the car.
Task rabbit.
It's not quite an operation. It's more of a task rabbit.
Shout out to my task rabbit yesterday for building our bed frame for my kid. Got it done in 2 hours.
I love it.
Got it done in 2 hours.
What'd that cost you? $160? Somewhere in there?
I go under.
Anna said $110, but I believe it was probably like $175. She just won't say.
And I hope you tipped him out.
Yeah,
too,
I was just going to ask.
Well,
we
Anna
did the same
does.
thing.
Yeah, I always tip.
We got the 6-drawer Malm from IKEA. Same thing. By the way, I go to IKEA Palo Alto because they don't have it in Emeryville.
Yeah.
My girl's like, yeah, you need to go to Palo Alto. This is the day I'm going to Eureka for my dad's memorial race.
Oh my God.
So I drive from where I live in the East Bay down to Palo Alto, get the 6-drawer Malm, drop it off, drive to Eureka. We have a great family dinner. Boom, 4:30. I get the call. Mucus plug is out. Baby's on the way. I drive from Eureka back down. Baby comes, but now we have this Malm, this 6-drawer Malm that needs to be put together. Hello, TaskRabbit. So we bring this guy in, and it was a little bit north of $160, but. Thank God for these people who can do IKEA furniture.
Well, I was going to build it. I wanted to build it. I wanted to build it, but Anna was like,
"There's something I never said."
She goes,
Exactly, bro.
Thank you.
I wanted to build it.
It was therapeutic for me. When Anna was pregnant,
good
and
for
I'm
you.
building the cribs and the dresser, it was therapeutic for me. My whole time,
the whole time.
No, she was out. I was just sitting there. I would do my thing. I'd look at my phone. I'd do my thing. It was therapeutic for me. But she goes, the last bed frame, screws are all loose and they're all wiggly.
I've done those where I'm like, this is therapeutic. This is so therapeutic until I realized I just put it together backwards. And then it's not therapeutic anymore.
The right side of the bed's leaning, I'm low. It's
I put together a grill recently, a very cheap grill up the river, and I put the whole thing in backwards.
Exactly.
And I had to go back and undo the whole thing.
Oh,
and you over tighten it. My dad always says, you don't want to fully tighten it until you. Yeah, so I hate building any of those things.
Dude, I'm with you. So
I hate it.
we got a crib. You have a baby, and it's like you have 17 things you have to put together. And, my girl's supper's like, oh, we need to put the crib together. I said, I said, I've got nothing. So shout out cousin Brian, who's a P1. He lives in Martinez. Her cousin, now he's my cousin.
Yeah.
Cousin Brian comes in out of the pen, dude.
Oh, on your favorites?
You want to talk about a bullpen performance like Madison Bumgarner?
Listen.
Cousin Brian comes in with tools, screws, widgets, wrenches.
Ladies.
And my guy, dude. My guy, cousin Brian.
Two in the clutch.
Ladies,
clutch.
you are beautiful.
5 1/3.
Ladies, you are prettier than men, but there ain't nothing sexier than a dude with a tool belt who's going to show up to do something that I don't have to do. That's
Brian,
about as good as it gets.
Cousin Brian out of the pen. I went to the righty. Dude, I walked out. She walked to supper, walked out to the mound. She's like, give me the ball, dude. We're going to cousin Brian. We're going to the righty. I was like, thank God. I can't get anyone out.
Oh my
And
God.
the worst part is, you get so rattled when the lady's like, there, you're not doing it right. I'm just going to call. No, I got it. And then you realize an hour later, it's like, yo, can you call that dude?
Dude, I didn't even open the box.
You don't got it. You don't got it. You
I called
never
cousin
got
Brian.
it.
I'm like, what's it going to cost you? 3 IPAs? Done, dude. Done. I got you.
The worst is when you do something and it's kind of faulty.
God.
It continues to be a point of contention. So, for example, we got the Nest Ring doorbell thingy.
Okay.
Right? And so I tried to install it myself. Oh, boy. And every time someone pushes the Ring doorbell thing, the whole thing pops out of the stucco. And every single time she goes, who is going to come over and fix this? And I'm like, the homie Rocco's going to fix it. And every time Rocco comes over, I feel too guilty to ask him to fix this stupid thing that's so easy. And I don't know how to fix it. And it drives me
And
nuts.
you call Rocco to like, hey, let's hang out.
Exactly.
When deep down you're like, hey, Rocco,
Bring
I
the
got like
Makita.
3 things you need
Yeah.
to
Bring the Makita. Bring your overalls.
You get to the end of building something, and you're like, it's not quite right, but it's kind of close enough. And you look down at that damn bag, and there's those 3 parts where you're like,
at least.
where the hell were those?
Right.
Where were those supposed to go?
Every time.
And you just conveniently tuck those away.
Yeah, honestly, remember I posted that picture of me building the IKEA dining room table, and it took like 5 hours, and people were like, dude, that took me 2 hours. I'm so surprised it's still sturdy. Honestly, I thought for sure Christmas dinner was going to fall apart.
I will give you one story. The one time that it was actually helpful to not be handy, but put something together.
Yeah.
I bought an extra year out of my daughter believing in Santa because she came in and she was.
We all believe in Santa.
She was the quick. Yes,
Spoiler alert.
Anyway, and it's 9:05. They're in school, but anyway, she comes in one day and she looks at everything that's going on after Christmas and she looks at me and she goes, "I think you do it." And I looked at her, and I would. This is how I don't lie. I never want to lie to the kids. You think that I put that together? You think that I am able to do that? And she looked at the thing, and she got confused, and she went,
yeah, that measures up.
All right, and then she nodded her head and walked out of the room, and we got another year.
Yeah.
Nice.
St. Nick came again the next year, solely because she knows there's no way in hell Dad built that.
I love that.
I've watched Dad try to put together anything. Answer's no.
And by the way, if Santa was putting together everything that Santa puts together across the globe, Christmas would be in February.
And the sleigh would be humongous.
But, I mean, we just found out what a Makita was last year.
I knew what a Makita was.
I remember that show. I remember that show.
We put together some furniture up at the cabin, right? My wife invites her family over, and they're sleeping in the other room. In the middle of the night, I hear this yell, and I'm thinking, wonder what happened here in the neighborhood. I'm thinking, didn't think much of it. The next morning, we go into the front room. I look into the side bedroom, and the bed is like collapsed. And I go, hey, Mel, what happened? She's like, I don't know. The bed fell apart in the middle of the night, and they were both sleeping like in the
man.
Just roll on top of each other.
I had put together the Wayfair bed improperly, and I guess I didn't put the middle beam part that holds the whole bed up.
Okay.
And I felt so bad. And then so I tried to fix it. It broke again. The next night they slept over. I apologized a million times over. So my contractor comes up, hey, can you cut a piece of wood and drill it in? And he ended up drilling. This bed's going nowhere.
Nice.
And he fixed it. I'm still ashamed to this day. Mel and Dan, I'm sorry. The bed collapsed on them multiple times when they came to stay. And I felt horrible. My wife's still giving me grief.
2 words for you: air mattress.
Well,
and that takes care of that.
Well, it's nothing worse than
I had
getting
the air
yelled
mattress as well. I was sleeping on the air mattress the next night.
There's nothing worse than getting yelled at by the missus for not building something properly. I told you.
Yep.
And now every time it's like, I could be, no. Task driving it is. We don't care. I was like, baby, it costs. I don't care. You're not building anything. But when they yell at you for not building something properly, it's demoralizing.
It is.
It really is. It's like, damn, I'm not good for anything.
Right.
Anything. Why is she even with me?
Can you hang a picture? Can anyone in here hang a picture?
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah?
I can do that.
I can change a tire.
Yeah.
Into sheetrock?
No, wait, what? Huh?
Like, yeah, so I'm saying, like, what kind of, like, plaster into sheet? Because I can't hang a picture into plaster, for example.
Yeah, no.
You guys don't even know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
I do. Dude,
I will, like, crack
you're
that.
overthinking it.
Useless.
Yeah, you're
Your boy's
overthinking
useless.
it.
I mean, right now we've got 2, because we just moved into our house about 2 months ago. We've got 2 mirrors that are yet to be hung.
They're on the floor like mine.
We just bought a couple of great posters for the baby's room.
Nice.
And yeah, right now they're propped up against the crib that I didn't build. The changing table I didn't touch. I've got a lot of skills, but handyman is not among them.
Yeah.
So
You think Shanahan's a handyman? You think he knows how to build stuff?
Better be this weekend.
yeah.
By the way, before we get too deep into 49ers, can I just, I want to address the unfortunate cynicism of 2022. I hate where my brain went when Tom Brady announced that they had finalized their divorce this morning.
Could he come to the Niners next
No.
offseason?
My thought immediately
Can I make
went,
a run at Giselle?
when you're no. So
I'll raise those kids.
you got
That might be a 5.
wow, happy.
Call me Butcher or Daddy. It's up to you.
No, so you got
Giselle, you call me Daddy. Kids, you call me Butcher. That's what it is.
you got
What time softball practice over, kiddo?
I got him.
Pick you up. We got Capri Suns.
Hey, there's good money in that.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Is that not perfect?
You got two massive celebrities, so they're obviously very aware of PR and how to do it. And then immediately my thought was, look, well, it's obvious this has been going on for a really long time.
Yes.
You announced it this morning to sort of avoid what the Tom Brady narrative was going to sound like.
Well, he's washed.
Exactly.
Done.
Interesting.
Is he going to retire mid-year? Like, all these thoughts go through your head, and it just felt like the announcement came now so that he could adjust the narrative. And I hate that cynicism about myself.
Well, I think
when someone's announcing a divorce.
You're not wrong, and we talk about Friday news dumps all the time, where it's like, so and so has been cut. It's like, whoa, Friday night at 5 p.m.
Yeah, exactly.
It's what we do now. And if Tom Brady would have won last night, would the divorce announcement would have come today? Probably
yes,
not.
Probably not.
It might have come Wednesday or Thursday, but in light of the way he played, and he sat in his locker with his pads on, all the reports are, and he had his head in his hands, you're done, bro. Father Time has finally outlasted you. The last Father Time victory that he didn't have, he finally tapped on Tommy's shoulder last night and said, Tom, I win. It's over for you.
Yeah, I see. There's just a lot going on. I always have a hard time whenever there's any of these relationship things out in the public. You don't know what's going on in people's homes. Like, you don't know what they're going through, what their family life is, and all that. And I'm uncomfortable ever trying to diagnose any of these things. We've all had friends, family, or your own relationships, up and down and up and down. I mean, we all can relate to that in some way. I just struggle with correlating what's going on at work is what's going on at home and back. It's, to me, the whole thing's out of bounds. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong here. I'm not saying that's what you guys are doing. No, I'm not saying that's what you're doing.
My other takeaway from this was also, take a look at the NFC South now. Somebody's going to win that division.
It's Carolina.
Awful. Somebody's going to win that division.
Dalton is starting this weekend for the New Orleans Saints.
After watching that football game last night, I want this to be very clear, and I think,
the Niners are still alive?
Forget alive. There is zero excuse to not make the playoffs.
I know.
There's none. That's the Bucs. And watch the Packers get torched in Buffalo this week. They're going to be 3-5 also.
And we'll still believe that they can win a playoff.
There's no excuse. I know. How are we here?
You got the Bucs in the playoffs. I mean,
they might still win the division.
Yeah. It's going to be Carolina, the Carolina Panthers.
It's not going to be Carolina.
Watch Atlanta wins the division, and all of a sudden we're going to say, you know what? That's not a bad loss after all. That was a
playoff team. Might get a chance to go to Atlanta again.
Right.
Who knows?
Well, actually, I'd be down for that. Yeah, that stadium looks sweet.
There's some other teams that are sweet down there, too.
There's, Atlanta.
It's Howard.
If they can win and we get 2 weeks of all right, they're back to 500.
Well, I mean,
the reinforcements are coming.
Operation
it would be a
4-4.
therapeutic victory.
They're going to feel like they got everything by the you-know-whats if they win this weekend.
And all of a sudden, the Tampa game at Levi's looks very winnable.
Oh, the second half of the season, and they do now. This was a metric now. They've got.
This is why Mark hates the schedule game.
They have got the fourth easiest schedule of all NFL teams the rest of the way. Which is, it's precisely why I hate the preseason schedule game, because you have no idea who you're actually playing. They got the Chargers. We thought that was going to be terribly difficult. Yeah. That looks so winnable now. Tampa, oh no, Tom's coming to town. They look awful. They look absolutely awful. Washington is coming to town. New Orleans is coming to town. I mean, their road trips are all close by, Seattle, Las Vegas. There's no excuse for this roster to not be in the playoffs at the end of the year. There's none.
I hope.
There's none.
I want to go back to the playoffs again and again.
You got to say it the way you're supposed to say it.
Well, here's the thing. I want to go back to the playoffs.
Look, how is that not on a T-shirt?
And that's one of the great drops from Early Butcher.
Yes, that was actually me. That was me almost in tears after Jimmy tore his ACL.
You guys got to put those out there on the shop, 957thegameshop.com. You put those out there, and then the T-shirts get made.
We got to go through Denny Fry, and we got to get,
Denny Fry, shout out Denny still Fry. Winning, by the way. Is that
Stunnerman, yeah.
Okay. We're still winning. Well, I see the purple, and I think SF State, and I'm thinking, I don't know if they, Gators,
they haven't won much.
Geez, I spent my time dismantling.
Hey, listen. Top 6 on SportsCenter one night when, what was his name? Damn, he's in jail now. He played at Sarah High School. Hit a half-court shot. To beat the number 4 team in NAIA. We celebrated in the control room. Made SportsCenter top 6 the same night the Warriors beat the Spurs when they won 67 games that season and won the championship. Oh, man, it was not Dior Lawhorn. I'm not going to do that to him.
He's a Reardon. That was a Reardon kid.
Yeah, he's a Reardon guy in Berkeley. He was a guy.
I got mad love for the SF State days because I was doing play-by-play for the baseball team. And at the time, I was, big time into wiffle ball. So I would go out and we would have wiffle ball games before the SF State baseball games.
That's how you tear a UCL.
Dude, I can't even throw the ball now. But I told the crew, the staff, I'm like, none of you can hit me.
Oh.
So we would go out there, and I'm in my slacks, in my button-up shirt. I kept the tie off, and I'm out there throwing, sweating, and then, hey, Stanislaus is in town. Hey, big game here. 12 people in the crowd. Boys running material.
Dude, it was,
so
I know.
funny.
And we used to call SS State the Swamp, and their buzzer was like an alarm clock. Like, what the hell is that?
Shout out Valsikovich.
Yeah, Valsikovich.
The
That's my
great
guy.
Valsikovich,
Mike Mitchell up there still teaching the play-by-play class.
took
They're
care of
still
all
up
of
there.
us, yeah.
Marty Gonzalez. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, Becca. Shout out Becca.
A lot of Gators out there.
A lot of Gators.
Lavaroni, no. Steve Lavin.
Lavin was Chapman, I believe.
I thought he went to San Francisco State. Was it Andy Reid?
Andy Reid played on the football
I know
team.
that.
Yeah, Steve Lavin went to Chapman.
Why did I think he went to
University.
San Francisco State? Maybe I'm.
His dad went to USF. Cap Lavin, rest in peace.
I know that. Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Anyway,
I was wrong.
Steve Lavin. Just one quick Lavin story.
Best hair ever.
He tried to hijack my gig earlier in this year. We did the 40th anniversary Drake High State Championship reunion banquet.
Okay.
I'm hosting it.
Oh.
And your boy's out there. I'm not saying it was a perfect game. I made a couple small mistakes, but I'm having a great game. Coach Pete Hayward, 87 years old. We're honoring him. Mm-hmm. The banquet's about to end. Lavin bursts up from the back and says, Danny, and that's what they all call me from back in the day, Danny, we need to do a Q&A with Coach Hayward. And I look at him and I go, Steve, Coach is 87. He doesn't want to sit here and do a Q&A.
Oh, no.
Lavin insists, grabs the mic, and he's like, anybody who has a question for Coach, come on up. Crickets. After like 35 seconds, 40 seconds, I look at Lavin and I go, dude, this is not your gig. It's my gig. Give me the mic, bro. I wrestle the microphone back. Thanks for coming, everybody. Say hi to, tip your waitress. I'll see you next year. Lavin, bro.
Wow. Let me tell you, when you get 87, I know how my grandfather works. When is food being served?
Right.
Okay, it's been served. Where's the dessert? Okay. Can I have my coffee? Good. I'd like to go home.
Yep,
That is literally how it works.
Right.
Yeah.
And my grandfather, he'll look at me from across the party, and it's my get out of jail free, and he'll be like,
They know.
Pointing at the
They
clock,
know.
and I'm like, yeah, I know. The cake's coming. And he'll literally we're at a 5-year or a 2-year-old birthday party, and he's like, the cake, is it coming out? Like, where is it? I got Matlock later.
It's so
I
great.
got Matlock
and that's
later.
why I have
Why
mad
you doing that
respect
to
for your
Papa?
grandpa for doing
Why you
Niner
doing
games
that?
with
Yes.
you.
Yes.
I mean, because it's not as easy as, hey, we'll drive you right up to the gate.
100%.
And here you go, Grandpa. It's like,
100%.
Grandpa, it's going to be an hour in. It's going to be a mile walk across the lot and the whole deal.
His grandpa was there all day when we had the Monday night game.
God.
Remember we were all at the Hilton?
It was
Monday
a
night
9-hour
Seahawks game. They went to overtime. Papa Shasky
Papa
hung out all night long. What time we get home
4
that night?
margaritas that day for him. I couldn't believe he lasted.
Good for him.
I
Oh,
didn't get him
that's a good
home
day.
till 12:30 at night.
Yeah.
I picked him up at 12:30 in the afternoon, and I drove this guy home afterwards. It was one of the longest days of all time.
was a long day.
I'm shocked he didn't fall asleep.
Great Periscope
But
session,
He played
I love
solitaire
that
in the car the whole way.
That Periscope was great.
Periscope, rest in
The
peace.
Periscope was great.
Periscope.
Papa Shasky.
Oh, my gosh.
But Grandpa Shasky just
Periscope.
out of nowhere. I've seen a lot of wins.
Oh, dude.
Seen a lot of losses.
Dude.
It was like a 10-second pause. That was a brutal loss.
Periscope, buried right next to MySpace. Man, rest
man.
in peace.
Yeah.
Hey, before you guys go for the weekend here, you've probably already seen it on social, but if not, does anybody know what was 10 years ago today?
No.
You don't have it?
No.
You don't have it?
We've been locked in, making fun of each
It's
other.
got to be a Giants deal.
10 years ago today.
What?
10 years ago today. Sergio Romo freezes Miggy Cabrera.
Wow. I
Love
remember
it.
that.
10 years ago today.
Yeah.
Well, man, I don't give a damn about the Giants right now. Why don't you come
I asked
on?
you earlier, you want to get a little baseball in?
We
You're like,
did get some baseball in. We talked Dusty. We talked Aaron Judge.
Who was
That's your wheelhouse.
That
Who
should
was
have been
the
it,
white
you're right.
middle infielder that
Throwing you under
scored
the
in
bus.
extra innings?
Terrio.
Ryan
Terrio.
Terrio. Wow.
Yeah. Ryan
Why is he
Terrio.
going to be a white middle infielder?
Because it's not DeRosa.
That's all they
DeRosa broke
had,
his wrist in
basically.
2010.
Well, 'cause he was white. I mean, what are you going to do?
Most part, we've had white middle infielders.
Stella, Crawford.
Robbie Thompson,
Go
baby.
back to
Come
Mike
on,
Benjamin.
let's
Come
go.
on, man.
Mike Benjamin.
He had a great
Played
series at
all
Wrigley
8
Field.
positions in a game.
Caught a batting practice home run
There
off
you
Mike
go.
Benjamin's
Really?
bat
Little
once upon
Billy
a time.
Miller. Come on, man.
He was on the corner, but I'll allow it.
That's
I know,
true.
third
That's
base.
true.
I
He
know.
was.
I tried to sneak it in.
We'll switch.
Third
We'll
base. I
switch.
know. Little Billy Miller.
Oh my God, dude.
Hey,
Ryan
it's the morning mail in on a Friday.
I can tell. Look at the jackets are on. We got
we're down to we're scraping the bottle.
Come on, get out of here. Get out of here. We got you.
Had a double header last night. You know what I'm saying? Miami Heat, morning roast.
All the Starbucks were closed everywhere I went this morning.
Why?
You know where all the 4 a.m. Starbucks are.
Yeah,
Dibs, you know this move.
Yeah, years.
I drove to my 2 go-tos, then went to a third one, and I said, screw it, I'm super late. And I've been getting Mats and coffee. It ruined my whole morning this morning because I had to get my coffee.
You haven't had any coffee?
No, we got the coffee,
Okay,
but it wasn't on the normal time. I'm X amount of cups deep by the time I'm ready to roll.
You're almost your great-grandpa.
Exactly.
Is what you are. You're getting there quicker than you think. Where's the coffee?
You guys have a great weekend.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
This is insane, Bonte.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs. On 95.7 The Game.
I'm telling you, man, as we go into this weekend, and welcome in, everyone, 888-957-9570. That's the first little hustle across the room that we've had to do in a long time.
Yeah, we've been taking the changeover deep, which I love.
Which is great.
Yeah,
this was great.
Really fun.
Hashtag social cues. I want everybody to start doing a better job, and I'll start with me. Everybody, read social cues. When the two guys across the room from you, one of them has a jacket on, and the other one has got all of his papers stacked and tucked under his arm, it means they want to leave. If you're at a party and someone starts to lean away from you toward the food, they want to leave.
Yeah.
Let them go. You got to let them go, Dibs.
Yeah.
So we let them go.
We did let him go. It's hard because I think we've all kind of fallen in love with this 8:55 to 9:26. It's kind of a fun 30 minutes with the fellas.
Yeah.
Their show into our show, and we love our show into Steiny and Goo. It's become one of my favorite parts of doing the show with you. I like our show, 9:26 to 11:55. It's great. But the two changeovers, it's been a neat part of our station.
100%. Yeah, love hanging with the fellas, and we love hanging with you. And so if you're on YouTube or Twitch, good morning. Thank you for being here and watching us, and get your comments there. Xfinity mobile text line and your calls certainly welcome today. 888-957-9570. Can anybody think of an excuse? Can anybody come up with one damn reason why the San Francisco 49ers should not be in the playoffs at the end of this year? Dibs, I'm almost offended by the vibe, by the sound that I hear right now. Even Bonte and Joe are like, man, it's a bummer to talk about the 49ers. I'm like, first of all, I don't find it to be a bummer to talk about the 49ers, but I get where they're coming from. But it's a bummer that we are in this situation because there's no good reason for it. There is no good reason for it. And I heard Jimmy Garoppolo yesterday talking about urgency, and two thoughts come to your mind. One thought is, the hell are you doing just suddenly getting to urgency now? Like, every football game should have a feel of urgency. But on the other hand, you love to hear that word because it's time. Look around this league. The Bucs are freaking terrible.
Yeah.
Look around this conference. The 49ers have zero reasons to not end up playing January football.
But they have to handle their business against the Rams. They have Arizona twice, and Seattle inexplicably is your division leader. And so forget Tampa Bay, because Tampa Bay, Carolina, Atlanta, one of those teams, New Orleans, one of those teams is going to be a playoff team.
Unreal.
None of the four deserve to be, but one of them is going to be. That division is a one playoff berth division.
Correct.
The NFC North, yeah, we'll yet to see. If Green Bay can wake up from their doldrums, maybe the North gets a second one. The East looks like they're going to have two wild cards and a division champ. So really, to me, It all comes down to you, the Rams, the Seahawks, and the Cardinals. If only one of you gets in, maybe two of you, well, you better beat the Rams to get a leg up on L.A. and then worry about Arizona and Seattle down the road.
Well, and we're putting the Giants and the Cowboys and the Eagles all in, and I'm not 100% sure it's going to go that way.
Right.
This is the wildest playoff preview game that's ever happened in Week 8 in that the Seahawks are playing the Giants, and this would have been a complete and total afterthought this weekend. It's like become the game of the week in the NFC because it's two teams with a winning record, and there just aren't that many of them. But you're right with the way the math is working, but it's sort of two chances. I don't really think the 49ers even have a great reason to not win the division. Now, maybe Seattle is going to get to 10 wins. I don't know. I'm very surprised already with where they're at, and if they are, okay. But the 49ers don't have a great reason to not win the division, but they certainly don't have a great reason to not end up being a wild card team if they don't win that division. They currently are undefeated in the division. They've got a 2-0 record. That's a major thing in your hip pocket. And if they can get to 3-0 in the division this weekend, they're going to have a massive, massive leg up. But even if something goes wrong, even if Seattle does end up getting to 10 wins, it's like you said, the Bucs are now 3-5, and I'm pretty sure the Packers will be too in 48 hours. I can't see it. The only way you don't end up in the playoffs is if you truly end up never figuring this out. And how's that possible with this roster?
With these weapons and this great defense.
I just don't get
and
it.
The head coach and all the rest of it. Mark, there are 5 teams in the NFC with a positive plus-minus point differential. You have the 3 in the East, you've got Minnesota, and then you've got the Niners.
The 49ers.
I mean, the rest of the teams are, Green Bay, minus 18. All 4 teams in the NFC South are underwater in terms of plus minus. And then you look at the Rams are negative. Seattle's a minus 3. Arizona's a minus 20. And I know that's not totally the best indicator for a team's success.
Pretty good,
but
though.
It's a pretty good one.
It's a pretty good one.
Especially this point in the year.
Yeah, there's really only a few outliers out there, which is, for instance, the Jacksonville Jaguars have a positive point differential.
Don't sleep on my Jacksonville.
The Las Vegas Raiders have a positive point differential. So do the New England Patriots, even as a last place team, although only 3-4. So that it is one of the indicators. There are a handful of them that the 49ers are a better team than what their record states, but it doesn't matter if you don't go figure it out. And so I've said it, I think, with each day this week, the urgency has gone up for this game. Let's get into it. What are you expecting from Christian McCaffrey? What do you want from McCaffrey this weekend? We get into that coming up next at 888-957-9570. The voice of the Rams, JB Long, in a half hour. Baldy is on the show today as well. Let's do this thing. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
The holidays are sneaking up fast.
Ho, ho, bleepin' ho.
So check out our brand new merch store.
I look real good today.
Denzel was me, son.
I look real good today.
Damn it!
Check it out at 957thegameshop.com. That's 957thegameshop.com.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in San Francisco at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
You could save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, but when we just come out and say it, it feels like it falls a bit flat. So instead, we're going to hire a professional voice actor and pay him absurd amounts of money to say,
I like this product.
Not sure why that was better. I mean, I'm a professional too, but we didn't pay him to say the business part, so back to me. Save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. Sorry, I know hearing me say it was a bit of a letdown. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discount not available in all states or situations.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Listen, could Robert change your life?
At the age of 55, I started putting on weight, and I got to the weight of about 210 pounds. Always hungry. The heavier I got, the less energy I had. And about 6 months ago, I started taking the Andro 400, and I started realizing I had more energy. I felt better, and my mind was clearer, and I started losing weight. I went from my max weight was 215, and now I'm down to 176. My waist size has dropped from a 38 to a 32, and I've lost these big love handles I had on my side, and I just look a lot slimmer.
Since 2004, Andro 400 has helped men lose belly fat, gain energy, and to look and feel their best. Go to andro400.com for more true testimonials, before and after photos, and special discounts. Only available on andro400.com. andro400.com.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. When you need to talk Medicare, Walgreens is here. Start shopping today at walgreens.com/Medicare.
It's pro time because at Lowe's, it's Provember. Save big with inventory you can count on, like Flex products or DeWalt power tools starting at just $99. Plus, Lowe's MVPs members earn up to 3 times bonus points per dollar on select items. Save all Provember long. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. MVPs Pro Rewards Program terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty terms. Subject to change. Prices valid from 10/17/22 to 2/3/23 or until supplies last.
90% of golfers slice. And if you're one of them, there's only one reason why. Your club face is open relative to the path of your swing. If you don't fix this, you'll never fix your slice. So how do you do that? Simple. You follow Tiger Woods' former coach Hank Haney's one-shot slice fix. This one-shot fix has fixed over 100,000 amateur golfers' slices. To check it out, visit slicefix.com. Again, that's slicefix.com. Go there now and fix your slice today.
Hey, it's Boomer Esiason, and we all know the game isn't over till it's over. So next time you need parts for your car, don't call it quits. Go to eBay Motors. They have 122 million parts to take your car into overtime. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, Football Friday. JB Long, voice of the Rams, is coming up here in about a half hour. Baldy a little bit later in the show. I think 11 o'clock for nice. Baldy.
And Diddy and Keisha Cole right now with last night. And I'm sure at some point we will talk about last night.
Damn right we will.
I tell you what, the Warriors, they're back, Mark. Prisoner of the moment.
Didn't take the L. Last night they bounced back. But
yes.
Before we get into that, what the hell are you wearing right now? What is this?
I'm wearing a little shirt from Warriors World. It just arrived in my mailbox. And by my mailbox, I mean it just showed up outside the studio.
Major bag alert.
Because we don't have mailboxes here.
Nope.
Shout out Rashid and the great people at Warriors World. This is the Bobby Fitz. It's a Bart shirt with a Bart ticket. Bay Area Reigns 3s.
I like that.
And on the back, it's a nod to Bobby Fitz. He hit that from Fremont, Piedmont, and all the other locales. The one that's not on here is the one that he did special for Guru, Union City. because we had Bob on the show, I think before you came on the station.
Yep.
And Guru openly was like, Bob, it's Goo. Can you say one time he hit it from Union City? And then a couple games later, Fitz, he hit that from Union City. And I mean, Guru, it was that night. Yeah. It wasn't even a couple games later. And Guru was like,
I bet he
got
handled,
emotional.
I was going to say, I bet he handled that very calmly.
I've arrived. Bobby Fitz shouted out my town, the Union.
Yes,
it's
he
pretty
did.
cool.
Love
So
it.
yeah,
I don't have an ego.
So if anybody wants to see the Warriors World swag, then jump on YouTube. Jump on YouTube. You can always watch the show. You can you can subscribe, you can get in on the fun. You can also chat. There's a great listener chat going on there all the time that we weigh in on as well. So do that. And oh, by the way, speaking of merch, 957thegameshop.com is where you can get your actual 957 The Game merch, whether it's just 957 The Game logos, the logos from any one of our shows, including ours, which is What Are You Doing? And if you want a shirt that says What Are You Doing on it, because I just think that's a good thing to ask to people. There's all different forms. It's the greatest phrase. It could mean anything. What are you doing? Or, hey, what are you doing? So any of that is all good. Check that out. 957thegameshop.com. All right. With all of that, and then Christian McCaffrey coming up this weekend, I really do feel like it's about him in so many different ways. We don't have word yet on what Deebo Samuel is going to do this weekend, whether he's going to play, whether he practices today or not. But I would love to see, this is what I'm looking for this weekend. I would love to see the 49ers end up in a football game where on the back end of it, we're not sitting there going, well, yeah, except for blank was out or blank was compromised. Watch the NFL right now, in particular the NFC, and realize that the 49ers, half of them, are still so much better in terms of their roster than the rest of this conference. I mean, if I give you the Rams right now, who scares you? And you could go either side of the ball. Give me who scares you.
Copper Coop.
Okay, Copper Coop. What else?
I like Skoranek.
You like Skoranek.
What's his first name?
Yeah.
It's Ben.
It is Ben.
Yes,
you're right.
Kyle, thank you. I was on the Ben Skoranek over in the Monday night game, over 3.5 catches.
How'd that go?
It didn't go great.
No, not great.
He had 3 nabs.
I mean, you could look on the
Matthew Stafford's wife scares me.
Well, she is crazy.
Yeah.
She's crazy.
Cam Akers scares me.
I think the fans actually scare her and scare the Rams.
It was crazy.
Thank you. Remember.
Aaron Donald scares me.
Okay.
And
that's totally
on the
fair.
real, as we get back to the real thing that scares me. But there's not a lot about the Rams that scare me. Sean McVay bursting into my end zone scares me.
He does run up and down the sideline with the best of them. But look, the 49ers have all they need, and I think they know this. Like, sure, Charvarius Ward, compromised,
Moody.
Trent Williams, this. Like Deebo Samuel, is he out? The 49ers, half their roster, and here we go, on paper, is so much better than the rest of this conference. And the more I look around at this, the more you watch the Bears play, the more you watch the Denver Broncos play, you sit here and go, my gosh, how did you end up here? How did you end up here, and when are you going to stop giving your fans that vibe on the way out of football games? You have everything you need. I don't care who's in. I don't care who's out. You have everything you need to beat this football team this weekend, and you have arrived at a time in the season where you can't just kind of, well, you know, let's see how it goes. It's early, but it's not early anymore. It's not early anymore. The bye week is next week. It's the halfway point. It is time to go get what is clearly yours. Every metric, because when we go, they're 3 and 4. You found some of these yesterday.
Yeah.
Third down percentage. Look at their
the Rams are right with them, by the way.
Point differential.
The Rams are right with them in third down conversion. They're almost identical.
If you go deep into the metrics, you will find that the 49ers are not the same as the other 3 and 4 teams. They are not the same. So you got to stop being 3-4. You got to stop being 3-5.
Well, to stop being 3-4, you need to actually win a game. And I don't look at Kansas City because Kansas City's better than you. I look at Atlanta. And why did you lose to Atlanta? Well, Atlanta came out and they were more physical on both sides of the ball. Atlanta came in, and to use a baseball expression, they shoved. They absolutely shoved it on you, and you got dominated. So, okay, that's fine. That was the second game of a road trip. It is excusable. You had a lot of defensive players out. Fine. Trent Williams didn't play. Great. But why did you lose to Denver 11-10? Well, I thought it was like riding a bike, Jimmy Garoppolo. All of a sudden, we go from it's like riding a bike to, I didn't have training camp and I'm a little rusty. Wait, what? And why did you lose to the Bears? Well, it was a monsoon. Well, it was a monsoon on both sides of the football, guys. And Justin Fields didn't have any trouble in that monsoon. He made the big plays. You didn't. So what you're saying about on paper, the analytics, the numbers, all of the other things, they point toward the Niners winning this game. But why are they 3-4? That's what I can't get away from.
Right, because they are underachieving, and overpromising and underdelivering is the worst thing, no matter who you're talking to, no matter what it is. We were talking about TaskRabbit earlier. If TaskRabbit comes over and you get your trampoline or your bed put together, but things start popping off a week later, you have overpromised and underdelivered, and everybody hates that. So when I go into this game this weekend, just as a fan, as an observer, the word that is popping around in my head is trust. And it's been a huge word in 2022 in Bay Area sports. Let's start with Draymond Green a couple of weeks ago. What is trust? Well, trust is the word that all your teammates are using. Draymond, that's what it is. And it's a very, very big word. It doesn't matter what you're doing in your life or who you're talking about. Try to undervalue trust. What a ridiculous press conference that was. Undervaluing the word trust. What is trust? Trust is everything. It is everything. So if your teammates don't trust you, you got nothing. Let's talk about trust around Bay Area sports. Do you trust Farhan Zaidi right now?
Kinda.
Okay. How many people listen to this Aaron Judge story and go, yeah, right.
They don't trust him to land this fish.
I believe it when I see it, because I don't trust that this group is actually going to spend my beer money and give me something back. And now let's go to the San Francisco 49ers. 4 draft picks for Christian McCaffrey. Oh my gosh, the greatest Swiss Army knife on offense in football, combined with the best laminated play sheet that we've seen in the last decade. This is going to be the best thing ever. You can't stop it. I don't trust you unless you go show me that. This has to be a massive Christian McCaffrey game, because the 49ers have now given up next year's draft for a player. And that player needs to be the damn deal tomorrow, or else you're going to have people say, I don't trust the way you're doing it. You got to stop telling me that this guy with these weapons is unstoppable, and then keep going out there and getting stopped.
Yeah, exactly. And, well, this is the week, especially if Debo doesn't play. Juwan Jennings may not play. Both will be listed as questionable. So if Debo doesn't play, then it becomes a Christian McCaffrey game, in my opinion. And we said this before in terms of Kyle Shanahan. You've got this player. Now, John Lynch traded a 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and a 5th next year to get him in. Well, this is the game. Going into a bye, this is the game where you want to play him 20 to 25 plays, get him that many touches, more than that many plays, obviously, but that many touches. And I heard Bonte and Joe talk about it this morning. I don't want to hear about them trying to bubble wrap him or ease him into it. You're going into a bye game, and if you don't have Debo Samuel, this is the game where you need to use Christian McCaffrey. And we already know that he went for $160 against the Rams last time out.
He looked great.
As a Carolina Panther, for God's sake.
He looked great. I know none of you saw the game, and I've already told the story on air. I watched every single play, because as things fell, it ended up being a 1 o'clock news break for me, hey, if the Rams win this game, you win your survivor pool.
Did you win that?
I sure did, because the Rams beat the Carolina Panthers 24-10. So I sat down with the only moron in the Bay Area who's like, Rams Panthers, sign me up.
Nice.
Turn off the Red Zone channel. I just want to watch Rams Panthers. So I watched all of it. He looked great. He looked great against this defense 2 weeks ago. He looked great against this defense in this stadium, and he did it with P.J. Walker as the quarterback, and they wouldn't even let P.J. throw the ball more than about 3 yards downfield. You think Jimmy plays close to the line of scrimmage. You should have seen what P.J. Walker was doing that day with the Panthers, and McCaffrey was still able to get outside and make big plays. And you're right, go for combined yardage, receiving and rushing well over 100. He was fantastic. This guy is motivated. I love what he said yesterday. He's got a little chip on his shoulder about being traded. He is better than this defense. And he is also a walking offensive lineman in a way. You want to neutralize Aaron Donald? Get the ball out of your hands and get it into Christian McCaffrey's in space. To me, that is this key to this game. You win the game, you keep getting him the ball in space.
And you use him in a bunch of different ways. You use him in the backfield, in the slot, you spread him out wide, and you get him the ball, especially if Debo's not playing. You use Ayuk, you use George Kittle. I like their chances in terms of the health, too. I know the Rams are getting more healthy. Their O-line is still pretty shaky. They're getting other pieces back. Van Jefferson will play. The running back situation is still a real puzzle in terms of who the Rams would like to have and who the Rams actually do have. And you kind of, Christian McCaffrey blocked the Rams. You back blocked them by picking up McCaffrey, because I'm sure the Rams would have loved to have acquired him. He would have solved a lot of their problems. So I would expect a ton of Christian McCaffrey this weekend. Use him until you use him up. This is a game, it's not a must-win. It's not even a gotta-have-it game. But if you don't win this one and you go into the bye at 3-5, now you look at those last 9 games, and you need to win 6 of the final 9, in my opinion, to get to 9-8 to be a playoff team.
I'm pretty close to gotta have it. I'm pretty close. I hear what you're saying. You look around up and down the NFC, and I do think the Bucs are already 3-5, and I think the Packers are going to be 2. And so 3-5 does not mean you're out of this thing.
I told you the Bucs would be 3-5.
Right.
You were Team Tom.
You got that one. I said, like, one more time, Tom. One more time for old time's sake.
One time!
And he looked at that TV camera and he went, nope, done. I mean, my gosh.
And now news that the divorce is actually going down.
It's finalized already. I mean, I like you watched that game last night. When he needs to throw the ball more than 20 yards downfield, it literally looks like he's got to put his whole body into it. It just, and I know 3 years ago, we said the same thing. Remember, Jimmy had just been to the Super Bowl. Tom wanted to come, and we were like, why would you do that? Jimmy's had a better year than Tom. He looks done. And then he goes and wins the Super Bowl again the very following year. So I get all that. But, man, now he really mentally and physically looks done. So you're right. It's not a must-win. But I'm pretty damn close to gotta have it. That sets up a second half that's just flat out hard. It's hard, and the ball will bounce a couple of ways. You're going to have to win almost all of your games.
6 of the 9. That's all.
And that's really good. I mean, these teams are so flawed that you're gonna lose 2 or 3 just because it's football and it's any given Sunday and all of that stuff.
Well, I think you've already lost those 2, and that's my take on where they were. And last year you were 3-5, and this year's team, on paper, and we love talking about on paper, this year's team is better on paper than last year's 3-5 team.
Right, and the rest of the conference is worse. But when we say, they were 3-5 and they made it last year, never forget, they got the ball in the fourth quarter in Los Angeles, and they got the drive done.
They needed it.
But if they didn't, they don't go to the playoffs. It was that close to them not making the playoffs, and that's with them playing amazing football in the second half of the year. I don't want to put them on that journey again. Tomorrow is damn close to a gotta have it if you ask me. Let's go to Dylan in the city. First up today here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Dylan, thanks for calling. What are you doing? Dylan?
I just got out of the water. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you now, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. I wanted to weigh in. I know it was just kind of a tangent, but you mentioned you trust Farhan with the Aaron Judge stuff. And I just got to say, I'm not saying that Aaron Judge isn't a great player and he's worth whatever he's going to get, but this team is nowhere near being ready to contend. So what's the utility of going out and signing a guy who you have to pay $30 million a year when we have holes up and down the rest of the roster?
Yeah, so Dylan, I totally disagree. Here's what you do. You fill the holes. Nobody, and I think that Aaron is not coming until the Giants show him that he's not going to be the only guy they sign. Do you know what I mean? Like, if they won 107 a year ago, then I'm not going to buy that they can't fill enough holes right away to contend. I really believe, especially with the expanded playoffs, and don't tell me they can't do well when they get in the playoffs. The Phillies are in the World Series. They had 87 wins. So you can do it. You can do it. The Giants.
You can do it.
You just got to put your you-know-what into it, like the Giants.
They're back.
They can, no, but there is a scenario. If they're aggressive in free agency, there's absolutely a scenario where they contend next year. No question in my mind.
Without a doubt, especially in this playoff format where, everybody gets a playoff berth. Philadelphia's in with 87 wins. The Giants won 81 games. So you feel like if the Giants can get to that 87, 88 win plateau and be a wild card team, well, then you're in the tournament. Then it comes down to frontline starting pitching, which makes the Carlos Rodon question even more interesting, because I don't know if Aaron Judge is looking at adding pitching as something that would help him want to sign with the Giants, but I don't think that he's looking at that.
I think the whole roster, I would think.
So if you're Farhan and you look at Rodon and you're thinking, okay, we're going to spend big this offseason, why not bring back Carlos Rodon? Give him 4 years and $100 million. Give him 25 per. He's the kind of guy in a short series you absolutely need to have. Logan Webb is a great pitcher. If you have Webb and Rodon, you feel like you can win any series against any team.
Totally, yeah. I think this is all going to be part of the pitch to Aaron Judge. And by the way, we got more people who want to weigh in on this. But I also think, how many people have said that, gosh, we'll see if Farhan can convince ownership to spend this kind of money. I actually think it's the other way around. And I'll explain that in just a second. But let's go to Ryan. Hey, Ryan, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Ryan?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you guys doing today? Just wanted to talk about that, exactly that. We do need to sign Rodon. We absolutely need him in that lineup. Logan Webb is a really good number 2. But I don't think, Aaron Judge is a terrific player, but he's not going to solve all of our problems. We need to get, honestly, I think we should get Rizzo. We should try to make a move to other players, and that way we can convince Judge to come over. That's all I just want to say to you guys.
Yeah, Ryan, I think you're absolutely right. That is going to be a big part of this. They got to convince him, but I think they're prepared to do that. Here's what I mean by, can Farhan convince ownership to spend that kind of money? I honestly believe we've reached the other way around. Here's what I mean. I bet Farhan would look at, okay, you're 6'6", 6'7", you're 240 pounds.
280, coach.
And we're going to sign you until you're 39. I guarantee you Farhan could sit down with a spreadsheet and go, okay, here's why this is really dangerous. Okay? Albert Pujols, Mo Vaughn, whatever big, large man angel who has ever been
Pablo
signed before.
Sandoval.
It never works, right? It almost never works. So Farhan could sit there with ownership and go, from a baseball perspective, here's why the back half of this contract probably doesn't make sense. And I think ownership goes, cool. See those seats over there? See how they're empty?
Right.
Here's why your plan isn't working right now. McCaffrey is a 49er. Kittle, Debo, Ayuk, stars all over the place.
Steph,
Bosa,
Klay, Wiggins, and Poole.
Klay, Wiggins, Poole. My man, we need you to stop thinking only about baseball and start thinking about baseball and attendance. I honestly think that's the conversation happening within the San Francisco Giants walls, and Farhan is going to go do what ownership tells him to do. But I promise you this was not his plan. His plan was not, hey, before the minor leaguers get here, let's hand out $350 million contracts to people in their 30s.
But we can't wait for these minor leaguers forever.
Exactly right.
Because the minor league prospects last year collectively had an awful year. None of them really, other than Kyle Harrison, matriculated at a level where you would say, that guy, whoa, there's a fast mover. That guy's ready to go.
There are some. Casey Schmidt, but I know I'm getting intricate. Go ahead.
I mean, where's Casey Schmidt?
He's in AAA.
Is he going to be on the Major League roster opening? Is he going to start?
I don't know. Maybe. I mean,
Casey Schmidt in the last month of the minor league year, maybe the last couple of months.
He is an elite defensive left side of the infield guy. We'll see if his bat's ready.
Ramos regressed.
Yep.
Matos flamed out. Joey Bart, we trumpeted Joey Bart. If you look at what he did, the second half was terrific. The second half was terrific compared to how bad he was in the first half. He was a nice piece. He's not 140 games a year catcher.
I mean, listen, I don't even know if that exists anymore.
Fine,
he was solid. He was solid.
He was all right.
That's fine.
He was all right. But my point is, when you look at all the various Hunter Baileys and all the Bailey and Bishop and all the whatever,
Patrick Bailey,
none
Hunter
of these
Bishop.
guys did anything. None of them really made any move other than Kyle Harrison.
And Luciano was great when he played. He was hurt. He was hurt for a bit. He was very, very good when he played. Anyway, I get it. And
Bailey
those guys,
Bishop, I like.
That's fine. We can name him that too. That's next year's pick. Anyway, JB Long is the voice of the Rams. We're going to jump in here with him next. Christian McCaffrey, what are you expecting? What are you wanting to see as far as usage? We can get into that. Baldy a little bit later on in the show. And Klay Thompson with unmatched vulnerability. We'll get you that as well coming up next hour. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
If you aren't listening to Willard and Dibs,
what are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing? If you had told me after 7 weeks of the season that the 49ers would have the same record as the Washington Commanders and the Chicago Bears, I'd have gone to sleep. I don't even understand it. I don't understand it.
this is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
My husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad. Grab my hand.
Wait, okay.
No, now up the stairs. We tried that last time. You can literally run through him.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $24.99 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and a free streaming box included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit your local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 12/21/22.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The SF Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the SF Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
It's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast. And if you're an independent restaurateur or are starting a brand new business, then you gotta know about my friends at Trimark. Trimark, making independent restaurateurs' dreams come true in Northern California for over 55 years. Whether you're designing your next restaurant or you need equipment and supplies, this is where Trimark comes in. They do it all. And what's most important to them is being a partner to their business customers. Visit TrimarkWest.com. That's TrimarkWest.com.
Throughout the 60s and 70s, cops hunted down key figures of the Dixie Mafia, including its enigmatic ringleader, Kirksey Nix.
I'm interested in making money. I'm not interested in hurting people.
15 years into Kirksey's life sentence, the Dixie Mafia was practically folklore, but that would soon change. I'm Jed Lipinski. This is Gone South, a documentary podcast from C13 Originals, a Cadence 13 studio. Season 2, The Dixie Mafia. Available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Third down and 3. Quick throw. What a catch. Samuel stays upright. Terrific catch and run. One-on-one with Ramsey. Can't bring him down. Samuel. Highlight reel. Touchdown.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, the easy thing that 49er fans want to say is that it's going to sound like that when the 49ers score at SoFi Stadium again this weekend, but it won't. Because it's probably not going to be Deebo Samuel's name being called out if and when the 49ers score. At least that's where the drumbeat is. We don't have any breaking news on that. But Deebo against Jalen Ramsey, I don't know if we're going to see it. A lot of different matchups that'll be different this time around. And so let's dive into that with the voice of the Rams who joins us now on Willard and Dibs, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. That's JB Long. Hey, brother, what's going on?
Thanks for the invitation. Good to be back. Twice this month and, 5 times in the last 12 months this rivalry's been teed up.
Yep, and only in the playoffs do the Rams win. So we already know the outcome this weekend. Is that correct?
I would say that painful though it might be, if you offered Rams fans a contract which says they have to take one more on the chin Sunday, but they would be guaranteed a victorious rematch in the playoffs, I think they would take the medicine. Yeah, I really do.
What's the state of this Rams team right now? It seems like from an injury standpoint, they're really beleaguered and in a tough spot. Are they still suffering through a little bit of a Super Bowl hangover?
Well, they have been beleaguered. For instance, beg your pardon, on Sunday they'll start their 7th consecutive different offensive line combination. But I think coming off the bye, they are as healthi as they've been since training camp, and that's kind of the silver lining. Most importantly, they're starting their scheduled starting center, Brian Allen, as opposed to an undrafted free agent, Jeremiah Colonna, from San Jose State, who was, applying to be in the San Diego police force the last time they called upon him, and he played the majority of that Week 4 game against the 49ers vaunted defensive front. So that's one big one, some help in the secondary, and then out wide, Van Jefferson, who was scheduled to be part of their starting receiving trio, will make his season debut, it sounds like, on Sunday. So trending in the right direction coming off their bye. But you're right. To this point, 3-3 in large part because of the injury disruption.
JB, it is JB Long, voice of the Rams, with us here, Willard and Dibs. I'd love your perspective on what sounds like it was a cool 49er Ram game that didn't happen on the field. It happened on the phone 2 weeks ago when both of them tried to go get Christian McCaffrey. What do you think the Rams offered, and what's sort of been their thought process in that the rivals got him?
Yeah, how good it sounds like from all the reporting, and it's interesting that the Rams did have kind of a price ceiling and remain disciplined, not going further than their budget would allow. But I think it's more than just representative or kind of similar to what the Rams did last year and going all in, that the 49ers have kind of pushed their chips to the center of the table and said that Christian McCaffrey is the piece that can get them to where they're trying to go. We'll see if it plays out that way. I mean, I think he's a more than adequate substitution for Debo for this particular game, if it is a one-for-one kind of substitution. But more long-term, I kind of think of what's a defense to do if you put two backs out there with McCaffrey and Juszczyk, and then the receiving duo that they have, Ayuk and Samuel, and then, of course, George Kittle to make it all work. Like, do you play base? Do you play nickel? Who knows? But that could be an issue for another time, another meeting. I think the Rams needed help at running back. They're apparently on their way to a divorce with Cam Akers, though that has not been finalized yet. They should get some help at running back with their rookie out of Notre Dame, Kyron Williams, before too much longer. But I think more than anything, it's just that Christian is a unicorn, that what he can do, run and pass, his versatility, his ability to make tacklers miss is something that the Rams, I think, are sorely lacking. But they were disciplined enough to not go the full distance to compete in a bidding war with San Francisco.
If Akers and the divorce is going to happen, what do the Rams do in terms of running the football this Sunday against the Niners?
Yeah, I think you'll see a heavy dose of Darrell Henderson. I think the most recent win over Carolina was an example of how they can get their receiving core involved in the running game, and I know the San Francisco 49ers saw a healthy dose of that from the Kansas City Chiefs. So I don't know whether the Rams can duplicate Andy Reid's, speed to the perimeter, screen game, blueprint to keep Bosa at bay. But I think there'll be elements of that based off of what the Chiefs put down on film and what the Rams would have hoped to have done anyway.
JB, what's going on with the pursuit of Odell Beckham? Where do you think he ends up?
I think there's a lot of other markets where I would rather put my wagers than trying to decide what Odell Beckham is going to do with his decisions and his future. And I think that's pretty risky business. But I think if he does choose the Rams, it's a variety of factors. One, he loved it here. He's familiar with the coaching staff and the scheme and the personnel. I believe that the team doctor did his most recent surgery. So all those things are going in the Rams' direction if they stay competitive and if they look like a contender if and when Odell Beckham Jr. is ready to play again this season. But what I can't speak to is the interest or the desperation level of other suitors. If someone is willing to pay him significantly more, give him multi-year security because they think he is the missing piece to their championship run, again, not to draw a total comparison to the Christian McCaffrey situation, but I think there's a limit to how far the Rams or any other team are willing to go.
You mentioned stay competitive, and it feels almost like an oxymoron in this year's NFC where even Carolina is still competitive. What's the feeling around the Rams in terms of where they are from a competitive standpoint as far as this game being a must-win, an important game, or how this one factors into a pretty weird NFC this year?
Yeah, that to me feels more sentimental and moral and emotional than it does mathematical. And I think that's true of San Francisco, too. Like, both teams probably can't call this a must-win because it's not yet Halloween, but it's a can't-lose for various reasons. San Francisco not wanting to take a 3-game streak into their bye. Of course, the Rams not wanting to lose an 8th consecutive regular season game to their rival. All those sorts of factors. But when you do look at the NFC state right now, it's pretty flat. There's a couple of teams playing well out of the East, but other than that, not a lot to write home about. And it depends how much I think you're buying into what Geno Smith and Pete Carroll and the Seahawks are doing. But there's plenty of room on the playoff bubble right now in the NFC, even for the team that loses this game on Sunday. I really believe that. And when you look at the Atlanta Falcons, sub 500, now the 4 seed in the NFC coming out of the South, there's clearly a lot of work still to be done.
JB Long is the voice of the Rams, joining us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. JB, gosh, looking up and down that conference, it's fascinating, and we know some of the different idiosyncrasies of these matchups. Last year, 49er fans at SoFi became a big story. Matt Stafford's wife even talking about it on her podcast. Is there anything the Rams have done or can do with regard to trying to sort of mitigate the loss of home field advantage because of the way the crowd develops there?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's only one thing they can do, which is hang more banners. I think this is a generational product. I think a project. We talked about this on your show, too. That was a big inflection point, I think, beating the 49ers in the NFC Championship game last year. Anecdotally, in first grade, when I dropped my son off at school, I see a lot more Rams gear than I did back in January. It's slowly changing, but that doesn't mean that the composition of SoFi Stadium is going to be noticeably different this Sunday. I think that's a much longer-term project. For now, those are elementary school students, not season ticket holders, that I'm talking about and that I'm seeing on the playground.
Tomorrow, season ticket holders, though, if the Rams can do things correctly. Cooper Kupp came out and had some pretty strong comments, or maybe non-comments, about the turf at SoFi Field. Why don't they have grass? Don't you guys have sun in L.A.?
This is definitely a conversation above my pay grade, but just outside looking in, I can say a few things working against those logistics. I think 6 out of the 8 levels of SoFi Stadium are underground, including the playing surface. There's a canopy over the top of it, and there are at least 2 teams that play there on a regular basis, all of which I think would complicate matters to make that a natural grass surface. But I'll leave that to the experts, the field crew, and those who are paying the bills.
Speaking of Cooper Kupp,
I mean, go ahead and.
There's where there's a will, there's a way, but yeah, it's going to cost money.
I will say one other thing too, though, is because there are some natural grass surfaces, including your own there at Levi's Stadium, and those have also been pointed to as injury causation. I think there was an instance in Arizona early this season where the grass that they grow outside in the brilliant Arizona sunshine and then roll in had been resodded recently, and was the Chiefs maybe that suffered some early season injuries there, and I think it was Andy Reid saying the grass was the reason. So there's no cure-all.
No, that's true. Yeah. People have talked about the Soldier Field surface recently as well. Like there are issues on all levels. But speaking of Cooper Kupp, JB, everybody seems to know he's getting the ball so much, and so there's no surprise there. But where else? If you're the 49er defensive coordinator, who else scares you on the offense?
Well, I do think that his matchup with Jimmy Ward, who's playing out of position, and I've kind of read the local coverage there of what he's going through with San Francisco right now. It's fascinating and has tremendous bearing on Sunday's outcome, especially because Ward, I think, had 3 interceptions of Stafford last year, including a pick 6. So that, to me, is one to watch. I think the return of Van Jefferson that we mentioned previously is huge. It is really the way that they drew it up when they added Allen Robinson in free agency, that would be the trio that would give opposing defenses problems until they were maybe able to secure Odell Beckham's services again. You'll see a lot of Henderson out of the backfield. You'll see some Ben Skoranek, who does his best Kyle Juszczyk impersonation at times, a receiver who can line up in the eye, and that's where the Rams have had their best rushing success so far. And then Tutu Atwell has been their fastest player, their first pick from a couple of drafts ago. Very limited opportunities, only 1 deep ball catch so far this season. But after seeing what the Chiefs did to this 49ers defense, I wonder if he won't be part of their game plan to try and stretch San Francisco horizontally and vertically.
Does Sean McVay have a chip on his shoulder as it pertains to the regular season lopsided nature of this rivalry, or did the banner that you guys hung kind of offset that from being a part of the tableau? That'd be a question that only, he and some truth serum could really probably answer to. But I'll say this from my experience with Sean, whether it's the lowly Carolina Panthers or the rival San Francisco 49ers, he's never lacked for energy and focus and motivation. So I think it'd be tough for me to say that
He went to work, he went to the lab any harder on this one than he did any other prior game this season.
JB, just looking at the matchups always, I mean, you point out that it was such a moment for the Rams to kind of get over the hump and do it in the playoffs last year. But be that as it may, looking at this matchup through the years, I wonder why do you think the 49ers have had such success over the last 3-4 years in this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm obligated to point out that the Rams have been the better team over the course of the current coaching staffs, right?
Right.
Yeah, the records, the accomplishments, the Rams have had the better of it in every regard except the head-to-head results, which are immensely important and consequential. Don't get me wrong. I don't mean to gloss over that. But, I think as a foundational level, it's on me to say that and replicate that. As to the why, look, in layman's terms, I think the physicality, the toughness, winning the trenches has more often than not been the theme. The way that the 49ers are committed to their running game and the way that they've done it, no matter if they're missing Trent Williams or McGlinchey or bone tackles, we've seen them beat the Rams with their running game, regardless of who's been up or down on the injury report. And I think they are a good matchup. I think they bring it each and every time. And most recently, I think the Rams have collided with the 49ers when they are in pure desperation mode. And again, because of what we said earlier, would falling to 3-5 be a death knell for the San Francisco season? No, they didn't last year. They dug out of that pit last year. But every time the Rams connect with the 49ers of late, San Francisco's been on a losing streak or has had a losing record and is looking to get right against the Rams, and they have brought that commitment to the stadium. And I think LA has to be ready to match that on Sunday.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's the same darn thing again. It's kind of like it feels here. It's like when the Niners really needed a victory. Luckily for them, the Rams are there. And maybe that's not because it's the Rams. Maybe it's just weird timing. That's an interesting point. JB, have a great call. We always appreciate you. Thank you so much.
All right, enjoy your weekend, and hello to all my friends and family in the Bay Area.
Absolutely.
Thanks, JB.
JB, I know they love it too. JB Long, voice of the Rams. He's right. I don't know if that's weird timing or if and I do think there's maybe a little psychological edge at times with the 49ers and Rams. You can see it. Do you notice when the 49ers win a football game, it's just cool, let's get on the plane.
Yeah.
When they beat the Rams, it's oh, hold on, coach. Before I go to the plane, I got to go to social media and make fun of the Rams. It's amazing.
It's a rivalry.
Jimmy Ward has done it right, yeah. and then obviously Debo with the Instagram thing on Jalen Ramsey with the Taco Bell. I mean, and it's just different, and that has, for some reason, helped the 49ers more than it's helped the Rams.
It has helped them in the regular season, and that's what makes the NFC Championship game hurt even more because you had a spot where if you would have beat the Rams, you feel like you had more than a puncher's chance against Cincinnati. You didn't have to face Buffalo, and you didn't have to face Kansas City, a team that you seemingly can't beat. You would have had a Super Bowl against Joe Burrow and the Bengals. You would have probably been a pick-em or maybe slight favorites to win that game. And you saw the Rams beat the Bengals. The Rams win the Super Bowl. That's what makes the whole thing burn a little bit more to me, Mark, is you've owned the Rams in every game except the one that mattered the most. And now you look at this year in the regular season, and you mentioned Debo and the Bell and Jalen Ramsey, and the Niners have neutralized Aaron Donald. Matthew Stafford hasn't been terrific. Now they don't have their regular running back. They're down to Henderson. Akers won't play. And yeah, they have Cooper Kupp, but you feel like outside of Cooper Kupp, they don't have that many weapons. The Niners feel, I'm sure, as if they've got the Rams number, and this is a game they should go down and win in a game that is kind of a virtual home field for them.
Want the list of starting quarterbacks, current starting quarterbacks in the NFL who this year have thrown more interceptions than touchdowns? Want to do the list?
Sure.
Game show music, please. I mean, let's rock and roll. There are 3 quarterbacks this year who are current starters in the National Football League who have thrown more interceptions than touchdowns. Dan Dibley.
Well, Matthew Stafford has got to be one of them.
Ding.
Based on
that's
the
why we're bringing
relevancy
it up.
of the bit.
But who would you put him alongside for reference? Who are the other 2?
That's interesting. It feels like Justin Fields should be, but then again, I mean, he gashed the Niners for a couple of tugs. Hasn't thrown a ton of picks, but I'll say Justin Fields.
Justin Fields is correct.
Okay.
All right, one more.
One more quarterback. I mean, Jameis Winston's always the low-hanging fruit, but he's not really a starter
Not
right
really
now.
a starter.
So,
Yeah, he doesn't have enough. Doesn't have enough stats to even be on this list.
Your Mac Jones, your Zappy. It's not Geno Smith. It's not calamari. I could go for some calamari. It's been a while since I've had.
Yeah, it's a Friday.
Calamari.
Fried appetizers are amazing.
Yeah, they're really good. Boy, this is tough, Mark. This is really, really difficult. I will go with. Try to think of a team that hasn't really scored a lot. I'll go with Davis Mills. Why
Davis Mills this year, 7 touchdowns and 5 interceptions. I'm so sorry.
So sorry.
You are not able to hit your 3-pick parlay, which is your clue. Your 3-pick. Pick it.
Ah, man.
Good job, Kyle. It's Kenny Pickett.
Kenny Pickett.
It's Kenny Pickett.
Look at me. I got it. I got it, guys. I got it.
You nailed it.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
Yeah. All you needed was 3 other people in the room to say the word, and then you got it.
Well,
so,
I just had to, I had to pick it out of my brain, and that's, took some time.
Yeah, Kenny Pickett. So I bring that up.
Is he still a starter?
Yes, he is.
Okay,
yes,
I wasn't sure what they were doing in Pittsburgh.
But I bring it up because remember that conversation we had earlier this week about QB rating, and people were like, gosh, this is a messed up stat. Use QBR. All right, fine. Let's go to QBR. Matthew Stafford this year is 21st in the NFL in QBR. That is the adjusted ESPN quarterback rating. He is 21st, tucked right in between Mitch Trubisky and Matt Ryan. Now, some of you who are very savvy on the internet will point out that Jimmy Garoppolo is 23rd, is below Matthew Stafford. Right. However, if you want to go to actual quarterback rating, Jimmy jumps way over Matthew Stafford. And Jimmy, though frustrating, 9 touchdowns, 4 picks. He has a very, very different ratio. Matt Stafford this year, 6 touchdowns, 8 picks, an adjusted QBR of 45.7. I say all of this because last year's Rams, if you want to go back to the NFC title game, the only time in the last 3 years that the Rams have defeated the 49ers, and even then, we darn well know who was the first half aggressor, although the 49ers always are. They have the lead. There's the dropped interception, all of that. But we got to a point at the end of the game. Be honest with yourselves now. You felt it coming. He got the ball in the fourth quarter, and Jimmy got the ball in the fourth quarter, and you could see the difference in quarterback play.
Of course.
The 49ers could not move a yard, and Matthew Stafford could not throw an incompletion. This year's Matthew Stafford, I don't know how much you've watched the Rams other than when they played the 49ers. This year's Matthew Stafford is not last year's Matthew Stafford. And whether you want to make that about weaponry, offensive line, run game, that all matters. Elbow injury in the offseason, all of these things are fair factors. I think he's pretty much the same guy, and the factors around him are different, but the production out of the quarterback position that scared you in the fourth quarter last January is not there anymore. It's not there anymore. The 49ers, if they play a decent defensive football game, that's all I'm asking. A decent defensive football game. The Rams do not get to 20 points in this football game. They are not effective enough of an offense to do that, provided that the 49ers look like some semblance of themselves on defense.
And it comes down to turnovers, as every game does, and like you said, some semblance of the defense that the Niners have been playing, and yet you still have a lot of injuries. And, Mooney Ward, we know he's hampered, and Jimmy Ward is playing nickel corner, and Nick Bosa has not been the same Nick Bosa we saw earlier in the year. No Armstead, no Kinlaw. You've got Greenlaw who might be out. You look across the defense, and they're not going to be the same defense that we expected them to be. On the other side, though, is a Rams offense that, as I asked JB Long, beleaguered was the word I used, and he kind of agreed with me. They're injured, and they are beleaguered, and they're using Darrell Henderson at running back, and you've got Cooper Kupp and not much else at receiver. And you mentioned the quarterback, Matthew Stafford, who has regressed. He hasn't looked as good as he did last year. So I think that this game reeks of a low-scoring game. I've got it 17-16, Mark. Niners win, Rams cover.
Wow.
17-16.
Wow.
It's going to be ugly. Some would call it fugly. I don't like to use that word too often, but this one feels like a field position, neither offense doing much kind of ball game.
Has the spread moved up? Because you said Rams cover. I thought it was only 1.
I thought it was 1.5.
I mean, it's probably moving back and forth.
Well, I was trying to think in terms of our spread formation, where you and I are now in a flat-footed tie. After my Thursday night win.
Well, congratulations!
Thank you.
And it is up to the minute. It is 1.5 right now in favor of the 49ers. Look. There are really only 2 things that the Niners need to do to win this football game. And you're right, it may end up being ugly. There are a lot of factors. We talk about McCaffrey. If you want to get into the weeds, there's 2 things you got to do.
Stop Copper Coop.
I don't even look at it that way. It's more simplistic than that. Do not let them run the ball, and they do not have a good run game. So as long as Darrell Henderson doesn't go north of 75 yards.
Florence Henderson.
Okay? If Darrell Henderson's not getting 5 or 6 yards on first down, then the Rams are in trouble. You put them in passing downs, and your pass rush has to be better than their offensive line. I don't actually even care who's covering who out there. Ambry Thomas had his best game as a pro against the Rams in Week 18 last year in this building. The Diamador Lenores of the world, Jimmy Ward out of position. It's all good enough if Matt doesn't have time. So if Nick Bosa can look like Nick Bosa, and if Ebicom can play, they've been doing it now without Kinlaw and Armstead for a while. So I don't want to blame it on that. If the pass rush gets to Stafford and they're not rushing the ball, the Niners win, no matter who's covering the receivers out there. It really, that's the only thing I'm looking for.
What about on the offensive side of the ball, though? And you're expecting
they're going to be who they are. They're going to have a couple of annoying drives.
Run, frustration punt.
There's going to be some. You'll have a Jimmy turnover that makes you go nuts, and in the end they'll have what they have, 20, 23, 24, 26.
Yeah, I mean that's
what they'll do. That's
how many
what
times
they do.
have they gotten to 26 this year? Once?
Not a lot.
Right.
Not a lot. But you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like it's somewhere between, like the Niners will score 2 or 3 touchdowns, mix in 2 or 3 field goals, and rinse repeat. 17 feels not enough. 20 feels like
close, yeah. 21-20,
which is kind of where their games have been. Wasn't the NFC title game 20-17?
Yeah, exactly.
If I remember correctly. So it's probably going to look something like that. You go north of 20. I love their chances, and that's how you go north of 20, which is get in Matt Stafford's face.
Yeah.
Don't give him time.
The Rams' offense is less scary than ever before. Without OBJ,
Agreed.
without Cam Akers, with a dilapidated offensive line, with Matthew Stafford not playing well, I think when you look at this offense, even if the Niners' defense is injured, and they are, this is an offense that doesn't scare you, even if you have to run with the 2s.
Okay, Baldy coming up at the top of the hour. It's all brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open. In the Fairfield Auto Mall, they provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today and book your visit. That is BMWFairfield.com. Coming up next, Klay Thompson with about as vulnerable of a moment as you'll see a professional athlete have, and it comes after the Warriors' victory last night, which you heard right here on 95.7 The Game. We can get into a little Dubs and inside the mind and heart of Klay as he called someone else out again after the game last night. That's next on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, you like 95.7 The Game, right?
Yep.
Then you'll love our brand new merch store.
I think I got my swagger back.
We've got custom t-shirts, long sleeves, and hoodies with your favorite quotes from the show.
Can we just put the rat on the table?
Check it out at 957thegameshop.com. That's 957thegameshop.com.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It's pro time because at Lowe's, it's Provember. Save big with inventory you can count on, like Flex products or DeWalt power tools starting at just $99. Plus, Lowe's MVPs members earn up to 3 times bonus points per dollar on select items. Save all Provember long. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. MVPs Pro Rewards Program terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty terms. Subject to change. Prices valid from 10/17/22 to 2/3/23 or until supplies last.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, do you remember the three-pointer last night? If all I just say, the three-pointer by Steph.
Yeah, when he was
the
banging on his chest.
Oh, my gosh.
Act like you've hit a three before, Steph.
You know what Steph is? Steph is this guy. It's almost difficult to talk about on the radio because everybody at this point has reached look, what else are we going to say?
Yeah.
I
good little player.
Right. Like, I don't know how to compliment this in another way. But you watch that moment. It is orgasmic basketball when you're a fan.
Look at you.
Hey. To watch the way he breaks down a defender and the ability to do that and still running up and down at 6'2" and 190 pounds or whatever he is. You watch this guy play basketball and on a nightly basis, what else are we supposed to say? In that moment last night, as he's pounding his chest and running down to the other end of the court, I'm just like, yeah, I'm a Warrior fan, so this is going to sound totally biased or angled or whatever. This is just the greatest thing that's ever been on a basketball court. I wasn't a Bulls fan.
Right.
I watched Michael Jordan. I've watched the Lakers of the 80s. I'm simply talking about an individual and his connection with a fan and his entertainment value. Sure, Michael Jordan was better. Michael Jordan was Michael Jordan.
And on the YouTube feed, people are channeling Priest. You don't know Michael Jordan? Thank you, Drew Down.
I don't know. Boy, Priest has had one hell of a week here on 95.7 The Game.
We may have to get him on the payroll. I'm thinking Priest and Filmo Mike in a weekend show.
What up? With Guru as a guest.
Man, lay off.
Yeah. That got hot. But anyway, just to understand where I'm coming from, I'm not calling him the greatest basketball player ever.
I know where you're coming from, and that's why I'm channeling Drew down because I felt the same way about Michael Jordan. The things that he did.
But this is the greatest packaging for a fan that has ever existed. What on earth is he? Like, that's the thing. When Michael did it, you're like, this is the greatest. When LeBron does it, you're the greatest. When Steph does it, you're like, how?
And I think
how is this
part
possible?
Of the how, Mark, is the how also goes along with that could be me. Because none of us look at Michael Jordan and think, if I could be like Mike. Okay, that's a cute song, and it was a nice campaign. You can't be like Mike. And by the way, you can't be LeBron James. When you watched him in high school on ESPN at 6'6" or 6'7", and he is dominating at a level with a physicality at 17, you as a kid don't look at it and say, I could be like LeBron James. But when you look at Steph Curry, and I've been refereeing CYO since Steph Curry started in this league, and I've seen the trend now.
Gosh, yeah.
Every one of these little snot-nosed fourth graders wants to go behind the back.
Of course
I want to shoot the 30-footer.
Oh, let it be cute. It's adorable.
No, it's adorable, and I don't mind because the clock runs on an air ball.
Right, yeah.
But the whole idea of you could be Steph Curry. So I think when we look at the how does he do it, I think part of the how is that you as a fan, as a young person, look at it and say, if I'm 6'2" and relatively scrawny, why can't I be that?
It's just the best. It's just the best. And by the way, that's such a layered statement because now go back to, for example, the Kevin Durant era with the Warriors. And what did Kevin, or at least we've reached the spot, this sensitive guy with burner accounts, what did he want? Because he thought, but I'm the best player on the team, or I'm at least 1 and 1A. And so why don't you look at me like you look at him? If I could have a quiet moment with Kevin, I want you to understand something. Nobody is ever going to look at anybody ever again the way we look at Steph.
Who are you?
That's it. Don't compare yourself to that. That's like asking me to love you the way I love my kids. The answer's no. No, I don't care who you are. They are them. He is him. And there's never been this. There never will be again. It's more sort of emotional and cosmic than it is points on a scoreboard. Don't give me a box score. Don't explain to me why Michael Jordan and LeBron's careers are better. It doesn't matter. This is just it's an experience.
Right.
It's an experience that has never been seen before on the basketball court, and I don't know for the life of me how it'll ever be matched.
Well, it's because I think, Mark, in part, the evolution of athletics, especially when it comes to the NBA, we think in terms of the evolution of bigger, faster, stronger. Steph is not bigger. Steph is not faster. Steph is not stronger. In fact, he's smaller. I'm not going to say he might be slower, but that's to disrespect his movement.
He is slower than Russell Westbrook.
His movement is incredible.
But he is slower than Russell Westbrook.
Than Jordan Poole.
Yes.
You don't know Jordan Poole.
Well, I'm getting to know him.
Adding the list of people you don't know, by the way. Shout out Priest if you're out there.
Start of the list.
If you want to check us on a Friday, Priest, we're here for it.
I don't know Priest either.
Bigger, stronger, faster. No. The one thing he is, though, is better. And I think about the comp for me for Steph is always Reggie Miller. If you think about Reggie Miller, if he would have come into the league when Steph did, and I think Steph's debut was 13 years ago today.
That's why that's one of the reasons where our mind was on him.
So
yes.
if Reggie Miller would have debuted on that same day in this same era, Reggie Miller would be Steph-esque. I'm not saying he would be as good as Steph, but I think that Reggie's career would even be on a higher trajectory in terms of shooting, because what Reggie did in his day set the stage for what Steph Curry has become.
I agree with that. And Reggie did it in the Eastern Conference and did it at a time where you literally had to get people off of your back in order to get open. And now you can do it with ball skills, because the Knicks and the Pistons and elbows in your face are not. You can't do that anymore.
Well, nowadays you can't land underneath a shooter. Back then, when Reggie would go up to shoot, they would take his wallet.
Yeah, exactly.
Ben Wallace would take his wallet.
But he'd also kick the legs out and get a foul and do all of those things. And Reggie is way bigger than Steph, too. So very, very different players. But
not heavier, but longer.
He's taller.
Yeah.
He's taller. But anyway, I just, appreciation post number 8 million for Steph Curry.
Right.
It's just different. It's different than watching any other athlete. I don't know that I've ever, and you go to the other sports, too. Maybe Bonds, where you're just like, how?
But again, that's bigger, stronger, faster.
But then there was an answer.
Yeah.
Bonds.
Right.
How? Steroids. Oh, okay.
I think the one comp I think about, and it was a much shorter sample size, is Tim Lincecum. When we watch Timmy,
that's fair.
5'11", $152. How in God's name are you doing what you're doing to other batters when you should be this big power pitcher?
Right.
But again, that was only like a 6 year.
Lasted not even that.
Yeah.
Not even 6 years.
It was a brief peak.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm trying to think about in terms of the NFL. Like right now, is there an NFL player that does it despite? I think about like Dave Maggott and days gone by, guys
but
who.
It's bigger than that. Like I hear what you're saying, but it's also just it's an experience. Like watching Steph Curry, like you could sell tickets just for that.
Yeah.
It's like a concert, right? Why do we go to a concert? We know all the songs. You could just turn on your Bluetooth and listen to them. It's a hell of a lot cheaper. But we want the experience. It's why all those acts want to tell you in the microphone in between songs, you might want to put your phones down, because all that concert video you're taking, you're never going to look at it again.
Exactly.
And now you're not going to have the experience because you're staring at your phone instead of looking at the concert. So I get it. I get it completely. Steph Curry is not just, let's look at the tote board, how many rings, how many MVPs, let's look at the stats. It's such a vibe. It's an experience. It's a night out. It's something that even if there wasn't a game, wouldn't you buy tickets to go do it? In fact, people come early so you can watch him warm up.
Think about
this
that.
This is just a human who, like, when Michael Jackson moonwalked across the stage, you were like, oh my gosh, I could just stare at the way that this human performs. I don't know that I've ever felt that about any sport or athlete before. There's just something about watching him play where you're like, this does not. I don't even know what to say about it.
Well, it
this
doesn't make
exist.
sense. And it doesn't make sense because bigger, stronger, faster, right? And we think about it in terms of baseball. Giants are coveting the biggest, strongest, forget fast in baseball, but Aaron Judge hit 62 home runs at 6'7" and 285 pounds. And we want it. We want more. And think about the NBA. Who's the next big thing? It's Victor Wembanyama, and he's 7'11", or he's probably still growing.
7'11".
And we talk about Zion Williamson and Kevin Durant. He's a unicorn at 6'13", and all the rest of it. This Steph Curry is 6'2", $190, soaking wet. He's a diminutive, not fast, not strong, doesn't jump out of the gym, yet he's the single most unguardable force in the league, and he is the single biggest attraction in American sports right now.
It's wild. It's just absolutely wild. We'll get back to the Niners with Baldy here in about 17 minutes. Here's the other Warrior thing that I thought was really nice in the end, even though I don't think that Klay would describe it that way. So there's different ways to talk about somebody getting older. There's different ways to talk about the physicality of someone changing, their game changing. It's evolving over time. What a great day to have this conversation after watching Tom Brady lose 3 consecutive games for the first time in 20 years. Here's another stat. It's the first time in his 23-year career he's been 2 games under 500.
Man.
First time. So when you watch someone age, it's different. It's different when somebody is washed early and you didn't see it coming. You're like, dude, you look washed. I'll never, publicly, I know we've joked about it behind the scenes, I'll never be like, well, Tom Brady looks cooked. He looks washed. He's 45.
Right.
He should have been washed 7 years ago.
Pretty much, right?
And he's not. And so sometimes when someone is slipping, you can just go, well, yeah, that's pretty understandable. And I think that's what Klay wants from Charles Barkley.
I got one thing to say. It hurts when someone like Charles Barkley, with the platform he has, says you're not the same player prior to the injuries you have. It's like, no, duh, man. Consecutive years, I tore my ACL and my Achilles in consecutive years and still help a team win a championship. I mean, it hurt hearing that because it's like, man, I put in so much freaking effort to get back to this point. Like, it's hard to even put into words what I had to do to be the player I am today. And it's like, played 57 games in 3 years. Like, give me some freaking time to get that back and just hear someone say, oh, he's not the same as he was prior to the injuries. Like, duh. Like, who goes through something like that and comes back? I don't know. It just hurt my heart hearing that. But you know what? I'm going to internalize it, and it's going to be fuel for me to be even better. And I think I'm very proud of what we accomplished last year, and I feel like I was a huge part of it. I'm not going to let these injuries be a crutch for me. I'm just going to keep going, and I'm going to have a great year. I bet on that.
Yeah, keep doing it, Klay.
Love that.
I love that.
Hit him with some Billie Eilish.
Well,
duh.
He got 2 of them.
Yeah.
He got 2 duhs.
Totally. And I think that was great. And, Klay showed a lot of class, more class than I would have showed, because I would have added, Chuck, even though I was coming off a torn ACL and a ruptured Achilles, I still was able to accomplish for the 4th time something that you never were able to accomplish. So go ahead and take that and go have a sandwich, and we'll talk to you next time you're out here.
Right.
Fetting us, by the way, as champions.
Well, and Charles will get a pat on the back and another $100 million contract, because now TNT will turn this into content as well, and Charles will react to it, and he'll probably react well. I just think you found a lot out there, and it even helped me. I think it should help all of us. We got to stop. When's Klay going to be back to 100%? The answer is probably never.
No, it's never.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
That is totally okay. I loved the vulnerability of, I helped a team win a championship. You damn right you did. And he's going to help them this year. And there will be games. There are moments. There are weeks like this one where you're like, woof, it doesn't look that good right now. And he's going to let the frustration get to him. And he gets ejected for the first time in his career and all of this stuff. And I can remember how many times we put a percentage on it. Can Klay just be 80% of himself?
Yeah.
Could be 90%. Sure. I think actually he's been at times pretty close to that.
Close to 90.
80 or 90% of what he used to be. Is he ever going to be what he used to be? Let's be honest. It would be weird if he is. Just like when Tom Brady wins a Super Bowl at age 43, you're like, well, that's weird.
Yeah.
That's not what we would have expected. We shouldn't ask for that. And so there's 2 ways to watch someone grow. Washed, cooked, slipping, sort of
done.
Means, right? Those things I think have to be reserved for either it's happening early or it's happening because you haven't taken care of yourself. Hashtag Charles Barkley. I mean, if that's why, Kobe used to get mad at Shaq because he wasn't working at the same level. Now, nobody worked at Kobe's level. But if that was the case, okay. But this dude he's done nothing but work and sometimes go on a boat with a dog. That's it. It's been all basketball and wanting to get back to this moment. I don't think you get to use those words. Oh, Klay looked like he slipped. Yeah.
Of course he does. It's
yes.
not, I mean, if that is coming across as a hot take, then you've never had a serious injury.
Right. Duh.
And you've never had to appreciate what it's like to come back from a serious injury. Kobe, his last season in the association, was washed. He had one of the single worst offensive years in the history of the NBA.
Also had the Achilles, by the way.
Exactly. So to think that, Kobe was going to be able to come back and be 100% Kobe, it's ridiculous. It's ludicrous. He was about an 80% version of himself, and it was highlighted by the fact that they were terrible, and they let him shoot the ball every time down the floor, which is why I believe he shot 34 or 35% from the field. He had a terrible year, but he got to go out on his own terms. He had earned that. And Klay Thompson has earned the right to play as long as he wants in this league, even though he's never going to be the same player he once was.
This is the one, and I wonder how often we've thought of this, as we had the conversation even earlier this week. If you're going to extend Poole and you're going to extend Andrew Wiggins, then eyes are on two players right now, and it's Draymond Green and Klay Thompson. And I'm with Steiny on this and many others that this does. I'm not going to call it a last dance, because a last dance is when everybody ran for their corners. The Warriors are not all going to run for their corners. They're going to come back next year, however this year goes, and they will still be the Golden State Warriors, and they will contend, and they will have good players, and they'll be a good show and all of that. But is the big three going to still be together? And I would bet against it. And I do think that Draymond right now is the one who is closest to being 1 foot or at least a toe out the door. But I really think because of who they are and what they've been through, from an emotional standpoint for Warrior fans, Draymond is the much easier one to let go. Just like that punch may, in the end, have been a gift. It may be something.
It's a gift.
It's definitely a gift. Nice. But it may be something that once upon a time you go, you know what, that made it easier for a parting of ways. It was time. However you want to wrap your head around it. Klay, especially when he has moments like that, if Klay ends up putting on another uniform, that's going to be really hard for people.
No doubt.
Really hard.
I think they're both difficult in different ways, because Klay, the emotions of watching him be in Orlando Magic because the Warriors didn't want to pay him what he thought that he was worth, that I will never be ready for that. I'll never be okay with that. So the emotional part, you're absolutely right. Draymond, go be a Piston. Draymond, go do whatever you want. However, if you want to win as a basketball team, Draymond Green is more important than Klay Thompson in the future of this organization. Put aside the emotions.
Feels that way right now. But I'm going to say yes.
I'm going to say this
right
year
now.
and next year, the next 2 years.
I don't know what Klay's going to look like.
Draymond Green is more important to winning than Klay Thompson is, because the duplicitous nature of what Jordan Poole does, he duplicates a lot of what Klay does offensively.
I was going to say, on one side of the ball.
Well, Klay's not the same defender that he once was.
But he's a hell of a lot better than Poole, and he's still pretty good. He's still pretty good.
No, he's still pretty good. Jordan Poole's not very good. So you're right from that standpoint. But let's be honest about this team. Overall, defensively, they're ferocious right now.
Well, actually, I won't say overall, because I thought Anthony Slater a couple days.
Thank you.
It's a great word. Use it whenever you can.
Slow Neil.
Yeah, but I do think that the data will show that when the starter's on the floor, that's still a good defensive team. That is still a good defensive team, even though I know the first quarter has not necessarily been great in terms of numbers, but the data will show.
Who had that data?
Anthony Slater. Slades.
Thank you.
Slades.
I got to beg for it every time.
Sorry, my bad.
It's my fault.
Saving a lot of that for Monday.
I appreciate it.
Keep it quiet. Anyway, point being, I think that group is still a good defensive squad, but that group is only going to be fully together on the floor in very, very limited moments to start the game, to end the game, and maybe a couple other minutes here in between. And so there's so many young players who are trying to figure out how to play defense, where to play defense, learn the rotations. That's going to be...
How to spell defense.
Yeah, it's going to be wonky for a while. It is. It's going to be wonky.
I think it's an interesting conversation in terms of the winning versus the emotions, because You know my feelings about Draymond Green. I'm largely done with Draymond Green, the person, the podcaster, the puncher, but I'm a Warriors fan and I want my team to win a championship. And I know that Draymond Green gives you a great chance to win based on how he plays. Klay Thompson does as well. I think that if you had to pick between the two in terms of winning a championship, Draymond is more important than Klay right now.
Right now, I will agree with you. I wonder, we should have that conversation again, and we probably will at the end of the year. You wonder what the Warriors' options will even be. Both of them have contracts if they want them for next year.
Well, Klay is inked.
Klay has already got it, and Draymond has an option to have it if they want. So I would be very, very shocked if both of them somehow were not on the team next year. I would not be shocked if one of them is not on the team next year. And then the year after that, I think is a shrug your shoulders right now as well. I mean, the way this plays out over the next 2 years, I would predict some left and right turns.
And I think that if Klay is going to stay, he's going to have to take a hard look at the reality of what it means to him to be near the water, because he's not going to be able to make what he's making now.
Well,
he's not going to make $45 million a year in a new contract going forward.
Well, sure.
He might make half of that.
I mean, but yeah, part of it is also going to be just what could you even get on the open market? And if you are someone who can, and we'll see where he's at, but if you can only play 55 games and you're not as consistent as you used to be, we'll see where he gets to. But the market's not going to want someone like that at 34 years old either. And so
true.
If he's going to want to stay, and he can look around and see that Poole and Wiggins already have their numbers. And by the way, by then it'll be time to start talking about Wiseman. Who knows what it like? There's so many questions and evolution that needs to take place before we get there. But especially for someone who stood on a stage last year, won an award, and pointed out the Warrior organization and said they paid me to rehab. Who does that?
Right.
That was a direct quote. So I figure like Klay,
he gets it.
He might be someone who wants to pay the organization back.
For sure.
Draymond, not so much.
No. Every last dollar by any means necessary. I'm still stuck in the Bob Myers mindset of let's just enjoy this season. And Bob preached it. We were at Chase Center.
What up, Bob?
We interviewed him. Hey, Bob. And I'm trying to stay in that mindset, but I do think that this conversation is a fascinating one as we look down the road, which I'm not doing, Bob. I'm not doing it.
Not yet.
You can't make me, Bob.
3-2, 77 to go.
Oh, Jesus.
957thegameshop.com. If you need your What Are You Doing t-shirt, or if you want a Rat on the Table hoodie, 957thegameshop.com. And for those of you watching on YouTube, the click and the cart are right there. It's almost like the Amazon of radio stations. Just click, it's there, put stuff in the cart, and poof. What a holiday gift. I mean, my gosh, right? What Are You Doing t-shirts under the tree for everybody. So check that out, 957thegameshop.com. Okay, back to the NFL and the 49ers with Baldy Breakdowns. Our buddy Brian Baldinger joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
The rumors are swirling.
Randy Miller, NJ.com on the Aaron Judge free agency and situation.
I know Aaron from covering him his entire career. Aaron grew up loving the Giants. I think he's ready to come home, and he also knows that I think he believes the Giants are going to pay him what he's worth.
Can the Giants land Aaron Judge? Find out right here on 95.7 The Game.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Football season is here. The new Odyssey app lets you stay connected to your NFL team, your station, your shows. Follow your favorite stations and come back again and again. Get real-time updates on everything you care about. Miss your show? Jump back to their awesome Rewind feature. The Odyssey app is NFL football. Live and on demand. Wherever you are, whenever you want. And did we mention it's all free? Download the Odyssey app today.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Muse is bringing their Will of the People World Tour to the Oakland Arena on April 14th, 2023. And 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets. Enter to win now at 957thegame.com/contests.
No one knows where this market will go. Right now, it feels like a wild ride. But one thing's for certain, there's a way through it. And the experience and guidance of a Merrill advisor can help you get there. Because where there's a bull, there's a way. Find an advisor in San Francisco at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Hey, Santa Clara County sports fans. The new Omicron booster is here and available for everyone 12 and older. Remember that kids can get really sick with COVID and the effects can be serious and long-term. You can't be at the top of your game when you're super fatigued. So keep your athletes safe this fall and winter with this important booster. And of course, wear a high-quality mask whenever you're inside with lots of people. Visit sccfreevax.org or call 211 to make your booster appointment. Stay healthy and stay in the game.
95.7 The Game has your tickets to the Good Guys Car Show, November 12th and 13th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. For your shot to win, head to 957thegame.com/contests.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, Football Friday, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game, and you know what that means. As we approach a football weekend, we always on this station, at one time or another, want to hang out with the best, the Baldy Breakdowns, Brian Baldinger, and we're going to do that right now. Get back to your phone calls after that at 888-957-9570. Baldy, what's good? How are you?
Well, everything's good. I mean, we're in week 8 here. It's like the halfway point practically, so I'm holding up good. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to be right there at SoFi Stadium this weekend calling this game, the 49ers and the Rams. And so, who's a contender, who's a pretender at this point? It kind of feels like that to me amongst these two teams.
Yeah, I like that thought, and I also wonder, because we're still waiting for official word on Deebo Samuel, but I wonder your thought on how different the 49er offense would be if they got to do it without Deebo.
Well, they from the outside, they just don't look as dynamic. They don't have a player that you can hand it to, or you can throw a bubble screen to, or whatever, and he can make a house call on you. Like that threat isn't there. They don't really have. Ayuk is a good player. He doesn't really present that type of issue. Kittle can do that, but we haven't seen much of that this year. And then maybe Christian McCaffrey can certainly do that. He has done that. And maybe he has to pick up the slack because. I would think that he'd be a lot further along in the playbook and the checks and the protections and things he needs to know to stay on the field. So you might get some of that from him. But we really haven't seen much of that from Deebo. Maybe a couple of plays, this year, but we really haven't seen much of it like we did a year ago.
And with no Kyle Juszczyk, and we know that Kyle Shanahan loves to run that 21 personnel, how do they account for no fullback? And do they use Christian McCaffrey different, knowing that you don't have a typical fullback in the backfield?
Well, McCaffrey comes out of an offense in Carolina where they really, Matt Rule did have a two-back offense, but they didn't do it very much. Like he's a good player, a really good player, whether he's in a two-back system or whether he's just a single back and you're running just your inside zones, and your option type plays. Like he's still good with that. He doesn't need a lead blocker to be effective, is what I'm saying. So, you might see a lot more two tight ends than what we have seen. And so I think they'll adjust because they could put somebody in Kyle's place, but he's not going to be the same. He's just a unique player, the way that he's able to really block on the run and on the move and to find a different color jersey to go smack.
Baldy, on Monday Night Football, RG3 said the problem with the 49er offense, and I don't know why this would be new, but he said every single person on the offense has to be absolutely perfect because of the limitations of Jimmy Garoppolo. Do you buy that? And if you do, why has that not been the case in previous years?
Well, I don't buy it. I don't care what RG3 says. If he believes that, he believes it, but I don't believe it. They played how many games without, Trent Williams out there at left tackle? They've overcome the loss of George Kittle at times, and Jimmy, they've won a lot of football games. So I know that's an easy thing to say. It's got to be absolutely perfect for them to, but it's rarely perfect. It just is. You have to, Jimmy has to have some freelance ability. He's got to be able to trust his protection and make his throws, regardless of who's out there. So, I don't know. I've seen this team go on a march without key players before. So they have done it before. They've beaten the Rams, shorthanded before. So I just think it's a question of it's a mindset. Physically, they have beaten the Rams up. That's why they beat them during the regular season. That's why they had the lead going into the fourth quarter in the championship game last year. Physically, when they're playing the way they're capable of playing, they could beat anybody.
And the Rams right now batter on the offensive line. How much is this a Nick Bosa game? And for the Niners defense to be able to exert their will in the trenches and make Matthew Stafford uncomfortable, because we know he'll give you a couple if you pressure him.
Well, if I was Nick Bosa, I would think that every single pass play, I'm going to have a chance to win. He's going to have a guy out there, Lark Jackson. I don't know if this is his first start, but it's one of maybe one or two with no boom down. So they're down a bunch of numbers on their offensive line. The defense knows that this is their game. They have to dominate this game because when you do, Stafford is going to give you 2 or 3 chances to take the ball away. It's just the way it is. He's going to stay in there. He's going to take his shots. He's going to throw the ball up. And you're going to have a chance to go get it. And it really does start with Nick. He's got to be dominant. Like this guy in front of him I'm sure they're going to chip him. They're going to do all the things that Nick Bosa is used to seeing. Like he expects that, but that doesn't matter. Like you got to beat the chips. You got to beat the double teams. You have to beat those things. And if they're committing 2 guys to Nick Bosa, somebody else is probably going to be one-on-one. They got to win. And in the run game and the pass game, like they feed off of negative plays. It's not just sacks. It's runs that go for negative yardage. It's the holding calls that gets called and they put them behind the sticks. Like they have to assert themselves. Whoever's healthy up there, like they've got to go win this game. That's where it starts for them.
Brian Baldinger with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game on a football Friday. Hey, Baldy, when I watch the Rams, especially this year, one thing I don't understand is no matter how good a player is, I feel like if you know that that's where they're going to go, you should have a pretty good chance to stop it. It's been Cooper Kupp and nothing else so far for this Rams offense. But most of the time, he still puts up numbers. Do you feel like the 49ers, even as good as Cooper is, in knowing that he's essentially their only weapon, shouldn't they be able to have success stopping that?
Well, I mean, but you could go back to the Super Bowl game, the final drive of the game, and it was all Cooper Kupp, including the game winner. I mean, at that point, OBJ is hurt. Van Jeff. It's Cooper and everybody and nobody else. And whether it's a 4th down run, whether it's the go-ahead touchdown, I mean, they couldn't stop him, and they knew that's the only guy they had to stop. So because the timing and the type of routes that Cooper Kupp runs and his vision to see where the double is coming from, how you're doubling, if you're trying to beat him up at the line of scrimmage, he's got an answer for just about anything that you do. And so I don't think it's enough to beat the 49ers. Tyler Higbee's a really good player. They're going to get Van Jefferson back. They haven't had that second option from the receiver this year. Allen Robinson has not been that guy. The timing is not good with him. And the quarterback, he doesn't beat man coverage well. So to me, maybe Van Jefferson makes a difference. He's a very good route runner. His dad's a wide receiver coach in his business. He's been well taught. But the ball's going to Cooper Kupp every 3rd down, red zone. It's going to him. And it's a question of, can you stop it? Can you defend it?
And Jimmy Ward will be pegged to be the guy to stop it, moving from safety into the nickel corner spot. How tough is that as a secondary player to go from a traditional safety spot to now having to play in the nickel?
Well, it's hard. That was K'Wan Williams for a long time. That was his spot. Obviously, he's not there anymore. He was great at it. The one thing I would look at Jimmy, I mean, literally every play, if Cooper's in the slot, and they move him all over the place, so it's hard to set your double teams and hard to key on him. But if I was Jimmy, I'd be looking around, going, "Okay, who's helping me here? Where's it? Is it Freddie helping me out? Is it Ufanga helping me out? Who's helping me on this play?" Because honestly, it's nobody can really handle that position against a guy like Kupp, just because of the way that he changes gears, changes directions, gets you to think he's doing one thing, he does another. I mean, no one person in this whole league can really shut that down.
Baldy, look, the 49ers have shown flaws so far this year, but I look up and down the NFC, and let's use last night as an example. I mean, it just does not look like it's going to happen for Tom Brady this year. What do you see there, and with the roster the 49ers have, is there any excuse for them to not end up in the playoffs?
No, not in a seven-man, postseason tournament. There is no excuse. I mean, that's just, everybody needs to be held accountable with the general manager, the head coach at the very beginning, and the quarterback if they don't make the playoffs. I mean, it's just diluted. The Bucs are just a very flawed team. In the second half, they had no answer to stop the Ravens' offense. They gained 300 yards of offense. They couldn't get them off the field. They put them in a meat grinder and they just whipped them physically. And then they just say all the option football, like they had no answer for it. I don't think they're going to rebound because they can't block the edges in any part of the run game, and so they're the worst rushing team in the league. And Brady dropping back to throw it right now it's not the answer. So, and defensively, they just lost Shaq Barrett, their best pass rusher. I mean, I just think that team isn't going anywhere. But to answer your question, look, Minnesota's out there with a good record, but they could beat Minnesota. They know exactly how to beat Minnesota, if they would ever face them. Seattle is really in a game this weekend against the Giants. and you're going to find out everything you need to know about Seattle. They're going to play without DK Metcalf. I think it's going to be a problem for them, just not having that presence out there for the next couple of weeks. I believe in what Gino is doing, but I believe the 49ers are a better football team than Seattle. So I'm just eliminating these teams that the 49ers are better on. But 3 and 4, you got to start stacking your wins pretty soon, and it might as well be this Sunday.
I can't believe that Seattle and the Giants is a big game this weekend, but you're right, Baldy. It is quietly, it's become a big game. Niners heading into the bye. Should we look for Christian McCaffrey to have a heavy workload knowing he's going to have a week off?
They used a committee last week. I think if McCaffrey gets off to a start like he did last week, which was pretty darn good. I mean, he was gashing him for 8-9 yards up the middle on a couple of those inside runs. Like, I think if he gets off to a hot start and you see success, you might see a heavy workload, knowing that, A, he's been healthy all year. He's had a healthy workload to begin with in Carolina. And I think that, you can rest him after this and get him ready for the second half surge. So I think if he gets off to a hot start, you might see a whole lot of Christian McCaffrey.
Baldy, great stuff as always, especially on a Football Friday. It's such a treat to have you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, man? Have a great weekend. Thank you so much.
I look forward to Sunday afternoon. Believe me, I can't wait to get there.
Yeah, us too, man. And, there are a few things in life that when you say them and you're hoping that for certain people, you just trust it. And when I say to Brian Baldinger, have a good weekend, I really, really trust that he's going to have a good weekend.
I think so, too.
I
like
do.
his chances. I mean, he's down at SoFi. He was in L.A. last week to do the Charger game.
Yep.
At SoFi, and San Diego Chargers somehow playing in L.A. I don't get it. You're going to have to walk me through that one, Marky
Don't ask
Willard.
me, brother.
But so back-to-back weeks for Baldy at SoFi, and just hearing him, the way he breaks it down, I got the sense that he's going to have himself a good weekend.
I really got the same sense. And I also got this sense, and I'm glad he said it the way he did. I asked it in a way where I wanted a pointed answer, and we got it. Is there any excuse for the San Francisco 49ers to not make the playoffs? No. I don't even know why this is a part of the conversation. I don't even know how we got here. Listen, we're all starting to get triggered by the phrase on paper. That's not where it's played. But when you have something good on paper and then it does not translate to real life, then you end up in a situation where, as he said, a bunch of people need to take accountability. And depending on your team and your situation, that can mean a lot of different things. So,
either the paper was wrong or you blame the people.
Well, right, but thank you. It's either the paper or the people.
Right.
Okay?
Which one is it?
The people or the paper.
If the Niners lose to the Rams, is it the people or the paper? And
well, it's the people.
You lose to Atlanta.
That's the paper.
That was the people.
That's the people.
You lose to
the
Kansas
Chiefs,
City.
That's paper. That's paper. I get it.
We're in lockstep
I totally get it. I guess
the Rams is a tough one though because the paper. Yeah, you should win. But then again, the people, they beat you last year. This is a tougher one for me, people paper.
You're not going to hear, I don't want to speak for you, but I don't think you're going to hear You're not going to hear this show start talking about Kyle Shanahan and a job status. You're not going to hear that right now.
He's on a seat, but it's not a hot seat.
It's not hot, and it shouldn't be.
No.
So that's way too easy of an answer. But if the 49ers don't make the playoffs, something has got to shift. Now, maybe
you're gonna swear right there.
Maybe the shift, which is banned down baseball, maybe the shift,
nice.
The shift in football, maybe it'll be organic, which is that we're changing quarterbacks again. Maybe it's just that. I don't know. But while I'm not a slave to on paper, I am a slave to this opinion. Look at the NFC. Look at what you watched the Bucs do last night. Watch the Packers, assuming they go get torched in Buffalo, which I do believe they will. So watch what's going on in the NFC. Look at the NFC West. Look at the 49ers, who I think will be relatively healthy once they get through their bye week. And try to explain to me how the heck there's any excuse. Any excuse. Look, if Jimmy gets hurt and Brock Purdy ends up as your quarterback, okay, great, fine, there's an excuse. But with what they've got right now, try to find a scenario where they don't end up in the playoffs. Quite frankly, all of the scenarios sound absurd. They're ridiculous. There's no way with this group that you cannot get a more consistent level of play with your football team. I have faith that they will do it. They have done it before, but it is quite frankly a little bit silly that for the second year in a row going into week 8, you're worried about falling to 3-5 with the football team that you have. And it's actually even more ridiculous this year than it was last year, because this year, on paper, it's a better team.
Right, which is why, even if they fall to 3-5, I'm not yet that worried about their ability to make the playoffs, which is why I don't think that this is a gotta-have-it game. It's not a must-win, we all agree. Baldy said it himself. It's not a gotta-have-it game, in my opinion, because of where you are and the way the NFC is this year. Even if you're 3-5, I don't think you get put into a situation where you're feeling some kind of way about the fact that, oh boy, these teams are all so far ahead of you. Even, you lose to the Rams, they would be a full game and a half ahead of you. You still have Arizona twice. You've got Seattle. You have enough games in front of you that you need to win anyway. Whether or not you beat the Rams, you need to do well against Arizona and Seattle. You need to beat the teams on your schedule you should beat. The Chargers are vulnerable. Tampa Bay is washed. If you can't beat those teams, it doesn't matter what you do against the Rams.
Yeah, that's exactly right. 888-957-9570 is always our number. Keep it coming on the Xfinity mobile text line, YouTube chat, Twitch as well. And let's go to the phones. Let's go to Angry in Milpitas. Hey, Angry, what are you doing?
Come on, man. You got to say Angry Black. What's up, my man Dibs? Here's a reason why the 49ers might not make the playoffs. I'm not saying they won't, but what's their record right now? They lost against the Bears. They lost against Seattle. They lost against the Falcons. And what was the other team? The Broncos? Come on. They got a losing record. Yet you got these guys stacking up wins in their next 4 games. There's a reason right there. And I'm not even saying Jimmy needs to be hurt. This team is not as good as people think they are. They're not coached as well as people think they are. They have a possibility of winning, but I'm not just letting them lock in and say, yeah, these guys are guaranteed the playoffs.
Okay.
It doesn't work that way.
Angry man, listen to me. Listen to me right now. What if I said to you that the way you're looking at it is actually the delusional way? What if I said that? Because
gonna get him angrier.
Here's my answer, Angry. If you look at the only 2 or maybe even the 3 successful runs for Bay Area sports in the last 2 years, what'd you have? Giants 107, Warriors win a chip, 49ers go to the NFC title game last year. At minimum, in 2 of the 3, and I could make the case 3 of the 3, halfway through the year, you looked at this, and each time, these teams were not what they ended up being or what you thought they were going to be.
Which one did you think?
The 107-win Giants, everybody went, well, boy, but to get your comeuppance in the second half, you fakers.
They were good, though.
Okay,
Willard,
right? Hold on. I'm not done.
Willard.
I'm not done. Because the 49ers last year were 3-5, and I sat here with a few others still believing that there was a possibility and that they were going to beat the Rams on a Monday night, and they did, and they almost went to the Super Bowl. And the Warriors. Draymond gets hurt. Steph gets hurt. Klay's only getting eased back in. They get to February, we're in the doldrums, and it was said by many, look, this team is solid, but come on, it's not a championship contender. Why at 3-4 would you try to write the rest of the season? It never goes that way.
Willard, can I rebut?
Now you can, yes.
Now you're going to incorporate 3 other leagues, 3 other teams. That's not part of the criteria when we're talking about the 49ers this year.
Okay, one of my examples was the 49ers.
The 49ers are as good as you thought they were going to be?
Wait a minute. I'm literally one of the examples was this team last year with the same record and got written off the same way. Why am I crazy for thinking the same thing could happen?
Does it usually happen that way, Willard? Come on. What? My man.
Wait a minute. When does it? Wait a minute. Let's talk about the word usually, Angry. What usually happens in sports? Did you think that Tom Brady was literally not going to be able to complete a pass 10 yards down the field? Like, none of this stuff is like Survivor Pool ended 6 weeks in, and you guys are acting like things are predictable. It's not. It's like clearly not.
It was inevitable that Brady coming up on 50, he was going to hit a down ball.
We've been saying that for 7 years.
He's going to get divorced.
We've been saying it for 7 years, Angry. Okay, I guess that one's done. All right, like...
I get angry.
We got the hardest time. We have the hardest time staying in now.
No, we stay in now.
We're now.
But
we're now.
We're in now, but you always have to look at what lies ahead. We all do that in our lives, and as sports fans, we do the exact same thing. So if they lose and they go into the bye at 3-5, what does that mean for the rest of the season? And if they win at 4-4, what does that mean for the rest of the season?
But that's not what he's saying. He's saying this is cooked. It's done. They're not going to the playoffs. Look at them. We're overrating them. We're having a conversation we shouldn't have. You don't do that in any other aspect of your life. Those of you who have been down on your luck, you might be looking for a job. You might be looking for a new job, and that might be going on for a couple years. Do you tell yourself, well, you know what? Obviously, I'm just not a very good person. I'm just not a very good employee, and that's why it's not working out.
Well, sometimes you cut bait on situations.
Yeah,
sometimes you do.
You ready to cut bait on this team?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
If you're sitting at 1-7 going into the bye week, then yeah, we're starting to think about cutting bait, and maybe we do get a look at Brock Purdy, which I would rather not because I've seen enough already from Brock Purdy. There's a reason why he was Mr. Irrelevant. 3-5. Right now you're in a 6-way tie for 7th place in the National Football Conference. You are in a spot where you're going to be a playoff team if you win this game. 9-8 gets you into the playoffs. So even if you lose and you fall to 3-5, I'm not ready to cut bait. You lose to the Chargers, you're 3-6. I'm still not ready to cut bait. You lose to Arizona the week after that in Mexico City, Estadio Azteca, and you fall to 3-7.
Okay.
Now we can have a conversation about where we are in terms of playoff possibilities.
If I was saying any of these things without any evidence, then you can say whatever you want about me and my opinion. But the evidence is all over the place.
Well, they were 3-5 last year.
Not only were they 3-5 last year, we have talked about all of the metrics that show you that the 49ers in some key areas are performing like a top 10 NFL team. Plus, while we can sit here and say on paper and that triggers you, I actually think it's a little odd to have the opposite opinion. So now you're telling me that Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel and George Kittle and Brandon Ayuk and Fred Warner and Nick Bosa and Talanoa Hufanga, you're telling me that all of these people, these elite level players, are never going to figure it out. That's super weird. That would be really weird if that collection of talent can't do something in this NFC.
Well,
that
they
would
can
be
do
really
something,
weird.
but can they do enough?
I'm not calling Super Bowl. I'm calling January playoffs.
Of course.
That's all I'm talking about.
And I don't think that you're out on a limb. Now, you were out on a limb when you said Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and the Niners would all make the playoffs. That's looking more flimsy.
You're by the way, you're making that a statement. It was less of a statement. I asked for odds.
And I gave you even
odds.
money.
Right, and I said no thanks.
Right.
Which tells you I'm not that confident in that happening.
Right.
I think it's possible. Anyway, go ahead.
It's less likely. It's getting less likely than ever based on Tom's current state of affairs, Green Bay's lack of weapons. I think the Niners will be a playoff team. But to my point from earlier, 3-4 is not a death knell. And no matter who your team is, you can look at Arizona, you can look at Chicago at 3-4 for God's sakes. And the Niners are infinitely better. They weren't that day. You were there. They are better than Chicago. But if you're a Commanders fan, if you're a Packers fan, a Falcons fan, a Bears fan, and you're 3-4 in this NFC, you absolutely should not be thinking, well, this season's a wrap.
More of your phone calls next. Picks are looming. Steiny and Guru looming. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
The holidays are sneaking up fast. Ho, ho, bleepin' ho.
So check out our brand new merch store.
I look real good today.
Denzel was me, son.
I look real good today.
Damn it!
Check it out at 957thegameshop.com. That's 957thegameshop.com.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. And more than anything, local businesses need access. Access to a knowledgeable banker and access to a full suite of business services. Can't come to the bank? We'll come to you. Our devotion to our clients ensures your business never misses a beat. That's why Fremont Bank remains the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top-quality affordable windows or even patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
It's Joe Shasky from The Morning Roast. And if you're an independent restaurateur or are starting a brand new business, then you gotta know about my friends at Trimark. Trimark, making independent restaurateurs' dreams come true in Northern California for over 55 years. Whether you're designing your next restaurant or you need equipment and supplies, this is where Trimark comes in. They do it all. And what's most important to them is being a partner to their business customers. Visit TrimarkWest.com. That's TrimarkWest.com.
We're all on this planet together, so join Odyssey and find your one thing. After Halloween, your used jack-o'-lantern and other gourds are great additions to any compost pile. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing?
95.7 The Game is an equal opportunity employer, and we encourage local community organizations to refer qualified applicants to us. You can receive The Game and Odyssey job vacancy information by contacting Human Resources at 415-765-4011 or by emailing sfhr@odyssey.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-610-9256. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-610-9256. That's 800-610-9256. Again, 800-610-9256.
There's a mismatch. Yep. Well, it wasn't a mismatch for long because Curry stole it all. Puts up a three.
How about that? The rookie in his first game in the NBA makes a steal and goes down to jacks up a three.
After an assist.
Well, again, remember, these officials are the regular officials, but they are rusty.
They missed a call last night. They called a three on what should have been checked. It was a two, and the league verified it today. There's Curry with the jumper. This kid looks like he's already played 5 years.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Fun to listen to Steph Curry being called this kid. Oh, this kid. It looked like he got a little something to him, this kid.
Right. He looks like he's been in the league for years.
And then you look at the corporation he has become 13 years later, and the mark that he has left on the NBA. And we were talking about it earlier, and it's just different. I have no interest in getting into the barbershop conversation, quite frankly, of where is Steph on your Mount Rushmore or how he compares to Jordan or LeBron or whatever. It's not about that with him. And that's actually why he's so special. It's not about how many rings. It's not about is he better. He's just different. They're like you have great basketball players and they go through careers and we talk about them and where they sit on a list and all that. But to me, Steph Curry is not just a basketball player. He's a basketball experience. And it's different. There's a connection with fans that is unlike anything I've ever seen with any athlete in any sport before. And it keeps showing itself even on nights that are no big deal. A Thursday, Game 5 against the Miami Heat. And the way he broke down that defender in the timeout there in the second half where he's pounding on his chest. And the fact that he's still pounding on his chest in Game 5 on a Thursday. Do you know what I mean? It just hits you in a different way. And I don't think there'll ever be anything like it again.
Yeah, and we've seen it in Bay Area sports before. Jerry Rice, I think, was that player before he became the greatest of all time. Watching Jerry catch a ball on a slant and disappear time and time again. We hadn't seen a receiver do it, and put aside the fact that he played forever and continued to play at a high level forever. Early on in his career, he was that player for many of us who saw the 49ers when we were kids, that receiver who did things we hadn't seen before. I mentioned Tim Lincecum before, much shorter sample in terms of his career, but he had that same sort of galvanizing effect on fans to where, oh, it's Timmy Day.
Timmy night, people wearing T-shirts.
Yeah, and you wanted to go see him pitch because of the unique windup, the diminutive stature, and just the very way he went about doing what he did. But Steph Curry, to that point, the greatness, and it is about the championships, the accolades, the MVPs, the records, the all of it, that makes him closer now to Jerry Rice than Tim Lincecum.
Football Friday, and we'll do our picks coming up in a little bit, and changeover with Steiny and Guru here in about 15 minutes as well. Let's go back to the phones, and Big John, who's in Milpitas. Hey, John, what are you doing? Big John?
Big John.
I will keep everything else, like, if possible.
Yeah.
big gone.
Yeah.
More like big gone.
No, yeah, not gone, but just there talking to
I had it
someone
first.
else.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, Dibs
4
beat
for you,
to-
1 for me.
Yep, yep. Actually, it's a
Thank
negative
you.
1 if you copy someone.
No, it was. I buzzed in first. It was close. His
all right.
call was going to be great too. I was looking forward to it.
It is. It is. You know what? I feel for people when that happens because nobody's got the patience for anything anymore.
Right.
And nobody even answers their phone. So I get it. You call a radio station, you get told you want to put on hold, and you're like, okay, I'll just put it over here on mute, or I'll put it on hold, or put it on speaker. And then you're not ready, but you got to be ready when your name gets called.
People don't know how to use their phones as phones anymore, and even it's rare when you get a call and you actually take a call.
Oh gosh, I wouldn't do that. You answer your phone?
Oh yeah. Sometimes, especially my kids will call.
Well, yeah.
Question Keon, but
I don't mean that.
Yeah.
But if it's not the right person at the right time, you're not answering that phone.
No, even yesterday, and now these phones, you have an ability to swipe up and just send a message. I'll call you back, or call me back later, or whatever. So more often than not, I'm sending people the voicemail.
It is, yeah. It is a hit to the gut though, because you can tell by the rings, like 1 ring, 2 ring, bang, straight to voicemail. It's like, oh my gosh, they sent me to voicemail. You cannot do that to someone. So sometimes when you don't want to answer, you gotta be patient. Let it ring all the way to the voicemail.
Exactly.
You don't want to offend your friends. So just be careful. Take that from me to you. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. YouTube chat, Twitch, Xfinity mobile text line, 957thegameshot.com. Go get your What Are You Doing t-shirt, or your Rat on the Table hoodie, or your Oi 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 long sleeve, or whatever you want to do. It's all there at 957thegameshop.com. As said, we'll do picks coming up in a few, but outside of that, I mean, it's impossible. Part of it is excitement, and then part of it is also strategic. To me, it's impossible to not have all eyes on Christian McCaffrey this weekend. I already said that I think the other side of the ball is where the 49ers win the game. As long as Darrell Henderson doesn't have a good game, and as long as the pass rush means that the secondary doesn't have to stay with their guys for too long, 49ers will come out with more points than the other team. But with Deebo Samuel, at least a question mark. We still don't have official word there, but there's only one other player who can do Deebo-like things. Right. And he also happens to be debuting at a full playbook in Christian McCaffrey. It just feels like this whole thing is set up for him on Sunday.
It is, but I wouldn't expect him to set a personal record for touches in a game. Do you know what his record is? His personal record is, Mark, for touches in an NFL game?
NFL game. No, I don't. I mean, I don't know off the top of my head.
Take a guess at what that number would be. Christian McCaffrey carries and receptions. It happened in 2019 when he was just a wee 23-year-old playing for Carolina against Houston.
I will go with the same number that Steph Curry scored last night. I'll go with 33.
Great guess, but I'm sorry, you're low. 37.
No way.
27 carries for 93 yards.
Jeez.
10 grabs for 86 yards.
By the way, those are not great like per catch and per carry numbers.
$1.79. He had 3.4 per carry, not great. 8.6 per catch. It was a 16-10 win over Houston. Shout out Carolina. But he's had 28 carries in the game, and he's had the most catches in the game. He had 15 catches in a game.
Jeez.
Against Indy. So,
I'd like him to have under his number in terms of touches.
23. I want him over.
I want him to be under. I just want them to have more effect. I want them to be more important than 8 yards per catch and 3.5 yards per carry. If you break one to the house, you don't need as many touches because the other team gets the ball.
Right. 23, that's a pretty good number. I'd like to see him go over. I'd like to see 14 carries, 10 catches.
Okay, 22.5. You want to do a friendly side wager?
I tried to do a friendly side wager yesterday, and you ruined it, Mark.
You gave out a Swiss cheese type of a proposal. What do you want me to do? I'm going to shoot holes in that sucker.
Play ball.
I did. And won.
No, you ruined it.
Like
you middled it and ruined it.
There was no way for me to not ruin it. It was ruined as an idea.
I'm dealing with the crying baby, trying to create some fun off-air content for donuts.
You know what? Nick Bosa is dealing with a groin. You still got to go play.
Yeah, and I did.
All right?
I did.
By the way, I'll let everybody know what happened last night on that one, but also get to our picks, and then Steiny and Goo. That's coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
on YouTube and Twitch every day.
In 2019, he took a team to the Super Bowl, so he can't coach. But then you see more stuff. The area that needs the most improvement is situational play calling. Steiny, it's just, I'm starting to believe you have it or you don't.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Those are facts.
95.7 The Game.
Listen to Kelvin. What he's about to say could change your life.
I'm 6'2", and I was about 290. I lost weight fast. I trimmed down. Now I'm about 235. I'm probably at about 9, maybe 10% body fat. That's great. I lost probably at least 60 pounds in probably 3.5, 4 months. Color of my hair is coming back. Skin looks better. Obviously gaining muscle. My muscle mass is coming back. Thank you for providing an awesome product. Somebody who actually has and does what they say they will. That's awesome.
That's great, Kelvin. Losing that belly fat in less than 4 months is outstanding. Since 2004, Andro 400 has been changing men's lives, like Kelvin, and can help you lose belly fat, gain energy, and improve your lifestyle. We guarantee it. Go to andro400.com for more true testimonials, before and after photos, and special discounts. Only available on andro400.com. andro400.com.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer, One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at RadioAlice.com.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Dan Hicks with Paul Azinger, welcoming you back to the Healthy Stand Classic. This is absolutely critical. Notice how she's using broad spectrum sunscreen.
Stand Up to Cancer and Optum want to help you reduce your risk for cancer. Visit takeahealthystand.org.
If you see a student being bullied, be supportive. Ask if they're okay and invite them to join you. You'll be an ally and you can make a friend. Friendship! Visit StopBullyingSpeakUp.com and join Cartoon Network to redraw your world without bullying.
For 25 years, Buy Right Market in San Francisco has partnered with purveyors of deliciousness to bring you local food that adds a dash of unique to every meal and celebration. Hi friends, this is Jamie, Buy Right's head of product. And this season, whether you're planning an elaborate meal, watching the game, heading to a friend's, or cozying up for a night in, Buy Right will help you savor what matters most. Pre-order your holiday meals at buyrightmarket.com or stop by and discover something unique for yourself. Gather, share, and enjoy with Buy Right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Mobil 1 can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $37.99. Get everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Do you know what people see when they Google you? Search engines don't always get it right. And when they're wrong, it's your reputation on the line. So what do you do when you don't agree with your search results? Call Reputation Defender at 800-831-0771. Reputation Defender by Norton is one of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. We have over a decade of experience in fixing people's search results, and we can help you too. Using cutting-edge approaches, Reputation Defender pushes unflattering information down to lower pages of your search results, where few people ever look. We also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, letting you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. You owe it to yourself to take control with Reputation Defender. Visit www.reputationdefender.com or call 800-831-0771 for free advice on your situation. 800-831-0771. That's 800-831-0771.
In Redwood City, we're looking for mostly sunny, highs near 63.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Cut up six-pack rings and reduce your use of plastic to help keep it out of our waterways and oceans. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
And a little bit of chicken fried.
Zach Brown Band is coming to Oakland Arena on November 6th, and 95.7 The Game wants you to be there.
Wishing I was deep in the water somewhere.
For your shot to win tickets, head to 957thegame.com/contests.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We got all kinds of breaking news. I don't know if any of it matters. We'll start with this.
Okay.
Cam Akers will not play for the Rams against the 49ers.
Again. I don't think he'll play ever again. Yeah. Okay.
All right, so Cam Akers is out. What are they going to do with that situation, by the way? I heard that they tried. He was in, and this is not surprising, he was in the offer from the Rams to the Panthers for Christian McCaffrey. And the Panthers were like, we like the Niners offer.
Yeah.
We'll take a future fifth over Cam Akers right now. So I don't know what's going on with that guy because he's talented back, worked his way back from the Achilles early and played late last year. They win a Super Bowl, and for whatever reason, he cannot get out the dog house.
Right. And that's just the way that goes. It's the way it plays out. And I don't know if the Rams are going to cut him or just keep him. If he's not going to play and you tried to trade him and nobody wants him and he doesn't want to play for you, you don't just give him his walking papers, do you?
Well, trade deadline, I think, Tuesday? Do I have that right?
It's the first, Tuesday.
Trade deadline is Tuesday, and so I'd be shocked if they didn't get something done, but they're not going to get much. It's way too public, and he has not been accomplished enough to get anything more than maybe what are you going to get out of here? A conditional sixth?
Right.
Something like that is probably where this is headed. So I think that's what will probably be the finish for Cam and the Rams coming up early next week. All right, what's the other breaking news? Did we have some Instagram breaking news with regard to Aaron Judge? Is that what we're hearing right now? Let's go live to Sam Lubman with the latest on Aaron Judge and Instagram.
Yeah, no, this could really shake up the mark of Aaron Judge. Apparently, he follows the Oakland A's on Instagram, so let the rumors commence.
He followed the A's. Does he follow the Giants?
I don't believe he actually follows the Giants.
He does not follow the Giants.
Billy greater than Farhan.
So that's his way of saying, I see you, Bay Area, but I don't want to tip my hand.
No, that's his way of saying, John Fisher, give me a piece of the gap, fall into the gap. I'm going to be in Oakland A's.
Can you imagine? He just shows up at a press conference in a couple weeks wearing one of those god-awful big blue Gap sweatshirts. Just like Gap. I mean, unless you want to sponsor us, Gap. But anyway,
totally
other than that, yeah, we love the Gap.
Turns out he's always been an A's fan, and he signs for a very team-friendly 8-year, $17 million deal.
And ownership of the team. And ownership of the team. Don't leave that part out.
And then the A's trade him in July because they need to turn him into prospects.
It's brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open at the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today. Book your visit. It's BMWFairfield.com. Steiny Guru are going to be in here in like 4 minutes, so we should do some picks. Let's do some picks, huh? Kyle, you want to get in here and guide us through the top 5 games of the weekend, and we will share the picks. Dibs and I, based on Dibs winning last night.
Let's go.
We are dead even. Where are you, Kyle? You and Spadone are how far back? Where are we sitting right now?
Way back there.
Back. They're both 11 games back. They are also in a flat-footed tie. You and I tied atop. Those two tied for third. The fourth place finisher has to come up with an end of the season party that you, the listener, can enjoy.
That's right.
And Spadoni fading Kyle this week. I think we have like 3 picks the same.
Okay, perfect. All right, guide us through it. What are we looking at this weekend?
We're going to start in Minnesota, where the Arizona Cardinals and now DeAndre Hopkins are headed to face the Vikings. The Vikings favored by 3.5 points at home. Spadoni lone wolfing it with Arizona plus 3.5. Mark, your thoughts?
Yeah, I love, thank you for the uptick, and I love the Minnesota Vikings in this one big time. First off, coming off a bye, nice and rested and at home, and I also think that we're overvaluing Arizona because of an odd Thursday night win a week and a half ago that's going to give them a little bit of juice. Arizona, to me, is still the very, very not good team that we've known them to be through the first 7 weeks. Give me Minnesota.
Yeah, Arizona 10-2 against the spread on the road, 9-2 against the spread as an underdog since the start of last season. I like Minnesota, Mark.
Thank you for that.
I like Minnesota.
Thank you for that data.
I mean, 3.5 is a little scary because this feels like a field goal kind of game. I could see me getting beat by the hook, but I'm not a believer in Arizona, and I think Minnesota smells blood in the water in the NFC North. I think they come out motivated at home. I'm going against the trend. I'm taking Minnesota.
All right, very good. Let's head to Nolens now, where the Las Vegas Raiders are at the New Orleans Saints. I can't think of a better city pairing for partying.
That's true.
Than Vegas and
Vegas
New Orleans.
versus New Orleans. Let's take a moment on that.
It's a toss-up.
I can't really speak on it. Never been to New Orleans.
Me neither.
Yeah.
Oh, I've been to New Orleans a handful of times.
Yeah. You look like someone who's been to New Orleans before.
Yeah, I'll say morning show boot camp in 2003. That's what.
He drinks.
There's a day that got away from me. Too many hurricanes. New Orleans more affordable. The food, I like the New Orleans food a little bit better. Vegas, I know, has high-end restaurants, but you can do more for less in New Orleans.
Okay, all right. And then is there a game also? Las Vegas and New Orleans? What do we got, Kyle?
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay, next game. The Raiders are at the Saints. The Raiders on the road favored by a point. Dibs.
Yeah, I like the Saints at home. Tough place to play. I do like a high-scoring game in this, but nobody asked me about the total. I think it's going to be a shootout kind of game. Saints, by the way, 31st ranked scoring defense in all of football, but I don't believe that Vegas is going to be able to win a high-scoring game here. Give me the Saints and the point.
I am definitely in on the Raiders here. I think the Saints are not a good football team. They're starting Andy Dalton again, and if you just
redhead.
Just remove the fourth quarter on the road at the Chiefs, have you noticed that the last 3 weeks the Raiders have actually been a really effective football team?
Yes.
Right? They busted Denver, and then they had the lead at Kansas City. Chiefs did Patrick Mahomes things, win by 1, and then they absolutely dismantled Houston last week. I know Houston's not good. Nobody's running better than Jacobs. Give me Las Vegas in this game.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. The 49ers, of course, at the Rams. We're going to save that for last. We'll put a pin on that one. Giants and Seahawks, maybe the game of the weekend.
Holy smokes.
Right?
Pretty wild, but both teams playing good football right now. Mark, the Seahawks favored by 3 at home.
I'm taking the Seahawks, but my hesitation is and yes, it's a hesitation sensation.
Yeah, of course it is.
Sounds like DK Metcalf is out, and so whatever Geno Smith has achieved with this offense, which I didn't understand before, I will understand it even less. However, I've noticed that the Giants fall behind every week, and then weird things happen in the fourth quarter, and they win. I'm going to say those things don't happen for them this weekend. I love this kid, Kenneth Walker, who's taken over the backfield in Seattle. I think Seattle wins this game by 6.
Led Zeppelin has a song, When the Levee Breaks, and it's going to break for the Giants. They've allowed the 8th most yards per play in the league, but the 6th fewest points, which doesn't make sense. So
that's a great
bend
stat.
but don't break. It's time for you to break. Seattle's offense is high octane. Give me the Hawks, and I'll lay the 3.
The Giants have led for a combined 42 seconds this year.
Right. And they've won all their games.
Totally nuts.
Exactly.
All right, Green Bay at Buffalo. This line opened at 10. It's up to 11. I think it might be up to 11.5 now, you guys. Mark, Buffalo minus 11 at home against the Packers.
Listen, the number's too big. This is an NFL game, but I'm still taking Buffalo.
Yeah.
Because Green Bay is so inept right now at moving the ball, and Buffalo smells blood in the water every week. They want this so bad. They feel like they're the best and they should have it. So this is too many points. This is, for me, by the way, this is a stay away game if you're betting. Yeah. But I'm going to take Buffalo. I'll take them.
This is too many points, and so I'm going to take too many points. Buffalo's average cover margin this year, 9.92, which is less than 11. Bills win by 10.
But not by much.
I'm getting 11. Give me Green Bay and the double sticks.
All right, very good. And the 49ers at the Rams. Talked about
Niners.
this one a lot today. Yeah, that team. Niners minus 1.5 on the road at the Rams. Dibs, start us off.
17-16. Niners win. Rams cover. Low-scoring game. It's going to be another rock fight. That was crazy. Niners do just enough to win, but they don't cover.
Look, the Niners have problems. This is true. But, Kyle, I'll just have you answer me one question, and then we can move on to Steiny and Goo. This is a Niner-Ram game. Is it in the regular season?
As far as I know, yes.
You got to Google
all right. Niners win. Niners win and cover. That's it. Niners versus the Rams.
That's it.
In the regular season, the Niners win.
Best of luck to you.
Cover.
I think the Rams cover because Debo's not playing.
Wow.
Debo kills the Rams.
Speaking of kill, you just killed the vibe with that take. Jeez.
Man.
By the way, anything official on that yet? Practice start? What do we got going on out there?
Debo hasn't practiced the last 2 days. They've got a bye coming up. He's got a hammy. My guess is he's out.
I agree with you, but nothing official yet, right? Nothing official. Yeah. Okay.
No.
All right, there
and
it is.
It is the regular season. I have confirmed.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Good work. And spread formation, the full picks for the week from Willard and Dibs will be coming to a social media platform near you in just moments.
I should have. Well, he and I are in a tie based on hashtag fade the goo from last night.
Technically, I'm winning, though. Technically, I'm winning because we don't do midweek updates. I go into week 8 with a one-game lead. I go into week 8 with a one-game lead. Yes, you won last night, but I go into week 8 with a one-game lead.
So before we bring in Steiny and Goo, if we're watching a baseball game, and shout out baseball returns tonight, good Lord, 5 days off. If the Astros score a run in the first inning and the Phillies don't, are the Astros leading 1-0, or do we wait until the end of the game?
They are, but
but
your comp is awful. So here's actually the comp. Let's say
we fought all week.
Let's say the Giants and Dodgers. The Giants lead the Dodgers in the standings by one game.
Sure.
And then they play the next night, and after the first inning, the Dodgers are up 1-0. Are they now tied in the standings?
Well, your comp is way off.
Will Smith.
You can't take his sniffle.
Mr. Early.
Okay. Hi, Steiny and Goo.
What's going on?
Love your sweater. Go Washington Commanders.
Totally.
What's up over here?
Wife didn't like it.
Well, you're coming here with cowboy colors every day, and then you wear
on payday Fridays. I have
Commanders.
a ritual.
I like the sweater.
I take to the Goodwill. So this morning I had my stuff
Good
that
for you.
Couldn't fit. and took the stuff there, and she goes, "You need to take that sweater too." And we just came from a funeral a couple weeks back.
Yeah.
I saw those Aretha Franklin dresses you wearing. You know, the old lady dresses. I know you're talking about my wardrobe. I said it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man.
Wow. You're going to tell me that this news, you're going to tell me that
you look
put
good.
it in there.
I like that sweater.
I got garments that are under siege as well. And, we just moved a couple months ago, and so I had my stack of T-shirts, Steiny, in the garage, and I'm slowly now throwing them in the laundry so they get washed, and so I can start to break them out. And there's a bunch that are going to be on the immediate no-fly zone.
You're looking good.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. Shout out to the back of every closet and the bottom of every drawer. But anyway, how we doing, guys? What's cooking?
You
pointing at me.
You
already.
feeling a little
You pointing
tight?
at me.
You getting tight?
Nope.
You guaranteed like Joe Namath.
Right, I did.
Boy.
And you know what the penalty is if I'm wrong.
God, if you could just get treated like I get treated for the last 6 months after Dallas lost to the Warriors.
Well, but that's because you didn't feel your pick.
Now, you know what?
He took one for the team.
We've already discussed this, and I was driving. I can tell you exactly where I was. I was approaching the Robin Williams Tunnel when you said, you know what? You said, man, Willard dissected me. Willard owned me. Because you didn't think
snookered me.
You snookered
me.
You were inauthentic.
You snookered.
You didn't think the Mavs were
and you had
win.
just gotten here, and you snookered.
I had not just gotten here. I had been here for at least 7 months or something.
I don't do it often. I make fun of you guys betting all the time. I don't bet very much. Made a bet yesterday. Your boy got snookered.
How'd it go?
Warriors. Just to cover.
No,
Minus 6.5.
Night.
Yeah, you were no.
It was 6.5. I thought you said 6.
I was 6.5.
Yeah,
nevertheless,
last night, if you look like the Warriors were being told for a few days, your defense is a problem.
Exactly.
Clay's been ejected. It's a home game against a team that doesn't score a lot. So
they've gone on the road.
Right.
They've gone on the road after this game.
Miami has 30 after one quarter, and you're like, good Lord, you
Here we
guys.
go
Like,
again.
seriously. But, yes, Steiny, very, very smart spot to know that the Warriors would come to play.
And Steiny bets the correct way. I don't want to put your business out on the street, but like guys like you and I, Mark, and Goose, like I got 17 bets tonight. I went 9-8.
I'm pooky.
Steiny will wait. Steiny will wait until he sees a spot that he likes.
And he battles.
And
Pick your battles.
I'm not saying he's going to unload, like liquidate all assets, but he makes bets with some heft. Only when he feels as though.
Well, the problem is that you win a bet and then you start
excited.
sniffing for other ones.
Right.
You have to let them come to you. You must.
I'm a little in between you guys. I would never bet 17 games in a night, but I'll give you an example. Dibs and I were just talking about tonight. It's like there's no Warriors. It's Friday.
World Series.
Families, I know. World Series. I'm not real big on betting on baseball too much, but I go, you know what? Tonight might be a night with just, I don't know. You keep the TV off and let's play some games with the boys or whatever it is. And then my eye got caught by your damn Twitter feed, and you're like, T-Wolves, minus 6.5 over the Lakers. And I go, you know what? That feels like a trap. But now I start looking at the board. What do? I look at what ESPN's doubleheader is, and I go, I'll probably end up at happy hour with someone. Might as well
now
throw
take care
a little
of my nephew Jude.
bang. Yeah, so
you hooked him up with the Debo outfit for Halloween.
He's
That's
ready.
what Halloween is for.
Yeah.
He can send
Mark
out
gets dressed
emails.
up.
We're gonna get.
Mark
we
gets
got a
dressed
contest
up.
going on here.
I don't. No. I usually don't.
Oh, I thought you. I must have
We
misunderstood.
got a contest going on at the station.
I got something for you guys.
Oh,
on
no,
Monday.
that's right. You
I
do
got
have something.
I got something for you
I
guys.
heard you tell in the morning show that.
I got something.
Yeah, and the contest in-house. Shout out Odyssey San Francisco, $100 to the winner. But the thing about those, and I'm kind of with you, Goo. If I'm going to put on a costume for a contest, I want to win. I want winners. I don't want to put on some get up and take the bronze or take the silver.
It's gonna
and
be
I'll tell you,
embarrassing.
there's some people inside our company who are coming double barrel. They've been waiting all year
Steiny?
for this moment.
Yeah.
I can't compete at that level
I'm
for a
with you.
costume.
Look. Here's the other weird thing though. I saw that email and you go, okay, best costume.
Wow.
$100 gift card.
Yeah.
And I went, to what? How hard am I supposed to try? I don't even know where your gift cards. Am I going back to Spirit Halloween?
Now you know what
with
the
a
answer
$100
is?
gift card on November 1st.
You get a gift card to 957thegameshop.com.
We'll send you the
table hoodies.
We'll send you the old Oakland Arena.
Yeah,
I think that's a haunted house now.
Cow Palace.
We'll see how hard I try based on what that gift card is for. But anyway.
No,
I'm
it's
0-6. I said I'll be 6-6 in 6 days for liquidate all 6-6 in 6 days.
And what if
so
you're
I'm about
not?
to get hot. We'll talk big.
I mean, it's kind of like my guarantee.
It's 82 games.
You're actually 0-7.
0-6.
0-7.
How?
You had another tweet last night.
Oh boy!
No, Jordan Poole.
Lamar Jackson should have taken that contract. He ain't it.
Yeah, that's just an observation. They're
he
not
had
going
400
anywhere.
yards himself yesterday.
That's not a bet, though. That's a take.
That's a terrible take. I'm expecting Lamar Jackson's Ravens to get beat. They win the game.
We
He's
got
got
15
monster
rounds
numbers.
before you arrived on the Lamar Jackson
Right,
thing.
but I saw the tweet too, and then the game got better after.
Yeah.
Do you still feel that Lamar ain't it?
They won't win the Super Bowl. That's currently constructed.
Okay,
That's what
I mean, a lot of teams who don't have Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes are gonna suffer that.
Or
fate.
Jimmy G.
I put it this way: of all the and we did this the other day. We go around the league now. Okay, just think to yourself.
Yep.
A quarterback playing well. Your list is going to get no higher than 5 or 6 players, and I would submit that Lamar is one of them. Lamar is not.
I've been tough on him.
Totally agree.
Yeah. You're. By the way, you're going to get. There's Patrick. There's Josh. There's Lamar. There's Jalen. Who else?
Yeah.
Well,
Burrow.
the way you answer
Burrow for sure because he's hot right now. Yeah. Just
Anyway,
lost
what about
his
Herbert?
No,
Say
he's
him?
just yuck.
He looks.
He's my fantasy
I think those
quarterback.
ribs are still a problem.
No, that's cartilage too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So really,
That's
what we're
still a
doing is
problem.
looking for about 25 guys who you'll say no chance they can win a Super Bowl.
You never say
So,
no
like, what
chance.
about Kirk Cousins?
Well,
I'm saying no.
No chance.
Yeah, I'd say
No chance?
Yeah. No chance.
What about Jalen Hurts?
Not no chance. There's a chance.
I say no chance.
About
for
Dak?
him. No chance.
No chance.
No
Because
chance
when you need
Dak
them
wins a
most,
Super Bowl,
they
huh?
will be the Achilles heel.
Okay.
That's just my take. And you know what? I've been hard on Lamar. He balled second half. I just don't think they're going to be. Dude, he had Josh Allen down at home. Remember, they squandered that lead.
I know it. I know
Coach
it.
didn't take
I know
three.
it. Didn't go. Yeah, went for it on fourth down. Oh, you know who we're leaving out who's playing well by data?
Derek Carr.
No, Geno Smith. That's what we're playing.
Talk to me about this.
Third-rated quarterback in the NFL.
They wrote me off. I didn't write back.
And I didn't write back. Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, that one, that has turned into the game of the weekend. Giants and Seahawks.
No, we
There's
tried
a
to laugh
spread
about it.
there.
We had
What?
Baldy on earlier, and it's like,
Oh, Baldy.
that's the game of the week, people. 6-1
I
against
think the
5-2.
Niners Rams.
What about Baldy with just out of the book tweet about cyberbullying? I guess he's got a passion.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, he said
Okay.
cyberbullying's going up like 50%
Well,
in the
I'm
last
going through
2
it with
years.
this 0-6. I mean, I'm getting a lot of
Learned
stuff.
something else about Baldy. He likes to swim in the ocean.
No, it's good. Yeah, exactly.
I think you're right, by the way, though, Goo, as far like Niners Rams, just because
forget the
Niners.
yeah.
Well, okay, Fox has both those games at the exact same window. So I'd actually
Which one's
love to-
America's game of the week?
Yeah,
And
which one?
and I'm not hating on Seattle. I love this story, but this was the NFC Championship game.
I don't think there's any doubt if I'm a Fox executive, and I don't know what they did, but if I'm a Fox executive, you got the Giants and Seahawks at 125. You've also got the 49ers and the Rams. Which one am I sending out to the country? I'm sending out 49ers and Rams. I don't know what the decision. Who is broadcasting the game?
I
tomorrow?
just am pulling it up now so we can see who the crew is, because they'll tell
Give
you
it to
based
us.
on the
Burkhart.
crew.
It's Burkhart.
Burkhart and Olsen.
Wow.
And that is Fox's
That's
number
the
one
number
crew.
one crew, yeah.
So there you go.
And then
they're here?
Kugler,
All right,
Sanchez, and Laura Oakman, friend of the program.
Yep.
They're doing the Seattle and the Giants game. So
Okay.
the A crew, the number one crew, will be down
Niners
at
and
SoFi.
Rams.
And Brian Baldinger will be on the radio
wow.
call.
There you go.
Hey,
Baldy's been down there a couple weeks.
So I'm watching the NFL Network, and they have a graphic up. Which 3-win team can still be dangerous? And the Niners weren't even on that list of 6 teams. They had the Packers, the Bucks, they had the Rams.
Sure.
They had
The Patriots?
the Packers.
You already said that one.
Okay, they had
The
Bears.
Bucks?
The only 3-win team in the AFC. This is a weird idiosyncrasy. There's only 2 3-win teams in the entire AFC right now. It's the Pats and the Colts.
the Pats were on that list.
Okay.
I don't think the Colts were.
So the 3-win teams in the NFC are Washington,
Nope.
Green Bay, Chicago,
Nope.
Atlanta, Tampa
Atlanta
Bay,
was on there.
Rams, 49ers, Cardinals. Well, that's a joke.
Yeah, it is a joke.
I get the other 3 if you're going to say Packers and Bucks because the names they have at quarterback. So everyone wants to know, and you know what?
But Brady looks bad. He looks old.
I firmly thought last night, and when they went all the way down the field to go up 7-3, and then they went down the field again and went up 10-3.
That's when I sent the tweet.
I felt I felt great all day. Dibs knows this, and I felt even firmer then. I go, this is a spot for the Bucs. Doesn't mean everything's going to get right, but if they've got anything this year, they will show up against a very injured Ravens team at home, and they will win this football game. And then they took a 10-3 lead and stunk out loud from every moment.
They couldn't stop the run. It was almost like the D quit.
This was the game where I now, because of that, I don't actually think this is going to get
So
saved
that
at all.
bet you got, nobody took it. Where I said the both Bays won't win a playoff game, they may not make it. How is Green Bay going to beat Buffalo?
I don't know how Green Bay is going to even make the playoffs because, if you take 3 teams from the East and right now those 3 look solid, there's only room for one more team, and the Rams and Niners both seem better. My question for you guys, though, is NFC South, does the winner have a winning record? The winner of that division, or can a team go 8-9 and
this will
win
be
that
Seattle
division?
years ago,
I'm
7-9.
going to say no because right now
8-9 gets it done.
Well, I will say after what happened in the second half last night, I now think that the Atlanta Falcons are the best team in the division.
I think Carolina is.
I do too.
got rid of they cut them.
Man.
They benched, what's my
Carolina.
guy? Dude, they got a quarterback that's
they
serviceable
lost
now.
McCaffrey. who?
And they won the Curry told us.
They beat the Bucs though. My side thing, my favorite pick of the week. Falcons -4 against the Panthers.
You think so?
Favorite pick of the week.
I went the other way. So
Favorite pick of the week. But if you look at Atlanta's schedule, let's say they do beat Carolina this weekend, that gets them to 4-4.
Okay. Right.
Okay, and they'll have a game lead in the division over Tampa. Rest of their schedule has another Carolina. They go a 4-week stretch of Carolina, Chicago, Washington, Pittsburgh. And then after that, it's New Orleans. They do have to go to Baltimore. They get Tampa again. They get the Chargers at home. There's the Falcons can get to 8.
Yeah.
They can get to 8 wins.
Shocked, even more.
I'm going
Carolina.
They can get to 9.
With that
They can get to 9. They can get to 9. And that's actually good for the 49ers that the Falcons win the division because the Falcons have the tiebreaker over them. So I don't want them in the wild card race.
Yeah. I mean, that and they're a problem for this defense, the way they shoved it down their throat, running it more than 40 times. Just one quick one for you guys to carry with you throughout.
We got to look. I heard of Willard's bags packed and paper stacked. So
the nonverbal.
Those are the signals, Steiny, the nonverbal. They're trying to get out of here.
I'll give you my Rounders licking of the Oreo. If I close my laptop, that means we out.
Yeah. I got a heavy banquet prep. I'll be here for a while. But
Guru and I were actually talking about this at the cafeteria yesterday about the changeover.
We had a great show meeting, then parlayed that to the cafeteria.
We had a show meeting.
Things going well, Willard. Yeah.
Good.
And we were just wondering,
business is booming.
To get in sync, should we coordinate about how long they will be beforehand?
Right.
In case you guys have something to do.
Yeah, we thought about you guys.
I'd say no. I think we let you know if we have a certain reason we have to leave. But outside of that, organic.
Yeah.
Because,
Mikasa and Sukasa.
I tell you what,
it all came from the heart.
Tell you what ain't happening. I ain't staying till 3:30.
That came up.
I'm not doing that.
Dude, you're a Judas.
And the beauty is,
just everybody
Damon wouldn't have it anyway.
Well, we get him today, Friday.
And Bay Bridge traffic is an issue,
Yeah.
and I get that. But in the morning, occasionally they'll say, "Hey, I got to be out at 9."
That's my favorite show.
And
You got all
so,
for you.
Occasionally they'll have to be out. Just one to carry with you though, because we all want to say Super Bowl or bust in terms of quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Only 34 quarterbacks in the Super Bowl era have won a Super Bowl. Think about that. Only 34 quarterbacks.
How many are there? 50 Super Bowls?
Two of those are Trent Dilfer and Brad Johnson.
I mean, Hostetler's got one. Doug Williams has
Nick
one.
Foles. Nick Foles has got one.
Substitute.
As we always do this, like, if you can't win the big one, then ... Only 34 guys have ever done that. And so a lot of times I think we use a fraudulent bar for the likes of, Garoppolo.
Warren Moon.
Well, even guys like, Jim Kelly, for example.
Yeah,
Poor guy went to 4.
They're great ones.
But nobody would say
Yeah.
he's not. We know what Jim Kelly was a baller.
Right.
Hall of Famer.
But is Eli Manning better than Jim Kelly because Eli's got 2?
Well, there's a ton of them, right? There's Marino. There's
so many.
Phillip Rivers.
Yeah.
I mean, we could go on and on.
The Charles Barkleys of the world.
Rivers going to get a
Rivers
jacket.
a man.
He's going to get a jacket.
I get it. He's one of those athletes who kind of, he rubs me the wrong way.
Oh, yellow jacket. Gotcha.
He's going to get a jacket.
The gold jacket.
Gotcha.
I watched Dallas last night, the Mavs in Brooklyn, and Brooklyn went to 1-4. And this is a serious thought I had. So the Warriors went through a fight. We'll call it a fight. 2 guys isolated for whatever reason, get into it. Forget the scrutiny and the media attention that came with the video being released. But I looked at that like, wow, that was bad, but it was 2 guys. So now if those 2 guys can put it past them, the rest of the team doesn't have any beef. That team can go on. But I'm looking at Brooklyn like, Kevin Durant is the best player on that team. He came out and said publicly, I want the coach fired. How can you come back from that? And the reason I bring that up is I thought, like, what's really worse? 2 guys getting into it? Or your star player saying, that coach I want out of here, and now all of a sudden they're 1-4. I'm starting to think I might want because we've been told it happens all the time, but you don't see it. I think I would prefer the fight over the best player saying this coach ain't our leader.
You're probably right, but you're also coming from 2 totally separate baselines. The Golden State Warriors are much more apt to handle either of those situations than the Brooklyn Nets would be to handle either of those situations because the Nets have no culture, they have no background, there's no team unit that has achieved so much, right? So there's that side to it. But I also think we have to question whether or not the problems in Brooklyn, is that why they're being cause, or are they just constructed in a faulty way?
What would you prefer? Take the Warriors culture out of it just as a team, and this is the problem you got to deal with. Would it be the isolated fight between two guys?
I would take the
or your
fight.
star player saying, you know what? We need a new coach, but they don't move them.
I would take the fight.
Absolutely.
I would take which of the two is the championship team?
Right.
Oh, well,
right.
Yeah,
Right.
but-
Like, seriously.
Yeah.
Like the one thing.
I'm taking the fight,
I'm
too.
taking the fight.
Well, KD running the coach out, that doesn't go away.
But he didn't run. Yeah, exactly.
What happens this year if things are going bad between he and the
may
coach?
not
And
make
that's
it to
about
Christmas,
and that's
Nash.
about basketball. That's literally about their
That's
basketball.
man.
Jordan and Draymond is about who knows what the hell's going on.
And don't forget, we had a little. It could have been an issue when the Warriors fired Mark Jackson. Steph Curry and Klay Thompson were Mark Jackson fans, but Steph Curry, of course, said all the right things about Mark Jackson and played for Steve Kerr, but that could have been dicier because the Warriors were
credit to those guys, but
Mark Jackson got this team to the playoffs.
And they went 67-15
I know,
out of the
I know.
shoot. I mean, that kind of helps.
The offense changed.
It becomes Mark who?
Well, it did.
And I'm going to give a PSA to Warrior fans because I remember when Kobe dropped 60 the last night, I shed a tear.
On 60 attempts.
Warrior fans appreciate every game, and I'm not saying it's going to end anytime soon, but what Stephen Curry has meant and what he's doing, and the fact that we get to watch and chop him up every day, I'm telling you, there's no other example or comp. This dude is special, and I just think like Barry Bonds, I took him for granted. It'll last forever. Keith Sweat, nothing lasts forever. But Steph Curry's incredible. That's all I'm saying. But enjoy it. He's still doing it at 34.
Gosh. Yep. That was
It's just fascinating, man.
That was a moment last night when he hit that three, and I was like, why are we having moments on Thursday, October 27th? Like, that's not supposed to be a night where you get a moment. But it was a moment.
It's
just like, man.
Dude,
it's just
Steiny loved it.
I did love it.
Yeah. Well, he had $1,000 on it. So.
There you go.
Yeah.
Something like that.
But no, you guys aren't taking it for granted, are you? Are you taking Steph for granted? Oh, my goodness.
Shut the notebook, bro.
Come on, Goo.
Have a good
Weather
weekend.
broke out.
No, it's Friday. What are you going to do?
No, don't worry
Steiny
about
Guru.
it. Give me Monday.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Payday Friday for the boys. You know what that means? It means who knows what's going to happen today.
Well, look at you.
We are already planning the festivities. However, the one thing about Guru and me that you should know is we're going to put in an honest day's work before we go enjoy the weekend. What do you think of the Warriors game last night?
I loved every bit of it, but I knew Miami came in average. I'm going negative early, averaging only 90 points, and they got 110. So nothing to look at. But Jordan Poole showing me another facet to his game. He was not hunting shots. He was working on facilitating. So that was great. And that PSA, what did you think, Star? I kind of hit you in the cardiac muscle with it, but Steph Curry, It's just
I find that a little bit frustrating.
Frustrating.
Yeah,
Break
just
that down.
Well, I feel like
I'm listening.
I feel like I appreciate Steph Curry more so than most.
Man,
the
dude's special.
And I've been trying. I've been trying for the last 2 or 3 years just to tell people how.
So you're a little jealous.
Special.
You didn't like me saying that,
right? Exactly. Yeah. I want to be the only one.
But is there anything this man can do on the hardwood at 34?
I mean, can't do?
Or can't do? I mean, Steiny, he's just on top of his game, and I liken it to Tiger Woods before the drama when he was honed in. This man, and they're defending champs. So you asked me about yesterday's game. I loved everything about it. Draymond's in the zone. I can't wait to watch this trip, and the reason being is we get a lot of games back-to-back, so that's exciting. But my biggest takeaway when I turned the channel, me and Lil D were watching, is Stephen Curry is one of the most special players we've ever seen. And Steiny, I take the games. I'm not taking them for granted.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. I mean, I've said it for years now. There's never going to be another Steph Curry. There'll never be a player like him again. Not just for the Warriors. I don't think for the Bay. Damn. I mean, I just can't envision a face of a franchise. Is he bigger
than Rice in Montana?
Yes, definitely.
They had to share. I'm not mad at that.
Just because of the social media era.
All right.
I mean, I think, I guess somebody could disagree if they wanted. But, yeah, Steph Curry obviously is off to a great start after 5 games. Man. Draymond Green's playing well. Wiggins has been solid. Wiseman's been helping. So there's a lot. And you know what? You mentioned Jordan Poole. I got about 7 things on my Warriors list. One of them is Jordan Poole. And
Xfinity mobile text line. He's not playing like 140. I'm like, what are you watching?
I disagree.
See, go ahead.
I think Jordan Poole's doing the right thing. He's trying to play the right way. Yeah. You know,
he got the contract, right?
Think about Jordan Poole for a minute. He started at the beginning of the year when Klay wasn't there.
Yeah.
That was 30-some games.
Came out like gangbusters.
No, 50 games. Klay missed the first 50? Because I think he only played 30. Right. Anyway, then he started the last 11 games when Curry was hurt before the regular season ended. So he's really in that sixth man role for the first time where it's going to last. And I think that he is absolutely positively trying to be the point guard of that second unit. And I think he's trying to play make a little more than for others than he is for himself. And
7 assists last night.
Eventually, if it doesn't seem like he's shooting enough for you now, eventually that'll balance out and he'll become kind of the player he wants to become in terms of how he wants to shoot, how many times he wants to shoot, how many times he wants to pass. But I think he's trying to be the I don't want to say Steph Curry of the second unit, but the Steph Curry of the second unit.
And his best friend has become Wiseman. He's trying to, they got some synergy going between them. But Steiny, when you get paid, this is what I appreciate. He's out there, I feel like, relaxed.
Exactly.
Like he's not thirsty. And, of course, I say he's going to have 3 threes last night, 7 shots, 2 attempts from deep. But I appreciate this facet to his game to where he's trying to incorporate others, working the 2-man game with Wiseman. So he's gotten paid, and I just think he's relaxed. I like it, but there are some out there saying, where are the 17 shots? Where are the 30-point games? But he's trying to grow his game, and I respect him for that.
I mean, we're still only
last
5
night. I needed 3 threes, though, Poole.
Wait, you made a bet?
Over 2.5. I told you.
Oh, that was your NBA bet.
Yeah, that took
lost.
me to see. Look at you.
You're 0-6.
Dude, we got 82 games. I'll be 6-6 in 6 days.
Yeah, you're
6 and 6 in 6
the 49er
days.
fan that looks ahead in the schedule and says, "Oh, there's a win again at Atlanta."
I'll tell you what.
Okay.
Real quick. If I'm a mush, because I'm getting that,
I don't know what that means.
That means every bet you make go the other when you're a loser.
Oh boy!
I'm betting on Minnesota to beat the Lakers. If somehow the Lakers get their first win when I'm going against them, I will stop it.
I do not
this will end the night.
I do not like that bet for you.
Minnesota's playing.
I don't. Where's the game?
Minnesota and AD.
How many are they giving up?
6.5. The Lakers get ran. This is if
Westbrook's back.
Westbrook.
Your boy Westbrook's
back. No, I'm done with him. I'm done.
No, you're not.
Yeah, back to the
You're not allowed.
Don't tell me what I'm
can't.
To do. Tell the people how the show meeting went. Dude, we are phenomenal. We in the show meeting, and Big Mouth me has no questions, and Steiny says, "Goo, no questions." So that's when we got closer. Like you wanted me to have. I'm saying it's working. I'm rubbing off on you.
It's just my way of I don't know, playing nice with everybody.
Yeah. Man, he can have somewhere to go. He was in and out.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, that legal pad.
He's got one.
That legal pad of his. Goo.
You gonna talk about
Goo and Evan.
Pingate?
No, how about this? Here's our boss, and if you look at it, YouTube, and here's what the meetings go like. Okay. So we're gonna. Okay, so the show is doing okay. You guys got to make your teases more. And
be better at your job.
I want to give you a 1.
That's terrible. It was terrible. You need the visual.
Yeah, no doubt.
You need the legal pad.
Hey, but what about Pingate? He had one of your pins. You called him on it.
I know he did. He stole it from me.
All right, man would ask me where I bought something. You asked the boss where did he buy it. I was like, dude, back up.
It was a purple paper mate.
But
There's only one guy with purple paper mates.
Into your pockets.
How about this? I got something. I got a Warriors take that I haven't heard yet. Something is happening. Something is happening in Golden State with our Warriors that nobody's really picked up on. And it might be the reason, as Bob Myers said yesterday, a lot of people might be on edge. I'll tell you what it is, and I'll bet you some might even agree on 95.7 The Game. One of the things that really annoys me.
And Sean McVay has to cross the field and shake the hand of Kyle Shanahan, who has beaten him now 7 straight times in the regular season.
It's the West Coast Showdown.
They're down at 9. Bosa. The sack.
Niners. Rams. This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
every morning at 8:50. The Morning Roast presents the Xfinity Flex of the show. Fonte and Shasky flex with their best moment of the day. Replayed at 8:50.
You'll win it. 4th championship. Steph, Draymond, Klay helped the Warriors win this one alongside Jordan, Poole, Kuminga, Moody. Nobody can say anything. They can't take this one away.
The Flex of the show. Presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium. Free with Xfinity Internet.
It's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast. And if you're an independent restaurateur or are starting a brand new business, then you gotta know about my friends at Trimark. Trimark, making independent restaurateurs' dreams come true in Northern California for over 55 years. Whether you're designing your next restaurant or you need equipment and supplies, this is where Trimark comes in. They do it all. And what's most important to them is being a partner to their business customers. Visit TrimarkWest.com. That's TrimarkWest.com.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The SF Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the SF Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Today's Throwback Thought is brought to you by Kentucky Fried Chicken. Let's take some callers. Tony from Houston. Any throwbacks for us?
Yeah, hi. I remember when you could get a whole meal for just $6. But now?
You still can with KFC's 2-piece drum and thigh combo. Crispy chicken, mashed potatoes, a biscuit, and a drink for just $6.
Is this an ad?
Thanks, Tony. Order KFC's 2-piece drum and thigh combo on the KFC app for just $6. That's finger looking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer, tax extra.
Imagine a world with endless possibilities. I'm talking endless saving and endless hot showers. Yeah, you heard me right. Endless hot showers. With Navien, that dream is now a reality. Navien tankless water heaters deliver a continuous flow of hot water for as long as you need it. No waiting for a tank to reheat more water, wasting time and energy. The compact design saves you space and money in comparison to traditional tank water heaters. It's time to make the switch and make your hot water dreams come true. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
I blame Steph Curry.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Hey, thanks, Dante. Appreciate that. Yeah. Wonder if he's going to play during this road trip. A little hammy issue for Dante.
Early on.
Hey, by the way, a little shout out here to Sean John from the YouTube. Sean John goes, I'm taking bets on how long Steiny takes before he forgets about his tease. I say 8 minutes into the segment or longer.
Shots fired.
Yeah. Sean John referring to the fact that sometimes I forget what my teases are. Usually when there's somebody else's, but this is mine, so I'm going to remember.
And I heard Sean John, I just instantly thought of Diddy.
Yeah, I thought Sean John was the sweater that Guru is wearing right now.
Oh, no, this is Sean John on YouTube. What do we got on YouTube now?
350
million.
346. Okay.
Well,
let's get right to it. I'm going to play this sound from Klay from last night. Charles Barkley, the night before, said Klay Thompson's slipping. Age and injury have caught up to him, and he's slipping. Here was Klay last night.
I got one thing to say. It hurts when someone like Charles Barkley, with the platform he has, says you're not the same player prior to the injuries you have. It's like, no duh, man. Consecutive years, I tore my ACL, my Achilles in consecutive years and still help a team win a championship. I mean, it hurt hearing that because it's like, man, I put in so much freaking effort to get back to this point. Like, it's hard to even put into words what I had to do to be the player I am today. And it's like, played 57 games in 3 years. Like, give me some freaking time to get that back and just hear someone say, oh, he's not the same as he was prior to injuries. Like, duh. Like, who goes through something like that and comes back? I don't know. It just hurt my heart hearing that. But you know what? I'm going to internalize it, and it's going to be fuel for me to be even better. And I think I'm very proud of what we accomplished last year, and I feel like I was a huge part of it. I'm not going to let these injuries be a crutch for me. I'm just going to keep going, and I'm going to have a great year. I bet on that.
Wow.
Good stuff.
Yeah, that came from the heart.
I don't know how I feel about all of it. Like, I'm not saying, all right, Barkley saying that Klay Thompson slipped. You know, and I know Klay says, well, no duh, but not too many people have been saying Klay's not Klay anymore. They've been saying he can get back to being Klay, you know, down the road. I mean,
but
like,
knowing that he's not the same.
Yes, but what I'm saying is, like, that's Barkley's job to point out when somebody may be, you know, losing a step. For Klay, though, I mean, I totally get it. Why he's upset, because just to get back to where he was at is an unbelievable accomplishment. Here's where I come down on this one. I do think it's like, if you're expecting Klay to get back to Klay, I think you're going to be disappointed. I don't think he's ever going to get back to being the Klay Thompson of 4 years ago. But he can still be a hell of a player on a championship team. And, you know, last year, he played 32 regular season games, and then nobody 2 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now will say, you know what, though, remember that fourth one? Klay was, he won. No. Klay's going to have 4 rings, just like Curry's going to have 4 rings, and he's going to deserve the 4 rings, just like Steph Curry deserves the 4 rings.
Right, but I'm with you. I can never tell the next man or woman what's the right way to let off what they're feeling. And Marcus Thompson, that article last week in the Athletic, to me, you know, went in depth on what Klay was dealing with. Klay, you know, was open. He said he was in a dark place. He had a short fuse. We saw it in Phoenix. And when he says no duh, in my world, I feel like, well, you don't even got to tell everybody how much it hurt you. Just take those receipts. But if that's what he's doing, but if Klay wants to say it out loud and let us know it's hurting him, I guess the next 1 for 10 game, Steiny, do you think defenders now feel like they can get in his head now that he's voicing that which way it's going?
I would.
I know Gary Payton would.
I would.
Now that won't have anything.
Doesn't mean you lose respect for Klay Thompson.
Not at all.
Doesn't mean you don't respect everything he's done.
Like Barkley said some other stuff to where I was like, that's foul.
Like, I forget what?
Just like other stuff.
Oh, with the Warriors?
Yeah, but that wasn't a low blow to me. So Barkley's on the side of you're not getting back to what you were, but we can't put a timestamp on. Okay, Steiny, for the people in the back that are saying, I've been using that, people in the back. For the people that are saying he's not going to get there, well, how much time you giving him? We don't know if he's going to get back, but he was the starting 2 guard last year, and they got it done.
They did. They did get it done.
I hate that he said it, though. From the sense that these other guys might be waiting in the wings talking to you now.
No, definitely. You don't think that's what happened with Devin Booker? You don't think the word washed was used by Devin Booker?
I don't think Devin said he loved him. I don't think he said that. Now, I can never know. But, Steiny, when you go to the mic and say, I love that guy patterned, he might have been like, well, you know what, Steiny? Maybe he did use washed.
You know what? I loved Sam Merrill, and I couldn't stand him on the court.
How come?
You know what?
Was he good?
I was better than him, but his teams always beat me.
Ooh.
And so your boy always tried to do a little too much because, you know.
Talking?
Like scoring.
Yeah.
Hey, all right. What is it, 8 minutes? I got the under. I played that Klay sound for a reason because obviously he's frustrated. We see Draymond and Poole get into it. We've seen Steph Curry talk about players coming into their own. Don't you get it? Don't you get what's happening here? Don't you get what's happening here with the Golden State Warriors? And it's permeating. You're curious, aren't you?
I think somebody on Xfinity mobile text line got it.
What? No.
Yeah, I'm
not on the text line. I'm on the.
I just read it, but I think this is it.
Don't.
Go ahead.
Because I don't know what it is. Things are changing. And the biggest thing that's changing with the Warriors is their pecking order. Their pecking order's changing. And I think that's got something to do with everything. How big of a deal it is, it's just part of the pie. But this team was Steph 1, Klay 2, Draymond 3. All right? Let's be honest. What is it now? It's Steph, Wiggins, Poole, Draymond. Or Draymond, Poole.
Okay.
But the bottom line is there's a change happening right now in terms of pecking order with this team.
Right.
Klay's going to start.
He's earned
But Jordan Poole might be a better weapon than him right now. And Wiggins is more consistent.
So wouldn't that bother you?
Yes.
But it won't, and you're not insinuating, but it won't affect the team. Like Klay, I believe he's looking around like, I ain't batting third maybe. Just in his mind, like his importance. I get that, and that can boil over, and that can be frustration. But I guess what I appreciate is he's sharing it. He ain't scared to say it. Now, he hasn't said that, but to your bigger point, Steiny, okay, what if it is that when you itemize it that way? Okay, then again, it's all about one person, number 11, and how he's going to deal with that, because there'll never be a day, as long as he's a Warrior, where he's not starting. So, you know what I mean? He's going to take as many shots.
Well, he's already playing less minutes because
that's
of
the minute
injury.
restriction. Well, 29 last night.
Well, he's mad he's not playing as much.
I believe that.
And he's not going to play as much because they got to play Poole. Klay's minutes are going to start to come down.
I hadn't thought. You think so?
You think? And here's what. Look, there's no malice involved here. But yes, Klay Thompson may have a problem if he's not taking the second most shots on the team. That's what he does.
Well, give me this. We'll say this for Klay. He's an open book. I love it. But if it got to that point, I think he would step to the mic and say that. Like, it won't have to
Who's
be
better,
one of those.
Wiggins or Klay?
Oh, well, no, and there's not a person walking the earth right now,
okay.
And there's reasons behind that. But it's Klay's dealing with getting back to what he was, healthy, confidence. Wiggins is.
Somebody checked me on the text line yesterday, and
I've never heard you
they
use
were
that
right.
word.
They were right. They said, Steiny, you said Klay would be better in his second year, and you know what? I did say that. But you know what? And this is revisionist history, but I'm going to do it because it's kind of true. When I was saying it, I was just repeating what everybody was saying. Like, why is, like, Klay's got a rehab, but he's also getting older. So at what point does, like, the age trump the rehab? Where even if he rehabs or gets into shape and everything comes back, well, he's still going to be 33 or 34. So that's the point when we expect his play to diminish. That's the one part where I'm just wondering how can he be better than he was, really, or as good as he was? Wasn't he first team?
Yes.
Was he first team All-NBA?
And one of the best two-way players in the game. One of the best two-way players in the game.
Right.
But again, the reality is maybe he doesn't get back to that juncture, but he's good enough to still contribute to the team like he did in the finals.
It's going to be just like Draymond.
But what we're watching is a guy that's, Steiny, he's frustrated. And it's okay.
I know.
So I don't think minimizing his minutes is going to help him get out of that. Like when I see his jump shot and the ball go in, the three, it looks just like it did before he got hurt. Okay, that's just me, Steiny. So it ain't like you ain't getting no elevation. It's mind over matter. And after game one, he told Barkley, Shaq, Kenny, and Ernie, I'm getting my legs underneath me. And that told me, wow, if you don't have them, those are your new spaghetti legs. So I've been there, not on the NBA level. If you don't have your legs, Steiny, you don't have anything. So we've seen it.
So you disagree with Barkley?
Right, because Barkley's saying he's going right now in the meantime, and I get it. But damn, Barkley in 6 months, 4 months, that might not be the case. We've seen Adrian Peterson, the Kawhi come back. You're greater coming back from these big injuries, and Klay had 2 back-to-back. later. It ain't microwave. And he's frustrated because you're seeing the emergence of Poole and Wiggins. And you think to yourself, I used to be the second. That's understandable.
Yeah, well, it all affects chemistry.
But as long as the ball's going in
it's not.
by a Warrior player, and at the end of the night,
Klay specifically.
125 to 110 Warriors, I guess, when do you just channel that? What did he say he was going to eternalize? Like not voice it as much.
Said he's going to have a great year. Let's go to Matt in Oakland. What's going on, Matt? How you doing, man? What do you got for us?
No, Steiny. I think everybody is way premature. And quoting Barkley, stop that. He's like one of the biggest idiots out there.
No, he's not. But go
bad
ahead.
at his job.
No, I disagree.
Lazy.
But go ahead.
Well, that's fine. I mean, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Sometimes.
A lot of the time.
Sometimes
he just got going, and I think you're making something out of nothing. I think he just got going. He looked good in the second half. He's a shooter. He can defend. He's almost a 3 now, more than he's a 2. So, I mean, in that sense, he's changing. But he's also bulkier, and I think he's going to be fine. Maybe not as good. The other thing is Wiseman. Did you guys watch that guy? I mean, he could have had, I watched it pretty carefully, he could have had 8 more points. There were 4 times that Curry twice, JaMychal Green once, and Moody once, where they completely blew the lobs to him. But he was in the right spot. Spoelstra had to call a timeout. I mean, I'm very excited about that young man. And I think the reports of Klay's death are...
Nobody's...
So can I... Yeah, go ahead.
Klay's
no. Klay stepped to the mic and shared with you where he's at.
Do you know how long it takes to be finished? For a guy to be finished in the league?
He's not.
It takes years.
And you didn't say that.
Of course not.
You don't need me to even say that.
He's not going to be as consistent as he was in the past.
So, but callers like that are acting like Klay didn't have that post-game presser where you can tell he wants it now. Nobody's saying, I'm not saying it's not coming. And he's right. He did have a second when the ball goes in. I'm like, man, and what was I saying to you? Man, Klay physically, 30 minutes in the finals, Steiny. The shot looks like, even when it doesn't go in, it looks like he's back. I get it. So Chris A on, I thought you did a good job. And I'm not saying he said you didn't. On YouTube said, can you elaborate on the pecking order? And I thought you did that. It used to be Steph and Klay.
Steph, Klay, Dre. Steph, Durant, Klay.
Right.
Durant, Steph, Klay. But it was always, to me, Steph. It's always Steph to me first.
Right.
Well, it's Steph and Klay. Steph, Klay, and Draymond. Steph, Klay, and Draymond. Well, it's not.
Okay.
Wiggins is rising up on the pecking order, the shots, who you look for. Jordan Poole is rising on the pecking order. And Klay Thompson has basically been, forget Durant, has been used to being the second best player on this team. He's not anymore.
Yeah, but
right now, he's not the second best player.
And there's nobody to tell you he would. This is how I'm looking at it. And I'm not saying you're wrong. Jordan Poole comes in the game after it starts. The opportunities are still there for Klay Thompson. And maybe that's sometimes what his mindset is like, brother, gonna work it out. So it's not like they've been condensed or something's been taken away from Klay. Now he's on a minute restriction. He knows why. But until that day comes, I'm not worried about Klay. You get what I'm saying, Steiny? He is the starting 2 guard on this team, and he's going to hoist them up when he gets it. So it's not like something's changed.
Yes, something has changed. He's not the same player.
Right, but that's upstairs.
Well, no, it's physically, too. He's not the same player.
Right, okay, but...
He's not.
But do you think he comes into a game saying, okay, I'm not going to let it fly? Letting
it fly is just one part of his game. Okay. How's his defense?
Well, I'm not saying he's all the way back.
I think he knows. And I think that's what we're seeing right now. He knows, I think. I don't think he's hurt, but he knows something's not right. And I don't know what it is. Maybe it's mental.
But it's 2
Maybe
injuries.
It's a little tweak.
We know what it is.
I know.
Well, it's 2. He's trying to define.
Some guys never come back from 2 injuries like that.
And you know
at
what?
34 years old or 33, whatever it is.
That's true. But this story is not done and yet written. So was Barkley fouled? Did you when you heard that? I was like,
is it unfair to say Klay Thompson is slipping? You tell me. I'm not even going to answer that.
Well,
is it unfair for a commentator to say Klay Thompson, I believe, is slipping?
Slipping when you've had no injury and you're just aging and getting older hurts more than if a guy has 2 catastrophic injuries like Klay. So the slippage, Charles, in this case is my man tore his ACL and his Achilles.
I mean, I don't want to be a jerk, but a slip's a slip.
Okay. All right. Well, you want to do that?
Well, I'm just saying.
Right.
But
you know what? Brady's slipping because of age.
The bottom line is Barkley doesn't think Klay will ever get it back.
All right.
Here's the bottom line. Here's the round table. He ain't alone. Many people
and maybe your boy Booker was saying something to him like that.
Of course. See, and this is the thing. And listen, you might be right. Lil ran the truth. He's not slipping. He's recovering.
That is what that's great.
I don't believe that's altogether true.
Okay.
I don't believe that's altogether.
And recovering is also the mental game too, right, Steiny?
Yes.
Which I think we're starting to see play out. Like, I get it.
I think it's unreasonable to expect Klay to be the player he was before his first of 2 catastrophic injuries.
Okay.
I think that's unrealistic. And I think if Warrior fans expect that, they're going to be disappointed. However, if they look at Klay as a important piece of a championship team, whatever that means, last year he did exactly what he needed to do to help the Warriors win a title. He was no less, he might not have played as well or as much, he was no less important to that team last year as the 3 prior to that.
I totally get it.
But I don't think he's going to ever be the player he was. Because if he was 26, I wouldn't be saying it. But he's got 11 years under him or something like that, right? He came a year after Steph. I can't even remember.
And what did you say, the odometer? The miles and the extra games. And Barkley even alluded to that. But I'm not done writing him off to come back from this because I like what I see. He's just not getting the results.
I disagree with that. See, I think he knows. Well, he's not getting the results, but I think he knows there's a reason why, and he doesn't like it. I mean, we're.
But he said he was going to internalize it, taking receipts. Solid New York. Remember that? And now remember Robert Sullivan sounds like, dude, you about to get fired. I was thinking, you don't want to. He stood to the New York media and said, I'm keeping receipts, and now the Jets are a good story. I know that's different, but Klay's just. See, had he not responded to Barkley, that would tell me he must know it's a wrap or he'll never get. But the fact that he's going.
And he responded to not being on the top 75.
See, but you got to have a chip. Lay's, Doritos.
Well, he has it.
Jordan made up chips. I know it wasn't injury, but Klay going to be all right, Steiny. I believe.
Seth in Dublin, he's never going to be a player he was.
All-star? See, I wouldn't take that bet because that's a big jump.
Seth, Dublin, what's going on, man?
Hey, nothing much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great. I just wanted to say, Klay, he's been my favorite Warrior player for a long time.
Yep.
And I wanted to get your guys' sense on this. I feel Klay, he's not really an isolation player, whereas Steph, Jordan Poole, Andrew Wiggins, I think they're better one-on-one, better isolation players than Klay. So, maybe Klay, maybe he's kind of in the same category now as J.J. Redick or Kyle Korver, Ray Allen, incredible shooters. But that's just, kind of what I'm seeing here. He's not really doing any isolation. He's just got to get the ball swung to him by Draymond or, got to get that offense going. But maybe he's in the same category now, which isn't bad, but these are incredible shooters, Redick, Korver, Allen. So maybe that's kind of where Klay's at right now.
All right.
The good doctors checked in, Steiny. Dr. Nirav Pandya. All the data suggests that there will be long-term changes in performance for Klay coming off an Achilles and ACL. But it is still too early in the rehab process to know his new ceiling.
Right, but his new ceiling is lower than his old ceiling.
And Steiny, I'm keeping it so real, you might be right.
Over.
And Klay might already know something.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know when you know.
I know.
Blue Chew, I know. I need it.
I'll read that again. You sure that's Pandya?
Yeah, sorry.
Not an imposter?
Dude, people thought I was an imposter on YouTube.
Yeah, all the data does suggest that there will be long-term changes in performance for Klay coming off an Achilles and an ACL. But it's still too early in the rehab process to know his new ceiling.
Yeah, I just read that.
I know. I think I needed to do it for emphasis. Essentially,
Doctor checking
essentially, Pan just saying Klay's done.
Do you
think he's sitting there and he gets really mad about that?
Klay?
No, Pan.
Oh, no, he loves it.
No, he doesn't like it. Pan just says Klay's done. Put that on the web.
Look, fellas, I apologize.
I'm just kidding. But listen,
he's a competitor. I get it. The emergence of Poole, the emergence of Wiggins. It's not a bad thing. But what I don't like, what Barkley said, it was a cheap shot in this sense. Klay was right. No, duh. So Barkley, make that comment after the season, after this playoff run.
Well, I disagree with that. I don't think, and that's where people may disagree with me.
And you could end up being right.
Not like when Klay said, no, duh, I'm not the player I was. First of all, Klay's never acknowledged that before. So last night, what he did was acknowledge he's not the player he wants to be. Like, he acknowledged that last night, whether you like it or not. So that's a factor in this. And doesn't mean he can't be part of the championship. Doesn't mean he can't be the starting two guard on a championship team. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. You can you can still help. You don't even if you're not a superstar. All right, coming up next, Sean Salisbury.
Big game.
He's sponsored by Twin USA. Also, Fremont Bank, full service. No compromises.
The holidays are sneaking up fast.
Ho, ho, bleepin' ho.
So check out our brand new merch store.
I look real good today.
Denzel was me, son.
I look real good today.
Damn it.
Check it out at 957thegameshop.com. That's 957thegameshop.com.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
There's a lifetime of beautiful outdoor living waiting for you at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. See the real fiber-on. at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
Golfers, tee it up this fall at the Golf Mart for big savings. Save up to $150 off on Ping G425 woods. Upgrade your gear with discounted Wilson standard cart golf bags and stock up on TaylorMade Distance Plus golf balls. Now 2 dozen for $35. Don't miss these items and more happening now at the Golf Mart and get a free custom fitting today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee. Or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
We're all on this planet together, so join Odyssey and find your one thing. Now that it's autumn, check window and door seals for proper insulation and replace your furnace air filter. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing?
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Great cars and great customer experience are what define a great dealership. At BMW of Fairfield, we deliver on both counts. BMW of Fairfield is the top-rated BMW dealership in the Bay Area, according to Google reviews. We love selling the ultimate driving machines, but our success rests on the outstanding experience we provide our customers. It's a better way to buy and own a vehicle. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, this segment sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Let's go out to Sean Salisbury, NFL Odyssey Insider. You can hear him on Mondays with Lorenzo Neal, 6 to 7. That's called the Football Hour. You don't want to miss it. Sean, thanks as always for joining us.
No problem, guys. Good to be on with you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. The 49ers feel like a team that has some issues to deal with, and I want to run one by you to start. Jimmy Ward basically saying that he's been playing out of position and he's only got 1 year left on his contract, but he's going to try to be a team player and do what they say. Read into that for me, ex-professional athlete Sean.
Playing out of position meaning he doesn't like where they've got him. He wants to play, obviously, a different position in the secondary, correct? Is
safety
that what he's saying?
instead of nickel,
right, he feels like he's better in space than he is on the slot or playing on a corner when it's nickel and you're playing over the inside receiver. And maybe that's true. I don't know, but has this discussion been had? I guess my first question would be, has a discussion been had with the defensive backfield coach and the coordinator and the head coach, right? And, I think we all are in situations where you say it's like a guy who wants to get the ball more that's not, or I understand. And then the question is he doing it because of the contract, or is he doing it because he wants what's best for the team? I don't know him from a distance, and you cover these things up when you're playing, when you're winning, and yet the 49ers have one of the better defenses in the league. So if he's playing out of position, and I know they struggled against Kansas City, but who doesn't? But when they're healthy, we're talking about first, second, third best defense in the league. So I get it. Maybe he feels more comfortable, but for me, that's a conversation you have in private. And if he's had it in private, then maybe we should get the coach's opinion and say he's out of position. But it's also a compliment by the coaches. If you're playing out of position and we know he wants to play safety, but he doesn't like playing nickel or over the slot, then maybe the coaches are giving you a compliment saying we're fortunate that you're versatile enough to help us out right now and we know what your true position is.
Sean, always a pleasure. Let me ask you this. You just said something, when they're healthy. And I told Steiny and the listeners, I'm shocked that this Niner team is 3-4, but we don't know when Armstead's coming back. Debo may not play. I know you got C-Mac, but my bigger question to you is, coming into this game, who would you rather be moving forward, the Niners or Rams? And the reason I ask you that is the Rams, okay, at least you can identify it's the O-line. That's what's ailing us. But with this Niner team, I don't know what it is.
That's one hell of a point. If you would have said, Sean, what's the best way to attack the 49ers to attack the Rams this week, I would have said exploit their lack of physicality, which means their offensive line. That is 100% correct. So that is a great point, and I'm with you. I'm still trying to figure out, I think I mentioned this to Neil, what their identity is. At this stage of the season, there's only a couple teams in the league that I'm still trying. My head's scratched to what they're like. Cleveland has been kind of up and down, trying to figure out, well, they don't tackle well. They're supposed to be a better defense, and we know they got Nick Chubb, and they don't do it. Same thing here. I know what they want to do. We know 49ers want to run the football, play defense, throw the ball about 25 to 28 times, run it 35 to 42 times, and win. But I would still rather be the 49ers because let's say everybody gets healthy. One thing I can't replace, guys, during a season, you're either it's like a heavyweight champion. You're either a knockout guy or you're a dance around, stick and move guy and hopefully win on points. And that's who the Rams are now. Now, they won the Super Bowl, all credit, and everything went great for them last year. Stick and move, and without Andrew Whitworth, this team's not a physical team on the offensive side of the ball. If they don't finesse you to death, they're not beating you. They're just not. At least I know with the 49ers, while you're 100% correct, I'm not sure. Well, is it injuries? Well, when they're healthy, is it the passing game? And when it's a passing, is it the commitment to the run game? Well, what is it? But the question is, I know that they, on all three layers when they're defensively healthy, and I'm not making an excuse for them, how elite they are on offense. At least I know what what he wants to do. He wants to run it now with McCaffrey, and when Debo's healthy, they're all on the field, and Kittle and Ayuk. I know that there's so many different ways I can deploy those two guys, especially Debo and McCaffrey, that I'm going to put all kinds of stress on a defense. With the Rams, we know who they are, right? They want to throw it. They want to finesse you, and they want Aaron Donald and that defense to get some of the push that they get, but they're not going to line up and run the ball 40 times and dominate you at the line of scrimmage. So I'd rather be the team that I know can be physical as opposed to the team that I know can't be on the offensive line. You ain't fixing that during the season.
Sean Salisbury joining us on 95.7 The Game. All right, Sean, I know you are a hell of a basketball player. Sometimes I like to use an analogy with football and basketball, but you tell me if there's anything to this, and I'm thinking of Christian McCaffrey. So I look at the Cleveland Cavaliers box score after game one in basketball, and I see that Donovan Mitchell took 21 shots, their newly acquired guard from Utah. Nobody else took more than 9. And I just thought, that's interesting. He's a scorer, but he just got there.
Right.
So Christian McCaffrey, if he's healthy, he's going to get between, 18, 20 touches a game? Like, he's going to become their leading ball toucher right away, and that's an adjustment, isn't it? So how does he help you as opposed to, well, he's just another guy getting numbers?
Right, and you also, and adding the third layer to that is when he was in Carolina, he could put up all these numbers and didn't do squat for them winning, right?
Yeah.
You're exactly right. And at that position, it's very difficult to impact when the rest of your team's not very good. I'll tell you what it does, and I actually believe, in my opinion, that if I was calling plays, and I'm not, but looking at it, or if I was trying to defend the 49ers, let's say you get guys on the average, what do we average? About 65 offensive plays a game, 65 to 70, and that range is usually what you get on a normal week, right?
All right.
I would say that between McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel when he's on the field, I would think targets, meaning attempted passes and or touches, and running back and from the backfield or jet sweeps or throws to them. If they're not getting 40 targets between them a game, then I think the 49ers are making a major mistake. Now, that may be 24 to one and 16 to the other. It may be 20 and 2. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But here's what happens. What you can't do is you'll still get more production from McCaffrey on 20 touches than you will on 32 touches in Carolina, just because the nature of who the 49ers are, in my opinion. And with Deebo, because what happens now, if Deebo, let's say he lines up in a slot, McCaffrey's in the backfield, or one's in the backfield, they motion out, the other stays, or both are lined up, and you empty the backfield. First off, who are you going to double when Kittle's in the game as well? Secondly, where are you rolling your coverage to? Okay, well, you think this guy's a better receiver. Well, what happens if they flip him back to the backfield and we run toss sweep one way? So I don't think you have to worry about, oh my gosh, is it going to take away from somebody else, and are they just going to focus on McCaffrey? I actually think McCaffrey, and let's say he has a game, well, last week, what was it? 10 touches for 60-some yards and made an impact. They didn't win because it's Kansas City. But think about what a defense has to do even when McCaffrey doesn't touch it. Like having in a different way, like Derrick Henry in the backfield. He's going to dominate because you know he's going to run it. But on the days he doesn't, let's say he touches it 22 times, that means play action and all the other guys are getting into the act. So while I don't think it'll be, and I think part of what you're saying is empty numbers, empty stats, I don't think it'll be empty. I think his impact alone on how you have to defend the 49ers and deploy your defense against all those guys will make him effective with 6 to 8 to 10 less touches. And there may be a game when he's hot and you give it to him 30 times in touches. So I'm not real worried about the empty. Now, they start focusing on him, meaning giving it to him all the time, and the offense is stagnant, then you got to find a way to deploy it. But this is a great opportunity for Kyle to expand even more what he does, not only with the quarterback, but with the running game, just on formational situations alone.
Sean, I told my partner over the years, you know what? Kittle could be Kelsey. He may not be that, but he's in that at that table. That's just what I think of Kittle, but they have him block. I get it, team player. And I also gave Kyle Shanahan credit because I said, you know what? When things come up like last year, IU, being in the doghouse, nothing would seep out. But all of a sudden, Kittle's saying things after the game, talking about the defense. Guys not named Bosa and Warner need to step up. He went down a list of itemized all the guys on the offense. They should be producing more. Ayuk saying little things like we should be able to get more than 23 points. You hear Jimmy Ward's comments, and I ask you, you know the dynamics of a locker room. When you hear that, is the vase starting to crack a little bit in regard to Kyle Shanahan? And is that, these players kind of bucking the system, getting fed up?
Yeah. Hey, listen, I've been thinking a lot about this because, as you guys know, and I'll tell you the alarming stat that you guys know, and I brought it up to Low on Monday night and think about it. Guys, they are 1 for 30.
Yeah.
1 and 30, should I say, when they are behind 3 points or more in the fourth quarter. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. That's the most alarming statistic in the league to me. With a team that good, it tells me that if they're not winning, they're screwed in the fourth quarter. I'm just going by
but why,
guys?
Sean? Why are they screwed?
Right. That's not a stat. That's evidence, right, guys? That is pure evidence. 1 and 30. And your point is so valid. Is that if it would have just been George, who's a team captain, if he would have just come out, because George always in-house leader, we're going to get this thing fixed. If one time Kittle comes out and says, that guy's got to play better, we all do, this guy, I would listen. It's like E.F. Hutton, when E.F. Hutton talks old school, people listen. But like in Green Bay and in Tampa, it's starting to happen so often, it's starting to fall on deaf ears, I think, and their performance has shown it. But what your point, too, is Jimmy, George, Ayuk, and that goes back, and you know where that arrow starts to lean back to? Isn't there an undertone that says coaches, what are we doing here? One guy's mad he's out of position. Another thinks a bunch of guys got to step up. Another thinks more production. Another thinks that they got to score more than 23 points. Well, they're either talking to each other or they're talking to the people who are calling the plays or running the show. But your point to the fracture, you're in danger with the more guys that speak, the more clicks there is, and the more you start to say, well, why does everybody feel like they got to talk out loud and air this laundry as opposed to one leader or one or in-house? It's something to keep an eye on. Let's say they lose to the Rams and lose another game. Will the fracture turn into a crack and turn into a break? Or do they nip that in the bud right off the bat? I don't have a problem when a leader calls a guy out once in a while, or like George did, because he'll back it up. The key is when there's a whole bunch of chefs deciding they want to cook the meal, then you start to say, are we playing as a team or are we starting to jump into this individual thing? I think it's something to look on because we don't hear that much coming out of San Francisco from the players.
Yeah, no, you're right, Sean.
Point.
Hey, Sean, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Have a great weekend, man.
I appreciate you guys. Always great to be on with you. Astros in 6. Book it. I'm on my way there right now.
Oh, have fun, man. Have fun.
Thanks, guys. All right, fellas. Thank you.
I guess the game's in Houston.
Yeah, on a Friday night.
We got some World Series.
I'm going for Dusty.
What do you mean on a Friday night? What does that mean?
Why would you start game 1 of a World Series on a Friday night where people are going to go get liquored up? They're going to go on dates? Fix yourself. And you're scared to go against the NFL. You would have started yesterday, but it was Thursday night football. Who the hell starts game 1 of a World Series on a Friday night? That's just ridiculous.
Goo?
Yeah.
This is one of those infrequent times where I just don't understand why you're so incensed about this.
Because it's a sham.
But
Fridays for happy hour.
Right, to watch the game.
Please, not watch baseball. People are going to be
You don't think the ship's going to be having the baseball game?
No. Hey, you can have that. You know what I mean. The world's supposed to stop when it's the World Series game 1. Friday, first pitch, national anthem. People going to be dancing and drinking. Nobody's going to be paying attention but the hardcores like me.
I don't want to get in a fight over this, but
I didn't see it go.
I'm with the 650. Why wouldn't you start it on a Friday?
Because Friday's Friday, the end of the week. Come on, baseball has something. Come on, you know what I mean.
Man, let me read some of the.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Dow Johnson, you mad? You mad because you had plans already and you can't watch it now.
I ain't 18.
It's Come
on. I'm a watch.
Alito, I'd much rather get liquored up and watch the game, not going to work tomorrow.
Anyway.
An Army of One says, do people still dance, Goo?
Clubbing, they call it. Dude, are the Niners in trouble of this thing? The thing.
Ask me Monday.
Okay, it's not the standings; it's the personal part of this. Sean said, "Yeah, that perked up his ears.
Yeah.
Playoffs. Not enough Chiefs. Too many. What did my dad say? Too many Chiefs. Not enough Indians.
I don't know if you can say that anymore.
I thought about it too.
They say something like too many generals, not enough soldiers.
Yeah, there are too many gurus, not enough, or too many Steinies, not enough guru.
Every time now I see Filmo Mike calling in.
Oh, he's breaking the heat.
I know. I think, why should I take his call? He's going to want to rip me for something.
He's a P1 VIP.
He wanted me to shout. Hold on. Let me get my Instagram
because he's a big time at KMEL, Steiny.
Yeah, I didn't realize that.
He knows where the party. He knows where they dancing.
Let me see.
I used to cut a rug.
All right, I'll get to Filmo. Hey, Filmo, what's up, man?
Yo, what's up, Steiny?
Hey.
Nah. You had a great point when you said, what did you call Klay? What did you say about Klay? He's not in the pecking order?
Right. The pecking order's changing a little bit.
Right. But you know what? You know it's a trip because y'all older than me, but I'm kind of going through this. I think he just need a good, encouragement, a pep talk. He needs somebody to be in his ear to be, tell him, bro, you got this, bro. Just do what you used to do. I think the pecking order and what you talking about, though, is from when your teammates, when you used to being that guy and your teammates nah, man, I'm going to throw it to Poole. I'm going to throw it to Wiggins. I think that hurt him more than himself. That's why he kind of just put it out there man, you know what? Of course, I'm not where I want to be or where I'm supposed to be, but I'm going to get there.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? He's kind of giving himself a little bit of an out.
Hey,
not
Phil.
saying that it ain't an out.
Do you still need me to shout out Ramona? I just got your Instagram message from August.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, man. I got hired, and she was like, "Are you Filmo Mike that calls the game?" And I was like, "Yeah." She was like, "Oh, I'm a huge fan. I love Steiny and Guru the most."
Wow.
So
Ramona.
You're friends with Ramona?
Yeah, that's my partner. She's like the.
Tell her we're at the old ship on Payday Fridays, Mike.
Dish out the tickets and stuff like that.
Yeah, tell her we'll be at the old ship on
Payday's Friday.
Today at 3 o'clock.
You need to come through one
2:55
time.
actually. All right, Mike, thanks.
I might pull up, man.
Yeah, pull up. That means come, right?
That is the new.
Come on, Phil, pull up, man.
I might pull up on y'all.
I didn't realize.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, the World Series on Friday stinks, man.
What?
Like the pure.
I don't know why
it's
they
never
waited.
happened in
When was the last playoff game?
4 days
You know,
ago?
it's funny.
Yeah.
And I don't like to put his business out there, but when was that, Evan? Last Friday when I said, when does the World Series start? And he said, next Friday. And I said, man, they never used to take this long between the championship divisions, and the World Series.
Yeah, that was on Friday.
Yeah, and I said, maybe that's something you could check on.
Yeah, I did actually. And actually, it was 1971. I'm not sure who was playing in that World Series, but there was a 5-day gap between the championship series and the World Series.
That was rain.
It could have been.
I don't know if it was or not.
But anyway,
well, you would be able to remember, right?
I'll be watching.
Hey, Evan.
Yeah.
That was 7. 71 was the year before the A's, right?
Yep.
A's were 72, 73.
Catfish Hunter.
Yes, sir.
So who was 71? Pirates?
Pirates, Phillies, I think.
Yeah. I don't think the
Pirates
Phillies.
got theirs in 71 and 79.
Okay, then 70 was...
That was the one you're talking about. I don't know who it was in.
69 was Miracle Mets, right? Or was it 68?
Pirates, Orioles in 71. 70 was Orioles over Cincinnati Reds.
Oh,
Big Red
79
Machine.
Pirates and Orioles too. What?
I remember that series.
I wanted an afro like Eddie Murray. I had one.
But they weren't even your favorite team.
But he had a good afro. You got to get credit where credit is due.
But Parker had a good afro at times.
Well, you also brought up the point that back then, of course, there was only 2 playoff series. There was the championship series and the World Series,
I'm talking
as opposed
about.
to 6 or however many they got.
The world stopped. Dodgers, Yankees, Tuesday, Wednesday.
What are you doing?
Maybe even a Thursday.
Now here you do. Here you go.
What?
You liked it when there were only 4 playoff teams?
I told
But you like NCAA tournaments before the NCAA tournament.
Those are kids.
You're a participation.
No, well, a little bit.
I want to get back to 4 divisions.
To hell with the kids.
With 7 teams each.
No.
And only the 4 teams make the playoffs.
That stinks.
That's great.
You lose money that way, though.
Oh, you lose money.
You're 50
but you know
games out,
what?
nobody
But you know
watches.
what? Postseason records mean something then. Everybody, Andy Pettit, 11 postseason wins. Hit the pike, Andy Pettit. Played in 4 series a year. My guy, Whitey Ford and Don Larson, they're only playing 2 series a year. 2, I tell you.
You got a point.
TC and Sack. What's up, TC? How you doing, mate?
Steiny and Guru, man. What's going on with my guys?
Hey.
So another thing that to piggyback on Salisbury, like when I called in a few days ago when I was talking about the locker room, I think Kyle lost the locker room. That's why a lot of guys are speaking out. And another thing, just to add a fuel to the fire and facts, with the training staff. So do we really, with all these injuries and mismanaging, do we really trust Kyle and his training staff to rehab Trey Lance's broken ankle? I know Bosa bounced back, but he has his own doctor. But do we really truly trust Kyle and the training staff to even bring this kid back, bro? I just been thinking about that. It's kind of scaring me a bit.
It should scare you. That's a great point. I mean, it's not his job. He's not the trainer. And it wasn't you. Somebody said they swapped out the whole training staff. Like they're on to this is like their second one under Kyle. Whatever's going on, and I know here you go.
I know.
Everything has
because we can't go anywhere.
But it's about
we can't go anywhere.
In the Niner house, and now number 19 may not be available after you go get your new toy. The waiting game.
Yeah. Well, he wasn't going to get any touches anyway with McCaffrey. Watch how that plays out.
That's really good. Dude, you go 3-5 into the bye. This ain't last year. That's my who said this ain't Fresno.
Vita Blue.
Vita Blue, yeah.
Nice job, Scoop.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, so.
Ramona said we're a favorite.
That was back in August. Do you know who Ramona is?
Fillmore Mike's friend. It don't matter when it was. She said we were a favorite. Sure, they changed. Updated rankings you want?
Yeah,
I'll take it.
What do they pay? Ramona, we're going to need your power rankings every month.
There's a new pecking order at 95.7 the game.
Touche. Okay. That's a good one. How you feeling about... Notice we have a minute left. Do you care about Tom Brady?
He looks bad. And I don't care what's going on at home. I remember 2 years ago, his last playoff game against Tennessee through the pick six, his last pass, and Bonte used to be like, he's got a noodle arm. He's got a noodle arm. Him and Evans don't even, they have
funny.
They're all, Brady looks 70.
See, and this is, and thank you.
Seriously, it's bothering me.
I know, but thank you for, you know how I always say there's double standards?
Oh.
Yeah.
I hate that.
Well.
I work with a guy that has some.
No. I'm as solid as a rock. You.
Ashford and Simpson.
Is that who it was?
Solid as a rock.
No, what am I getting at? Oh, here it is. Vintage Guru. Nothing to see here with Klay. Everything's fine. He's going to be great again. He will be. Tom Brady, though, he's washed. You're going to make a definitive statement about Brady. You know why? Because he's playing in Tampa. And he doesn't have the Odyssey app. You're worried.
That hurts, man.
Does it hurt your heart?
No.
That actually did hit me when Klay basically said, that hurt his heart. And I'm not kidding. You might think I'm making a joke. I'm not. But clearly, he was hurt.
I'm going to read you a tweet from a tweeter when we come back.
Is it worth it? Is it worth teasing it, or should I do something
it's worth
that
teasing
I'll end up forgetting?
It's worth teasing it.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to read a tweet from a tweeter I have, Leona's word about Klay, and I want you to tell me if it's fair or foul.
All right. Make sure you go check out 95.7 The Game Shop.com for your Steiny and Guru gear. Pick up some Rat on the Table or to hell with...
I want our faces like Shasky
the
and
hell
Bonte.
with the kids, not to hell with the kids. There's a little difference there. I wouldn't either. But you know what else, Goo? The proceeds aren't going to us. No, sir.
Be happy for D. Me.
And Sean McVay has to cross the field and shake the hand of Kyle Shanahan, who has beaten him now 7 straight times in the regular season.
It's the West Coast Showdown.
They're down at 9. Bosa. The sack.
Niner. Rams. This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
My husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad. Grab my hand.
Wait, okay.
No, not up the stairs. We tried that last time. You can literally run through him.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $24.99 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and a free streaming box included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit your local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 12/21/22.
Allison 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer, One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Hey, Santa Clara County sports fans. The new Omicron booster is here and available for everyone 12 and older. Remember that kids can get really sick with COVID and the effects can be serious and long-term. You can't be at the top of your game when you're super fatigued. So keep your athletes safe this fall and winter with this important booster. And of course, wear a high-quality mask whenever you're inside with lots of people. Visit sccfreevax.org or call 211 to make your booster appointment. Stay healthy and stay in the game.
Every morning at 8:50, the Morning Roast presents the Xfinity Flex of the show. Fonte and Shasky flex with their best moment of the day. Replayed at 8:50.
You'll win it. 4th championship. Steph, Draymond, Klay helped the Warriors win this one alongside Jordan, Poole, Kuminga, Moody. Nobody can say anything. They can't take this one away.
The Flex of the show. Presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium. Free with Xfinity Internet.
You could save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, but when we just come out and say it, it feels like it falls a bit flat. So instead, we're going to hire a professional voice actor and pay him absurd amounts of money to say,
I like this product.
Not sure why that was better. I mean, I'm a professional too, but we didn't pay him to say the business part, so back to me. Save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. Sorry, I know hearing me say it was a bit of a letdown. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states or situations.
Okay, 3 more climbers, 7 loggers.
Ted's sustainably sourced logging company is growing a new branch.
What about truck driver contracts?
Which means a new HR manager will be the first hire to fall.
Then we'll need to staff up the warehouse.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. It looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Live life in the fast lane with 95.7 The Game and win tickets to see the Eagles. February 21st, 2023 at the SAP Center. Head to 957thegame.com/contests.
I sound like a know-it-all sometimes.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
All right, thank you, Kevon. Our guy. Stop letting Wiseman take so many of your minutes. Jeez.
Now, why do you do that? Just because you can do something doesn't mean you have to, Steiny.
Wiseman.
Oh, look at Dibs.
You happy you saw your boyfriend? You got to talk to your boyfriend during the break.
Right.
Not only did you talk to your boyfriend during the break.
That's my dog.
You said to me,
and that's my teammate.
Let me tell you what Ray said. It's so funny.
I didn't say it like you want to know. So are you asking me?
Yeah,
I hate to get jealous.
I kind of want to know.
So I went in and did my whole spiel about the Dodgers, Yankees, growing up watching the World Series and how prestigious it was when they took a day during the week. And he said, and he touched his glasses, looked at me. He said, it's not about Friday. It's about avoiding each Sunday. So they're running from the NFL. So Friday, they're playing not to lose. I get it. Because the NFL is king.
And everything Ray
lose
said
tonight to the Pelicans and Suns and Lakers, the Wolves on ESPN. I can't wait for the
So
numbers.
you would never, you would never argue with Ray if you did a show with Ray.
I argue him all day.
Every time he speaks, you genuflect. It's unbelievable.
Well, hold on.
We're stupid.
Listen, we only get 40 seconds in there. And 38 of it, I'm talking. And then I get his thing, and then I walk off. You got nothing to be worried about, Steiny. Come on. Now, what about paying off the tees?
I know I don't.
Well, you get jealous when I go in there.
I know
It's like
I don't
you
have
watch me. I feel
anything
your
to
eyes
worry
on
about.
me.
What are you trying to say?
No, this whole thing. You got like a, what do they call it?
I don't know.
When I
Bad
say
attitude?
When my wife at Venice Beach touched the man with the muscles.
Envy?
Yeah, no, insecure. I don't get that.
I'm not that insecure.
I didn't like her touching them, but they were out there flexing.
Wait, who had the tease, you or me?
Me.
Oh, okay.
Leonis Word, our friend. Our friend of the show.
And you know what? Let's talk about that.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good name. Leonis is a good first name.
I think a Linus from the Peanuts.
That's not how it's spelled.
I know, but when I hear Leonis, I think of Linus. So I don't
There's not
like
a lot
it.
of Leonises
But
out there.
It's not. I've never met one.
I've heard of that name before.
Leonis?
Yes, I have.
You smiling. I've never heard it.
I think I have.
Yeah.
And then, of course, last name Word. It's just, that's
or is
phenomenal.
that their Twitter name, like some of the people in the radio business? Or Jamie Foxx. Fox is not his last name.
I actually think his last name is Word.
Okay.
And it's so convenient to go, hey, what's up, Word?
Now, I'm going to read this
okay,
tweet.
this is a tweet from a guy who now everybody knows.
Yeah? And I think this might be...
You better be careful here.
Worse than Barkley.
Be careful.
But what did I tell you and why I like doing what we do?
Okay.
People have their opinion. You may not agree with them, but sometimes I sit back like, wow. Not feeling Klay's rant. Also not feeling the sympathy he's getting locally. If that was any non-Warrior Dub fans would be laughing their asses off. And I dropped the phone like, wow, Word? But do you get the sentiment that might be? No.
Yes. Not just Warrior fans.
The dude opened up about
Warrior
his
fans.
name coming out of a popular commentator's mouth, Barkley, and basically said, can I get healthy before you write me off? That was all.
Right, and we would have laughed at LeBron if he had done that.
And what would have been the laughing part?
Look at how weak he is. You think that
he was responding?
I know exactly. Well, first of all, he wasn't responding. He made a point. Like, nobody asked him a question about Barkley. He said it on his own.
He did grab the mic.
But I just think
if you think this is like the playground or Rucker Park, or
by the way, you know who you have at 2:30? Isaac Bruce.
Oh man!
So we'll have Isaac Bruce at 2:30 and Damon Bruce at 2:45.
Yeah. Damn, if we could get Ray in here.
His name's not Bruce.
No, Ratto.
No.
What you mean? No, everybody else does it.
You know what?
I know.
He'll come in here and spoil the mood.
Please,
Unlike
you did a
me.
show with him. When you had Michael Irvin.
You're right.
What was have you ever been to Idaho? I will never. Mike thought y'all was the fans. Like, he didn't know where you were going with that. But back to Klay.
All right.
If you think a guy with 4 rings, for the people in the back, that because he's showing and opening up, they're going to use that, and that's why the ball is not going to go in?
You think non-Warrior fans, like...
No, I'm
listen,
saying...
all I'm saying is if somebody else did that, yes, the fan base would probably mock that person. Because I already saw it. Klay was all in his feelings last night. Okay, that's an insult.
Right.
Okay.
But it's not going to be why he misses his next 3 or makes it. That's what I'm saying. He's been through the fire.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo.
I know
Protect
what
your
breaking
privacy
news
online
is.
for free with DuckDuckGo.
And I know I'm coming out over the air right now.
Privacy simplified.
the 49er injury report for Sunday. Do you care?
I'd super care if it's what I think is hopefully.
You ready? I'm going to mix them all up, maybe. Jawan Jennings. He's questionable.
Okay.
Jason Verrett.
This would be huge.
He's questionable.
Okay.
The following are out. Eric Armstead.
Damn.
Kyle Juszczyk.
Your guy.
Dre Greenlaw.
Okay, but I ain't heard my guy yet.
Debo Samuel.
Oh, you got to be kidding me, man.
Well, you can't expect him to play a whole year. I mean, he's only played one full season.
So now you go. Okay, I'm not going to.
Go ahead. Go ahead, sound off about injuries. Who do you want to fire?
No, you buy a
the
new
trainer,
car, but you can't drive it for 2 weeks or something. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see the Niners whole. They
were whole last week.
Well, I thought you said he played periodically.
Played 21 plays.
But now Monday when we talk, we're not going to be able to have that angle. See, I think about the show all the time. Content. We're not going to be able to have that angle of who got fit. You know, how did they get dispersed? The touches. We got to wait another week.
And we have to wait 2 weeks because it's a bye.
Look at you.
Boy,
and maybe
you
that's
must have
why
been
he got
hell on wheels during Christmas. Your anticipation for things is unparalleled.
I thought a Die Hard movie. You said Christmas. It's Bruce Willis. That's my favorite flick. But anyway.
I don't like this text. 707, you two have been hilarious today. First time Guru's ever getting over on Steiny. Yeah,
I kind of like.
You know what? You don't like that either, I'm sure.
Well, that bothers me. I got many victories.
Goo, I love you. You make me laugh every day. Steiny gets on my nerves.
And I'm not sending them. Yeah. But then stay out. You're getting, see, that's going to throw you off. Yeah, we're flowing.
You're right, I am. Yeah. Well, are we flowing?
Damn, Debo. I get it. You can't play all 17, but damn.
This is a big game for the Niners. They want to go into the bye 3-5.
And last year, you brought it up yesterday, or E brought it up. The bye was before they got to that juncture, right? They had their bye last year before it was
correct. I think it was week 5 last year. Week 5.
So what does Kyle? No, I'm being serious. What does he bring to the table as a head coach?
Kyle Shanahan?
Yeah.
You can't ask that question.
Sean says there may be problems.
Can't answer that question.
No,
I think he's a guru.
Of play design.
Yeah, I know. But that's not. You just came up with that play design thing about a week ago.
I'm looking at that Obama beard. It's getting wider, man.
Want to hear? Let's hear more from Klay from last night. And that'll take us to the 2:00 hour. This is when he was asked about his ejection in Phoenix.
I mean, first ejection in my career. I didn't go to the game planning on that, but it happened. And sometimes our emotions get the best of us. And, you know, it's funny. I love competing against Devin, and I got a lot of respect for him. But, I mean, just a couple guys going at it. You know what? He was actually one of the first people to text me when I tore my Achilles and said, the shooting guard battle won't be the same. So I got a lot of respect for him. And when he did that, that meant a lot to me. I mean, stuff happens in this league. We leave it on the floor.
Yeah, see?
I love that. And Devin told you that after when he went up there. But it lets you know, Klay saying, hey, Devin was just around. And I want to ask you something because I heard the guys in the morning the other day. And I went back and watched that game.
Mm-hmm.
You said Klay was getting his Devin was, busting his ass. Yeah. But Klay was on there on some shots.
Yeah, that one, by the baseline.
I'm saying
Klay made a good defensive play against Phoenix?
Yeah, it was Devin versus Klay. My point is he could have been Klay versus Steiny. If he's running hot like this and having those thoughts about his game, that's why.
Well, yeah, he'd love to match up with me then.
Unprompted. He did what he did when he grabbed the mic. He's feeling this stuff's it's coming to a head. So it's not just Devin Steiny. He's looking at Devin like what he used to be. It's not that. It's just Marcus Thompson's article. I keep going to it. He's at a zone right now.
Those were old quotes.
It don't matter. It's still, we're waiting for what Klay's going to be after the injuries, and it's going to take time.
This is it, maybe. Maybe this is it. I mean, he's going to get better than he's been in the first 5 games. There's no doubt about that, but maybe the player he is essentially the player he was last year. That's still pretty damn good, everybody.
But they're doing what they always do.
This is
Klay. Feeding me the rock.
Oh.
They're doing what they always do, and that's feeding me the rock when I'm open, and I'm going to shoot it. Like, if I'm not out there shooting, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Like, that's what I was born to do, and made more playoff threes than everybody except Steph. So, I mean, what am I? I'm going to let it fly every time I'm open. That's just in my nature.
Wow.
Wait, what?
That was a
drop at the same time as
this dude knows me. Did you know that? Did JD know he had the second most playoff threes behind Steph? I did not know that.
This is why.
Wouldn't have guessed it either.
That's why he's an NBA player.
Damn.
There's crap that he thinks of and there's stuff that bothers him.
There's no doubt.
Why did so what if you're not a top 75 player? But it bothered him.
He's a competitor, man.
Yeah.
He ain't done. He ain't done. He just wants it now.
Not.
I get it.
Of course not, because he's a warrior.
And what did he say? They are feeding him the rock. Curry was making sure he got his shots up last night.
Exactly. Here's the other, as long as we're talking Warriors, I got another theory about the Warriors. And one of the things that I like to do, and I put myself out there, Goo, which no other host really does that. They play it safe. I put things out there that I'm willing to hear people disagree with.
Watch yourself.
Because what I'm saying to invite more than one perspective. So if I say something, it doesn't mean I have the opinion on it. It means I'm asking the question. Okay. Here's what I was thinking about with the Warriors and their defense. You ready? Their defense.
Okay.
And I have to credit Tim Kawakami from The Athletic with this, because he asked this question weeks back, and it was on the generational issue with the Warriors, that they have old guys and young guys. So I was thinking about this. So the Warriors
came in Chase.
Who?
Tim. Gave him that.
Tim who?
Kawakami.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Go ahead. It doesn't matter.
You know what's Freaky Friday? My bad. Go ahead, Steiny. I'm being silly. Bob's probably pissed
NRG Manifest, guarantee it's a negative theory.
Go ahead.
Nah, my feelings are getting hurt.
You dropped Tim Kawakami.
The listeners are hurting my heart.
They want to know.
What do they want to know?
What you were about to say.
Okay, so last year, the Warriors started out 18-2. They came out of the gates firing. Okay? There were probably reasons for that. They didn't make the playoffs the year before. They knew Klay was coming out. So this year, they won the title. It's like they're probably not going to get off to a great start. Right?
Well, yeah.
Okay. But here's the thing. Their defense. Here's what I think one of the things that's going on with their defense, and this is where the generational part comes in. The old guys, the veterans, the champions are not playing great defense right now.
You including Draymond in that?
Draymond's playing pretty well.
Okay, yeah.
But Wiggins is not back to his form. They're averaging 120 points a game.
Yeah, and Miami was only averaging 90 and got 110. But go ahead.
So their defense has stunk overall, but the veterans have stunk too. Well, guess what? 4-time champions get to stink in October, the year after you win a title. All right? If Steph Curry's not at the top of his defensive game right now, that's not a big deal because he knows how to space out a season and be ready. Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody, Poole, they don't have that option. They're not 4-time champs. So this is a kind of thing. And listen, I'm not saying it's a huge issue, but I could see how the 4 young guys look at the 4 old guys and say, man, Kerr's not holding them to the same standard as he's holding us. Well, you're right. He's not right now because they've earned that and you guys haven't. And I think that's one thing Kuminga's probably struggling with is that he thinks he's playing great defense, but he's not. And he's got another level or two.
Yeah, DMP last night. Curry didn't shout him out. He brought up, AC Law, like Myers told us, playing before Steph, because he didn't get in the game. But Steiny, I would say to the youngsters, quit worrying about what the OGs are doing. The OGs with the 4 rings, you need to worry about perfecting your craft and what you're bringing to the table. So, yeah, a honeymoon, what do we call it? I said the champagne hadn't even dried yet. It's a hangover. We get it, but they know the assignments when it's go time. But I don't look at Wiggins and I just can't see him not playing D. Like, I know they'll never.
He's playing like he played in Minnesota on that end of the floor. But it's 5 games into the year. Yeah. I don't expect him to be.
But I hadn't looked at it like.
Well, that's
I'm waiting on Iggy.
It's one of the reasons I'm on the air, is to give you something to think about that maybe you hadn't thought about before, and vice versa. You often give me things to think about that I hadn't thought about before.
Sean loved my Niner questions.
NRG Manifest, the guy who said, it's going to be negative, he said I was 100% right. I agree with that, Steiny.
But we had talked about the hangover.
What's that? Talk about what?
I don't want to steal your thunder.
You talked about the layover?
No, the hangover. Like what you said was profound, but it was...
Thank you. Just stop there.
Okay,
just stop at profound.
But it was all profound because we said it already.
I said it.
Lay off. I said...
What did you say?
The champagne has not even dried. They're going to come out not with that reckless abandon because they're fat cats. Remember I said they're rubbing their belly?
Steph ain't rubbing no belly.
Steph
don't even... So Steph's coasting. I dare you to say... I dare you to say Steph's coasting.
No, he's not.
To the Bay Area fans.
Please.
How dare you?
I'd call Steph out, but I'd had to do that since when?
You've never done it.
I'm worried about Luka and the
You've never
MVP.
called out a warrior.
Andre Iguodala and Draymond on air? See, that's when you know you're just running material. I'm going to quit biting. Really,
Guru, you jinxed Poole last night with your bet. By the way.
What was he doing with Magic Johnson on me? I was hot.
He's trying to play the right way.
Not when I got you to make 3 threes.
See, again, there you go. Your opinions are being formed by whether you win or lose a bet.
I said a bad word about Poole all show.
You called him Magic Johnson.
No, I said he's working on that part of his game.
I'm not going to be here.
I just hate people can't see when I go objective. That's
so
part of the game.
You're not objective all the other times?
No, when I come in here with a star on my jacket.
Drew Down, no reason to empty the tank in October. Thank you, Drew Down.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. After you've won a chip, Drew Down.
Yeah. Drew Down also says, I agree with Steiny, the youngs, Jackson J, but I agree with your point about Steph versus JK in October. Yeah. You can't remember everything I said that's right.
Yeah.
Here's Curry on Kuminga.
I hope he's pissed off about it. I hope he's frustrated because that's what's going to make it worth it when it comes his way. Maybe there's some comparisons to even me, Draymond, and Klay, like what we went through our first couple years. I got a couple DNPs my rookie year, and then we weren't really playing for nothing after December, January, and I got some burn. Klay was playing behind Monte for a while. Draymond's playing behind D-Lee. There's guys that are who we are now with having been patient and just kept our head down at the beginning of our careers. And you see the finished product or the now product, and it's hard to tell somebody 12 years ago like went through a similar situation, because we've had success and we had championships, and he's tasted a little bit of that. But that's all you can do is keep preaching that, knowing that that's how the league works. Things change really quickly. He's put in a lot of great work, great approach to it, and he's playing for a coach that really is going to maintain that perspective of your time is coming. It's not like you're getting demoted or anything. It's just, be patient. But we've all gone through it, and this time is going to come.
Wow.
All right.
Leaders lead.
All right. Can I?
Leader, go ahead. Because if I'm Kuminga, thank you, man. I needed that.
All right. Here's why I'm a jerk. You ready?
Steve Martin.
He's only had one DNP CD in his entire life. It was in New York when Don Nelson, for whatever reason, did not play him his rookie year. That's the only DNP CD he's ever gotten. He said he had a few of them.
So he started the whole
Steph?
Wow. When we see him
Steph,
again, you might have to bring that up.
Stop embellishing.
So you saying he's fibbing?
He's what?
Fibbing.
I would never say that.
That's what Norm would say. Why are you fibbing?
Well, fibbing sounds like it's okay.
It's a tall tale.
No, well, fibbing's fine. Lying's different.
So you're saying the DNP, he didn't start all the time, though. Steph Curry, early on.
No,
so he had to play behind somebody. He'd have to come in.
Well, he'd play behind AC Law.
Yeah, that's what I said he was
AC Law used to
so
put
that
him in
wasn't
his
a fib.
place.
He was telling the truth. But the DNP, yeah.
Embellishment?
No, fibbing's a little white lies don't matter.
You sound like a politician.
Well,
it's November.
Not yet.
Almost. Well, I got my ballot.
Hey, when's Halloween, by the way?
Why are you doing that?
Because I don't know when it is. I don't know what the exact date
the
is.
31st.
No.
Oh, I got you. Tuesday.
That's a fact.
Why do they have Halloween on a Monday, Goo?
But I thought what you coming in as? Radio host?
Coming in as...
That was a 5.
You're sick.
I said,
Something's wrong with you, dude.
What are you coming in at? A radio host, but what would you wear?
This.
Radio host, yeah, no doubt. You know,
Black
I love
shirt?
you. Dude, I'm going to think about that cutting the grass tomorrow.
What?
That joke.
You're not cutting who cuts the grass in winter?
Saturday, early morning. I got a gardener.
By the way, did you get a haircut?
Yeah.
Yesterday or today?
The Marquis D yesterday. That's why I left you early.
Yeah, it's doing something.
Yeah.
Your hair's doing
it's
something.
curling, dipping. I'm letting it grow, man. I'm seeing these dudes at the free throw line. Just let it breathe.
I'd love for you to grow an afro.
Yeah. Oh, it's coming.
Don't be disrespectful.
I would love that.
Well, it's coming. Yep.
I would. All right. Hey, Isaac Bruce coming up at 2:30. He's the all-time Rams leading receiver. It was a couple other things. Oh, yeah, I wanted to give you grief about that foolish Lamar Jackson tweet. I already did that. I asked you about Tom Brady. Oh, I know one thing. You see what the NBA's trying to do to the Warriors? They're trying to neuter the Warriors.
Man.
NBA's talking about a hard cap.
Oh, my goodness. And it's about Joe Lacob.
Well, it's about Brooklyn, the Warriors, and the Clippers. They are shattering the luxury tax.
And getting nothing for Lacob's getting something for it. The Clippers and Nets, not so much.
Exactly. Yeah. So that'll be a tough sell, but we shall see. All right, you know what's coming up next? It's the 2 o'clock reset. It's where Guru and I take this 5 minutes, we bring it back into the huddle, and we get revved up to start the second half. Because if you know sports, how you come out to start the second half, it usually dictates whether you win or lose.
Nothing easy.
The holidays are sneaking up fast.
Ho, ho, bleepin' ho.
So check out our brand new merch store.
I look real good today.
Denzel was me, Steiny.
I look real good today.
Damn it!
Check it out at 957thegameshop.com. That's 957thegameshop.com.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Your most valuable asset is your time. So why should buying a car eat up your whole day? At BMW of Fairfield, we value your time as much as you do. So once you've decided on your next car and how you want to buy it, we'll have you behind the wheel of your ultimate driving machine and on your way home within 1 hour. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
95.7 The Game has your tickets to the Good Guys Car Show, November 12th and 13th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. For your shot to win, head to 957thegame.com/contests.
We're all on this planet together, so join Odyssey and find your one thing. After Halloween, your used jack-o'-lantern and other gourds are great additions to any compost pile. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing? Odyssey is a mission-driven company, and we are lending our microphones to organizations supporting diversity, equity, and inclusion in and around the Bay Area. If you are a nonprofit organization working towards a more diverse, equitable, and inclusive Bay Area, please email sfpsa@odyssey.com so that we can share your story and spread awareness about the impact of your important work. Again, that's sfpsa@audacy.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
And a little bit of chicken fried. The Zach Brown Band is coming to Oakland Arena on November 6th, and 95.7 The Game wants you to be there. Wishing I was deep in the water somewhere. For your shot to win tickets, head to 957thegame.com/contests.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Somebody on the text line saying I look like Tatum Channing.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Mo, thanks. Appreciate that.
That was a good one.
Got you turn your mic on.
Damn it. Yeah, that was a good one.
Oh, my goodness gracious. You know what? Dawned on me during the break. I get why some Bay Area fans don't like me.
But you smile when you say it.
Yes, because I'd like to think it's not the most serious thing in the world. It's just the way my mind works. I cannot help it. It just goes to a place that most optimists' minds don't go. For example, I got a theory about Deebo Samuel, who's not playing Sunday. Now, it's just a theory.
Right.
But I guess people will not like the theory because it's not a flattering theory.
Do tell.
Deebo can play this weekend. He's just making a statement because of the McCaffrey acquisition, and he's going to lose touches, and he knows now he's not part of the future, so he's not going to gut it out like he normally would.
Wow. I would say that's from the, I got a text I got to share.
Oh.
National Enquirer. Like, you're thirsty for that to be it.
Well, no, I don't care whether it's it or not.
When did he get hurt?
Oh,
And I said he only got one. Maybe that's why he only got one carry in the backfield. But you've been saying it. You asked Sean, because to me it's a strength in numbers. I'm borrowing that from you-know-who, the Dubs. So if it's not that, and Deebo's looking around like, but Deebo just got the pull. He just got paid.
Yeah, but it was a tussle. It's a tussle to get paid.
Well, by all accounts, everybody that's in the know, sources that never name them, Deebo, there was too much on his plate. So this was a good thing you would bring somebody else in.
Everybody's got too much on their plate now. Deebo's got too much on his plate.
Not me. I'm cutting
Klay's
back.
got too much on his plate. Somebody else has stuff. Brady's got too much on his plate. Who?
Kyle.
I'm talking about off the field. What does Kyle have?
How do I
one
get
job?
Yeah, how do I get other guys involved? But anyway, let's go to my phone. I got a text about the joke about the got a 5 about you coming in as a radio host. Bob Myers said it was a 5. That sent me a text. Dude, that felt
Myers
good.
is texting you?
He sent me a text. Said it was a 5 radio host.
Somebody give Bob some credit.
Dude, that might be my
Myers
best
is texting you?
Yeah, he sent me a text. Oh my God. Hey, it felt good. It was perfect.
I can tell it felt good.
Yeah, no, the timing of the joke. See, comedy's about timing. The great ones have it. Andrew Dice Clay.
Punches in the face are about timing, too. You gotta...
Oh, yeah, I really got you, Steiny.
Yeah, that was a zinger.
Wow.
Guru getting over on me today. I want to get back to this. By the way, Isaac Bruce coming up in 25 minutes.
Can't wait.
Rams all-time leading receiver. We were talking about Klay last night and his game. By the way, he made some shots late that helped. Like, that's the thing. What was he, 6 for 19 last night?
I got it.
Okay, he didn't shoot the ball well, but guess what?
He didn't stop shooting.
To me, it's always when you make them instead of how many you make.
6 and 19.
Anyway,
14 threes, 5 of 14 from deep.
It's about par for the course these days. Charles Barkley, after a game against Phoenix on Tuesday. Basically said Klay's slipping, and it hit Klay a certain kind of way. Take a listen.
I got one thing to say. It hurts when someone like Charles Barkley, with the platform he has, says you're not the same player prior to the injuries you have. It's like, no duh, man. Consecutive years, I tore my ACL, my Achilles in consecutive years, and still help a team win a championship. I mean, it hurt hearing that, because it's like, man, I put in so much freaking effort to get back to this point. Like, it's hard to even put into words what I had to do to be the player I am today. And it's like, played 57 games in 3 years. Like, give me some freaking time to get that back, and just hear someone say, oh, he's not the same as he was prior to the injuries. Like, duh. Like, who goes through something like that and comes back? I don't know. It just hurt my heart hearing that. But you know what? I'm going to internalize it, and it's going to be fuel for me to be even better. And I think I'm very proud of what we accomplished last year, and I feel like I was a huge part of it. I'm not going to let these injuries be a crutch for me. I'm just going to keep going, and I'm going to have a great year. I bet on that.
He should be proud of it. He did have a big part of the Warriors title last year. Absolutely.
And I appreciate him saying that he respects Barkley to the point where it hurts. Like, I ain't mad at that. Like, that's real. And he's probably going to use it for fuel. Not that he needed it.
I mean, because we've gotten to know Klay, I kind of like that, because he's honest. When you ask Klay a question, he thinks about the answer, and he gives an answer that's as truthful as he can be. And so I thought that was vintage Klay opening up.
Man. And you're right, he did get up and leave.
The Leonis Word tweet is true, though.
You think there's people
had
thinking
another player on another team done something similar to what Klay did, that player would be ridiculed by a lot of opposing fans. Because I'll tell you why. Because he used this word 3 times. It hurts. He used the word hurt 3 times. It hurt. It hurt. It hurt my heart. And you know what? In this sad day and age, when you expose yourself like that and tell the truth that somebody hurt your feelings, you'll get mocked. That's the way.
But when you're a man or you're grown, you don't care about that.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Well, obviously,
by a peer?
No, to me, Steiny, obviously he doesn't by making himself vulnerable, or what people think is. He was out there just letting it come out. And you talk about his journey and the umpteen days and years that he was off. There's been darker times. I'm sure he's been in more pain. But when you do what he did, you send the signal like, I know who I am. I'm secure enough to not. You can go think I'm being or is weak. I don't give a damn. And I ain't just going being Homer Simpson. That's real.
888-957-9570 is the number. And I got a question for Warrior fans. Do you think Klay Thompson will be able to get back to the player he was 4 years ago when the Warriors lost to the Toronto Raptors? He's playing at an unbelievably high level. Or do you not think Klay's going to get back to that level? I don't think he can get back to that level of 4 years ago.
Which is all-star.
So what?
Yeah.
Doesn't mean he should retire. He can still help the Warriors. Sure as heck helped them last year.
No doubt about it.
So he's just got to figure out a way to maybe adjust to these new circumstances. That's all.
And we're 5 games, into the season? And I'm not saying you've come in here and said, okay, he's not. But I think I can't speak for him. Maybe that's what hurt him about Barkley's assessment. Is, damn, you write me off on show 5?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you couldn't have waited to the All-Star game, Chuck. You couldn't have gave me 20. I was just out here with the mic in my hand when you was in San Francisco. But Chuck is doing what he does. It wasn't about, I don't want to say favorites, but I'm sorry, Steiny. You know I'm cutthroat. I come from the Lejeune.
Oh.
I just don't feel like on the hoop court, and I've been with the best trash talkers in the world.
Oh.
I just don't see how that's going to affect Klay if other players wanted to use that as ammunition. Klay is a 4-time champ. No, I'm being fair. When you get to this level,
well, it's already happened. Yeah, it's just happened twice. It's happened twice in the last 3 days.
See, but I think
Devin Booker got to him, and Charles Barkley got to him.
Well, tell me if you think I'm wrong. I don't think it was so much what Booker was saying. It was the fact that the ball wasn't going in,
doesn't matter.
And it was who he was playing. Don't matter.
It doesn't matter.
I'm being real. Like,
does it matter?
I don't feel like Booker said something like Carmelo said to KG said to Carmelo, and Carmelo stopped the team bus. Remember?
I don't follow days of our lives in the NBA.
He said his wife smelled like something. You remember that?
Oh.
Remember back in New York?
Never mind.
Carmelo was
okay. Never mind. Yeah. I wish I had.
He stopped the team bus after the game trying to get a KG.
So did Chris Mills.
Oh yeah, 310 motor.
Big deal.
Yeah. Who was that? He was getting at
Bonzi Wells.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Apparently Sabonis had such a big head they had to ask him to duck down.
Did you see that?
That's incredible.
It's so funny. That's
the real Flintstone.
Okay, but here's the thing. In case you're just joining us, what we're talking. See, you have to do that.
Yeah, this is what you do.
In case you're just joining us, you don't know what we're talking about. I think it was the Portland Trailblazers television announcer. I think his name's Wheeler.
Brian Wheeler.
Brian Wheeler. There was an incident, back in the good old days when the Warriors had only diehard fans. Chris Mills was a Warrior, and he and Bonzi Wells got into it. Man. And he went out to the parking lot and was trying to get on the Portland Trailblazers bus.
So he parked his car in front of the bus.
That's correct.
That's when you want to smoke.
And he had some friends with him.
Oh boy.
And there was some concern that they may have been.
Yeah.
Oh, I think the word's packing.
Yeah. Wild West.
And so because they were scared a little bit in the Portland Trailblazers bus, they told Sabonis, "Hey, your head's so big, you might want to duck."
That's a 4. Yeah.
So anyway, that was the day. That was the day that Chris Mills tracked me down after the game and said, "Hey, you didn't talk to me after the game." And I'm like, no, you and Wells got into it. He goes, "Can you take this quote down?" I said, "Sure." He goes, Bonzi Wells is a straight punk with a capital P. Please write that in the paper."
Did you get what was behind it?
Bonzi Wells is a punk.
So he didn't go for 20, though. He wasn't lighting them up. Like, what started
Bonzi Wells was a little bit of a front runner, I thought. And Chris Mills.
I used to see Chris at the Golden Bear. You remember that? Lake Merritt?
That's because he was buddies with the owner there.
B. Shaw.
Brian Shaw does not own the Golden Bear.
I thought it was him and James.
He never did, no. Now we're talking about something that nobody understands. And I'm not going to explain it because we're not going any deeper into it. The question I had, though, is it fair to think that Klay Thompson's going to get back to who he was? Is that even fair to Klay? I mean, I wouldn't expect it. And then if he does it, tremendous. But I do think it's a little unfair to kind of count on that for him.
But that's his goal. And I think he shared that with everybody. That's what he's striving for.
No doubt.
And I'll use a baseball analogy, Sonny. Okay, you bat at 330, you come back, you bat 295. You can we'll take that, and the Warriors will still take that. And they've proven it last year. Okay, if Wiggins is our second best player, can we win? I think we've already seen that. So it's about he's putting in so much work. They've accomplished so much, Steiny. Maybe your voice is not what it was when we were selling #1 records, but you still got vocals, and we're still selling records. That's all that matters.
Can I throw another theory at you, and you can...
It's been 3 today. Might be 4.
And you
You're
can,
4th today.
Warrior Nation can shut me down.
It was Dub
if
Nation.
you want. Yeah. I'll call it what I want. I've been here longer
It's
than
Dub
90% of
Nation.
the fans. I've been here longer than most of the fans. I'll call it whatever I damn well please, and they'll like it. Mm-hmm. Here's my other theory. No, it's not a theory. I'm just going to ask you a question, and then just let it there.
Okay.
Okay.
Let it breathe.
You think what's going on with Klay has anything to do with, I don't know, they just paid a small forward over $100 million and a 2-guard $140 million, and he's kind of plays the 2 and the 3?
He signed.
I asked you a question.
No.
Of course not.
Dude, the dude's getting $37 million, $38
Getting more than that. I think he's in the 40s now with Klay.
Well, but more reason for him.
Right, but it's more about the message and his future.
See, that's what you keep missing.
You don't think Klay would miss? Like, here's the thing that I think you're crazy on.
Tell me.
You don't think Klay would have a problem with taking fewer shots? I do. I think Klay's...
Okay.
I mean, should I play that thing again?
Well, first, it's twofold here. So he's going somewhere else, and he would be coveted to where he's the old Klay Thompson, and he's guaranteed he's going to get more shots somewhere else? I don't know about that. My thing is, he's a lifer. This dude, the organization has had his back at every turn through every injury, and you want to play the money card? I don't think Klay...
It's not the money card.
It's the what?
It's the playing time, am I a part of the future card. That's all. And
I would say he's as part of the future as Curry is. Like this Batman and Robin. And they could get together and play you know what? I know I'm not what I was.
You know what?
I don't need 50. Like,
you know what?
That's staring us in the face.
You know what? You know what's happening?
He's going to retire a Dub.
He might, but he might not. You know what also?
That's good.
You know what else is happening here, and it's happened the last two or 3 years. The 39 and 33 season it started.
Yeah.
Steph's separating himself from those other 2 guys.
See,
it's not about the big 3.
Draymond didn't get suspended. Curry went to the presser with Bob.
I'm talking about things like statues and things like that.
Okay, all right, got you. Well,
One statue. Yeah. Steph Curry. That's it. That's it. This is what we're finding. You know what? Klay is unreal. Draymond's unreal. They're super special. Kerr made it all work. Iguodala had a small part of it. Looney's incredible. Yeah. It's about Steph Curry.
There's no doubt.
It's not 1 and 1A even.
Let's be honest. Up with this?
But I've watched him for 13 years, Goo.
No, but
I've seen the highs and the lows.
I'm going to keep it real with you right now. Hey, if there's only one, not to cut you off. If
he could have won titles with different players at 2 and 4.
Hey, you ain't got to sell me on that. I know, and people out there listening know. I'm getting back to the cement.
I don't know what that means.
The statue.
Okay.
If it was just Curry, I get it. But if it's Dre and Klay, ain't no KD. That's over. But if you want to add Klay and Dre, no, you don't make the decision.
If you put Klay and Dre in there, you know who else needs to be in there? Chris Mullin needs a statue, and Tim Hardaway needs a statue, and Mitch Richmond needs a statue.
Guys,
and you know what else? Now Spreewell's going to be coming out of the woodwork wanting a statue. And then next thing you know, it's going to be Bimbo Coles.
There's not a ring among them.
I'm just saying.
There's not a ring among them.
Everybody can't get a statue. Jerry West said it 8 years ago.
I get what you're saying.
There are too many statues.
But not like this. All homegrown, Larry, Curly, and Mo.
That's right. That's right. And everybody knows it was all about Curly. Nobody liked Mo.
Yeah,
Nobody liked Shemp.
I love
and
Shemp.
Lowry was repulsive. Like Shemp. Shemp is Draymond Green.
Dude,
Nobody liked Dre
like
Shemp.
Yeah. Listen, Steiny, there's going to be 3. If there's one, I get it.
What do you mean there's going to be 3?
All 3 of them.
No, there's not.
All right.
They don't have enough seamen.
We could bet what you said, Rob, but you know what I meant.
Yeah, that's what you said, seamen. Let's go to Adam. Adam wants to talk about the Klay question. Yeah, see, I throw thugs out. Adam, the big A man, A and SF. What's up, buddy?
Thanks for having me on, guys. I appreciate you. I want to go along the lines of what kind of Klay said in the sense of, like, obviously, maybe not obviously, but, like, yeah, he's not going to be that pre-injury Klay Thompson. Those are two catastrophic injuries to come back from, right? But that doesn't mean that he can't still have moments of old Klay Thompson. Like, I think back
no doubt.
To the Bucks game last year where he had 38, or the Lakers game where he had 30-plus and 11 threes. Like, he still has those flashes. So, like, to expect him to be the two-way player that, you know, never got hurt. Like, no, of course he's not going to be that guy anymore, but he can still be Klay Thompson to a degree.
No doubt. I'm with you 100%, Adam. I'm with you 100%. And you know what? To me, Klay may be getting into the Draymond category.
I need to hear it.
It's just another unbelievable analogy. Draymond does not play well every night anymore. Let's say he plays well 3 out of 5 games. Well, Draymond playing well 3 out of 5 games was enough to help the Warriors win a title. If Draymond Green only plays 1 or 2 good games out of every 5, Warriors probably don't win it. But he played 3 out of every 5 games, and let's say in the playoffs, he's very good. Klay's going to be the same way. Klay's not going to be as consistent as he was. But how many games can he help you win in a series? He might only need 2 big Klay games.
Because it's a team game, Steiny.
Thank you. Don't steal my thunder.
No, Jake Boogie hurt my feelings on YouTube. My analogies are exhausting.
Yeah.
That's my strength.
Mine or yours?
Mine.
No. Oh, yeah, yours.
I said the voice, if you sell records, your voice changed a little bit. I'd like work for me. But, dude, that's why it's a team game. Me. 3 out of 5, 2 out of 5. If your other guys are there picking you up, and that's what we're watching right now. And these youngsters, Wiseman, I don't even want to talk about defense. His offense, Steiny.
Of course you don't want to talk about his defense.
Nobody plays it
it's a weakness, and it's a hometown player.
Watch Luka, who I love now. I don't even care about defense. Kyrie,
you don't.
KD ain't even playing defense. My point is they are using Wiseman is what we envisioned. Now they got the JaVale, the Warrior definition.
He's a punching bag on the defense. This is what you do. Yeah, Bay Area, this is the dynamic.
I'm
and I need you to
about offense.
Bay Area, this is it. And I apologize to the Bay Area. I came in here today like, you know what? Wiseman's going to help them. Wiseman's all right. Wiseman's this. But then you go overboard like you always do, and then I've got to,
because I see it,
and then I've got to push back.
I've never seen Bam look around like
I can't allow you to say he's going to be better than David Robinson.
Okay, I'm not going
there.
No, you
did.
What I'm starting to tell you is, when I turn on the Warrior games, I'm going to get the JaVale McGee. I'm going to get the lob, and when you're big is in sync with the guards, not just Curry. Klay's doing it. Dre's doing it. There were some misses last night. Poole's doing it. Those are those easy buckets. But Bam was looking like, damn, I know I'm more seasoned than you. I'm going cooking. But you got the God-given gifts to where when you go to the tail of the tape, I got to guard you or somebody does, and you are a young mismatch. And Wiseman was jumping like the piranha in the water. Up
Isaac Bruce
down.
at 2:30.
I love it.
Isaac Bruce at 2:30.
Are getting their rapport down with the big. I'm going to ask Damon when he comes in.
Which one?
Bruce.
I meant which Bruce?
Oh.
Like,
you flustered.
I'm just tired.
I didn't say he was David
tired
Robinson.
of it. I'm sick of it.
And he's going through... Okay.
You're just... everybody's not going to be a 7-time All-Star.
I didn't say David
I know. You
Robinson.
said he was going to be David Robinson.
You're hearing that somewhere and you're taking it out on me.
You said he's going to be a young David Robinson. DR the Admiral.
And his feathery touch, that little jump.
Yeah.
Oh! It's coming, Steiny. Watch out for Wiseman. I'm telling you.
Dude needs... Shh. Stop it. Seriously, stop it.
I'm excited.
You
can't stop my excitement.
Yes, I can. I will. Come hell or high water, I'm going to stop it. And I'll tell you why I'm going to stop it. Is because what you do is bad for the athlete. It's bad for James Wiseman. Stop talking about Wiseman like he's Wilt Chamberlain.
I'm not.
Because when he's not Wilt Chamberlain, you look foolish and everybody's disappointed.
Dude, I'm like Bark. We got years before we find out what he is, but I'm telling you, there's not a Warrior fan looking at Remember, I was nervous, like, oh my God. But we all were. Now it's like, just keep working, young fella. And you're right, defensive, it's coming. That takes longer. But, man.
Why? Why should defense take longer? That's the one thing you can do because it's effort.
Well.
Get on, why don't you tell your boy Kuminga to start working a little harder.
Hey, DMP.
Yeah.
Ty Jerome.
I like him.
Hit a three and took another one. I'm starting to like him. I played with some Ty Jeromes in my day. Scrappy. I'm laughing because I really don't know what
Isaac Bruce on the other side, ladies and gentlemen. Isaac Bruce on the other side. You are
Scrappy.
Who? You're not Scrappy.
Jerome. Like, I love guys like that, man. I'll tell you. He's becoming a fan. Hey, he made one and then took another one.
Nobody likes Ty Jerome.
Do watch.
Everybody can't stand that he's taking minutes from Kuminga. He's going to be Chioza.
Just watch. I already do. People going to like him, Steiny. He won me over already. Remember, I came in here the other day like, what?
Nick Young won you over.
What did Nick Young say? Oh, he proposed a Laker trade. Yeah.
Hey, we're going to find out how big the Deebo Samuel absence will be with one of the best wide receivers of all time, Isaac Bruce. Isaac Bruce on the other side. We're finishing up with 49ers Rams. They got a biggie on Sunday.
And Sean McVay has to cross the field and shake the hand of Kyle Shanahan, who has beaten him now 7 straight times in the regular season.
It's a West Coast showdown.
They're down to 9. Bosa. The sack.
Niners. Rams. This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title? No problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Chest up, engage your core, dig
At Misty's gym, boot camp gets pretty close to the real thing. She wants to spot a personal trainer with a military background.
I can cover this week's boot camp, but we need someone staffed. Isn't your cousin a Marine?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-610-9256. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-610-9256. That's 800-610-9256. Again, 800-610-9256.
In Redwood City, we're looking for mostly sunny, highs near 63.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Don't buy plastic toys for your pet. Instead, look for natural materials like cotton, rope, wood, or bamboo. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's get right to it. He's the Rams' all-time leading receiver. He's a member of the NFL Hall of Fame. Isaac Bruce. Isaac, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Not much. We're getting ready for an important game on Sunday, and I want to get into Christian McCaffrey and the 49ers obviously acquiring him and getting another weapon. But first, I want to say Deebo Samuel not playing on Sunday because of a hamstring. How do you view the Christian McCaffrey acquisition, knowing that Deebo's not going to play, but you should get him back down the line?
Well, you know what? I think it was a pretty bold move by the 49ers, man, just going out and trying any way they can to better their team. With his addition, man, he can do multiple things. I mean, he's a great runner. You can split him out. He can run routes. He can be a slot guy. You know, pairing him up with, you know, the weapons that they already have with Kittles. You mentioned Deebo Samuels, man, who I feel like is one of the better receivers in the league. And particularly in that offense, the way Shanahan runs things, with the play-action pass, the zone read runs. They're a very formidable offense, man. And I think that once the cohesiveness gets together and Christian gets a true feel of what the playbook is, I think he's gonna fly big time.
Isaac, let me ask you this, because you had hands, footwork second to none, and that's why you're a Hall of Famer. Deebo, to me, is not your prototypical receiver. He does things I've never seen a receiver do, but yet he leads the league in drops. He gets the ball behind the line of scrimmage. Talk to us about the strength and weaknesses, because have you seen anything like him before?
He's built like Marshall Faulk. Strong legs. Marshall, he could have been a third wide receiver for the team that we played for. But at the same time, he looks as if he was always a running back, and they decided to split him out, try to teach him to be a wide receiver. And from that standpoint, when he gets the ball in his hand, he's hard to bring down. So some of the nuances about catching the ball and running routes, I think those are part of his weaknesses. But I see him gaining strength and getting better at those two things. I think he's one of the top players in the National Football League.
Isaac Bruce joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's the Rams' all-time leading receiver, a member of the Hall of Fame also. Of course, the Rams play the 49ers in L.A. On Sunday. So, Isaac, you're a member of the Rams, and the Rams acquired Torrey Holt. And after a year or two, he becomes the Rams' leading receiver. I want to ask you a little bit about, so here comes Christian McCaffrey, who, if he's healthy, is probably going to touch the ball 18, 20 times a game. It's going to impact everybody else's touches. How did you adjust when the Rams got Torrey Holt and maybe the pecking order changed a little bit? Were you okay with that? What's that like?
Well, it's fine. I mean, we all know that, football itself is a team sport. It's the greatest team sport. If you only have one wide receiver that's drawing all the attention, the double teams and the coverage over top, I mean, it can be hard for that guy. And that's happening for a reason. It's because, that player has been dominant. So once you go out via free agency, via trade, or doing a draft and bring another guy in, hey, it makes it even better. I mean, less is more. Prior to Torrey Holt coming to town, I didn't reach the playoffs. I didn't go to the Super Bowl by myself. So once guys like that come into town, you get better as a team. You get more opportunities.
Now, we saw last year, all through the tenure of Kyle Shanahan, Isaac, he's owned McVay and the Rams, but yet last year in the NFC Championship game, you guys got it, went to win the Super Bowl. But right now, the O-line's decimated, the team's 3-3. I mean, is this like a Super Bowl hangover / injuries? What do you expect this Sunday, and why are the Rams 3-3?
Well, I think a lot of what you're seeing, man, Super Bowl hangover, that could be a part of it. But at the same time, the importance of preseason. I mean, when McVay first came in, he didn't allow his starters to play in preseason. And the entire league kind of started to mimic that being a copycat league. But you can tell that some of the players on the team, they needed that preseason. They needed to get back acclimated to the pounding, the grind that is the NFL, be tackled in preseason, thud it up really good in practice, and really just get a feel back for playing football again. I mean, you get an opportunity after winning the Super Bowl to shine, as you should. But at the same time, you have to put that season and try to what you just accomplished by winning another Super Bowl. And you got to remind yourself and know that the other guys in your division, they're going to be coming directly at you. They drafted to get to combat what you do best. They brought in guys via free agency to stop what you do. Guys to block Aaron Donald. Guys to try and cover Cooper Kupp. You got to realize that, and you just can't rest on it. I mean, once you get off that podium, once you finish up that off season and start to get back to work, you got to train yourself mentally to be prepared to play that following season after winning the Super Bowl. I felt like Coach McVay should have really introduced them to the preseason all over again by having some of those guys participate.
Interesting. Isaac Bruce joining us on 95.7 The Game. Isaac, what's the fine line between Cooper Kupp being a dominant receiver, a true number one, versus, well, now you're too one-dimensional, you're going to him too much?
Well, you just spoke about Christian McCaffrey headed to San Francisco. He kind of got freed up from Carolina. He was pretty much a one-man show down there.
Yeah.
Right now, Cooper Kupp, this last season, most of this season, if you notice, in the pictures when you're watching the game, how close the safeties are to the line of scrimmage when you're playing the Rams now, when you're playing the offense now. It's because we're not running the ball consistently. You don't have the ability to take the top off the defense. There's not a Van Jefferson on the field to take that top off the defense to kind of free Cooper up a little bit more and let him do what he does best, which is run routes underneath, get the ball in his hand, and let him dance the way he does. So that's the response that you get. You get the defenses closing in on you, and when you have problems blocking them up front, and you got people running in the quarterback's face, it's not going to bode well every game or just every snap. Like it's not going to look the way it looked last year.
Isaac, I keep pointing out that you're a Hall of Famer and you deserve that. So I keep telling my partner here, Jimmy Garoppolo, he's an average quarterback. He's done some good things, but, you caught the ball from a Hall of Famer. Everybody would like to catch it from Marino or Mahomes, but Jimmy throws a different ball. Sometimes it's not pretty. As a Hall of Fame receiver, does that matter? If you're sitting down talking to other Hall of Fame receivers, is it whoever's throwing it, I got to catch it? Or do you understand that can make guys like Ayuk, Kittle, and even Debo's job just a bit more difficult if the ball's not perfect all the time?
Well, you know what? We're professionals, and we believe in the next man up. We all have that mentality. But if you're going to have a guy that's going to be in there week in, week out, you want to have some cohesiveness with him. You want to make sure that, he's anticipating well from a quarterback standpoint, that he can throw you open. He can hit you in the places where you like to be hit and where you really don't have to break stride when you're catching the football. So I think guys like that, and let's be real, Jimmy does it pretty consistently for the 49ers pretty well. I mean, he's led them to a Super Bowl. He's gotten it and put them in positions to play meaningful football in the postseason. It's just at times he tends to give the ball away or makes that one mistake that keeps him out of what many would call one of the elite quarterbacks in the National Football League. So if they can get that together, and I think through time, that they run in practice, they'll get better at it.
Gotcha. Hey, before I let you go, Isaac, and hopefully our connection holds up, is this story true that I heard that you'd signed a 2-year deal with the 49ers back in the day, and Jerry Rice gave you permission to wear 80, and you told Jerry Rice to hit the pike?
well, I'll tell you what, out of honor and respect for the person Jerry Rice is, the player that he was, there was no way I was going to wear number 80 for the San Francisco 49ers. That just wasn't, in my thinking. And, it's kind of the same rule that's in Los Angeles right now, for myself and the great Henry Ellard. No one's ever wearing that number 80 again.
Nice.
Henry Ellard.
Hey, Isaac, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. It's a lot of fun, and good luck to you and whatever you're up to, man.
All right, fellas.
All right, Isaac Bruce.
Man.
He seems like he's pretty cool.
Yeah. Henry Ellard, remember Flipper Anderson? Those were the wideouts. Jim Everett.
Didn't Harold Carmichael play for the Rams for a little bit?
That you would know. I only remember 17 from Philly.
Vince Ferragamo.
Yeah, there you go. Went to the Super Bowl.
Snow? Wasn't there a guy named Snow?
Jackie Slater. He came to our family reunion one time. The great old lineman. He somehow
we're just waiting on Damon Bruce, everybody.
So now you don't want to know. People said you're fired up on this payday.
It's Friday.
But they could if you could bring that every day, that's what they're saying without saying it. You know what I mean?
What are you saying?
No, you got an extra bounce in your step, and they're saying if he could have that every day. You know what I mean? David Bruce.
Yeah, then you set a standard you have to live up to. That's stupid as that.
That's why we don't do crosstalk every day.
D, we wish we could.
Standard I do not want to live up to.
Damon, I got something for you, Steiny. This is this is unplugged. So I said in the changeover with Willard and Dibs, I took Michael Jordan for granted. I didn't know it was going to end that soon, and I'm in Cali. He's a god. Kobe, I took him for granted. And last night, it's a game against Miami. I don't want to take Steph Curry for granted. Do you think the Bay's taking it for granted? He's 34, and it's a young 34, but D, he's at the top of his game.
I had a guy call into the show just yesterday saying, I'm in to watch this team for the new blood and for the kids. He's like, I don't even care if Steph goes for 50. I want to see minutes for Kuminga. And I was like, all right, it feels a little, you're not watching the right thing. Yeah, it's a weird way to go about watching the Golden State Warriors. I do think we take them for granted a little bit because there's just an expectation of excellence that follows, a great player kind of wherever he goes. It's just part of it.
Goo didn't like Steph early in his career because he didn't dunk. And Goo's got to have a guy who can dunk.
He's playing. That's his material. But
I know. You didn't believe. No, I remember you saying he's not a real point guard. He's not a real point guard.
He wasn't,
and he really still isn't. In a way.
Tweener.
But that's what he did. He and Draymond, to a certain extent, turned the word tweener into a positive. Because that was the knock on Steph. Wasn't a true point guard. He's more of a scorer. Well, he found a way to be a point guard scorer, and it worked. Draymond Green at Michigan State. Why'd he go to the second round? Well, he's too small to be a power forward, and he's not quick enough to be a three. Well, guess what? He was quick enough to be a three, and he was strong enough to guard fours. So he turned that into his advantage every game. To me, that's one of the greatness of both those players. They took what was a pejorative term and actually made it something that, great. Now there's positionless basketball.
Right. Thank you, John Calipari. He's the one to put that out there. But no, I've always thought that the word tweener came with all sorts of negative connotations.
Exactly.
Yeah. When you find a guy who is a tweener yet still has an all-time level and attribute, that's what you have to focus on. Not the fact that he's 3 inches shorter than you might want him to be, or isn't the pass first, think first point guard because he just happens to be the single greatest shooting point guard of all time. You'll be happy to sacrifice in a little of the floor general category for greatest shooter that has ever lived, breathed, or played basketball, right? No one just knew that was going to be the handoff.
And the beautiful thing about the Warriors to me growing up here is the Niners, before the Raiders moved and they came back, you had Raider fans and they canceled each other out. But the Warriors was everybody's team. And I say that to say, Damon, I know on this station we did Bay Area's greatest athlete, but Curry is now up there. If I say Joe and Jerry cancel each other out, it's Steph's world here, right? Dude, he may get 5.
Curry's already an all-timer with a chance to go down as the all-timer. Let's see where it ends.
Okay.
If he does get that 5th ring, that's more than anyone's ever brought to this market, right? That would be a huge game changer in terms of his all-time pecking order. And then if you want to factor in anything that is, off the court, was he ever a problem? Did he ever get pulled over for running a stop sign? No.
He got a parking ticket, Steph. I don't think so.
Through his mouth.
By the way, just to let you know I'm listening. Just to let you know I'm always monitoring the show. I heard you guys talking a little bit about James Wiseman, right?
Man.
So I did a little show prep today.
Oh, look at him.
I got a little show prep because I am no longer just looking at James Wiseman or Kevon Looney. They're a two-headed monster. I measure them.
Going Looney?
Exactly. Okay. Kevon Wiseman, whatever we're going to... Kevisman, I don't know what we're going to come up with. But you have a center that a combined 43 minutes got you 17 points, 14 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 turnovers, 4 fouls. He was 8 of 13 from the floor and an overall combined net plus 14. You can go win a lot of games with that center in the NBA.
Oh, yeah.
You can win a lot of games with that guy in the NBA.
Especially because they're getting those whatever points kind of different ways.
Yeah.
It's not one guy, he posted it's like it's harder to guard because they're different.
And of
all two-headed monsters, they might have the single most biggest gap of playing styles and difference in between them. I was saying this to Ray. I'm going to use old material, but I think one guy's entire career is based on, I can dunk on anybody in this gym. The other guy's entire career is based on, I'm the one guy who's going to box out the guy who's dunking on everyone in this
with
gym.
Newspaper hops.
Yes. So it's kind of the cool wrinkle that I'm looking at. Everyone's like, where's Kuminga?
Yeah.
Where's Kuminga? He's coming. Calm down, everybody. He's coming. It'll happen eventually. Although no minutes last night was a little bit of an eyebrow raiser. It really was.
Let me throw this at you. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, the one thing, though, about Wiseman and Kuminga, And I think we're seeing it right now. I know Wiseman missed all last year, but he's ahead of Kuminga. And the reason he's ahead of Kuminga is because he is more readily accepting that he's got to do other things than score.
Right.
And it's hard, but he's trying. And so he's now getting rewarded. Kuminga has not embraced that yet.
Right.
He's got to embrace it.
No
He's
doubt.
had a style of play. Well, he's got a style of play.
Definitely.
That is not quickly embraceable to other styles of play. You know, like he has just been, hey, you're the single best athlete on the court in just about every game you ever played in. Just go do that.
Yeah, but you got to add to your repertoire.
Yeah, now he's got to do all the other things. All the other things about court positioning and footwork and making sure you're running off right angles and everything. I mean, there's a lot to learn for a very young player, not just in terms of his actual age, but his basketball age.
Yeah.
This guy's only been playing highly competitive, formalized basketball for like 6-7 years.
He came over to the United States at 15 from Africa.
Curry gave him love after the game. I've been there. That's when you're like, your time's coming. Don't pout. I got to switch it up. Niner take. I'm sports disappointed. We've been talking all week about Kyle and why before C-Mac, the production is, your offense is a bit impotent. Now we find out Debo's not playing. Don't lie, one. He's not playing, D. So we're robbed of seeing how Kyle was going to go to the lab and keep everybody fed. And then we had somebody on YouTube or Twitch say, when did he get hurt? When did that hammy start barking?
We were looking at this. We were looking for fourth quarters. We don't know where exactly he came out, when he didn't stop. When did he stop playing? Did he stop playing because they white flagged the game and here's Brock Purdy, everybody? Or did he stop playing because he actually got hurt? Did he get hurt on Monday? And what the hell happened there? Another unreported injury until he's missing the next game. Not good, no bueno, but look, no style points need to be attached this weekend.
All right.
Go beat the Rams, get to 3-0 in your own division. The only thing that's good about the start of your season is if you're 3-0 after this weekend, get a bye week, get healthy, incorporate the kids, and then you got a big 7 games remaining or whatever.
Yeah, you do.
I wanted to see him out there with McCaffrey, full speed ahead. Wait 2 weeks now. We got to bye. World Series on Friday. Get out of here, Damon. Miss me with that. That's happy hour.
Did you grow up a Phillies fan?
I grew up a Yankees fan.
Okay, all right.
Because where I grew up in Pennsylvania, they had KPIX, which was like WGN with the Cubs games. Mm-hmm. So we actually got more Yankee games at Philly.
Did you also get WOR out of Boston? You get
we did
Bruins
not
games?
get that.
No, you didn't get that? That was upstate New York. We got a lot of WOR out of Boston, too. But, okay, so that makes sense. Makes sense. I think it's not really who your dad is. It's what cable region you grew up in. I think that makes you a sports fan.
For us here. I watched Barry Bonds first at bat with the Pirates. Got the Bulls. Got the Cubs.
Yeah. Dude, a big reason why I grew up a Cubs fan is because the Cubs were on WGN when I got home. They were playing day baseball. And the only other network, other network at the time, I'm so old now, was TBS. So you're at a lot of Braves games.
Dale Murphy.
Oh, yeah.
Real quick, we got a minute and a half. What do you think of Klay last night?
Kind of showing you the vein, right? I mean, here's a guy who grew up around the league respecting his elders, and when he sees an elder turn on him, I think it hurt him a little bit.
I do too.
Was that a low blow from Barkley or just...
I think it was analysis that was given in a way that hurt more than it needed to be. And he parked it in the he'll never be the same.
He's slipping. Yeah.
Right, and I don't know if we're there yet on Klay.
That's what
I'll tell
told
you,
Steiny.
I mean, look, this is not the end. But it's the beginning of the end of this version of the Warriors.
No doubt.
I mean, the Father Time remains undefeated. We see the LeBron commercials right now. We're looking at it happen.
Look at Brady.
Look at Aaron Rodgers. Look around. I mean, it's hard to stay young forever, especially when you've had the injuries that this poor guy's had. It's not like his game is slowed down because he got lazy or fat or started eating too much. I mean, like what happened to him
takes time,
and it's a basketball level of heartbreaking to where maybe Chucky could have banked his comment a little carefullier,
and he was just on the set with Chuck.
And that's the thing. I just went out and did opening
you
night.
didn't say it when I was in your face, Chuck.
I just went out and gave you a segment. Be good to me. It's like when I see you guys on a Friday. I just gave you a segment. Be good to me.
There you go.
What do you got coming up?
Joe Fortenbaugh at 4:15. We're going to go from Fortin Nuts today and Ramona Shelburne all over the NBA at 3:45.
All right. Have a great one, Damon. Everybody else, have a great weekend.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
The holidays are sneaking up fast.
Ho, ho, bleepin' ho.
So check out our brand new merch store.
I look real good today.
Denzel was me, son.
I look real good today.
Damn it!
Check it out at 957thegameshop.com. That's 957thegameshop.com.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
95.7 The Game has your tickets to the Good Guys Car Show, November 12th and 13th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. For your shot to win, head to 957thegame.com/contests.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The SF Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the SF Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Softs, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warriors stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Steph Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Just happy to be here. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep Plus Next Day Energy with melatonin plus extended release B vitamins.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here we go. Friday already. The week's gone by pretty darn fast, if you don't mind me saying. Somebody here on the text line greets me with, did Damon really just say carefuler? See, no good deed goes unpunished. I come in for a weekly little crosstalk. What do you call it? Crossover? Is that the official branded segment we basically only do once a week? I wasn't warmed up. Now I'm ready to go. Ray, if you're ready to go, signify, make a sign. Turn your mic on. It's usually a good way to let me know that you're ready to start talking today. How are you?
I was just trying to be carefuler.
Yeah, please be carefuler. It's a Carefuler Friday where we will be fading the public once again, and we got an actual gambling expert to do that with. You know him as Joe Fortenbaugh. He comes up at 4:15 today. Ramona Shelburne a little bit later on this hour. We haven't said hello to Ramona, I don't think, since she has come back from maternity leave. So it'll be a good chance to catch up with her. Obviously, the Warriors beat the Heat last night behind another monster from Steph Curry. 6 Warriors reached double figures. Curry led the way. He had a game-high 33. He hit 7 threes along the way. And, Ray, if you can ever score 33 points without a free throw, you go ahead and you do that, because that's what the NBA asked Steph Curry to do last night. At no point in time during the active shooting over the course of an NBA game was Steph Curry fouled in any way, shape, or form by a very defense-forward Miami Heat team. 0 free throws for Steph. These referees are in mid-season form.
I was good with it. I mean, I don't know if you noticed, but Miami didn't play very good defense last night.
Not great.
And they haven't actually played very good defense the entire year. I grant you it's only 5 games for them, but this is not the Miami Heat you're used to. I have a feeling that when they get a chance for practice, that defense will be an emphasis.
We have quite a bit to get into today. We got some interesting sound from last night's game, where basically Klay Thompson, he let you know that he got his feelings hurt. Got his feelings hurt by Charles Barkley. And I don't blame Klay for feeling that way. I mean, here's a guy who grew up with an NBA dad, who played in an era where, Charles Barkley was a peer of his. And I think he has an awful lot of respect for Charles Barkley. I think he likes the TNT show that he went out and visited on opening night when the Lakers were in town. He walks out through a sea of people to get to the set to sit down and do a segment with the guys. And 3 days later, Charles Barkley's talking about he's done, he's cooked, he got ejected, he got frustrated, he knows he's not going to ever be the same guy again. And it hurt Klay Thompson. And the fact that he talked about it was kind of an honest moment, I thought, in a world where press conferences don't get you much honesty. The man who doesn't say very much, by definition, his words are a bit more valuable than the guy who talks all the time. I probably shouldn't say that out loud, but
I see the flaw in your argument.
Yeah, but an economy of words makes words valuable, and he's got an economy of words, and he let everyone know that kind of hurt.
But he talks more than he used to. Oh, are you going to go to the bite?
Yeah, no, I'm looking for the bite and where it is.
Oh, well, then I'll talk some more.
Brandy, where is it? I should have found this out before the show started.
You want me to play it?
Yeah, go ahead. You go ahead and play.
All right, here it is.
So, it hurts when someone like Charles Barkley, with the platform he has, says you're not the same player prior to the injuries you have. It's like, no duh, man. Consecutive years, I tore my ACL and my Achilles in consecutive years and still help a team win a championship. I mean, it hurt hearing that because it's like, man, I put in so much freaking effort to get back to this point. Like, it's hard to even put into words what I had to do to be the player I am today. And it's like, played 57 games in 3 years. Like, give me some freaking time to get that back and just hear someone say, oh, he's not the same as he was prior to the injuries. Like, duh. Like, who goes through something like that and comes back? I don't know. It just hurt my heart hearing that. But you know what? I'm going to internalize it, and it's going to be fuel for me to be even better. And I think I'm very proud of what we accomplished last year, and I feel like I was a huge part of it. I'm not going to let these injuries be a crutch for me. I'm just going to keep going, and I'm going to have a great year. I bet on that.
I told you, it hurt his heart a little bit. And, give me a break. He wasn't angry. He wasn't irrational. He was very calm as he said it, and he basically, that was his exit statement of a press conference. He had talked about a game which was a bounce-back game for him. Klay had, 19 last night? He had a good night, an okay night for Klay for sure, and just wanted to get that off his chest. I thought there was some value there.
Yeah, I think he's overreacting some because, A, it's not Barkley's job to make him feel good about himself. 2, he is right. I mean, he is not the same player yet. And, whether or not, he said that, but in time he will be. Well, Barkley can't know that because nobody can know that. I mean, if he gets to be upset about whatever he wants to get upset about, I'm not quibbling with that. But Barkley didn't say anything that was factually incorrect or needlessly cruel. It is a fact. He is not yet the Klay Thompson of old, and he may never be that again. But, I'm not bothered either by what Barkley said or what Thompson said in response. I mean, they're both essentially factual. Yeah, he wishes he could get more of a benefit of the doubt, but it's not Barkley's job to do that.
Well, here's what Charles Barkley said after that bad performance from Klay. 2 points, got ejected against Phoenix.
There was a time when Klay Thompson was the best two-way guard in the NBA, and he's not the same guy, and that's because of injuries. Now, is he done? No, I don't think he's done. I think he's slowing down and is catching up with him. That's why he's frustrated. I think the same thing with Draymond. I think he's slowing down. You saw in the finals, because his game is really dictated on energy. And once you get past 30, you start losing, especially if you're playing deep in the playoffs every year. That's why I said Steph got a lot more work to do now. Them young guys going to really have to step up, or this team is not going to win the championship if those young guys don't start carrying the team.
Nothing there was over the top, Charles, really insensitive, trying to be funny, got nasty level of criticism. But it just shows you that these guys, and I was talking about this too after that game, I think, the number one way to scare a professional athlete is to have them consider their own professional mortality. And I think that Klay Thompson has considered that. That might have crept into a little bit of some of the choices that, Draymond Green had been making leading up to the year, if you will. Not to pick any old scab wounds there, but it's frightening to get old in any capacity. To get older as a young professional athlete has to make it almost doubly so.
Yeah, well, I mean, they know that they have fewer days ahead of them than they have behind them.
Yep.
I mean, only an idiot would argue otherwise. But the truth is, that is the nature of the animal, and it's always been that. I mean, LeBron is feeling it. Unless you're 25, you're looking over your shoulder all the time. It's one of the cruelties of professional athletics. It's always like that. Bryce Harper can't feel happier about himself than he does this day. But he knows. They all know. And, Klay Thompson not wanting to hear it on a broadcast, I get that too. But Barkley's got to say what Barkley's got to say. Otherwise, what's the point of him being there?
In a world where we like our athletes to be interesting, to be willing to expose themselves, to share a vulnerability, I just thought it was kind of cool that Klay just said, look, I'm a big, bad, well-paid NBA player. There's no doubt about that. I'm going to go to the Hall of Fame one day. But even words can hurt a guy like me. And sometimes truth hurts. So maybe that's why it rung a little closer to home than Klay was really comfortable with. Now, holding off the Grim Reaper is certainly something he looked like he was capable of doing last night. Again, it was a good night for the Warriors against a team that might have been in the NBA Finals, but for a couple more buckets against the Boston Celtics. So we're going to take a look back at that one. Some interesting stuff came out of that, including the two-headed monster report, which I also have already shared on the little crossover that I just did with Steiny and Guru. But we're going to get back to that at some point in time today. And one of the things that we absolutely are getting in today is, Ray, it's how do you talk about a guy who's still waiting to win the big one, who is 0-1 in the big one, who is 1-1 in the other big ones? We're talking about Kyle Shanahan, the three biggest games of his career. He's 1-1 in the NFC title game. He is 0-1 in the Super Bowl. Those are the big games. Those are the really, really big games. But this game Sunday down at SoFi, I'm going to call it one of the most season-altering games that Kyle Shanahan has ever had the opportunity to coach in. And what the year looks like should he win it, and the path that is set up for him should he lose it. And it's very difficult to sweep an NFL team 4 years in a row. That's what Kyle Shanahan's trying to do, and I'm sure you have already heard that Deebo Samuel is not going on Sunday. So we got an awful lot to talk about. A little bit later on this hour, again, Ramona Shelburne joins us. Our old pal Joe Fortenbaugh is going to join us today. You will be joining us, we hope, throughout 888-957-9570 to talk about what is coming up for 49ers down at SoFi and what Klay Thompson was just honest enough to share last night. I think there's some interesting stuff there. 888-957-9570. Speaking of interesting stuff, well, I guess that's up for you. And beauty is in the eye of the beholder. 957thegameshop.com for all your merchandise needs. Ooh, I feel a little dirty. I really do.
And Sean McVay has to cross the field and shake the hand of Kyle Shanahan, who has beaten him now 7 straight times in the regular season.
It's the West Coast Showdown.
They're down at 9. Bosa. The sack.
Niners. Rams. This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
You might not have the biggest garage on the block, but with eBay Motors, there's 122 million parts right at your fingertips. Whatever you need, there's something that fits your vehicle. Air filters, tires, seat covers, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Steph Curry with another virtuoso performance. It was actually a little bit of an ensemble. We had 6 Warriors reaching double figures. Another really good game. A really, really good game last night out of Andrew Wiggins. An outstanding start to his year. 18 points, 10 rebounds, 2 assists, a steal, a block. Wiggins played great last night. Klay Thompson rebounded with 19 points, and it was a win over the Heat, 123-110. I believe that means the game was covered and the over hit. I think we just threw that out there, just kind of casually talking about it. So there you go, just a little free money for you.
Yes, I think the overs hit every one of their games, in large part because they haven't defended anybody.
I believe Joe Fortenbaugh would call that a trend. We will find out. A little bit later on today, he's coming up at 4:15. Ramona Shelburne joining us to talk some NBA. A little bit later on this hour, somebody's saying here on the Xfinity mobile text line, saying, you know, I don't understand Klay's feelings being hurt when he makes millions of dollars to play basketball. Just my opinion, his showing his feelings is not newsworthy. Mark. Ooh, Mark, you're a tough customer. I'm not saying that it's newsworthy. I'm saying it's interesting. I think whenever a player in a league that basically demands never exposing weakness, never showing vulnerability as foundations of careers, for a player to have enough self-confidence to come out and say, look, something bothered me. You know, it hurt my feelings. I don't care how much money you make. No one has ever made so much money that they can afford to never have their feelings hurt. And I think it wasn't just some, podcaster. It wasn't some broadcaster, even though that's what Charles Barkley does, obviously, on the set of TNT. It was someone who he really respects, I think, looks up to. And to hear a declaration of it ain't going to be the same for Klay Thompson, like he even said, no duh, it's not going to be the same. Look what I've gone through, and that's where the actual emotion starts bubbling up. You know what Klay Thompson really feels more than anything else, Ray? More hurt by Charles Barkley, more upset by the words that he didn't like. What really hurts Klay Thompson is he's a future Hall of Fame player who had 2 years of prime taken away from him, and probably one more NBA championship in the mix of the years that were taken away from him. I still think if Klay had not torn his ACL against Toronto, they got a puncher's chance going to Toronto in Game 7 for sure.
A puncher's chance. I mean, Toronto played better in that series.
They did.
But what happened.
Yeah.
I think if that still bothers him, I think that's going to be a mental hurdle that he's going to have to clear pretty quickly, because you can't change the past. That's the deal. I mean, whatever you were going to do in those 2 years, it's only going to happen in an alternate universe. So
right, but based on the fact that you're a living, breathing human.
No. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he shouldn't feel it, but it shouldn't still sort of be in the forefront of his mind, even if Charles Barkley brings it up. It's lousy luck. And maybe part of Thompson's issue is that up until then, he had it as good as anybody in the sport, including Curry, because he had a lot further to come to be thought of as an important member of the league. And he had to change more about his game than Curry did. He had to make himself an elite defender, as well as be the shooter that he was when he was at Washington State. So I get that he pushed a piano up a muddy hill to get where he got. And I get that the 2 years and change that he lost because of it is an awful thing for him. But you can't do anything about that. All you can be is in the moment until you retire. And I think that's sort of what he was alluding to at the end, which is I'll internalize it.
Use it as some fuel going forward.
But, again, it's not that Barkley went and picked on him. That's the thing. I think the information hurt him. I don't think it's that Barkley said it, because it's a fact. He lost that.
I think he knew the information. I do think the sender of the information plays a role in his emotional response.
Well, but it shouldn't. Because A, the truth's the truth, and B, Charles Barkley has been harsher to others in his job at TNT.
Oh, much harsher.
Yeah. So I thought he actually, was kinder to Thompson than he has been to some others. He simply was accurate. And I think, it's okay for Thompson to feel lousy about being reminded of it, but it doesn't change the fact that it's true. I mean, that he is not the player he was. And Barkley went out of his way to say he's not done, which is to say he could get back to being that guy. All he said was he's not there yet. And Thompson acknowledged as much.
Yeah, I think that even might be part of it. I think this might be Klay's admission, like, measure me now against the best that I can be now. Don't measure me against the moments before these career-altering injuries occurred, because that's a standard that I might not be able to reach again. But by the way, the standard that I still did put up over the brief amount of games that I've played since my return, did hang a banner. It did. It did. And I'll tell you, one of the most impressive things, I think, from that NBA Finals run was, is it true? Klay Thompson led the Warriors in minutes, in postseason minutes. Was that true? I thought I heard that. That right there is a huge testament to his ability to bounce back from these injuries, if that is true. I remember him being on the court an awful lot. 888-957-9570. Just real emotion. I'll take a little real emotion in a world of BS and preening schmoes who never want to expose any vulnerability whatsoever. Again, and we're not going to bask in it all day. I just thought it was interesting. Here's Klay Thompson one more time talking about, hey, yeah, I'm just going to tell you, it hurt my feelings a little.
Oh, I got one thing to say. It hurts when someone like Charles Barkley, with the platform he has, says you're not the same player prior to the injuries you have. It's like, no, duh, man. Consecutive years, tore my ACL, my Achilles in consecutive years, and still help a team win a championship. I mean, it hurt hearing that, because it's like, man, I put in so much freaking effort to get back to this point. Like, it's hard to even put into words what I had to do to be the player I am today. And it's like, played 57 games in 3 years. Like, give me some freaking time to get that back, and just hear someone say, oh, he's not the same as he was prior to the injuries. Like, duh. Like, who goes through something like that and comes back? I don't know. It just hurt my heart hearing that. But you know what? I'm going to internalize it, and it's going to be fuel for me to be even better. And I think I'm very proud of what we accomplished last year, and I feel like I was a huge part of it. I'm not going to let these injuries be a crutch for me. I'm just going to keep going, and I'm going to have a great year. I bet on that.
We go live to Mark Grandy for last year's playoff minute-by-minute update.
You're right. Klay Thompson, number one on the Warriors minutes played, 792. Andrew Wiggins second, 767. Steph Curry third, 764.
How about that? I mean, that alone, Klay, should let you know that everything that you want to get back, there's an avenue to it. Hopefully it can happen. But that alone, that the man who returned late in the season still gave more minutes in the postseason than anyone else who made it through the entire year basically unscathed. That's something else. Really is. I can't say Steph made it through the whole year unscathed, obviously. He didn't even start against the Denver Nuggets for some games. But that's still impressive. It really is.
No, I mean, the only thing that he hasn't been able to do since he came back is be the dominant top shelf defender night in and night out that he was used to being. He's still largely got his shot, even though, and we acknowledged this yesterday, he also is prone to streaks where he can't miss and then where he can't make. This, when we look back on it in a month, will probably be one of those, yeah, he had a cold stretch, because he does that. So I think maybe, some of this is, he doesn't have enough good games to feel good about yet. It just, he started cold. And even last night, with 19 points, he was still 6 for 19. So it's not like he's nailing it. I just think he's a guy who is in the moment so much that the bigger picture sometimes will evade him.
And notice he didn't get, he didn't take any cheap shots. He didn't start measuring his ring count against Charles's ring count, which is just low-hanging fruit that any player who's won a championship can lord over Charles Barkley. By the way, before Klay even got to that point about Charles Barkley, he was having an otherwise very normal press conference where he was talking about what the hell just happened, by the way, in Phoenix. And he was asked about telling Devin Booker all night long, like, I got 4 rings, and here's what Klay Thompson said about that.
I'm not sure. I mean, it sounds like I was stating facts, but honestly, I don't really remember. Pretty much blacked out and was just a very angry place at the time. And sometimes it feels good to let out all that frustration. It really does. It's better than hold it in.
There you go. I blacked out. I was just screaming 4 rings so much.
And Booker acknowledged as much.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all's fair in smack talk. They didn't. Neither one of them got personal. Neither one of them got particularly nasty. It's just, you will bark at a guy and he will bark back at you. The young guy's trying to take what the older guy has already achieved. So they seem untroubled by it. So I think that's probably well past in the rearview mirror.
Xfinity Mobile text line says, hey, talk about his defense of Tyler Herro. Yeah, look, he played well. He played well. Herro did not have a very good game last night. And by the way, Steph Curry, oh my God, just shook him.
Got it to Thompson, back to Curry, chased by Herro. Curry with a dribble, crossover, takes the jumper, 3-ball Curry! Ridiculous.
The blender. Put him in it. That was when Steph is feeling it, man. Oh, what a show. He was feeling it.
Draymond to Curry, right at midcourt. 5 seconds to shoot. Curry, dribble, drive on Butler all the way. Scoop to the hoop. It's up and good. No weak side help coming over for Miami. And Curry gives the Warriors an 8-point lead. 113 to 105. The Heat will call time.
By the way, Steph is also off to a pace of made three-pointers that would have him, if he stayed on this pace, break his single-season three-point record. He was cooking last night, 7 of 14. Tim Roy.
Curry comes up, screens for Wiggins. He gets downhill, toss over to Curry, design play, corner three, up no good. Rebound, Draymond out to Thompson, good catch. Back to Steph, fakes and fires, hit another three. Stephen Curry.
Look, it's real simple, boys and girls. Even though they got sloppy with the basketball, and they did, especially that third quarter, man. That got a little sloppy, right? Warriors can pretty much be as sloppy as they want when the team essentially goes out and shoots the holy grail of a shooter's night, which is 50, 40, 90. 50% from the floor, 40% from downtown, 90% from the free throw line. When one or two players can do that, you're having one or two guys cooking. When the entire team does that, and the Warriors basically did last night. The Warriors shot 50% from the floor, 39% from three, so off by 1 percentage from 40, and 87% from the free throw line. You can kick it away 19 times when your entire team is essentially a Hall of Fame shooter that night.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, the Warriors are always a high turnover team. And I'm sure that Steve Kerr would like there to be fewer turnovers. But, you know, which guy is he going to kick off the roster to make that happen? This is who they are. This is who they've been for 8 years now. So whoever is still annoyed by that is probably going to have to get over it because, you know, it's part of their DNA. They do things with the basketball. They keep the basketball moving, and when the basketball moves, sometimes it moves to a place where you're not.
It's basically like getting mad at Jimmy Garoppolo for not seeing that third read. Like, you should expect that by now.
That's kind of different. But I appreciate the fact that you were working hard to get him in.
888-957-9570. Let's get Brian in Palo Alto in. Brian, what do you got?
Yeah, two things. First, I'd say Charles Barkley, you know, I know Klay didn't pull out 4 rings on Barkley, but Barkley is one of the best losing NBA players in history. And Klay locked down defensively in the finals last year against Tatum and Brown, and that was one more game of lockdown defense than Charles ever played his entire life. So, I mean, who cares what Barkley has to say? Second, I would say with the Niners and Shanahan, you know, they protect this training staff. There's certain decisions they make where they should just admit that they made a mistake and eat it, but they have too much pride for that, I guess would be a good way to put it. Like this training staff, like Javon Kinlaw, like other guys, right? That everyone knows they're not going to come through for him, but because they were a high pick or because they were picked by this staff, like this training staff. But I mean, this training staff cannot get guys back on the field, right? Like it's not just the injuries that happen in the game. Like Armstead's been out for like 4 weeks with plaster fasciitis, which is not an injury you should miss too much for. So, yeah, I mean, their loyalty to their guys is one of the weak spots of this organization. Anyways, guys, thanks. Have a great weekend.
Brian, thank you. You know, I heard this concept brought up, I think it was Chris Biederman on the Candlestick Chronicles podcast, where he basically, you know, he said it's not that injuries occur because it's a football team, so of course injuries occur, but recovery time and setbacks seem to dot every single injury that also happens with the Niners at a frequency that just has to, you know, without even knowing why to raise your eyebrow. You kind of have to raise an eyebrow.
Well, I'm always amused by people who, A, aren't doctors or trainers and who have never examined any of these injuries that they like to complain about. Unless somebody can show me that their recovery times are drastically longer than every other team in the league, and that it's been that way year after year after year, I don't think anybody knows what they're talking about.
And I don't know if the Niners are doing themselves any favors by all of a sudden, coming out of the game, not really talking about a Deebo Samuel injury in any way, shape, or form. Then it's sort of showing up on the practice report saying he's just not practicing this week, which you figured, all right, well, that's a Veterans Day off, no real big deal there. And then all of a sudden, wait, no, he's hurt, he's out. I mean, it just...
Here's the thing, though. It's now 6 years of the Shanahan-Lynch era. And when coaches and general managers are around that long, their interest in helping the media out tends to diminish after time. They were more open about injuries 2, 3, 4 years ago. They are not that open anymore.
I think it's because they know it's like a point of exposure a little bit.
Yeah, I think they're just tired of it. I think we don't have to tell those guys anything. We have to do the injury report, and that's all we have to do. The idea of unfettered cooperation, I mean, that's done. And it's normal that that's done. It's not great because it does put them in situations like this. But I also don't think they care about the situations. I don't think they care that people are irked by this because it's not their problem. No,
the only thing the Niners need to worry about is winning football games.
Exactly. So, when you assume that, well, these things are happening because the training staff is incompetent. No, you have no basis for that. What you've got a basis for is you didn't know that he was hurt when he was hurt. And that's because nobody told you. And nobody is breaking down the games that granularly because nobody knows when, in fact, the injury happened. The only thing we know is the last time he was involved materially with the play was the second play of their last series when other starters were already being pulled out. So he was still playing then.
Right. Brock Purdy time was upon the entire team at that point. So who knows if he got pulled off the field and didn't return due to injury or what. I mean, obviously, we were talking about this, how did he hurt himself? And Mark Grandy brilliantly today during our pre-show prep said it was probably during the football game.
Duh.
Which is right. Yeah. It probably was. Again, that Oregon education is tough to shake a stick at.
For more analysis like that, check out the 415ers podcast.
There you go. Can Evan bring it like that too? Might have been the football game. Know. Might have been the football game where the football player might have hurt himself in the football. But no, you're right. It probably was the football game.
Grandy can strangle you without leaving his chair. He could just start fiddling with knobs and you won't be heard from again.
That's
in a very real way.
That would leave it all up to you, though, Ray. Are you ready to do all that heavy lifting?
Best of.
Have we generated any best of yet today?
Oh, I don't. It doesn't have to be good.
Oh,
it just has to be best of whatever we've done.
Just best of that.
Yeah. We'll just play the first 37 minutes of the show four or five more times.
just loop that bad boy.
They keep telling us that, the audience churns over. It turns over pretty quickly. Well, then they won't know the difference. The only guy who will know the difference is Nahigian, and he's probably left by now.
Shanahan already on that injury report.
Armstead will be out. Debo will be out. Juszczyk is out. Greenlaw's out. Veretta's questionable. Juwan Jennings is questionable.
Man, I thought that Jason Verrett was really tracking towards playing. I thought he'd be a little bit better than questionable. But okay, questionable means he might go.
But see, there you go again. Not enough information, which leads people to speculate. And what this tells me is 49ers don't care if you speculate or not. Knock yourselves out.
So the good news is like, so you skip this game, you got a whole bye week. That should make everything okay with Debo, right, Kyle?
It's not a precaution. I mean, he's not good enough to go. Since the fact that he even had a chance means hopefully he'll be good with a week off and ready for the next game.
Yeah, hopefully so. Now, here is something that I believe the kids might describe as a hot take. I'm not trying to make it a hot take. I'm not trying to be provocative in any way, shape, or form here. And ultimately, let me play this, let me give you the... Let me pre-send the text that everyone was about to send me if I say something like this. Obviously, for the 49ers to be the best version of themselves, they want Deebo Samuel out there. I don't know if they need Deebo Samuel to play a good football game this year. I don't think they need a Deebo Samuel out there to play a good football game this week, is maybe the better way to say it. Because at the end of the year, when it's the playoffs, you want as many weapons as you got to fire at the enemy. He's a weapon to fire at the enemy. His weapon has not been nearly as destructive this year to the enemy as it was last year. Deebo had a really big catch and run against the Rams. He had a really big run against the Seahawks. That's about it, kids. That's about it. He has not produced much. Deebo Samuel is producing like a wide receiver who is somewhere in that 35th to 45th best at the position range. Like, what he has done should be replaceable for Kyle Shanahan and the Niners. I mean, just getting another good week out of both George Kittle and Brandon Ayuk, mixing in more Christian McCaffrey. That should be enough to move the ball, move the sticks, and score a few points against a Rams team that you have thoroughly handled over the last 4 years of football.
Except that when they got what they got, they still ended up with only 23 points. They need all the weapons they can get. They won't have them again this week, but
they should be used to that by now.
They should be. Well, being used to it doesn't mean it's good. So I still think they would like to have Samuel back as quickly as possible, if for no other reason than to figure out what the right rhythm is for an offense that might, for the first time all year, have all its weapons.
Not this time. Hopefully after the bye week is when they'll get it. Somebody says, do we have to use all of these metaphors? Are they really our enemies or just the other team? Delmore, shut up. Thank you.
That seemed harsh.
Yeah, it's exactly the point I wanted to make.
Well, evidently, since
you don't go criticizing the metaphors on this show. We protect the metaphors on this show more than anything else. Go listen to the George Carlin baseball is life, football is death routine. It'll all make sense.
Which is genius.
Absolute genius. 888-957-9570. We're going to use that phone to call Ramona Shelburne, who's going to join us. We're going to talk some Warriors, some NBA with her. And since she does call the City of Angels her home, maybe a little bit on the 49ers and Rams, too. I know she did a lot of sports talk radio this week down at ESPN LA. We are broadcasting to you on Twitch, on YouTube. You can bask in the glory of all that is. I hope you enjoy if you are watching. It certainly is a feast for the senses. We are brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
The holidays are sneaking up fast.
Ho, ho, bleepin' ho.
So check out our brand new merch store.
I look real good today.
Denzel was me, son.
I look real good today.
Damn it!
Check it out at 957thegameshop.com. That's 957thegameshop.com.
Why spend hours negotiating with a car salesman to get the best price for a vehicle you want to buy? At BMW of Fairfield, we give you our very best, most competitive price right up front. By eliminating the price negotiation process, we create a comfortable environment that helps our guests enjoy an experience that's often hostile and difficult at other dealerships. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
My husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad. Grab my hand.
Wait, okay.
No, not up the stairs. We tried that last time. Run. You can literally run through him.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $24.99 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and a free streaming box included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit your local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 12/21/22.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, this is Kenny Mayne, host of something called Hey Mayne. That's a podcast. We're working busily on season 2, but let's not forget about season 1. Remember Roy Wood Jr.?
Wow, opening for Ron White. I've arrived. He's such a nice man. Maybe he wants a ride. Maybe he wants me to drop him off at the American Airlines terminal. Roy, I have a private jet. My pilot hangs with me like my homeboy.
If you missed that episode of Hey Mayne, check it out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Just happy to be here. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep plus Next Day Energy with melatonin plus extended release B vitamins.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
It's good to have you here on a Friday. Obviously, the 49ers got a big one coming up at SoFi. The It's a big one. It's just you got to go undefeated in your division, and you got yourself a 66% chance to win the playoffs, starting 3-0 in the NFC West. Lose on Sunday, all of a sudden it drops to 33%. Still plenty of time out there, but, make it easy on yourself for the first time this year. 49ers, we dare you. The Golden State Warriors made it a little easy on themselves last night, getting a win over the Miami Heat before they head out to a 5-game road trip that, even though it's on the East Coast, it doesn't have the Nets, the Bucks, the Celtics, the Sixers in it, but it's no easy task. They got a 5-game roadie with a couple of back-to-backs in it coming up to talk a little bit about the Warriors, the NBA, something that Klay Thompson was talking about last night, being a little hurt feelings from Charles Barkley. We're very happy to welcome in Ramona Shelburne here to 95.7 The Game. It's been a very long time since we said hello, Ramona. Thank you for joining us here on Damon and Ratto. How you doing?
I'm good. Yeah, it has been a minute. I went and had a baby in the meantime.
Congrats on the Bambino.
Thanks.
Regret it yet?
There are nights. Oh, boy.
I have a friend of mine who has a newborn and just described his brand new child simply as a pooping alarm clock. I thought that was pretty... That's kind of accurate. Yeah. It's what they are.
No, my little dude's kind of a gassy baby, like man-sized farts, and you're like, that was the baby. I'm telling you, that was it.
Very nice.
Yeah,
very nice.
Yeah, no, he's actually really good. As babies go, like, I can handle farts, but that's a hard one.
Well, congratulations. I'm glad that you are an expert in that category.
Yeah.
And really, congrats from all of us here. And it's great to have you back. And we got ourselves an NBA season that's underway here. And, the Warriors have not exactly burst out of the gates in any way, shape, or form. It feels like the punch that Draymond threw is now officially in the rearview mirror. And now getting some basketball legs underneath them is what they want to go out and do. Just early returns on the Golden State Warriors. What are some of your impressions, Ramona?
It's always harder to repeat. I mean, last year I thought their motivation was pretty clear and everyone was hungry and focused. And it's easy to get up when you've been one of the worst teams in the league the 2 years before that, right? Like they just didn't have their guys. Finally, you get everyone back injury-wise, and there was a belief, like if everybody got back, that they could make a run at it. And this year, the harder part is, okay, now what's the motivation? Like, what is the focus and what is the overarching thing that centers the team? Because I think what the Warriors do better than probably any team in the league, and which is why they've had such a dominant run the last decade or so, is they find a way to center themselves at the right time. It may not be all season long. Like, there's definitely parts of the season where they'll drift a little bit, like any team, but they find a common cause and purpose. And I don't know what this one's going to be. I mean, this one feels like gravy in a way. Like they got 4 rings, that core group. And maybe maybe eventually this takes on a last dance quality. Maybe it takes on a let's really get up into the upper echelon of the record books in the NBA of great dynasties. I mean, it's hard enough to build it once, but then to rebuild it, and you got to get more than just one. Right? The really great dynasties have 2 eras, so maybe this is the second championship in that era. I don't know. They have to find that. And I think the early returns on them is just incomplete. I mean, they've had a couple of games. I was up there for the Denver game. It was okay, right? But they didn't come out strong in the first half. But nothing was concerning. It was just, it looked like a team that's going to take a little while to find itself.
From the national viewpoint, their idea of this 2-track roster where they're trying to stockpile young players to be able to inherit the mantle en masse in a couple of years. What's the national view on that? How risky it is, how difficult it is to pull that off? Or do they think it's just brilliance and it's all going to work out in the end?
Well, the franchise has been able to do that is the Spurs. They have this baton pass every 3 or 4 years. Maybe it's even a little further stretched out. It's every 4, 5, 6 years. And they had a 2-decade run with passing the baton to the next generation. It's not easy to do, but I thought the contracts they signed Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins to were unbelievably team friendly. I mean, it's good for both those guys, but they put those contracts put the Warriors in position to actually pull this off, to pull off that baton pass with minimal collateral damage. There might be some collateral damage. I'm not sure all four of the key guys are going to go into the next year. Andre Iguodala's already said this is really the last year, but see what happens with Draymond and Klay. But financially speaking, that Wiggins contract was an incredibly team-friendly deal. It said, I think, a lot more about him than anybody realized. I mean, he really could get paid on the open market. And he took this deal. Jordan Poole, especially with what he was going through after the Draymond incident, signing that deal where he could have pushed it, he could have gone out on the open market, and then the whole season was clouded by it, by not getting it done when they did. I thought that was a great sign for them going forward, because both of those guys could have got more on the open market, but they found a team and a culture they want to stay with, and you just don't see that very often in the NBA. And when you say the two-track construction here, it takes players buying in, and it takes players leaving a little on the table to make it work, which we saw all those years in San Antonio. So they talked him into it. Is a good sign.
Ramona Shelburne covers the NBA for ESPN here. Good to have her on 95.7 The Game for the first time in a long time, and you have covered this league so long, Ramona. You know that no player likes to expose any hurt feelings or actually share some vulnerability, usually with the media, which made what Klay Thompson had to say about some pointed criticisms from Charles Barkley just something that we've considered kind of interesting, because, it's not often athletes expose themselves and dive into like the fact that, hey, my feelings got hurt. I'd like to play a little of what Klay Thompson said and then get your reaction to it, if you would, please.
I got one thing to say. It hurts when someone like Charles Barkley, with the platform he has, says you're not the same player prior to the injuries you have. It's like, no duh, man. Consecutive years, I tore my ACL, my Achilles in consecutive years, and still help a team win a championship. I mean, it hurt hearing that, because it's like, man, I put in so much freaking effort to get back to this point. Like, it's hard to even put into words what I had to do to be the player I am today. And it's like, played 57 games in 3 years. Like, give me some freaking time to get that back, and just hear someone say, oh, he's not the same as he was prior to the injuries. Like, duh. Like, who goes through something like that and comes back? I don't know. It just hurt my heart hearing that. But you know what?
So, Ramona, you're very, very dialed in. Have you ever heard anything, inside information about exactly how hard this has been for Klay to go through, to kind of overcome, even though he's already returned and won a ring? It still feels like it hurts. He admitted to it. It hurts.
Well, every once in a while we're actually working on a story where I'm actually working on a story with Klay right now, talking about everything he's been through, and the fact that it does hurt. And I think what's interesting about Klay is sometimes as a writer you start off with a premise of, here's what I think the story is about. And when I went into this thinking it was, okay, this is about a guy trying to get back to a level, but it's also a guy trying to recapture a feeling, a team trying to recapture a feeling of how things used to be when things were great, when he was great, Klay was an Iron Man before he got hurt. Like, he didn't miss games. He the most he ever had was a Charlie horse or an ankle or something here and there. Never had serious injuries before these two injuries. He prided himself on playing almost all the games every year. And so these are kind of a challenge to your self-concept of of who he is. But the more I've been around Klay and the more I've kind of reported on the story, and especially hearing that last night, I don't think that the job for him is trying to get back to what he was. I think it's trying to adapt and appreciate what he is now. I mean, it's not all about when you take as a fact, like, you're not going to be what you were. Like, you're just not. And rather than pretend like that's the option, like, he's not going to ever be the same Klay Thompson. Like, of course he's going to be different, but he's different, but he's going to get close to it, and he appreciates even being back there. Like, I remember talking to him the other day, and he goes, I like just doing laundry on my day off. Like, just having any kind of movement, any kind of ability to walk without a boot on, and to not need your mom's help or your dad's help to get up and down the stairs. I mean, that's like an appreciation that you can't have for just the small things unless you've been through what he's been through. And I think what he's been through, that gratitude he feels now, I think it's contagious for the rest of the team. Everyone you talk to about Klay, they don't feel there's a sorrow like, oh, you lost 2 years of your prime, but there's also just a respect for him and an appreciation for what they have still. I mean, it's so rare to come back after one of those injuries, let alone both. And guess what? Who led the Warriors in minutes in the finals last year? Klay Thompson. Like, the guy got back. Maybe he wasn't the same guy. Maybe he won't be the same type of player, but he's going to be pretty darn close. And I think the ways that he changed as a person and as a player, you may not notice the slight bit of him that's not the same as a player, right? I mean, he's grown in other ways that I think will help them and be contagious around. And that's what I thought he was getting at. And it was this sort of like, why do you have to compare me to what I was before? He's 95% of what he was before. It's still pretty damn good.
Ramona Shelburne joining us here on 95.7 The Game. But before Ray wraps it up, we have to introduce and welcome everybody to their 4 o'clock hour on a Friday afternoon.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free. When does Russell Westbrook get traded to the Warriors?
The Warriors?
I'm thinking they have as much a chance as any other team because it looks like he is now. I mean, I don't know what his market is anymore.
Oh, there's no market.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, there's okay. Literally, I don't like to say things with certainty, but I will say this with certainty: there is no way Russell Westbrook would ever be traded to the Warriors right now. No.
Well, I wasn't. I was being facetious, okay. But is he going to be traded at all? Does anybody want what's left of him yet?
It's not. Those are two different questions. Could he be traded, and does anybody want him on their team? Those are two different questions, right? Because you can be traded and then not actually play for the team you're traded to. I think that is more likely. But I'm not convinced that they don't just ride this out. You know, the $47 million that comes off the books, and unless they can find a deal where they don't have to incentivize someone to take that much money by including one of their draft picks, like I don't know that they do anything. I think it's $47 million. They're set up to have about $30 million in cap space next summer. I mean, there's a sense that they can do other things around the team to improve them this year that don't involve incentivizing someone to take that money off the books. And there's unless there's somebody you really want, unless there's somebody who can return, but all the names that you hear, they have money left on their deal for next year too, and that doesn't fit with what the Lakers have set themselves up for, which is to be players in free agency next summer. So I think they write it out. Now, how much longer he is a part of the team and playing every night, I don't know. We'll see. That's how he takes this demotion to the second team is going to tell us a lot about what comes next.
We'll just wrap up with this, Ramona. Do you ever think you'd live in a world where any NBA team was worth $7 billion?
Ooh. They might be worth more than that, by the way. Like, those valuations are just valuations. But,
open market, they're getting 8. I think so, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like it's just, it's like going on Zillow. Being like, well, my house is listed at Zillow. Well, your house is what somebody will actually pay for it. It's not what Zillow says it is. And I think right now, I've heard some stuff going on with the Suns, and it's like I don't really think the Suns are worth what they're probably going to sell for, which is north of 3. But you're worth what somebody will pay for it, because as somebody pointed out to me once, like there's only 30 of these. And there's like 30 beachfront homes, and they don't come open for sale very often. And when they do, there's a lot of billionaires out there who want them. But I think the Warriors are self-rewarded now. One, because they have the Chase Center, which is it's just this funny name that it's literally an ATM. It's literally an ATM. Their revenues are pretty good for a team that's worth as much. And so I think would I think I would live in an era? No, but it's it's probably worth even more than that. Somebody would probably pay more than that.
Ramona, thank you so much for joining us. Great to talk to you again. Congrats on Bambino. If you can get him over to SoFi to play running back for the Rams, I think they could use a little depth. So,
I mean, it's like, well, they can use an offensive line too. It's like between the running backs and the offensive line, like they are not what they used to be.
Things change fast in sports. They certainly do. Thank you so much. It was great catching up with you.
Thanks, boys.
Ramona Shelburne, ESPN, covers the NBA. Nice to say hello for the first time in a long time. Ray, who is the Rams running back right now? Even care to wager?
It's Darrell Henderson, I believe.
Well, Darrell Henderson. So here's the thing. You are right about that. Darrell Henderson Jr. is running back 1, but he is listed as questionable. So Cam Akers is still listed as their second running back, and he is out with future to be determined, shall we say. So Malcolm Brown, their third string running back, is the only name that doesn't appear with an injury designation next to it. So maybe that's one thing that Kyle Shanahan can count on. A very angry defense based on the way it just played last weekend, and a team that really doesn't have much of an offensive line or a running game to speak of, which by definition makes you one-dimensional.
Well, that'll explain why there's so much money being bet on the 49ers this week. I mean, it's huge.
It is, to the point where if you were just fading the public based on public interest, that could come up a little bit later on in the show.
I thought it might.
Look at you teasing ahead, Ray.
I wasn't teasing ahead, but
let me dream.
Nobody looks at the Rams and says, man, they're squared away. And in fact, it reminds me that Peter King was burying them in week 2. So he saw things that have come to fruition and that now other people are glomming onto.
And that was like 3 offensive line injuries ago, by the way.
Yeah, they're a disaster.
They really are. Hey, one more thing, only because I know that Joe Fortenbaugh is going to be joining us in about 10 minutes here. Always great to catch up with Joe. We will regale you with ESPN celebrity stories, Vegas sightings, and, all the gambling that you could shake a stick at. So Joe Fortenbaugh for the billions coming up in just a little bit. Did you see what Adrian Wojnarowski tweeted earlier today?
Yes, I did.
Quote from Woj, this is an actual Woj bomb. This isn't some bum
This is
trade.
an actual legitimate thing that's got serious impact to it. It's not one of those agent whispered in my ear things.
Right. This isn't Anthony Davis isn't playing tonight, which, by the way, Anthony Davis isn't playing tonight as the Lakers go to Minnesota. So good luck with that, LeBron. In the wake of large market contenders, Golden State, Brooklyn, and the Los Angeles Clippers running up massive payrolls and luxury tax penalties, the NBA is proposing a system that would place a luxury tax with a hard limit that teams could not exceed to pay salaries, according to a source. The league's proposal has been met with firm resistance by the NBPA, that is the NBA Players Association, to the point of the union considering an absolute non-starter in future discussions. Well, they will never agree to anything that restricts the ability to pay players as much as possible. And this is what it would do. It is a punishment for teams who think that they can go out and just buy a championship. It's also punishment to a team like the Golden State Warriors that drafted so well that acquired through a normal how you grow a team process future Hall of Famers from keeping them together. It would be a huge change in how business is done across the NBA to the point where if something like this were ever agreed to, Ray, they'd need to put it out like 3, 4, 5 years from now and grandfather in all current business transacted up to this point. It would be such a radical departure from the way the NBA is doing business right now.
Yeah, well, there's a group of owners that have been pushing for a hard cap for forever. They've hated, the bird rule. They've hated the repeater rights. They've hated all of those, and they want what the NFL has and what the NHL has, which is a hard cap. You can't go over it. Never mind the tax. You have to shed salary, period. So this seems like it's aimed at the Warriors when in fact it's really aimed at somebody like Stephen Curry who's going to make $59 million in the last year of his contract.
Underpaid.
Maybe, but not to a guy who's not paying him. He just says, I don't ever want to have to pay any of my guys that. It's more an idea toward Ted Leonsis in Washington, who laid out tons of money for John Wall and then Bradley Beal and got no return for it. It's they don't want to get caught paying guys $40 million who didn't pan out the way they thought they would when they gave it to them. It's them trying to make
so don't give that contract.
I understand. I'm
right. I know what you're trying to explain to the audience.
This is what they're after, and it's less about Joe Lacob than it is about. I don't want to be in that situation. It's not about winning. It's about keeping money down, because that's what a salary cap is. It's not about money management. It's about salary depreciation, and that's what they're after. And they've gone after this before and haven't gone anywhere. And now with the new TV deal that's going to come in the next couple of years, I cannot imagine how the union will cave on it.
I think it would be the number one catalyst to a future NBA lockout.
Oh, it would be.
Or a player's strike even. I mean, this is a hill you die on if you're a players' association.
Oh, yeah, because the argument is not we're losing money. The argument is we don't want to give you any of the increased money that we're going to get. It's literally saying we don't like you anymore. And I think that would be a catalyst. That would actually be the drop dead. We're not coming into work then. And whether it's a lockout or a strike would remain to be seen, but the effect would be the same.
You know what it really is, too? It's just protecting the rich from having to behave like actually the less rich. Let me explain. Number one rich owner in the NBA is
Steve Ballmer, yes.
That's right. $75.6 billion, followed by Dan Gilbert, $44.8. He owns the Cavaliers. After that, Paul Allen, $2.30. He owns $1 billion.
Well, he does.
The Allen family, yes.
And they've been talking about getting out. So
Joe Tsai, 14.2. He owns the Nets. Robert Parra, 14.1. Who's he own?
Memphis.
Memphis, thank you very much. Phil Anschutz, 10.1 bill. Who's he?
Who does he own? He's the guy who owns Staples Center before they. I mean, he's been an L.A. guy for years. I'm not sure who he owns.
Well, here's the thing. Stan Kroenke, $8.3 billion. He owns the Nets. Mickey Arison, $5.9 billion. He owns the Miami Heat. And we can keep on going and going. And Richard DeVos, $5.4 billion. Mark Cuban, $4.2 billion. Tillman Fertitta, $4.1 billion. You got to go down. Michael Jordan is worth more than Joe Lacob's personal wealth. Joe Lacob is the 25th richest owner in the NBA, listed at $1.2 billion.
Not to interrupt.
And he is willing to put his money out there in a way that guys with 75 times that aren't.
Yeah. Phil Anschutz is a very minority owner of the Lakers. He's by no means their guy.
Fair enough. But it's just,
it's a small investment for him.
Right. What I'm saying is that all you got to do is want to win way more than half these NBA owners want to win, and you start swimming and playing on the deep end of the pool. Get down on your hands and knees every day of the week, Warriors fans, and thank whatever God you pray to that Joe Lacob and Peter Guber are the guys who own the Golden State Warriors, because they behave in abnormal ways, which keeps a winner winning. Speaking of winners winning, Joe Fortenbaugh making money for the world, coming up next here on 95.7 The Game. If you have not already, subscribe to Damon and Ratto on the Odyssey app today.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Cash Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. On November 5th, catch multi-Grammy Award winners Train, Then on November 12th and 13th, experience America's game in person when Wheel of Fortune Live takes the stage. This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. Find tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com.
The Eagles Hotel California Tour.
Welcome to the Hotel California.
Live in concert with a full orchestra. Performing their iconic album Hotel California, beginning to end, plus a greatest hit set. The Eagles.
One of these nights.
SAP Center at San Jose, February 21st. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
Listen, could Gregory change your life?
I went from size 44 pants back to the size 38 pants that I had worn when I was in college. Now the 38-inch pants fall off of me. I lost the weight. I felt better. I've lost 63 pounds and 6 inches of pant size. God bless you for having this product and having it at a reasonable price.
Outstanding. Gregory is 70 and lost belly fat and 6 inches off his waist in 5 months. Since 2004, Andro 400 has been helping men like you lose belly fat, gain energy, and improve their lifestyle. We guarantee it. Go to andro400.com for more true testimonials, before and after photos, and special discounts. Only available on andro400.com. andro400.com.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some, and blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Golfers, tee it up this fall at the Golf Mart for big savings. Save up to $150 off on Ping G425 woods. Upgrade your gear with discounted Wilson standard cart golf bags. And stock up on TaylorMade Distance Plus golf balls. Now 2 dozen for $35. Don't miss these items and more happening now at the Golf Mart. And get a free custom fitting today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee. Or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
You can't always see bad weather coming, so it's essential that you're able to see through it when you drive. Michelin wiper blades with advanced technology hug your windshield like a Michelin tire hugs the road, channeling away water, snow, and ice so you can see clearly, drive confidently, and breathe easy. Michelin wiper performance, clearer than ever. Upgrade to Michelin premium wipers today at Walmart, Amazon, and other fine retailers.
A hot shower should be hot. A Navien tankless water heater makes sure your hot shower is hot or warm, or mostly hot, but not quite hot, but warmer than warm. Whether you take it in the morning, after work, doesn't matter. Do you want a quick rinse or a full-on luxurious, I think I'm in heaven, spa-length investment of time? Your choice whenever you want it. A Navien tankless water heater keeps your hot water hot. Backed up by Navien's powerful warranty. Get the hot water you need whenever you need it, period, at tanklessmadesimple.com.
90% of golfers slice. And if you're one of them, there's only one reason why. Your club face is open relative to the path of your swing. If you don't fix this, you'll never fix your slice. So how do you do that? Simple. You follow Tiger Woods' former coach Hank Haney's one-shot slice fix. This one-shot fix has fixed over 100,000 amateur golfers' slices. To check it out, visit slicefix.com. Again, that's slicefix.com. Go there now and fix your slice today.
In Santa Rosa, mostly clear overnight, lows near 40.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
and a little bit of chicken fried.
The Zach Brown Band is coming to Oakland Arena on November 6th, and 95.7 The Game wants you to be there.
Wishing I was deep in the water somewhere.
For your shot to win tickets, head to 957thegame.com/contests.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
It's good to have you back on a Friday afternoon, and even better to have Joe Fortenbaugh back for a little Fortenbaugh Friday. You know him well. He used to walk these hallways. He used to grace these microphones. He used to walk these streets here in San Francisco, but no longer. He's on the Strip. He's on your TV. He is helping you put those kids through college with nothing but winners. He is ESPN's betting analyst, Joe Fortenbaugh. What's up, pal? Thanks for coming on.
This is big. This is really big because anyone who knows me understands we're about 90 minutes or so away from the start of the World Series. Actually, I think it starts sooner than that. And for me to come on knowing my beloved Phillies are starting in a little bit, it speaks to two things. Number one, how much I love you, Damon, how much I love you, Ray. And number two, I wanted to pass along a message to the great people of the Bay Area. Tonight is what championship baseball is all about. You haven't seen it in a long time. You don't understand it. You nickel and dime everybody. Go spend some money, and you can make it to the World Series like the big dogs.
Houston in 5, right?
Yeah, that was a great... I didn't even respond to that text today. I saw that, and I thought to myself, this is not even worth my time to respond to him. He's just trying to troll me. But the Phillies at plus 170, it's appealing. It's appealing. I'll just say this. Everyone's going to call me a homer, and that's fine. But that price is big. That price is based on a narrative that this is a spunky little upstart team that's getting hot at the end of the season, which is true, that part. But let's look at the facts. It's a top 5 payroll. It's a stacked lineup. There are 2 bona fide aces and a solid bullpen. Like, this team has been so disappointing for 3, 5, 10 years that everyone's shocked that they're good. They're supposed to be good. They got a ton of good players. So they're being priced like some little upstart. I'll tell you, though, they are not. They are just finally reaching their potential.
Let me ask a weird question, because you know all about Mattress Mac, the furniture guy in Houston who lays out huge amounts of money on one side or another, usually Houston. Does the money he lays out affect the line in any material way?
I think it can. That's an excellent question. I think it can at some of the books he goes to because he places so much money on it. They take his money because he's not a sophisticated gambler. If he were sophisticated, no way a book's going to let him come in and drop $3 or $5 million. They're willing to take his wagers because they know what he's doing. What he's doing is he's offering these great promotions at his mattress store, and then when he's going in and he's betting the other side so that he's covering himself. He's using sports betting essentially as insurance, because he has a massive giveaway if the Astros win, so he might as well make a huge bet. Then if the Astros win, he makes a bunch of cash, but he's giving out a bunch of free mattresses. So he comes out okay in the end, but he gets a ton of free promotion. So he might move the number strictly because the book will say, all right, we just took $2 million from Mattress Mac. We'd probably like a little bit of Phillies money. Let's go ahead and balance the books a little bit. Or the book might say, you know what? We're happy to take his cash. We don't find him to be sophisticated. We're comfortable with our position. Let's go ahead and make some money.
Learn how gambling works with Joe Fortenbaugh here on 95.7 The Game. I got another question. This is a broad question about the NFL season that we're all sitting in right now. With scoring being historically down and the public just hating to bet the under, how much has Vegas already pivoted to all of that happening? And is there any value still remaining there?
So people have started betting more unders, especially in these primetime games, because all you have to do is go on social media on a Thursday night. It obviously hasn't happened the last 2 weeks, but everyone's complaining about how awful the football is, how low scoring the football is.
No one turns the game off, notice. Nobody turns it off.
Yeah, we're all complaining, saying Thursday night's a terrible product, but I'm sitting there with 15 bets, a bottle of wine. I'm watching every minute of it as I'm on Twitter telling everyone how the world should work. But that's, people are starting to come around on some of the unders. unders, but you're going to see a shift here. You're going to see a shift here in making money on overs. It's already starting to happen a little bit. It happened with that Cardinals-Saints Thursday night game, and I think it could happen with the Packers and the Bills on Sunday night because that's Rodgers and Josh Allen, and it's only 47.5. If this is a year ago, that spreads over 50, that number right there. So we were seeing... I mean, quick story, early in the season, unders were hitting 70%. You know, you can go back to the 80s, you'll find a season where overs hit 58%, and that's the most dramatic production either side has had in 35 years of keeping track of all of this, right? But it's still only 58%. So you know if you're at 70%, you're going to have some regression, and that's going to come in the form of the overs. So we should have a decent overs run coming up here in the future.
How much more, though, do the numbers have to come down? Because the last I looked, before last night's game, unders were like 44, 63, and 1, which is like 59%. Are the numbers still artificially high? Do they have to grind them down lower before they get to balance their books that way?
Some of the teams have come down really low. Like you look at that London game, it was 39 points, and then they announced that Russell Wilson's going to play, so it went up to 40. I don't know why. Even when Russ is healthy, he stinks this year. That's the worst offense in the NFL in terms of scoring, and they've got a good defense. So numbers like that are really low. I think for primetime games, you're seeing lower totals than you would have in the last 20 years. But it will depend on some of the matchup because there are some teams. It's going to get difficult with some of those with Philadelphia because everyone sees them as explosive. But you play Philly in the first half, and then you don't think about it because Philly's the best first-half team in the business. But then in the second half, they throttle down and run the ball, and teams can come back on them. You saw it happen with the Dallas game the last time out. So that's the trend with them. They jump all over everybody. You might want to lay it with them or play their team total over, which is something like maybe, 18 points or something in the first half because they are very explosive in those opening 30 minutes.
The Xfinity mobile text line would like to know if you have a lock for the billions who are listening right now.
I got one. We're going to go over some college and pro stuff. I'll give you one tomorrow night. ESPN Plus. I'm a company man. You know how I do. Vasily Lomachenko is fighting, and you can bet him to win by stoppage. So all he has to do is win. It just can't go to the cards. It's minus 135. Now, he's like minus 3,000 to win this fight, so you're not going to lay that. But you can lay the 135 on the stoppage. He lost to Teofimo Lopez 2 years ago. He got his shoulder fixed. His last two fights out, he has looked fantastic. And he's been fighting in Ukraine, defending his territory.
Do you have any bets on sports that people watch?
Wow, okay. So let's go with football. What would you like? You just want a great football play this weekend? I would play the 3 with the Seahawks over the Giants. Terrible travel spot for the Giants. Third road game in 4 weeks. The first of which was in London, the last of which is across the country against Seattle. I know everyone says the Giants deserve more respect. They're fine. They're having a nice season. They're going to win Coach of the Year. Seattle deserves respect, too. At least Seattle goes out and pounds people. The Giants go to Jacksonville and eke by them. So I'd lay the 3 with Seattle. I think that's a solid one right there.
How much did Christian McCaffrey move the 49er line?
So when it came to the futures market, they were sitting around 18-1 to win it, and they dropped to about 16-1. So there was a little bit of movement there. Generally, that's not going to happen with a running back, but given what he can do and given how Kyle Shanahan is viewed with his running game and how he designs an offense and the weapons they already have, this was a running back transaction that was going to make a little bit more noise. There was a slight move to the spread, maybe about a point, because no one was really sure if he was going to play much. So that was kind of the handicap there. But now that you're dealing with the Juszczyk and Debo situation for this weekend, it becomes very interesting because we know Shanahan owns Sean McVay, except if it's an NFC championship game. But then at the same time, the Rams are off the bye. They're starting to get healthier. Very tough game. I would play the under. I think it's about 42.5. Speaking of unders, I'd go under there. I don't really trust that Rams offense very much. They have had big-time trouble protecting their quarterback.
Joe, the holy grail of any handicapper is finding a trend, spotting it before it even happens, and riding the wave while you still got it. I asked you earlier today. I feel like a James Lipton inside the actor studio. Can I talk to Joey courtside, please? We're very
you're more like Zach Galifianakis in between two phones.
Thank you very much. Also a huge compliment. So, is there anything that you can glom onto early in this NBA season, specifically if you want to paint in the color of the Golden State Warriors? I know that plays well around here to our listeners, but is there anything in the NBA that you can see, you can spot, which would be like sort of a wave that you think riding throughout the NBA season might be a good idea to ride?
See, that's a difficult question because the NBA season moves in such interesting waves. Early on, you have the feeling out process, so you got to figure out which teams are trying to play, which ones are trying to work through some things. Later in the year, you have tanking. You got players that are on the move. There's a lot to work through, but one golden one. Now, I gave this out yesterday on the show. It missed by half a point, so it lost recently. But the Warriors in the third quarter are still an incredible bet, and that is something that started at 95.7 the game years ago. Like in the gambling world, everybody's on that now. Everybody talks about it like they discovered it. They don't realize that 95.7 was talking about that bet like 5 years ago when it was smashing. Like the Warriors have been smashing third quarters forever. So you can play it before the game or you can play it live. For example, last night's game, it was -1.5 against Miami. I bet it pre-flop, to use a poker term, meaning before the game I bet it. They went out there. They only won by a point in the third quarter, so I lost the bet, but that doesn't shy me away. I mean, that thing's going to hit throughout the course of the season. Now's the time to be on it because you don't have everybody talking about it. Once you get to the playoffs, everyone's betting that thing, talking about it everywhere, and then they artificially inflate it because they know the money's coming.
The Lakers have always been a huge home team in Vegas. How much worse does it have to get before they start being listed at the odds that their team demands that they be listed at, which is a long shot?
Okay, so that's fascinating because most books here are still operating under the, well, they can turn it around, well, you know, it's early, it's the Lakers, and you're right, there's a lot of Laker money in this town because there's no NBA team here now. The Lakers were very popular for a very long time, so, you know, close by, tons of money. There's one book in town, it's one of the best in town, it's the Las Vegas Superbook over at the Westgate, okay? Jeff Sherman is one of the odds makers over there. He's got him 100-1. And he has been handling Laker action for years. He's been putting playoff action on the Lakers, props he's been creating for 15 years. Before anyone else was even thinking about yes-no playoffs, he was doing that with the Lakers because he knows the market wants it. He's been very sharp with it. He moved them from 18-1 to 40-1 after the first game of the season when they lost. He's like, these guys look terrible. He moved them to 40-1. He just moved them to 100-1. They're with the Knicks right now. They're near the bottom. So that's one book that you can respect that made a huge move on the Lakers. Everybody else is still toiling away because they know they can get away with it.
Speaking of the Westgate, is that sort of the insider's go-to book across the board with sports, or are there different books for different sports?
So the two to three books you would probably look at that the pros play at would be the Westgate's definitely one of them. They're line originators. There's a lot of books here that just copy numbers, right? They see someone else put up football spreads. They wait until the number gets beat up a little bit by the sharps. Then they put up the number and they take advantage of the market, okay? That happens at too many places. The Westgate originates a lot of stuff. They're very creative with their props as well. Circus Sports, if you follow them at all, they've got an amazing sports book. They've got Stadium Swim, the outside pool sports book area, which is fantastic. They do a lot of great work as well. If you're playing golf props, you'll go to Circa or Westgate. If you're playing props in general, you go to those two places. And then another one at the other end of the strip, the South Point. Jimmy Vaccaro, who's down there, Chris Andrews, who's down there. They originate stuff as well. They get creative and they take sharp money. A lot of places have stopped taking sharp money. They know they can do well just limiting those guys and taking on the suckers. But these books will still take professional money. They're very well respected in the industry.
What is the single most Vegas thing you have done in the last 2 to 3 months?
Oh, wow. I probably should have paid attention to the text you sent about what you were going to be asking me, because I blew that off, and I probably would have had something better prepared for this question. I got to tell you, I am Mr. Not Vegas. Like, I'm coaching T-ball, I'm coaching flag football. I got that during the week. I got games on Saturdays. I try to watch games on Sundays. So I haven't done a ton of stuff on the Strip. I know I've got some friends coming in soon. I'll probably get after it a little bit, but I do not have a fun answer to that question. I am terribly sorry.
All right.
I should have had something fun, but I'm not cool as I think most people remember from my time in San Francisco.
I'm just going to tell you, make a hole on December 10th. Daddy's coming. So we'll see you there.
Yeah, that's top priority, taking care of you and your friends when they come to town.
Yeah.
Top priority. Don't worry about that.
It's a shame it's not an ESPN game because that could have been.
Who would have thought Indiana not on ESPN?
Could have been Damon courtside. Oh, no, they're only putting us on Fox Network, the first ever Big Ten. You know, we're going to be okay.
Hey, those games are fun. I went to the Gonzaga-Duke game last year. That was at T-Mobile. That place was packed. Fans from all over the place came in for that. If you guys travel well, that's going to be a really good time.
If you guys travel well.
I'm assuming you will.
Yeah, it always happens. How much did you blow last weekend at the Kids Fall Festival? Did you go north of $150 in pumpkins and gourds?
Oh, man, these guys they're getting me for everything. I'll let you in on this because this will give everyone a good laugh. I have seen like 8 minutes of this entire Phillies postseason run. Like, I have seen like 8 minutes of it between the coaching and everything else. And then here we go. Game 1 of the damn World Series is tonight, and I find out like 3 days ago, I've got this double date I'm going on to this sushi restaurant, which I don't even really like sushi all that much. I know everyone's going to yell and scream, sushi's so awesome. It's okay. I just don't love it. So I got to go to this place. It doesn't have TVs. I'm looking at my wife, who you know, sweetheart, but it's like, what are you doing? It's the World Series. Well, these are parents of kids who are in Wyatt's class, and we saw them at the Fall Festival. Don't you remember?
Say, Nikki, would you do this during a Bills game? Would you do this during Bills Chiefs? No, you wouldn't.
No, and the way I treat Bills games like top priority in that household. Top priority. I roll out the red carpet to make sure everyone has what they need for their beloved Buffalo Bills as my two sons slowly gravitate towards them. But that's the beauty of the Philadelphia Eagles right now. They're so red hot. If they end up playing the Bills in the Super Bowl, I'm doomed. I'm absolutely doomed. How do you win that scenario? This is a topic for you to discuss after I get off the phone. It'll carry you through the rest of the show. People will be calling 888-957-9570.
Forward tease.
What do you do if your wife is a fan of the team that plays your squad in the Super Bowl? Because if they win, I lose, and if I win, I lose. Like, I'm losing in both those scenarios. There's no way I can come across clean. I cannot have the Bills and the Eagles meet in the Super Bowl.
Book a room. Don't be home. That's it.
I gotta come home at some point?
Oh, at some point, but by then it'll blow over. She'll be so mad that you left that she'll be grateful that you came back.
Also, let me throw something out here to you, Raymond. I saw a picture of you the other day. You are looking quite svelte, my friend. Kudos to you. You are looking quite svelte.
It's a tapeworm. I have a serious question before Damon goes back to torturing you.
Go ahead.
What does it look like for Prop 27 here, which is basically the major gambling initiative here? Because everything I read is that it's not going to pass. In which case, is Vegas cheering for that or not?
So I had read the same thing, and I think the most telling sign was that DraftKings and FanDuel, from what I understand, had about $12 million each lined up in advertising leading up to the election, and they both pulled their campaigns. And I think they realized it was the bill was going to be a loser, so why waste the money advertising in California? So I think that's where that's headed as of now. I mean, is it good for Nevada? It probably. You know, a lot of these books are starting to branch out. So, you know, if you're Caesars and you're here, at the same time, you know, you're going to have books across the border. I'll tell you one thing some of us do. This is ridiculous, but DFS. We can't play DFS in this state. So you will have people, or if you want to play on DraftKings and FanDuel with their sports books, you can't play here as well. Those are not licensed operators in Nevada at the current moment. So we drive to either the Hoover Dam or you drive to the California border to cross over, get the internet access, get the IP address, make your bets, and then drive back. That's how a lot of guys operate. You'll see these drives taking place, you know, Saturday night, NFL draft night. Chris the Bear Felica was here for the draft. We're out to dinner at Carbone, and afterwards, he said he's going to the airport. I'm like, the draft's tomorrow. Where are you flying? He goes, I just got to get a car. I'm driving to the Hoover Dam so I can make more draft bets, and then I'm coming back. So you got that action taking place. But, I mean, yeah, it probably hurt a little bit because you have some California people that'll come over to get their action in, but most of these places are franchising anyway. The Superbook's putting shops up everywhere, so they'd probably be all right.
How come the uptick doesn't appear on television?
No one would. I mean, there's only a small audience that would know. Only a small, select few people who would remember such greatness appearing on TV. Plus, then I'd have to explain it to everybody. And you got to understand, where I work, there's so many meetings and so many discussions. It's meeting after meeting after meeting. You can't be bringing anything extra to these meetings, or you're in meetings all day. So, like, if you speak up and you do something, it's like, hey, what was that about? Well, it's something we used to talk about in radio back in the day. Then, boom, it's a whole conversation. There goes 11 minutes. I just don't have it. I got to get through the day in one piece.
Man's time is valuable. What more needs to be said?
Wait, I don't have 11 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, who are you kidding? You got hours.
You should see my schedule, Raymond. 7 days a week, foot to the gas. I haven't had a day off since August. I'm not going to have a day off until Thanksgiving. And even then, I got family in town. That's essentially work. So, yeah, but it's your boy's grinding out here. Grinding.
December 10th. You're going to need that day off. Let me just promise you that. Good talking to you.
Like I said, it's top priority there. Let me just get that all squared away. Whatever you need, like usual, just go ahead and send your list. We'll get it all set up.
Yeah, 3-inch steaks, medium rare, done to perfection. You know how we need it. Thank you very much, Joe.
Yeah, that won't be a problem. I'd imagine we'll be eating our body weight in meat that week.
There he is, the one and only, the man who gave you the billions, or who entertained the billions, Joe Fortenbaugh. Here on 95.7 The Game.
It's interesting that what he said about Prop 27, because that's the big gambling one that FanDuel and DraftKings were throwing huge amounts of money at. And the fact that they've pulled the rest of their advertising suggests that thing will crash and burn.
Well, I got to tell you, not that I'm some political analyst here, but the vote no on that completely positioned it as if it weren't about gambling whatsoever. It was about raising money for, indigenous people and homelessness. And they cornered the advertising on the issue without even really discussing what the true issue was at hand. And it was A+ political finagling. I mean, it really was.
But more than that, the yes group, and I don't want to get deep into politics either.
Well, you got 30 seconds.
Oh, well, thanks. That's awfully damn decent.
It's not me, it's the clock.
I mean, they're the ones who wanted to talk about how, this will cure homelessness in California, which is nonsense.
Right.
But the other thing was that they positioned themselves by saying that, that this was the big opportunity. And the no people said, well, wait a minute. If this is such a windfall for California, why are DraftKings and FanDuel getting 90% of the cut? That was the thing that killed them right off the bat, because they saw through the scam. And the scam was, we're going to make tons of money for us.
Oh, you mean there was money behind it?
Yeah, but when the cut's 90% and it's easy to find, then you're asking to get your brains kicked in.
When we come on back, it's officially time to turn our attention to what is nothing short of a season-altering game for Kyle Shanahan, to the point where really, if you wanted to get dramatic, if you wanted to get about what the 49ers got in front of them, it is a monster game. It is the fork in the road of how the rest of the season plays out for the San Francisco 49ers, and there will be no Deebo Samuel involved. He has been ruled out of action, and we will let you know what else or who else is in action, who's out of action. We're going to fade the public, and we're going to tell you there's no more action on future guests. We got nothing but open lines the rest of the way. Joe Fortenbaugh, thank you. Ramona Shelburne, thank you very much for joining us, and it's time to talk to you guys about what this, I'm serious, this is a huge, huge football game for the 49ers. Oh, and a little something called the World Series gets underway in the next about 20 minutes or so. So we might as well bring that up too. Here on 95.7 The Game, Damon and Ratto were brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
The holidays are sneaking up fast.
Ho, ho, bleepin' ho.
So check out our brand new merch store.
I look real good today.
Denzel was me, son.
I look real good today.
Damn it! Check it out at 957thegameshop.com. That's 957thegameshop.com.
At BMW of Fairfield, our guests work with one client advisor through the entire transaction. No handoffs to multiple car salesmen. No waiting for a finance manager to take you to a back room. Client advisors at BMW of Fairfield are thoroughly trained in every aspect of the process, so they can lead you efficiently and effectively through the purchase from start to finish. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
My husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad. Grab my hand.
Wait, okay.
No, not up the stairs. We tried that last time. Run around. You can literally run through him.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity home internet for just $24.99 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and a free streaming box included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit your local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 12/21/22.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
For 25 years, Buy Right Market in San Francisco has partnered with purveyors of deliciousness to bring you local food that adds a dash of unique to every meal and celebration. Hi friends, this is Jamie, Buy Right's head of product. And this season, whether you're planning an elaborate meal, watching the game, heading to a friend's, or cozying up for a night in, Buy Right will help you savor what matters most. Pre-order your holiday meals at buyrightmarket.com or stop by and discover something unique for yourself. Gather, share, and enjoy with Buy Right.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. Fremont Bank has the flexibility and motivation to service your business loan needs like other banks can't or won't. With our full suite of business loan products and recognition as a top SBA lender in the Bay Area, Fremont Bank is the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Fremont Bank. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer, One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
It's the bottom of the ninth, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
There's a lifetime of beautiful outdoor living waiting for you at Dolan's. It's fiber on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. See the real Fiberon at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
You can't get much for $5 these days, unless you go to Wendy's for a $5 Biggie Bag. Get your choice of double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT, plus 4-piece nugs, fries, and a drink, all for just $5.
You got that bag, you got that Biggie Bag, you got that bag.
That was smooth, wasn't it? That's how you're gonna feel when you get that biggie bag at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes 4-piece nuggets, small soft drink, and small fry. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. When part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them. That way, you can get the parts you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Lot of love for Joey Fortin Nuts coming in on the chat line on the YouTube page. Hello to all the usuals, the regulars. We see you there. Hello, hello. A lot of love for Joe coming in on the Xfinity mobile text line. There's just a lot of love in the air for Joe Fortinbaugh, still in San Francisco. Love talking to him, man.
Probably mostly from people who he owes money to.
He strapped on a pregnancy simulator on air. I mean, I don't know if you're planning on what your crowning achievement as a broadcaster might be one day, Ray, but we can only hope.
It won't be that.
We can only hope. It is good to have you here on 95.7 The Game for the longest, the best, commercial-free, interrupted, not commercially interrupted, is what I'm trying to say.
Commercially something.
The entire day. Speaking of commercial something, have you been to the merchandise shop yet? I heard that you can get everything that you could ever need for Arbor Day at the merchandise shop. 957thegameshop.com. Bask in it. Limited selections, shall we say, but growing ideas.
Okay, when's Arbor Day?
I have no idea.
I didn't think so.
I just thought it would be a lovely holiday to associate with. I mean, has any merchandise ever decided what market you're going to corner? Arbor Day. Well, I mean, I'm just trying to find
Osh did it.
In for 957thegame.com. Osh, the hardware supply store?
No, Orchard Supply.
Orchard, no, but they're hardware supplies, is what I'm saying. But they don't actually supply orchards.
Well, no, I mean, you could get seeds, you can get like hose and shovels and stuff to work on your garden.
You shouldn't say that on the air.
April 28th.
April 28th, baby.
Plan ahead, apparently.
Look, if you got all your Arbor Day shopping out of the way right now, you wouldn't have to worry about it and run out to the store on Arbor Day Eve like so many of us have had to do so many times.
You wouldn't have to worry about it on April 27th.
Arbor Day Eve. I mean, the day before that's Black Thursday, right?
Green Thursday.
Green Thursday at Osh. Come get your orchards. Look, hey, I know no one around here even cares anymore, but baseball is about to reach what someone once said is a World Series. Philadelphia needs a split in Houston. There's just no other way around it. Finding it tonight is going to be really tough. Justin Verlander versus Aaron Nola. Phillies and Astros, game one. Verlander, look, you put a dent in him tonight, it would, I think, send a ripple through that Philadelphia clubhouse. You know, Schwarber gets into him, Harper gets into him, and all of a sudden you got a little momentum to ride. Kind of like when the Giants in 2012 just jumped right all over Detroit pitching, and Pablo Sandoval's got 3 home runs, and oh my goodness, that changed the entire feeling of that World Series right away. I don't think Philadelphia does much in this World Series without one of those performances. A split, bare minimum, and rocking around Verlander tonight, which is a lot easier to say than do, I think has to go into the mix of Philadelphia winning here. This feels like Houston in 5 to me. I wasn't just teasing Joe. This feels like Houston in 5.
No, Houston's by far the better team, and they've shown it all year long. They've shown it in the playoffs, where they haven't lost yet. So I think that's probably where the logical money is. But as Fortinbaugh said, there's some line value in betting the Phillies. It's not good value in terms of collecting the bet, but if you're betting Houston, you're putting up a lot to get a little.
And the thing is, nobody liked Houston, right? Nobody likes Houston. Everybody's still mad at what they did a couple of World Series ago. And so we basically all failed to notice that one of the best seasons any team has ever had in our shared and collective lifetimes is happening for the Houston Astros right now. That's a 106-win baseball team that has reached the World Series with 0 postseason losses. They're pretty good.
Oh, no, they're ridiculously good. There's not an out in the lineup. Not one. I mean, they are loaded from 1 to 9.
Remember how I said I had a theory I just wanted to float past to keep fans from scattering away from a World Series? Because we could have started the World Series on Monday if we could have just moved the start date of the World Series. We had to wait all the way to this hour on a Friday to actually get to it because the CSs ended so quickly. Baseball's the only major sport where less people get interested the closer you get to crowning a champion. And that's officially a problem. It's why baseball is frankly more provincial than it is a national sport these days. And I think, Ray, that the World Series needs to help itself out a little bit. They need to learn how to capture momentum that might come out of NLCSs and ALCSs. And I think that the World Series now needs to be planned on 2 different timelines. And a sequence of event in the CSs triggers then what timeline you are following. If neither the NLCS nor the ALCS reaches a Game 6, then Game 1 of the World Series starts on X. If either one of the NLCSs or ALCSs sees a Game 6, then the World Series starts on date Y. Is it a logistical nightmare and problem and hard to schedule and book hotel rooms and blocks of rooms and all of that? Yes, it is. It's a big boy's job to try to plan a World Series that might start and run on 2 different timelines. But if it would bring 1 million more curious casual fans into the tent, it'd be worth it for them. I feel like they really offered us up a semi-interesting World Series here, but so much momentum got lost in between the end of the CSs and tonight's game that, any World Series is now almost entirely dependent on it going 6 or 7 games for big ratings. I guarantee you that tonight's Game 1 rating will be somewhere around 9, maybe if they're lucky, 10 million people.
Yeah, probably because Friday night is a dead night, but they're trying to avoid Sunday. That's the central truth. I mean, Daryl was asking me earlier, he says, why are they playing on Fridays? So they don't have to play on Sunday.
Well, look, they can cook in 2 travel days if they need to. You know, I mean, like there's ways around that too, I think. But it's just, it feels like baseball goes so far out of its way to almost program in a level of disinterest.
Well, I mean, look, this one was just plain bad luck. You wouldn't have thought, once the Dodgers are out, that the LCS is going to go 5. It wasn't going to, you wouldn't have planned that at all because, San Diego and Philadelphia under normal circumstances are interchangeable.
Well, I don't think anyone thought the Yankees would just lay down and die.
Well, that was my other point, which is you would have thought that both of those series would have lasted longer than they did. No, I mean, the point you're trying to make is a legitimate one. I just don't know, and I genuinely don't know this, whether a hotel would just say, yes, we'll let you block out 3 weeks in October. They'll let them block out, the chunk that they do now, but you would literally have to block out an additional week to cover your eventualities.
Week plan 1 goes through the 4 seasons, plan 2 goes through the St. Regis. Figure it out, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, and what I'm saying is they're usually struggling to find hotels anyway, and then to have to book them for an extra 10 days to cover that other eventuality. And again, I don't know what the logistics are, but I can't believe it hasn't been brought up before now. And unless everybody just says, well, I don't want to spend money on hotel rooms that we're not using, which seems sort of penny wise and pound foolish, there's got to be some reason why they can't make that happen. Not everything that baseball does is by design of stupidity. Sometimes there are obstacles that you can't get around, and booking hotel rooms may very well be one of them.
The opportunity to get something right or have it go wrong We know what baseball usually chooses. Not that they chose this, but I'm just...
this is an accident. Much of what baseball does is just them being ham-handed morons.
I'm trying to plan ahead. I'm trying to be a solution-based show, not just a show that lodges complaints and files grievances. I'm trying to help the world, Ray.
Oh, I'm not. The world has done enough damage on its own. I will not be considered an accomplice when the meteor finally lands.
But prepare for this Arbor Day at 957thegameshop.com and make all your Arbor Day wishes come true.
Listen, you push that and we're going to end up selling fertilizer.
Hey, go to Osh, Outdoor Supply
We may
Hardware.
be doing that now.
We're certainly shoveling it.
No question.
Warriors beat the Heat last night. A monster from Steph Curry. How about this? 33 points on 0 free throws. They might have gotten sloppy with the ball, but as a team, they essentially shot 50-40-90. More specifically, they shot 50-39-87, which means 50% from the floor, 39% from downtown, 87% from the free throw line. And I'll just tell you right now, when the Warriors play like that, they're going to be really hard to beat. I don't care if they turn the ball over 5 more times than they even did last night. That is tough to beat. What it's also going to be tough for any Golden State Warrior to claim is that they're not listening to the show. Because when you start using the language of this show in your own language, it's clear that you're listening. Has anyone, Ray, in Bay Area media history more than I, discussed the concept of irrational self-confidence?
You embody it.
Exactly. It's my single greatest attribute.
Or maybe your single attribute.
It's the attribute.
Yeah.
My irrational... Damon, why did you believe that could happen? I don't know. I just did. Why did you think you could move to San Francisco and launch a totally unheard of, yet somehow in some way measurably successful, now over 17-year-long on-air career? How are you going to do that? I don't know. I just think I'm gonna. My irrational self-confidence it's the reason why I'm married to my wife. I had no business asking a girl like that out.
You really didn't. I'm going to be honest. That's beyond irrational self-confidence. That's delusion.
Hey.
And at some point, I'm going to put 3 drinks in her, and she's going to tell me
what
the real
wrong?
story, which is that she owes you a massive amount of money.
No, it's just irrational self-confidence. Oh, by the way, welcome, irrational self-confidence audience, to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
I wonder if it's the free Odyssey app or just our terrestrial radio station here that has Draymond Green tuning in, because he's clearly listening. Here he is talking about Steph Curry last night.
Steph used to have irrational confidence. He doesn't quite have irrational confidence anymore. He has an earned confidence that we all know and expect. The confidence level that he has, all of us expect him to do exactly what that confidence level is leading him to. When you've reached that level and you're kind of at the pinnacle of what you do, it takes a special person to want to continue to improve. He's continuing to show that. His mental continues to get stronger. Physically, he continues to improve, and it's been showing in his game.
I mean, can we cite our sources? Can we footnote that a little, Draymond? Every time I play a Draymond Green podcast soundbite, I cite my sources. Draymond Green, Volume Podcast Network.
I don't know what you want me to... Am I supposed to yell at him too?
No, they're listening is all I'm saying. They're listening. They're listening. Because they're now picking up the language of the show. That means you're not just tuning in
then here's what
one
I want,
day or two a week. It means you're listening.
Then they should be ashamed of themselves, and I want to hear them say that in their next post-gamer.
I want everyone to start answering every question with the phrase, more to the point.
More to the point.
More to the point. Then you'll know. When all of a sudden...
We all have our quirks.
When all of a sudden they're going up to the press conference with microphones that haven't been turned on yet, then they're really listening to the show.
Yeah, but they can't listen to that. That's the beauty of it. You cannot imitate a dead microphone. You have to kill it yourself.
We can count on you.
That's what I'm here for.
Somebody says, Damon, you want to talk about irrational self-confidence? I remember when you said that McDonald's barbecue sauce was some of the best barbecue sauce in the world. It is. I love the McDonald's barbecue sauce. I don't care how absolutely transient that makes me.
Well, you better get used to it because that's where your kids are going to be dining 6 nights a week until they're 20.
Hey, there's one right on Ocean Ave, not too far away from us, though. But I would say you take the same dollar amount, and you go over to Beeps, and you get a better burger. And everyone who's kicking it, Oceanside, like the Bruces. No, I'm speaking some truth right there. Go to Beeps. Get a burger at Beeps.
And then double back to McDonald's and get the barbecue sauce.
Well, again, you should have some left over in your fridge or in the soy sauce drawer.
So in other words, when you go to McDonald's, you say, yes, can I have 67 packets of barbecue sauce?
They used to not even charge you. Now they're going to try to ding you 25 cents a pack.
25 cents a pack?
I think so. I think they got extreme. I don't eat fast food anymore. Ever since El Stroco Loco, it's the one actual moment of discipline I've tried to exercise in my life.
Yeah, but when Duchess is here, those kids are going to be talking into the clown's mouth a lot.
Have you heard they're going to bring back McDonald's Happy Meals, but for adults? Is there anything more you need to know about the United States of America that we have adults still wanting Happy Meals?
Oh, these are the people who need their hips buttered to get through doorways.
Steph Curry talking about that self-confidence, no longer irrational, but rational.
I think I'm blessed with the way of approaching the game, the way I see it, that the irrationality that was behind it hadn't been done a certain way before, and you try to create that almost. Once you do, there's a rationality that comes behind that it's just, that's what the expectation is for me personally. I know what work goes in to make that a deserved confidence out there every time I play, and you try to enjoy what you do because, you want to win, you want to enjoy the competition, and the comparison is always to yourself. So I love that part of the journey.
There you go. Interesting stuff from the Warriors, considering their confidence, their irrational self-confidence, and I just want to thank them for listening, and no wonder why the dynasty prevails and continues. They're not just listening to the show, they're adapting the show's philosophies. That keeps this train running. And you're welcome. You're welcome, Bay Area. This is Rich in Fremont. Rich, you're on 95.7 The Game. What do you got?
I think that, thanks, first of all, for taking my call, Damon. Hello, Ray. I think when it really comes down to it, when you watch Steph Curry and you watch somebody do what he's been doing for as long as he has, you see a person who basically has just perfected his craft. And that's what we're seeing. And really all those haters and saying, oh, he can't do this, he can't do that. It's like, hey, at the end of the day, I've said this before, we are watching greatness. Get used to it, because I still believe he's got at least 3-4 more seasons in him. Okay, I really do. And by the way, Damon, everybody knows when it comes to barbecue sauce, Sweet Baby Ray's is the best barbecue sauce.
Bottled barbecue sauce? Yeah, I'll tell you, I can make some barbecue sauce right on my own stovetop that'll go toe-to-toe with anything. But if bottled, yeah, Sweet Baby Ray's is absolutely legit. I would even say, Rich, will you give me a vote of confidence on a KC masterpiece?
No. I'll tell you what, though. I will make my round-the-block famous underground smoking hot wings and serve them up to you. They are the best wings you will ever put in your mouth.
Come find us. We'll get there, Rich. Thank you very, very much.
Kinder's.
Kinder's is good sauce. Absolutely it is. Yeah. Very good. Very good. I'll put a chicken wing in my mouth. Ray, maybe not.
I've never put one in my mouth because I'm not curious to find out what they taste like.
That's got to be a T-shirt right there, available on 95.7thegame.
Nobody wants to spend 20 seconds reading a T-shirt.
It's pretty wordy.
It is a little wordy.
It's a lot wordy. I don't want to be involved in this nightmare.
You're involved. You're in the center of it.
It's frightening.
You're actually going to be our spokesmodel at some point.
Wow, watch me retire the day before.
Promise?
Bingo. You want me done? Ask me to do something outside the studio.
What he was saying, though, I do want to talk about what he was saying about Curry. Because there is something incredibly special there. And, when I came in for a little crosstalk today with Steiny and Guru, Guru asked, do we underappreciate Steph Curry? The answer is yes. He is underappreciated at all times. He's been underappreciated at every moment of this dynasty. He is also completely recognized as the most important Golden State Warrior that has ever lived or breathed a single breath of air. He is omnipresent in all of their success. He truly is. And the way he goes about his preparation, his professionalism, the commitment that he makes to his body is just, he's one of the single greatest athletes in terms of endurance this league has ever seen. He might not be able to jump over tall buildings in a single bound. He has never been a rim runner in any way, shape, or form. Don't let his physical nature bound by gravity convince you that he isn't one of the greatest athletes the league has ever seen. He is just that. And then when it comes to the shot, there is a level of craftsmanship there that involves not only practice but artistry. I mean, this is why poets get inspired by sports sometimes, because there's a whole lot of hard work and there is an element of getting kissed on the forehead by God. And that's what Steph Curry's got.
Well, there's one other thing, though, and I don't believe he's underappreciated anymore, and I think that ended like 17. Before that, he was in the process of helping change the way the game is played, and there was a dogmatic nature to NBA analysis, which was you get the ball down on the low block and everything goes through that. And even though the Bulls won 6 championships without much center play, by and large, that didn't really change for any other teams until 13, 14, 15, when you started to see it in Houston and you started to see it in Oakland. And when you're changing the nature of the game, it takes a while for people to figure it out. And because Curry was the catalyst of that change, it took people a while to figure him out. But I think for the last 5 years, everybody has been on him, and correctly so, as the leading game changer in this league. More guys coming out of college want to be him than really anybody else. I mean, even Victor Wembanyama wants to pull up from 20. You know, that's not because they fell in love with Dwight Howard in 2012. That's because the game moved away from the basket.
Curry's at the center of an evolution. I mean, I think he might even be more appreciated globally than he is at times locally. Again, we talk to Steve Kerr every week. Among the least broached topics you and I have gone in with Steve is Steph Curry.
Because you don't have to.
Exactly. In a sense. So it's kind of like I mean, it's not that we don't appreciate him, but he's hidden in plain sight.
Yeah, it's stating the obvious. That's what it is. It's just, you want to rave about Stephen Curry? Yeah, everybody knows that. You know, I mean, that just, what are you telling us that's new or interesting? Stephen Curry is good. Hey, there's an insight.
You know who did find out that last night, though? Tyler Herro.
Got it to Thompson, back to Curry, chased by Herro. Curry with a dribble, crossover, takes the jumper, 3-ball Curry! Ridiculous.
It really was. He was even asked about the boogie he put on Herro post-game.
It's stuff, I mean, I hate to say it, it's stuff you work on in the summer. My trainer already texted me and called out the pattern. It's reps that you do all summer long. That just kind of comes out based on reads and stuff like that. So just make a play.
Again, so there it is. It's a combination of the magicianship that he had just baked into who he is, plus the relentless level of craftsmanship that lent him to perfect that move, to look for it, to know when to deploy it. Guy's just brilliant. He's an artist.
But the giveaway was when Tim Roy said, chased by Herro. I mean, Herro is behind him.
Took the bait.
And that's it. You're done. At that point, I mean, we know what's going to happen in the soundbite, because why else would you play it? But chased by Herro means Curry is free now and will remain free for the end of this possession.
Whenever you're hip to hip with the corner's in trouble.
Yeah. That's it. It's and the reason why, Curry is more than just a craftsman is because he runs everywhere. Even if you're a great defender, you can't defend 24 seconds of every possession. You wear out. Curry doesn't wear out, and I don't know why. Maybe he's got a third lung, but that's the thing. Watch 3 possessions of the Warriors, and if you see Curry standing still, it's because he's getting ready to receive the ball. Under no other circumstance is that happening.
Maybe your satellite dish froze.
Okay. Barring that, if your TV is working and you've paid your bill, Curry is standing still only when he's about to receive the ball. In all other situations, he's going somewhere with a purpose.
He's always trying to get better. If there were ever a guy who didn't have to practice another 3-point shot in the history of basketball, you'd think it'd be him, right? Well, that means he's going to get up 1,000 tomorrow. And he will. I've been lucky enough, Ray, I think you've been lucky enough to be over at the Warriors practice facility and watch what Steph Curry's post-practice shooting drill is. It's remarkable. It's remarkable. At one point in time, I actually saw him knock down like 72 out of 83s. I was counting. It was just preposterous to see how much he was moving, how hard he was working after an NBA practice, just going around around the world shooting from ball racks. It was insane. It was absolutely insane. He was asked in this post-game press conference, what'd you do to get ready for this season?
That's the mental part, or just always feeling comfortable out there no matter what type of defense you see, no matter what the game calls for. I think getting stronger definitely helped. You can say I'd improved there because you can withstand a lot more physicality and stuff. We talked about that a lot last year. But I'm stubborn enough to think that I can do this for a lot more years, and trying to prove that every day with the work that I put in and the way that I approach the games and trying to make it look easy even though it's not.
Look, you know what the Warriors are going to try to make look easy even though it's not? This 5-game road trip. It's not the Bucks, it's not the Nets, it's not the Celtics, it's not the 76ers. None of the Eastern Conference heavyweights are waiting for the Warriors on this road trip. But it's going to be rough on their bodies. Logistically, they got a lot of basketball coming up. The goal is to go 3 or 2 or better on this road trip. They're going to be resting players on this road trip because the 5-game road trip has 2 back-to-backs cooked into it. At Charlotte, at Detroit, back-to-back Saturday and Sunday. By the way, the Hornets are absolutely stroking it right now with an NBA best 42% from downtown. That is as a team. Detroit is just young enough to want to give the Warriors an awful lot of run on the second night of a back-to-back. So heavy legs going to Miami then, the one standalone game on November 1st. That is in South Beach, which will also, every now and then, Ray, itself create heavy legs on an NBA player. That's what South Beach does. That is the Heat's home court advantage. It's not that crowd. It's the scene. And then finally, at Miami, I already said that, at Orlando, at New Orleans, back-to-back on Thursday and Friday of next week. So the Pelicans right now are the number 3 scoring team in the NBA, and a tough matchup on legs of a final night of a 5-game road trip that had 2 back-to-backs in it. So this is not going to be...
Their toughest opponent will be the airport.
Hey, Russell Wilson wasn't about to lose to that opponent. Did you hear he was doing calisthenics, and those calisthenics have gotten him under center for the Denver Broncos in London starting on Sunday. He will be playing.
See, I'm sitting here wondering why one of the tight ends didn't just walk into the aisle and say, if you do one more jumping jack, I'm going to beat you into a fine gray paste. I'm trying to sleep here. We just played football. You can do that at home. Bother your wife, not me.
I mean, look, if you keep to yourself maybe in the cabin where the flight attendants prepare the meals and keep the coffee, like maybe you can work out somewhere by the bathroom. But no, if you're doing high knees up and down the airplane center aisle, someone's got to stick a foot out there and 49er leg whip that SOB to the ground.
Yeah, I mean, stop. You're not impressing us. You're keeping us awake. We just got beat. We're not in the mood to watch you do performative calisthenics, you jackass.
Hey, if the Broncos win, maybe it's the most important collection of calisthenics the NFL. Well, I mean, they'll go down in history, Ray.
No, well, if you remember, Hackett was talking about how a bunch of their coaches were sleeping in night after night at the facility to try to get things right, which is an insane notion in and of itself. If they win, there'll be 53 guys trying to do calisthenics on the plane the next time they head out for a game. And there's an excellent chance the plane will go down because you can't carry that much weight with that much exercise for that long. They're going to have to be strapped into their chairs. In fact, why wasn't he strapped into his chair as far as that goes?
Maybe they had
Isn't there FAA rules about that?
Maybe the seatbelt line or the seatbelt sign was unilluminated at the time. And he's Mr. Unilluminated. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay, let me, real quick, I just want to go back to the Warriors for one more point that I made during the crossover, and then I forgot to bring it up because I thought it was like, oh, this is really interesting. And I gave it away early. I'm going to come back to it late here. Remember how I told you there's a two-headed monster brewing for the Golden State Warriors? It's Kevon Looney and James Wiseman. Let's call him Kevisman. How do we combine the two names, Ray? You're the writer. You're the defector, poet laureate.
I wouldn't, because Kevisman sounds like a business guy. It's just Looney and Wiseman. You can do that.
It's just,
No. We don't need some clever nickname that nobody else is ever going to use.
Hey, it could be on a T-shirt for your Arbor Day celebration.
Well, then let them worry about it. Are you getting paid if you design T-shirts?
Kevisman, no. Apparently, whoever's designing them isn't being paid much either. But Kevisman,
Javon Liesman,
Javon.
Don't see what you started?
Javon and Kevon. Okay, James and
Kevon.
I'm thinking about Kinlaw. See, like that's already taken.
Liesman.
Either way, you put the two-headed monster together, and last night you got 43 minutes of court time, 17 points, 14 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 turnovers, and 4 fouls out of the two of them, with a combined 8 of 13 shooting from the field, with an overall plus-minus of plus 14. It's a pretty good NBA center. Whether it takes 2 guys to get you that box score or not, that's a pretty good NBA center. You can win a lot of games with that in the middle of the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, but it is interesting, though, that Looney played 29 minutes, which is a good long stretch for him.
It is.
I mean, once again, trusted agent.
He is a trusted agent. Not as trusted at this particular time. And I told you, we're not going to make Loonsman. It's not bad. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be honest with you, Xfinity mobile text line. Loonsman's not bad. Anyway, Steve Kerr. We said we were not going to be worried about Jonathan Kuminga's minutes. Just did that show yesterday. All right, I'm not coming off that position, but his minutes even went down all the way to 0. He got a DNP last night, and here's Steve Kerr.
Jonathan's time will come. He's a very, very young player. He's very talented. He's just got to keep working. Things will go well for him as long as he stays on the path. This is how it goes for young guys on championship teams. There's just no free minutes. But the development comes every day. That's the thing. It's it's not like development only comes with minutes played. Comes with coming to practice and getting the work in every single day. So he's working hard, he's staying ready, and his time will come.
Sounds like they want to see more from him in practice, doesn't it?
Oh, it sounds like they want more consistency in practice, where they can put him into a game and trust the result they're going to get, because they do put him in the game most of the time and they don't get the consistency that they want. It's not they're asking him to do 15 incredibly complicated things. His to-do list is fairly short at this point in his career, and he's not able to do it consistently, which is why he doesn't play much. And I get it.
Big game for the 49ers. Big game for the 49ers. I know you don't like to get caught up in, any one particular week being that much more dramatic than any other week, but let's be totally honest. You want to pick up a win before you head into a bye week, especially when the win would represent to the 49ers what this win would represent. By the way, 49ers playoff chances per Football Outsiders, they win on Sunday. The playoff chances are 66%. Not bad for a team that's just 500. If they lose on Sunday, their playoff chances fall to 33%. It's not a number that they can't overcome, obviously. An awful lot of football still remains. But look, This year has not gotten off to the best of starts. It's been a topsy-turvy season in terms of results and injuries, and they were just embarrassed by Kansas City at home, and the Rams are coming off a bye week. This ain't going to be easy. Being unbeaten in his own division would be the only thing that Kyle Shanahan could point at and say, well, at least that's gone right. At least that part of the equation we're trying to put together as a football team has worked in our favor and in our direction. This is a huge game. This is a huge game before you even start saying things like, well, what are you going to do with Christian McCaffrey now that you've had him in practice for an entire week? This is a big game before you said, well, what are you going to do without Deebo Samuel, who will not be playing at SoFi Stadium? This is a big game for the 49ers. And look, whether Christian McCaffrey represents an opportunity to be less of more of the same or not for the 49ers, whether he does create an offensive evolution in any way, shape, or form, all of that needs to reveal itself after the bye week. You just got to go beat the Rams. That's it. That's it. The path to the postseason is so much easier. And they will have done themselves a favor, really, for the first time this entire year, Ray, if they open up a perfect 3-0 in division and have the Rams off the schedule the rest of the way.
No, I mean, and the fact that all four teams are essentially interchangeable at this point means that being the first tiebreaker, that puts them in a, commanding position, no matter where they're seated. So, yeah, beating the Rams is a good idea.
This would be Kyle sweeping the regular season against Sean McVay for the fourth straight season. I mean, I know that we brought this up when they played him earlier this year, but I don't think we can really impress upon the audience like how hard that is to do. It's truly hard to do because even the biggest Rams hater in our audience, even someone who is just, didn't look at anything other than the Niners are the best team ever and every team that's not the Niners sucks. Like, even someone who looked at football through that prism would have to admit, this is a good Rams team. Or even if they aren't the best version of themselves right now, they certainly have been a good Rams team. Like, just say, last year, when you swept him in the regular season, I mean, McVay, he did win the big one. He won the NFC title game. But, God, Shanahan wins the rest. It's just, how do they do that? It's one of the bigger mysteries of the Kyle Shanahan era. How does he have such ownage on this?
Because they do one thing that the Rams can't counter very well, which is they run effectively. And when you run effectively, it means you get to have the ball way more than they do. And because Aaron Donald is an elite pass rusher, but only a very good run defender, you can run right at him and block him in such a way that he is not impactful in the same way that he is with a normal NFL offense. I think that's it in a nutshell, is they're able to make Aaron Donald's operating space very crowded. And when he can't get up to speed, he can't be a terror. And him not being a terror means that other guys have to be, and not all of them are.
It's certainly as decent a theory as I've heard attached to the lopsided dominance in the regular season that the 49ers have enjoyed over the Rams. I've got 5 things that I think are how the Niners win this game. We'll get to those in just a second. But, I mean, if you want more proof that the Rams are good, even as they're currently beat up and bad, they're the least penalized team in football. That means they're well coached. And they do have just an omnipotent weapon in Cooper Kupp. Brian Baldinger today was on Willard and Dibs talking about how basically Cooper Kupp is one of the guys in this league that it's impossible to shut him down.
Because the timing and the type of routes that Cooper Kupp runs and his vision to see where the double is coming from, how you're doubling, if you're trying to beat him up at the line of scrimmage, he's got an answer for just about anything that you do. And so I don't think it's enough to beat the 49ers. Tyler Higbee's a really good player. They're going to get Van Jefferson back. They haven't had that second option from the receiver this year. Allen Robinson has not been that guy. The timing is not good with him. And the quarterback, he doesn't beat man coverage well. So, to me, maybe Van Jefferson makes a difference. He's a very good route runner. His dad's a wide receiver coach in his business. He's been well taught. But the ball's going to Cooper Kupp every third down, red zone. It's going to him. And it's a question of, can you stop it? Can you defend it?
Look, both these teams are pretty good getting off the field on third down. That's basically the biggest commonality these defenses have. The 49ers defense should be walking into this game pretty damn angry. Angry at how they got manhandled by the Kansas City Chiefs. And I don't know if, these teams, these games, I guess I should say, really link to one another. But it should be in the back of their mind that they just got their butts whipped in a place where they normally do not do anything other than whip butts, and that's on the line of scrimmage. And look, this is a team that still, right now, even after that embarrassing loss, has a defense that is the third best in yards allowed and third in sacks. And like you were saying, Ray, somehow they've got an answer for Aaron Donald. Daniel Brunskill, the Aaron Donald killer. It makes no sense, but there's something to it. They find a way, more than any other team in football, how to slow down Aaron Donald. Like you say, they release him. They use his own momentum and his power against him. It's exactly what Andy Reid did last week against Nick Bosa.
Yeah, no, it's just when somebody is that fast and that mobile, the best way to negate that is to make his space crowded. And you can do that with multiple blockers. So it's not just Daniel Brunskill. It's a scheme that they put together time in and time out. And the Rams have not been able to figure out how to free Donald up in that way. They've moved him to both sides of the ball. They've tried to, position him in different spots. How they operate is, we're going at you with our linemen, and then we're letting our running backs go wherever they want, wherever the hole appears. We're not running at you, but we're sending guys toward you so you can't run at us.
The Rams are essentially, they've given up on the run game. It's going to be fascinating to see how they get past the Niners when they are almost arriving one-dimensional on Sunday at kickoff. They just don't have the horses to run any sort of a foot race against the Niners. Brian Baldinger, again, on Willard and Dibs, talked about how this is a week where, against a banged-up Rams offensive line, the 49ers pass rush should rear its head once again.
They have to dominate this game, because when you do, Stafford is going to give you 2 or 3 chances to take the ball away. It's just the way it is. Like, he's going to stay in there. He's going to take his shots. He's going to throw the ball up, and you're going to have a chance to go get it. And it really does start with Nick. He's got to be dominant. Like, this guy in front of him I'm sure they're going to chip him. They're going to do all the things that Nick Bosa is used to seeing. Like, he expects that, but that doesn't matter. Like, you got to beat the chips. You got to beat the double teams. You have to beat those things. If they're committing 2 guys to Nick Bosa, somebody else is probably going to be one-on-one. They got to win. And in the run game and the pass game, they feed off of negative plays. It's not just sacks. It's runs that go for negative yardage. It's the holding calls that gets called, and they put them behind the sticks. Like, they have to assert themselves. Whoever's healthy up there, they've got to go win this game. That's where it starts for them.
By the way, Brian Baldinger is coming up next on 95.7 The Game when we get to our next hour, best of 95.7 The Game. Baldy today on Willard and Dibs is going to be a big part of that. He's always so good, and he's right about Nick Bosa, who, by the way, had 2 sacks against the Rams the last time they played. He just, I think, for the first time, when's the last time you say for certain Nick Bosa had a bad football game? You might have to go back to Columbus, Ohio, to find an Ohio State game that he didn't play well in, to say he definitively had a bad game. He definitively had a bad game against Kansas City, and I hopefully that motivates him to go out and do what he does best against the Rams.
But he had a bad game because they all had a bad game. He can't have a good game by himself.
No, but the good game that Kansas City had started by turning his day into a long one.
Oh, no question. But again, he can't play 3 positions at once. And the Chiefs did some of the same things that with their running game that the 49ers like to do with Aaron Donald. More to the point, though, Patrick Mahomes doesn't get tackled. That's the deal. And it doesn't matter whether it's Bosa or anybody else. He doesn't get tackled.
Matthew Stafford does.
Matthew Stafford very much does. Matthew Stafford is only slightly more mobile than me. And when they could block, like they did last year, they get to have a parade. They haven't blocked this year because Andrew Whitworth retired and they're banged up everywhere else. So, yeah, he's taking a frightful beating. So, I mean, it's Kansas City is such an outlier for this defense. They may not see another team even remotely that good offensively the entire year, playoffs included.
When it comes to getting the 49ers offense going, again, they've got Christian McCaffrey. That is going to be the big wrinkle that Kyle gets to play with. His other wrinkle will not be found on Sunday. Deebo Samuel is not playing. He is out of this game. I wrote down Brandon Ayuk and George Kittle need to keep it up. Before I even knew Ayuk was out of this game, they do. And look, they both had big back-to-back weeks that mattered in the box score anyways. You know, mattering in the box score needs to matter when you're talking about did you win or lose the game. But you know, I'm all out of patience for nuanced games from players who should be putting up bigger numbers. And Brandon Ayuk and George Kittle are 2 of those guys. And in the last couple of weeks, each of them has had 7-8 catches, 80-plus yards of offense, and put something in the end zone. Like, keep that up. That'd be a really good way to sweep the Rams for the 4th consecutive year. And finally, Ray, my final point.
More to the point.
Jeff Wilson Jr. I haven't forgotten about you, brother. Not even close. Everyone's going to be looking at Christian McCaffrey, counting the touches, counting the reps. Where is he? Where is he lining up? And whenever Jeff Wilson Jr. comes into the game, it's going to be a little bit of a moment for some fans who are watching. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be at all. If McCaffrey is getting the volume, Wilson is going to come in hot with fresh legs, hopefully against a tired defense. To me, that sounds like a fantastic weapon. You know, Jeff Wilson Jr., 25 carries all day long. All right, if you have to. Jeff Wilson Jr. getting 8 second-half carries against tired legs in a ball-controlled game. I like him a lot. I think Jeff Wilson Jr. goes a long way to getting the Niners into the win column this weekend.
Look, if the 49ers do the thing they want to do more than anything else, which is run the ball 40 times, he's going to have more carries than McCaffrey will. May have as many touches, but a lot of those will be balls thrown out of the backfield. He's going to get plenty of action, and there's still going to be plenty of action left over for Wilson. I don't think that's a very compelling issue for them. They can run the ball. If they can run the ball the way they like to run the ball and the way they normally run the ball against the Rams, Jeff Wilson will get plenty of touches.
Not sure if you guys heard this, but earlier this afternoon, Jeremy Fowler from ESPN reporting that the Niners are actually listening to trade calls on Jeff Wilson Jr.
They should listen to every single phone call that comes into their building. I wouldn't do anything more to listen. All I would do is listen unless you literally gave me the can't say no to it offer. I mean, you're going to have to go bonkers with what you're offering the 49ers for them to, I think, put Jeff Wilson Jr. on the block, unless they truly think that Ty Davis-Price and Elijah Mitchell are going to be so good together behind Christian McCaffrey that, yes, this is now something we can do. But I don't think either of those guys are the complementary big back to McCaffrey that Wilson could be.
Well, whether he is or not, they have to see how McCaffrey works out for at least a couple of weeks. But, of course, when the phone rings, you pick it up. Otherwise, you're an idiot. You know, because you never know what could happen.
I don't think they're going to do it.
Probably not. Yeah. But you certainly wouldn't do it now with all the things you don't know about your running game and the people who are in it. Because you don't know what Mitchell's going to be like when he comes back. And you don't know how McCaffrey is going to fit into this offense. And those are things you have to learn before you decide, hey, I think I'll talk to other general managers because I don't have enough fun in my day.
Kyle Shanahan was asked about Christian McCaffrey, how quickly he's picked up the playbook.
Yeah, I do. I mean, he worked real hard to get his stuff last week. We gave the whole team the game plan on Wednesday. It's harder for a guy when he hasn't heard the stuff other weeks, but he did great in his 3 practices, and it's good to go.
Smart guy, Stanford guy. Should be ready to go. By the way, Brian Baldinger on with Willard and Dibs talked about the expectation he has for McCaffrey's workload Sunday at SoFi.
I think if McCaffrey gets off to a start like he did last week, which was pretty darn good. I mean, he was gashing him for 8-9 yards up the middle on a couple of those inside runs. I think if he gets off to a hot start and you see success, you might see a heavy workload, knowing that he's been healthy all year. He's had a healthy workload to begin with in Carolina, and I think that you can rest him after this and get him ready for the second half surge. So I think if he gets off to a hot start, you might see a whole lot of Christian McCaffrey.
1:25 kickoff for the 49ers against the Rams on Sunday. Week 8 started last night. Ravens won in Tampa. Marshawn Lynch running around in a pirate costume was more pure entertainment than that game itself was. Tom Brady, of course, going public with the fact that he and Giselle have indeed gotten divorced. Boy, that train came quickly, did it not? I mean, that went from something's rotten in Denmark to they're talking to lawyers to it's done. Quickly. Wow. I mean, that happened fast. And look, there's a lot of really awful, horrific, cruel things being said about, Tom Brady and making fun of him. And he chose football over his family and all that. Who knows what the hell happened behind closed doors and where things went wrong? I do not know. But any talk about this is it for Tom Brady? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think Tom Brady's looking for a better offensive line. Right now, I think he's leading the NFL in yards from scrimmage in terms of throwing the ball. I mean,
but his passer rating is like 20th, and he's thrown as many touchdown passes as Garoppolo.
I know. Well, his team stinks.
Well, what I'm saying is I don't know that offensive line gets fixed because it's hard to fix an offensive line when you have as many problems with it as they do. Because there are not that many good guards and tackles floating around the job market right now. He might have to figure out a way to do this without a good offensive line. And 45-year-old quarterbacks don't tend to do that well, no matter how many rings they've got. That's why they're 3-5 and looking as bad as they look.
Think Tom Brady wants to get out of Tampa if he's going to keep on playing? The answer to that question is yes. I'll do it for you. Hey, 49ers might be the perfect landing spot for Tom Brady next year. Just want to be the first to throw that out there. Because this team's got an offensive line he could win a Super Bowl behind. They do.
Well, if he's prepared to hand the ball off 40 times a game, he'll be fine.
Hey, you know what? At age 46, he probably is for the first time in his career.
And Trey Lance will definitely demand a trade at that point.
Hey, if you can't sit around and learn from Tom Brady, something's wrong with you.
I think the sitting around part is the thing that's would be upsetting to him.
Hey, you're under contract, kid. You're not going anywhere. No demands shall be met at this particular time. As a matter of fact, we're going to pick up that 5th-year rookie option.
That would be a real bastard move.
Hey, it's the NFL, baby. Bastard moves are what the league is built on. By the way, bastard move to exercise up and down an aisle. Russell Wilson did that. He will be playing first game on Sunday. Broncos in London taking on the Jaguars. Another huge game. Giants at the Seahawks. Game of the weekend, really, if you think about it. But DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, game time decisions. I know Joe Fortenbaugh said Giants have been playing maybe over their head. It's been a long 3 weeks on the road. Went to London, ended all the way in Seattle. Something's got to give in the Brian Daboll is the best conversation. This could be it. He might be right, but if you're a Niner fan, you're rooting for those Seahawks. If you're a Niner fan...
Why would you root for the Seahawks?
Root for the Giants against the Seahawks. If you are a 49er fan, though, you might not like what we'll be fading the public with when we come on back here for our final segment this afternoon on Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Great cars and great customer experience are what define a great dealership. At BMW of Fairfield, we deliver on both counts. BMW of Fairfield is the top-rated BMW dealership in the Bay Area, according to Google reviews. We love selling the ultimate driving machines, but our success rests on the outstanding experience we provide our customers. It's a better way to buy and own a vehicle. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. Find a plan that's right for you at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability usability studies, and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WebNow1. That's 877-WebNow1.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The Morning Roast from 6 to 9.
James Wiseman's going to be fine, and he's learning. And the things that he's saying to me, Shafsky, I need to watch more film. I need to screen better. I need to play defense.
It's Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
Nobody is ever going to look at anybody ever again the way we look at Steph.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
4-time champions get to stink in October, the year after you win a title.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
At no point in time during the active shooting over the course of an NBA game was Steph Curry fouled in any way, shape, or form by a very defense-forward Miami Heat team. These referees are in mid-season form.
I was good with it. The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Well, someone on the Xfinity mobile text line says, did they just hit and run in a baseball game? I don't know if those runners were in motion, but it is 2-0 Houston. Dusty put the hit and run on. God bless him. He's playing National League Bowl.
I don't know if it was a hit and run, because I don't know that you would do that with Martin Maldonado. I just think he went the other way because that's where the pitch was.
Maybe it was a run and hit, Ray. Two very different things, actually. You know baseball, though, and you know that.
No, thanks, Lucas. You were great help. You were greatly helpful there.
You're welcome.
8 minutes to departure.
Look out, here come the Astros, I guess would be the overall theme of this segment. By the way, before we let you know what I'm guessing to a lot of Niners fans will be disturbing Fade the Public news. Mike Leach, who is just, an audible gift from the football gods. Mike Leach talking about how he's not very happy with his wide receivers last week for the old Mississippi State Bulldogs. He did not like what he saw, Ray. Did not like what he saw. And he's thinking at some point here, evolution might take care of these wide receivers. Mike Leach at his best, just basking at everyone.
And I'm genuinely fearful that on our team, if
hold on, let's just start with how he says the word genuine. Genuine, like the rapper, like My Pony, genuine. Okay, here we go. I think he means genuinely.
Yeah, no, but
genuine it is.
He was doing that at Washington State too.
And I'm genuinely fearful that on our team, if me and the other coaches don't get them right, that about a generation from now, their kids and their grandkids won't have hands. Because, from a lack of use, those hands just disappear. I mean, and maybe it'll be like this, like those dinosaur hands like this are, you see. And you got like a Tyrannosaurus Rex who's clearly good at eating things, big old jaws and all that stuff, fairly athletic and run. Well, his hands are like this. And I think we took a very, very, very big step as a team, which we have to correct this. We have to correct this because in the end, that it's going to be best for all these guys that they have good hand development and that they don't evolve to where they don't have hands.
In terms of just coaching wide receivers, there's really no arguing against that logic. You do not want a de-evolution to the point where you have handless wide receivers, because at that point you got soccer players.
Yeah, and he's brilliant because he manages in doing that whole dinosaur shtick, to get everybody's mind off the fact that he hates his wide receivers, because he takes you on such a weird tangent And there's no follow-up to that. You know, what's the beat writer going to ask us? Yeah, well, what about the Velociraptor? There's no follow-up.
What's a Tyrannosaurus? Do you mean Tyrannosaurus?
Yeah, no. He's a gem because he manages to misdirect media people in ways that nobody else would dare. I mean, Nick Saban does it with fear. He does it with trickeration.
I can't remember who wrote the story, but it was some player who had played for Mike Leach and got to know him and really liked Mike Leach. And the theme of the story was basically like, he really wasn't into Pirates as much as I thought he would be. Like, he just uses them as distraction.
Yeah. No. It's just, you look at the shiny thing I'm talking about and ignore the fact that I'm kicking my player in the ass.
Or locking them in a medical closet.
Yeah. Or any of the other fun motivational tools he liked to use.
Yeah, I mean, it was what? It was Craig James's kid. He probably had it coming, to be honest. So, look, Fade the Public Friday is America's most successful, no doubt about it, percentage-wise gambling segment there is. Is there any gambling segment in America delivering winners at 75%?
Just ask all those touts. They all are.
Well, no,
I mean, they're not accurate when they tell you that, but they will tell you they're hitting 9 of their last 7 bets.
Right. It's amazing how you can't choose to start the timeline of their successful run. They choose their timeline of their successful run. The timeline I'm choosing is every single Fade the Public Friday that we have done. We have done 4 Fade the Public Fridays, documented. We are 3-1. The first loss came last week. The public money was all on the Seahawks, and we took the Chargers -5 against Seattle. We lost. So 3-1. Again, if any tout service can offer you for reals 75%, you take that, you run with it, you put your mortgage on it. Oh no. Fade the Public Friday. Again, we do not choose the game. We do not choose the teams. We do not choose the line. We do not choose the location. The game chooses us. The public and where they put their money choose us. Fade the Public Friday goes against the 49ers this week. I hate to tell you that 90% of the action on the Rams and Niners is on the Niners -1, -1.5, -2. It depends on where you're looking at it. So, Ray, because we are dedicated to just fading the public beyond anything else, we have no favor here. We choose no quarter. We ask no quarter. We're only asking for winners at a 75% rate. We're on the Rams +1. Rams +1 for Fade the Public Friday. Do you think you and I are talking about a 49ers win or a Rams win on Monday?
Well, given how the Rams have looked